One night, when the sky is filled with brightly shining stars, just outside what appears to be a castle, we see massive destruction like there was just a battle there. Suddenly, a hand emerges from the rubble, and the man underneath pulls himself out. A voice talks about how a star that doesn't shine in the highest peaks of the night sky and is stuck under the ditches where nobody looks is still a star if it wishes to shine, and still embraces light in its heart. Clearly, they're referring to the man who just rose out of the dirt. The man uses his sword to get back to his feet and gasps for air in the cold night. The scene shifts, and we see the man standing in front of a building, staring longingly at the sword placed on a wall. His bright blue eyes gaze at the blade as it sparkles like magic, and he talks to himself about how cool the piece is no matter how many times he looks at it. He's interrupted when a voice calls out to him. With an annoyed look on his face, he turns to the person who brought him out of his daydream. The lady, whose name is Zemina, claims that she knew she would find him there, staring at the sword like usual. We finally learn that the man's name is Vlad, and as Zemina wears a condescending look on her face, she reminds him that he's been lost in thought lately. Hearing this, Vlad gets upset and warns her not to get on his nerves, pointing out that she's currently interrupting one of the few breaks he has. However, Zemina doesn't seem to care if he gets mad, and just informs him that his behavior is the reason people have started spreading rumors about him. Vlad is shocked to hear that people are talking about him, so he asks her to explain what she means. The girl gets nervous when she realizes that she just accidentally let such sensitive information slip out in her outburst. So, rather than answering him, she just looks away from him and changes the topic. Zemina suddenly asks Vlad if he still hears voices in his head whenever he picks up a stick. Vlad doesn't reply and just stares into space instead, so she concludes that he still hears voices, and curiously wonders what kind of sins he committed in his last life. It appears that for some reason, Vlad was struck by lightning on a clear day, and on top of that, it was black lightning. As rare as such an occurrence is, Zemina advises Vlad to stay cooped up in the shop for a while, claiming that the new bishop is said to be very sensitive about omens and similar stuff. She reveals that he used to work as a heresy inquisitor, and as such, he has a keen eye for supernatural stuff. This puts Vlad in danger, because if the bishop finds him suspicious, he would immediately be sent to the stakes to be burned. Hearing what she has to say, Vlad is even more downcast because he knows that his life is in danger. He feels bad that she would tell him something like that, but Zemina explains that she only did so because she's worried about him. She reminds him that many people saw him get struck by lightning, and reveals that since then, they've all been talking about him behind his back. She then advises him one more time to stop showing himself to the public by moping at the sword all the time, because the church could take him away at any time. However, Vlad ignores her counsel and insists that he won't get dragged away like a criminal just because he stares at a sword. He says this while looking at the sword in question, and Zemina finally gets fed up, calling him dense and suggesting that he just buy the sword since he likes it so much. As you'd expect, the sword is expensive and way out of Vlad's budget. But when he explains this to her, she claims that it couldn't be that pricey. She believes it's just the work of a back-alley blacksmith, and even offers to buy it for him, thinking that she could easily afford it. After a brief pause, Vlad reveals that the sword costs 5 gold, and judging by Zemina's reaction, she finds the price ridiculously high. She doesn't think a stupid piece of metal should cost that much, and starts to think of all the other things she could get with 5 gold. Vlad smugly helps her finish the thought, pointing out that she wouldn't have to work for a whole year if she had that kind of money to spare. Just then, a voice cuts in and grabs their attention. It's an angry old man, who heard Zemina call the pricey sword a stupid metal chunk. The man insults them and tells them to get out of the place. Judging by his outfit, he's a blacksmith, and he didn't take her comment lightly. The angry man tells them that the sword isn't for back-alley kids like them, and sends them away. However, Zemina isn't one to back down from confrontation. She asks the man who would buy the sword if they don't, pointing out that it's being sold in the slums, so only someone living in the slums would end up purchasing it. After making her point, she taunts the old man further by asking if he's out of his mind. Rather than being mad about the question, the man is more offended that she called him old. He gets even more furious at her, claiming that she has no manners. The fearless redhead just makes things worse by suggesting that he only makes swords for knights, because he's old and would probably soon kick the bucket. At this point, there's a giant vein bulging out of the man's head as he sees red. He snaps at her, claiming that she's correct before calling her a dumb kid, and advising her to go back to her shop and do the dishes. Zemina finally gets a taste of her own medicine, feeling offended that he called her a kid. She retorts that she's a grown lady, and as tensions start to rise, Vlad takes her away from the argument before things get out of hand. He pulls her out of there, telling her not to get worked up. But Zemina is fuming, because she doesn't think she said anything wrong. As the two walk away from the old man, he continues to throw insults at them, calling Zemina rotten and full of venom. He thinks back to when she was younger, and blames himself for giving her too much food when they had nothing to eat. The old man notices the footprints Vlad left behind, and surmises that he was standing there for a long time. He thinks about how Vlad should focus more on making ends meet, rather than daydreaming. The blacksmith takes down the sword and decides that he's going to finally let it go and sell it to someone who can make use of it, because he knows that slum kids never grow up to make it out into the world. The blacksmith holds the precious sword, which happens to be his last work, and thinks about how it's just like Vlad, because they both shine even in a place like the slums. Zooming out, we get to see the center of the northern economy. It's a place called Soara, and it's regarded as the lighthouse of the northern region, thanks to the power of the Bayezid family. However, even this place of brilliance harbors dark shadows found in the slums, where all foul things are thrown. Inside a tavern, we see men drinking wine and chatting with women. The fun is interrupted when a shirtless man pulls a lady by her hair, insulting her for trying to scam him. The woman denies trying to scam him, so he reveals that she tried to sell him fake medicine. He claims that he knows it's fake, because he's worked as a mercenary for 20 years. Just then, Vlad arrives at the scene after hearing the noise. The mercenary identifies him as the candle maker and tells him to go get his madam. Vlad blankly tells him that if he wants to see her, he would need to pay gold coins rather than silver. Hearing this, the man is enraged that they would demand gold when their business isn't even run properly. He tells Vlad to bring his mom if the madam isn't available, and accuses him of scamming him with the candle that measures the time, claiming that it burnt down too quickly. Vlad hits back, suggesting that the man should have paid for a longer session if he wanted to have fun, and advises him to climb into his wife's bed instead. The man gets angrier, so the boy decides that he can prove the candles weren't a scam. He even tells the mercenary that he can do whatever he wants with the woman if it turns out that they cheated him. The man is reluctant to accept the terms, claiming he can't trust scammers, but Vlad insists and promises to beat the crap out of him if the candles work fine. His blue eyes begin to glow ominously, and the mercenary gets frightened. He then lights the candle and stands there, waiting to see if it goes out before 5 minutes. Sure enough, the candle goes out at the 5-minute mark, and before the merc can know what's happening, the boy hits him straight in the face with his wooden staff. As the man falls back, Vlad exclaims that the candles are fine after all, and proceeds to kick him in the back and push him into another room. He locks the door behind him and tells the man that he's dead. The terrified mercenary holds his bloody nose and begs Vlad to wait, but the blue-eyed fellow just proceeds to beat the living daylight out of him. He continuously strikes him with the staff for trying to scam the shop, and especially for talking about his mom without respect. The young man beats him so hard that the noises can be heard outside the building. The next morning, at breakfast, Vlad tells a man named George that someone messed with their candles. When the madam hears this, she's outraged and wonders who would dare do such a thing. She then assigns Vlad to find the culprit, but he doesn't know how to. Confused, he asks her how he can do it. And the madam, named Marcella, merrily reveals that she has already found them. It turns out, she was the one who messed with the candles, so she could scam the drunkards and make more money. I have to say, for a woman of the night working in the slums, this woman is a real gem of a beauty. Hearing her confession, Vlad is dumbfounded, thinking about how he beat up the fat mercenary for nothing. As he walks down the stairs, he shrugs off the guilt, believing that he had to do it since he's just an employee. This is when he's approached by a group of men, and the ringleader of the lot commends him for what he did the last night. The guy wraps his arm around Vlad's neck and pulls him closer so he can ask him for some money. He heard that Vlad got some tips from selling candles last night, and claims that they needed some money because they're all broke. Vlad snaps at the guy named Burley, and his eyes start to glow once again. Burley teases him, telling him not to get scary, and explains that he's not just asking for money. He's just here to make a fair trade. Hearing this, Vlad is perplexed, so Burley reveals that he has something to give him in exchange for some money. Suddenly, he pulls out a little boy by the hair and claims that the kid is a stupid and unskilled pickpocket. Vlad recognizes the kid, and Burley offers to give him back in exchange for 40 silver. Vlad immediately asks about the kid's fingers and ankles, so Burley assures him that he didn't cut them off but only taught the thief a lesson. Eventually, our hero gives Burley and his goons the silver and then states that they should just kill the pickpockets next time rather than come to him. The kid is terrified to hear this, but Burley claims that him and his gang aren't murderers. As they leave, Vlad reminds Burley that he's scamming his family and coworkers, but the guy is just excited that he managed to exploit someone using the vagrant kid. After they leave, our hero scolds the boy named Ned. The kid apologizes, claiming that he tried to play it safe, but Vlad just tells him to leave after confirming that he didn't break any bones. Ned thanks him before leaving, and afterward, our hero thinks about how his dream of acquiring 5 gold has just been postponed once again. Later, Vlad visits a man named Harbin, who works for Captain Hoover, more infamously known as the Whale Hunter. He tells the man about Ned and how he didn't lose any fingers. That seems to surprise Harbin, as he recalls the time when he lost his fingers and got his ankles cut for stealing. Young Vlad and Zemina watched him bleed, and he ended up becoming a public lesson for everyone else. He then reveals that he heard that the candles were messed with, and Vlad is surprised how he already knows about that incident. Harvin explains that the rumors have been making the rounds that Marcella is cheating the customers, but he doesn't think she's that kind of a person. Vlad claims that he also thinks the same, but reveals that George already seems to know about it. Harvin suggests that even if they were messing with the candles, they would have a very good reason to do so. Perplexed, Vlad asks what reason they could have, and the fingerless man explains that they most likely need money urgently. On that note, he warns Vlad and tells him to be careful, because there's only one reason an organization would need to rake in money quickly. And he claims that it must be because they're planning a war against another organization. George, the Whore's Knight. Black Bear, the Swine Butcherer. Dice, the Gambler. Captain Hoover, the Whale Hunter. And One-Armed Jack, the Money Bug. These are the 5 bosses who dominate the slums of Sowara. All the darkness of life now slowly approaches Vlad through the shadows. Vlad is in grave danger, and this becomes very evident when Moneybug and his gang come to his shop, looking for his boss. Vlad just stares at him in bewilderment. He can't believe that Moneybug himself would come to the shop. He fixes his gaze on One-Armed Jack, and wonders if the preparation for war have started already. He's drawn out of these thoughts by one of Moneybug's subordinates yelling at him. The ponytailed guy with a scar on his face calls Vlad a brat for not responding to Moneybug and asks him where his boss is. Immediately, a frown appears on our hero's face, and he tells them that he doesn't know where the boss is because he's just a candle seller. Mr. Ponytail seems to have a very short temper because he insults Vlad again and smashes the table while threatening him. The force from his punch sends the candles flying, but even at that, Vlad remains unfazed. He just stares the guy down, showing that he isn't afraid. The workers, on the other hand, are terrified, especially the ladies watching the entire altercation. They all watch with their jaws on the floor, waiting to see what happens next. Suddenly, Vlad gets on one knee and begins picking up all the expensive candles that fell to the floor and got broken. He even tries to get the Ponytail more riled up by suggesting that he's closed for the day. Hearing this, Ponytail is visibly irritated and frustrated that the young man keeps ignoring him. While picking up the broken candles, he suddenly tells the guy to get his feet away. He finally pushes the guy to his limit, so he tries to kick him while he's on one knee, but our hero just uses his trusty wooden staff to strike his leg in midair. Ponytail loses his footing, and with bold determination, Vlad lands another powerful strike on his face. It sends him falling to the floor, and everyone watches as gobsmacked upon seeing it. Moneybug, on the other hand, appears to be amused. With his glowing blue eyes, Vlad glares at his defeated opponent and holds the staff against his face, representing the back alley's unchangeable rule, which is that the winner stands up high, while the loser lies down below. Seeing this, Moneybug's men are outraged that he would do that to their colleague in front of them. They're about to charge him, when Moneybug tells them to stop. The boss waves his hook in front of his men, and they're confused as to why he isn't letting them fight. The towering man explains that he actually likes Vlad, and he even proceeds to applaud the candle seller. Even though he has only one hand, he is so impressed that he can't help but clap for Vlad. He implores him to be more understanding of the noise, and the candle seller just replies saying that he doesn't discriminate against the disabled. This dude has no chills. Rather than getting offended, Moneybug finds the comment hilarious and immediately bursts into laughter. He tells Vlad that he would like to have a private chat with him later. The red-eyed boss touches the young boy's face with his hook and asks to be reminded who he took away before, but Vlad just retorts that the person must have died early since he can't remember. Their little exchange is interrupted when one of Moneybug's men calls out to him. Both of them turn around and are surprised to see George and his men standing before them. George teases Moneybug, claiming he would have served him grilled meat if he knew he was coming. But the mountain of a man just dismisses the gesture, reminding George that they're not that close. Regardless, George regards him as his guest and suggests that they go upstairs. Jack claims that he would prefer good liquor over meat, so he asks for some to drink. The knight's green eyes glow scarily as he assures Moneybug that Marcella doesn't disappoint when it comes to hospitality. The intruder's red eyes glow with the same murderous vibe as he suggests that they have a taste of the liquor if that is the case. One of Moneybug's men helps Ponytail back up, and the boss and his men make their way upstairs. After the tension is toned down, Vlad heaves a sigh of relief, thinking about how he almost died a few moments ago. Later, he finishes gathering all the broken candles and wonders how many the Ponytail asshole broke. He's drawn out of his thoughts when Moneybug calls out to him, referring to him as a shining star. Looks like the boss and his men are heading out after their discussion with George and Marcella. The man admits that Marcella and George had only good things to say about Vlad, and while claiming that he has also seen his potential, he asks him to come for him whenever he grows tired of smelling burnt candles. He assures that he would appreciate someone like Vlad working for him, but the loyal candle seller replies that he doesn't mind staying at his current job, especially since they pay him, feed him, and put a roof over his head. Hearing this, Moneybug just laughs in response, pointing out that he can do the same and more. But seeing that Vlad wants to stay there, he tosses him a gold coin as compensation for the broken candles. Our hero is undoubtedly taken aback upon seeing it, and responds that it's too much. The man with the hook still insists, and offers him a lot more of those gold coins if he decides to work for him. After the mouth-watering offer, the man reminds the young man about his title, the money bug, and thanks George for the delicious meal before leaving with his men. Our boy notices that the intruder looked extremely cheerful, and wonders if the meeting went well with the rest. That's when Zemina calls out to him from upstairs, and informs him that George wants to see him. Later, we see Vlad, George, and Marcella in the same room. Vlad stares at something speechless, and as we see that it's a precious knife, George reveals that he was planning to give it to him later. However, since the circumstances call for him to pass it over earlier, he's decided to give it to him now. He tells Vlad to keep the dagger with him at all times, and as the blue-eyed boy receives it, he can tell from the mood in the room that George's and Moneybug's conversation was most likely a total disaster. He looks all over the room and sees all the men brooding with low spirits. Even Marcella is in a foul mood, so he knows that some trouble is brewing. This is when George also tells Vlad that he should stop selling candles. Confused, the boy asks what else he should do if he can't sell candles. Sensing his anxiety, George reveals that they got a tip about one-armed Jack bringing in people from the outside into the slums. He believes that the men are mercenaries who used to be knights, and Vlad chimes in to remark that the men are just like George. With a worried look on his face, George confirms it, implying that he is afraid. The thing is, one-armed Jack already led an overwhelming number of dangerous men. But even then, the former knight George was too much of an obstacle to overcome, since he was like a wolf inside a flock of scared sheep. However, since Jack has brought in mercenaries and swordsmen who are individually as skilled as a knight, the balance keeping everything together before has now been destroyed. George admits that they're already at a disadvantage, and explains to Vlad why they need him on their side. Vlad, however, is surprised that they regard him so highly. George informs him that he will be given his first mission soon, and the information takes him so off guard that he's visibly dumbfounded. Overwhelmed by the situation, Vlad thinks about Harbin, a disabled man without fingers, who also lost his ability to walk. But against all odds, he used his clever mind to teach himself language and mathematics. Those were the skills that opened doors for him and allowed him to rise through the ranks and now work under Captain Hoover. Vlad uses Harbin as his role model. He realizes that he can learn through effort and that the knowledge will take him to higher places. While the young man is practicing with his wooden staff, he starts to hear a voice again. The voice suggests that he narrow the angle of his elbow as he swings down, and Vlad gets pissed off that the voice is back. I guess you're now wondering how he started hearing a voice in his head whenever he's training. Well, it all started 1 month ago, after he was struck by the jet black lightning. Ever since then, the voice, which he considers as demonic whispers, starts echoing in his head whenever he holds a sword or something similar. Frustrated, he tries to block out the voice, claiming that he would first need to buy some holy water before even thinking about getting that sword from the blacksmith. He struggles to ignore it, and decides that he won't reply to it at all. And so, he holds his staff again, and tries his best to focus his mind and strength to strike down. But just when he's about to do it, the voice interrupts his thoughts yet again, telling him to narrow the angle of his elbow. He accidentally listens to the voice, and is surprised to see that the result of the strike is significantly better. In fact, he realizes that the strike followed the path of a sword, a road that can turn him into a master if he walks down on it. He feels as if he's holding a real sword, and finally starts to wonder what the hell has made its way into his mind. The scene shifts to somewhere in the cold snowy mountains, and we see a man cleaning the blood off his sword. He talks about how one can't fool experience, and admits that he can now feel how cold the winter air is in his bones. Judging by his outfit, the man is a knight. He hears noises coming from the bushes and surmises that someone is hiding in there. He smirks as he suggests that the person hiding is either stupid, or being stupid on purpose for trying to fool him. The white-haired knight walks towards the source of the noise, and asks whoever is hiding to come out. There's a brief pause, and after a while, a voice replies to him, asking if he's Sir Stanga. The scar-faced knight sees the person, and immediately identifies him as the one they call Vlad, after seeing his unique blue eyes and blonde hair. Sir Stanga reveals that he's heard about the guy from the slums, especially because people have been talking about him a lot. He comments on his blue eyes and blonde hair, claiming that those who didn't know any better would think he's a noble. Vlad doesn't say anything about that, but just goes straight to the point of his visit. He gives Sir Stanga a sealed letter from his boss, George. The knight opens the letter, and upon reading it, a small smile of amusement appears on his face. Sir Stanga reads that the opposing organization has a mercenary who used to be a knight, and finally understands why George needs his help. Seeing that the knight is on board, Vlad informs him that he will be his guide back to George, and suggests that they should arrive at their destination in 2 nights. Vlad turns around, expecting Sir Stanga to follow him, but the knight just teases him, claiming it wouldn't be a good idea to follow the lead of someone as stupid as him. Hearing this, Vlad explains that he's capable of at least guiding him back to meet George. However, Sir Stanga doesn't think so. He tells the young man that there's no way he can be smart when he's doing something so stupid. Vlad starts to get offended, but the knight just glares back at him with his purple eyes. At this point, our hero doesn't know what to say to change his mind, but Sir Stanga finally agrees to follow him. However, he swears to kill him if he forgets any routes on the way back. Vlad glares at the knight as well, but just tells him to try and keep up, explaining that he wouldn't want to screw up his first mission because of him. The blonde-haired guide turns away for the second time and begins walking, leaving the knight baffled that he didn't even seem intimidated by him, even when he intentionally made himself look threatening. In fact, Vlad blatantly ignores his threats, and it amuses Sir Stanga a bit because he concludes that it's his boldness that makes George like him so much. The knight hasn't spent a lot of time with our hero, but he can already tell that he's a child worthy of being nurtured. Later that night, the duo stops at a small cave to rest for the night. They start a fire and just sit there in awkward silence. After a while, Stanga notices that Vlad keeps looking at him from time to time, so he gets uncomfortable and confronts him about it. He asks the young man why he keeps looking at him like it's his first time seeing a retired knight. The kid sheepishly admits that it is in fact his first time seeing one up close. Sir Stanga asks Vlad if he's a country bumpkin, but in response, he asks the retired knight where he's from. Stanga tells him he's from a place called Dikia, and Vlad exclaims, commenting on how that place is so country. The knight finds it a bit offensive and quickly changes the topic, reiterating his earlier threat to kill him if they get lost along the way. With a very mean look on his face, he warns Vlad not to lose his way, and promises to slice him in half if he does. However, just like before, our boy isn't even slightly frightened. He just tells the knight not to say such scary things either way. While unwrapping some beef jerky he brought with him, Vlad reveals that he once heard that all jokes made by knights are threats. Sir Stanga doesn't even reply to him, because he's more interested in the meat. He admits that it looks very fresh, and asks the young man if his share is in there somewhere. Our hero responds that George didn't give him much, and asks him if he doesn't have anything to eat. Stanga replies that he does, revealing the small few pieces of meat he has as he looks at them in dissatisfaction. Vlad then puts his meat on sticks, and begins to roast them with the fire. The smell is so good that Sir Stanga's mouth starts to water just thinking about it. In his desperation, he offers to answer any question Vlad asks him in exchange for a piece of jerky. He then tells our hero that it's a rare opportunity and urges him to grab it. With a mouthful of meat, Vlad looks at him curiously, contemplating whether or not to take the deal. Eventually, he breaks the silence and blankly asks Sir Stanga how many pieces of jerky he wants, explaining that he should just ask if he wants some. Stanga gets offended again, so he explains that his pride won't allow him to do so. He reveals that knights only get something when they give something in exchange, before folding his arms and closing his eyes, implying that he isn't ready to compromise. Seeing this, our boy reminds him that he's a retired knight. However, Stanga reveals that he's gone by that belief all his days, and isn't ready to change that now. In the end, Vlad decides to ask him his name, and he responds. The kid then asks him his age, and the knight reveals that he's 42 years old. Stanga suddenly realizes that Vlad hasn't given him any meat in return for the answers, so he calls him a brat. Our hero just ignores him once again, and proceeds to ask the next question. He asks the retired knight if he knows how to use aura. Upon hearing this, Stanga smiles and admits that Vlad only looks innocent on the outside because of how much he knows. Stanga then tells him that not all knights are able to wield aura, and explains that using aura is a different thing entirely from just possessing it. Our hero senses that Stanga is trying to dodge the question, so he blankly asks him again whether he can use aura or not. The knight smiles and then hesitates, causing Vlad to become so anxious that he even offers to give him all the beef jerky in exchange for his answer. After wasting a little time, Stanga reminds Vlad that a knight should only take something when he's given something in return. As such, he decided to show him something special. He pulls out his sword and grips it tightly in front of his body. He then closes his left eye, which has a scar on it, and our boy asks him why he's closing it. Stanga responds, telling him that it's because he needs to bring forth his world from deep within his soul. With the eye still closed and beginning to glow with a magical blue color, the knight tells our hero to watch him carefully. Just then, the sword begins to glow as well, and Stanga tells him that this is the essence of knights. The bright blue light starts beaming even more, and the aura shines so much that Vlad is forced to cover his face. Later that night, the both of them make their way to a city. The retired knight complains about feeling gross, but Vlad tells him that it's better if they look dirty and inconspicuous than look like knights and draw attention. However, it turns out Stanga isn't even talking about his appearance. He laments that he's actually talking about his mood, and explains that he has a lot of pride as a knight and doesn't like the idea of them passing through a hole. He asks Vlad why they have to go through there, so the guide explains that he was instructed to escort him back in secret. If they go through the main gate, their arrival won't be much of a secret. But even after Vlad explains this to Stanga, he still grumbles like a 5-year-old. The young man encourages him to keep moving and promises to prepare a bath for him when they arrive at their destination. While walking through the secret passage, Stanga points out how quiet it is and admits that it bothers him. Vlad replies, telling him that the place is dead silent because it's that time of the night. Just then, the two stumble upon something that shocks them. Before them are several dead men. Stanga asks if the place always has things like this, and of course, our boy responds that it doesn't. Looking at the corpses, Vlad figures that the men probably fought each other. He suddenly suggests that they split up, and promises to tell Stanga where the secret back door is, which is used strictly by the members of his organization. Hearing this, the knight looks concerned about him, and asks the kid where he will be going. Vlad then reveals that he would be passing through the main gate, claiming that it would be wiser to split up the attention. As Vlad starts walking away, he tells Stanga that they will meet up later. After some time has passed, our hero arrives at the shop, and is shocked to see the place has been turned upside down. And then, he sees a wounded George with bandages all over his body, and Marcella is standing by his side and tending to him. When the Horror's Knight sees Vlad, he commends him for making it back safely. Unfortunately, he also reveals that Moneybug attacked them first. He had already anticipated that, because he knows that those who hold money are usually on another level of strength. A worried Vlad looks at George, asking him if he's okay. George admits that it's been a while since he went toe-to-toe with someone on the same level as a knight, and because of that, he ended up getting injured quite heavily. However, the former knight is less concerned about himself, and more interested in whether he was able to bring Stanga with him. Vlad reveals that he found him, but that they had to split up because the main gate was being watched. He then adds that he told Stanga where the back door was, and speculates that he should have arrived by now. George is pleased with the news, because he plans to attack Moneybug the next day, and hopes to end things for good. He also asks Vlad how Stanga looks, hoping that he's currently in fine shape. Our boy confirms that the retired knight is okay, and admits that he looks like a good person too. Hearing this, George reveals that Stanga has a hearty side to him, and Vlad adds that he can also be quite nimble. The boss asks our hero if Stanga looks like he lost weight, claiming that one needs to look after himself to live a long life. Vlad then reveals that he knows Stanga can use aura, and because of this, he believes they would be victorious in their battle the following day. Rather than cheering, George is shocked by the fact that Stanga possesses such strength. That's when Vlad hears footsteps, and figures that Stanga has arrived. But George calls him before he can leave, asking him if he's sure that Stanga was able to use aura. Suddenly, the former knight grabs his sword and tells the young man to get behind him. In a shocking twist, George reveals that Stanga doesn't know how to use such power, and before Vlad can piece everything together, the so-called knight appears with his sword and coat covered in blood. The apparent imposter tells George that he's come to a very far place, before greeting him in a menacing manner, claiming that it's been a long time since they last saw each other. In a short flashback, we find ourselves back in the snowy mountains. It turns out that while the imposter was cleaning the blood on his sword, he was actually talking to someone he'd just killed. He tells the man that he can't fool his age, and suggests that the winter wind may have gotten into his bones. It was at that moment that he heard the noise coming from the bushes, and went out to find out that it was Vlad. In the present, we see the imposter wearing a sick grin on his face, and telling George that he's changed a lot since the last time they saw each other. George asks him why he came looking for him now of all time, and in response, the imposter tells him that Count Gadar has passed away. Upon hearing this, George seems visibly shaken by the news. The imposter further adds that the news hasn't been publicly announced as a result of some complications, but assures him that soon, everyone will find out. The annoying purple-eyed knight pours himself a drink and starts to mock the deceased Count Gadar. He raises the glass and toasts to the pitiful Count, well aware that it would get on George's nerves. Sure enough, George becomes furious, and as he curses at the imposter, he pulls out his sword and charges at him. The other guy is unfazed and just holds the glass cup in the air as a way of taunting him, knowing that it would force him to try and attack him. Just when George is about to land a powerful hit on him, he dodges it so quickly that none of them can believe it. The attacker shatters the glass cup with his sword, and everyone else is bewildered by how fast the imposter moved out of the way. He then toasts to the new Count, Sigmund, which multiplies George's anger by several folds. Not only did he mock the former Count, but now he hails the new and most likely corrupt one. The already injured boss turns around and swings his sword at the imposter called Godin, but he blocks it with his own blade. As the two clash swords intensely, Godin reveals that Count Sigmund's first order is that the deserter knight named George should be brought back immediately. George declares that Sigmund isn't his lord, and so he refuses to obey him. Godin admits that the Count didn't expect him to return without a fight, nor did he hope for his safe return. The two powerful sword swingers go back and forth with their duel, but Godin proves to be a lot more agile. He dodges George's attempt to strike his feet, before evading another powerful swing to his torso. As the fight gets even more intense, Vlad tells Marcella that it isn't safe for her to be there. While the heavyweights go at it, Vlad grabs Marcella and quickly leads her outside, helping her escape before she gets hurt. When they get outside, the men who are downstairs suddenly call out to Vlad, asking what all the noise upstairs is all about. Vlad spots Burly and immediately orders him to get all the men upstairs at that moment. He also tries to explain the situation and inform them that their boss is in the middle of a deadly fight, but before he can complete his sentence, George is sent flying downstairs. Vlad and Marcella can do nothing but watch in horror as he plummets down below. The men downstairs are also too stunned to move, and they all watch George fall from the great height. Meanwhile, just when George is about to hit the floor, Godin bursts through the wall, wondering why George is still making the naivest choices ever. Finally, the boss crashes to the ground with great force, and as he lies there in pain, the men surround him, confused at what the hell is going on. Their murmurs are interrupted when poor George starts to cough. Godin watches from above as the former knight struggles to get back up, and his purple eyes glare at the boss as he waits to see what he will do next. Just then, a dagger is sent flying towards Godin's head, and it's not just any dagger, it's the one George gave to Vlad. Godin manages to block it with his sword just in time, causing it to bounce away and sink into the wooden floor. Vlad's blue eyes match Godin's glare, and after a short staring contest, the knight charges at the injured boss with his sword. As he jumps down to deal the finishing blow, Vlad yells for George to get out of the way before it's too late. The boss hears this just in time, and musters the power to leap out of there before Godin can kill him. He manages to dodge the strike, while the silver-haired knight sinks his sword into the floor. Afterward, George falls to his knees again and grabs his weapon. Godin gets back up, and asks him why he didn't just follow the orders he was given in the past. George replies, telling him that he couldn't carry out such terrible orders, because he's a human being with a sense of honor. Hearing this, Godin corrects him, reminding him that he's a knight and not just an ordinary human being. This makes George furious again, and he starts growling in rage. His men join him too, and when Godin sees that he's outnumbered, he decides that the knight has dragged on for too long. The impostor closes his left eye and says that now he just wants to rest. Vlad sees this move and recognizes it, so he knows that Godin is about to use his aura. He runs as fast as he can, trying to stop him from doing it. But before he can get there, Godin's sword and eyes are already glowing, and the aura is activated. Blue lines start to appear on George and his men, implying that they are the targets of the attack. Unfortunately, they can't do anything to stop it, and the bright, powerful energy that is released blows back our hero and kills all of George's men. By the time the dust settles, Godin is gone, and all of George's men are lying lifeless, covered in blood. Vlad groans as he gets back up, and is horrified to see the result of what just happened. Everyone else is dead, and all we can see is George's face dripping blood to the floor. Our boy is broken when he sees his mentor's demise, and thinks back to when he was younger. He remembers how George was the first to offer him a helping hand, when he was just a boy rolling in the back alley dirt. The knight was the first one to acknowledge Vlad, when no one else saw his potential. And as time went on, he became the strongest person Vlad had ever known. But now, that strongest person had been killed, and as the blue moonlight quietly approaches, we see Godin holding George's head in his hand. The impostor had beheaded the only father figure that our hero had ever known. Vlad stares at George's head, probably hoping that it's all a dream. But the more he looks, the more he realizes that his world has been shattered to pieces by this villain that he brought into his home. Devastated, he grabs George's sword and yells in utter distraught. But just when he's about to strike with the sword, he hears the voice in his head, telling him to stop at once. Regardless, he swings the blade with great force, but Godin easily dodges it. Even if the attack wasn't a threat, the knight is shocked to see that Vlad knew how to swing in the sword path. He's perplexed, because a gutter kid from the slums shouldn't know how to do that. I guess he doesn't know that this gutter kid was struck by jet black lightning. Regardless of his curiosity, Godin is impressed, and he admits it. Unfortunately for him, Vlad doesn't care if he's impressed, he only cares about killing him. The enraged kid charges him for the second time, yelling at him to die. Just then, Godin blasts him with an attack, but Vlad manages to quickly twist his body and deflect it. He finally gets a hit in, and it's so powerful that it sends Godin flying, even making him lose his sword. The impostor gets back to his feet, and is stunned by what he just witnessed. He concludes that Vlad must have been born with a gift, and believes that it's the reason he was able to instinctively twist his body and deflect the attack. But even though the boy managed to deflect it, it's clear that his body got hurt from twisting and turning so quickly. He falls to the ground and groans in pain, but the voice in his head tells him to take it easy. It urges him to breathe and not to lose his focus. Vlad holds the side of his stomach and continues to groan as he curls up on the floor. Godin watches the kid struggle on the floor and thinks about killing him now. He contemplates snuffing out the light and potential Vlad possesses, but ultimately decides that it would be too much of a waste, even though he knows that the child could return with an even sharper sword. The knight thinks back to when he and George were still friends. George had once told him that he found pleasure in watching over those with great potential, and the memory pops a faint smile on Godin's face. He calls out to Vlad, who's still wincing in pain. He tells him that a knight only takes a fair price, and a perplexed Vlad asks him what he's talking about. Suddenly, Godin tosses back 2 slices of beef jerky that Vlad gave him in the cave. He tells him that his name isn't Stanga, and he's not 42 years old either. He explains that the boy got an unfair price, which is the reason he's tossing back some pieces to even out the exchange. However, he declares that he will still be taking George's head back with him. Vlad stares in horror once again at his master's bloody severed head, and listens as the impostor says that he would be taking it away, because it's a fitting price for him as the victor. He says this with arrogance and pride, staring Vlad down and waiting for his response. The heartbroken kid is filled with rage, and scowls at the impostor before vowing to kill him. Godin just scoffs at the statement, and looks away in disappointment. He tells Vlad that he shouldn't even think about asking for the second price for the beef jerky, especially with the way his life is at the moment. After that, Godin turns and starts walking away, leaving our hero fuming with rage. Vlad stays on his knees and tries to stand up. At this point, he's gnashing his teeth and stuttering as he vows to kill the bastard who beheaded his master. But the impostor just ignores him, and walks out of the shop holding George's head like a trophy. Vlad yells his name, but he's ignored once again as the knight keeps walking away with a straight face. He finally walks through the hole he made in the wall earlier, and our hero warns him of the day he would come back to kill him. After Godin's rampage at the shop, Zemina helps an injured Vlad get out of the place. She holds him up as he limps out and groans in pain continuously. Throughout, he keeps his hand placed on the source of the pain, and at some point, it stings him so much that he falls to his knee. Vlad just stays there, sweating and panting, trying his best to overcome the excruciating pain. The scene shifts back to a few moments prior, and we see that he's now back inside the shop. Marcella bluntly tells him to get up as he curls up like an armadillo. She asks him if he wants to die, but he doesn't even respond to her. The kid just stares into space and stays silent, implying that he might not even mind dying at this point. Marcella senses this, and gets so upset that she immediately slaps him hard in the face. She tells him to get his acts together, and then asks him if he knows what the difference is between the guys who live in the center of the city and those who live in the slums. Vlad doesn't know the answer, so he just stares at her like a lost puppy hoping he doesn't get smacked again. Marcella tells him that the difference between them is opportunity. She explains to him that those guys in the city can get back up, even if they fail once, because they can afford to do it. Unfortunately, for the losers in the slums like them, it isn't the case. Marcella tells Vlad to look around the wrecked shop filled with corpses of their own men. She asks him if they look like they can afford to fail as well, pointing out that the destruction is the result of just one failure on their part. She explains that they've been bound to a tragic fate that sentences them to death if they fail even once. Because of this, Marcella tells Vlad that he shouldn't let the chance, that comes once in a lifetime, slip out of his hands. She goes closer to him and holds him up by grabbing his shoulders, making her point very clear to him. And now back to the present, we see that our hero has a new look of determination on his face. Zemina, seeing that he's in pain, asks if he's okay and suggests that she should slow down to make it easier for him. However, Vlad refuses and insists that they have to keep moving. He refuses to allow himself to end things there. He wipes the beads of sweat on his face and prepares to get back to his feet with Zemina's help. Unfortunately, that's about the same time when one of their enemies spots them. He immediately alerts the others, revealing that he's found George's little minion who they've been looking for. All of a sudden, Vlad is filled with adrenaline and begins to run for his life, even though he was limping just a few seconds ago. Zemina runs as well, and the boy pulls her by the hand to ensure that he doesn't leave her behind. He urges her to run as fast as she can, and as the enemies pursue them with their swords, he thinks about how their home has been destroyed. Even if they were just 2 young birds, the time had come for them to soar into the sky on their own, since their nest is no more. They both manage to escape from their pursuers, leaving them confused. The killers with swords turn in circles, trying to figure out which way the kids went, but their efforts are futile. In frustration, one of them curses the kids, calling them little rats, while another suggests that they escaped into another alleyway. In the commotion, the leader of the gang suddenly orders the goons to inspect every corner, promising to reward them handsomely if they find the kids. The gang leader's face is revealed, and we see that it's the ponytail guy who Vlad humiliated back at the shop when Moneybug first arrived. Turns out, his little encounter with our hero cost him a few teeth. And because of that, he desperately wants to have his revenge. He wants Vlad to pay for the shame he made him feel back at the shop. Hearing that they would be rewarded, the men are remotivated to keep searching. They decide to split up, believing that Vlad and Zemina couldn't have gone too far. Unfortunately for them, in their haste, they run past the door where the kids are hiding behind. They don't even notice that it isn't locked. Meanwhile, Vlad and Zemina are hiding quietly behind it. The boy is holding his dagger, while Zemina is covering her mouth with her hands, so her muffled cries don't give their position away. Vlad listens closely as the men who run past and continue searching. He reasons that they won't be able to escape with the way things are going, because it's only a matter of time before they get caught. As a result, he tells Zemina to go outside and escape, once things get quieter. As you'd expect, she's worried about him and asks him what he would do. Our hero explains that he needs to get out of there somehow and points out that it would be dangerous for them to move together since their pursuers are close by. However, Zemina doesn't think they should split up at all. She refuses the idea and tells Vlad that she wants to stay with him, reminding him of the promise he made to Marcella before they set out. Vlad vowed that he would take Zemina to a safe location before leaving her alone. He just tells her that she should go to the convent before sunrise, and if she's not okay with that, he also suggests that she can go to Harbin. Still, Zemina doesn't want to see things his way, and decides to throw a tantrum like a toddler, lamenting that she doesn't want to be separated. Vlad gets fed up at this point, so he snaps at her for never listening to anyone. He even calls her an idiot to make sure he gets his point across, explaining to her that he's not in a position to protect her at the moment. Speechless at the sudden outburst, the girl starts to cry. Just then, the consequence of their rather loud argument catches up to them. A man suddenly appears, demanding to know who's inside. Zemina panics and immediately grabs a knife lying on the floor to defend herself if things get rough. The man finally reveals himself. He comes out of another room with a lamp, and we see that he's the blacksmith from earlier. He recognizes the kids and asks them what they're doing there. Once again, Zemina starts to get on his nerves, calling him an old man and threatening him with the knife. With a very bored look on his face, the man hits back at her, asking her what the hell is wrong with her, and pointing out that she and Vlad are the ones intruding in his house. As usual, the girl doesn't even listen, and just insists that he doesn't move, threatening to stab him for real. The blacksmith matches her gaze, and notices that she's tearing up and frightened. He can tell that she's scared, so he tries to calm her down, explaining that he understands their situation. He calmly tells her to put the knife down, but she insists that he give her the sword that Vlad is always staring at. The blacksmith is confused hearing this, so Zemina makes it clear that she's dead serious, and for good measure, she also clarifies that it's the one he had hanging outside. She explains that they won't be safe outside the city either, and tells him one last time to give it to her because she isn't joking around with him. Vlad finally intervenes, telling her to put the knife down, but she just throws another tantrum, yelling at the blacksmith to bring out the sword. The blacksmith senses her desperation and thinks about how this is the way things are in the slums. He believes that this is the true character of people who need to take something from others in order to survive. He thinks back to when he was younger and admits to himself that he too was the same, so he's not surprised to see this girl acting in such a way. After a long pause, the blacksmith just tells Zemina that her situation is quite sad, hinting that he won't really help her. This makes her so mad that she charges at him with the knife. The man sees that she's about to stab him and closes his eyes like he's accepted his fate. Vlad also thinks that she's going to stab the man and calls out to her, but to their surprise, she just cuts her hair with the knife instead. The old man's eyes open wide at this scene, and with tears in her eyes, the poor girl offers him her red hair, claiming that she knows it's not enough to pay him, but promises to pay him back later. She begs the man to give Vlad the sword, and her desperation and concern is extremely clear in her eyes. The blacksmith is speechless, but then asks Vlad if he's leaving the slums. The boy confirms that to be the case, and the old man admits to himself that Vlad is going to finally achieve the one thing he could never do. He had dreamt of it all of his life, and he's now going to spread his wings. The blacksmith is touched by the kids, and although reluctant, he agrees to help them at the end. The scene shifts, and we see the old man carrying a wagon of dirt and trash, while Zemina wears a hood to disguise herself as she pushes it from behind. He tells her that it's the only way out of the city, even though she complains about the smell. Suddenly, some goons that the blacksmith recognizes confront them, asking him why he's taking out the trash at such a late hour. He immediately snaps at them, cursing them and reminding them that they were the ones who blocked all the alleyways with their stupid fight. He complains that his smithy is about to burst because he couldn't throw out the garbage earlier. The leader of the goons spots the hooded person behind the wagon, and gets suspicious because he knows the old man works alone. The blacksmith quickly explains that he was tired, so he gave the boy some bread to work for him. Of course, the guy doesn't buy the story and goes to investigate the person. He uses his knife to raise the hood, threatening to cut Zemina if she moves. When he raises it, he sees her short ginger hair, and when she also acts like a poor boy trying to make a living, he lets her off the hook. Before they leave, the old man asks what they're looking for, so they reveal that they're searching for George's blonde-haired kid's body. The blacksmith just scoffs and asks if they can be on their way now, but the guy claims that they have to be certain he's not helping the boy. So, he tells his subordinate to check the wagon and asks the blacksmith to move it aside. At this point, the old man starts to wonder if they shouldn't have come this way, but remembers that there was nowhere else for them to go. The goon inspects the trash and admits that it's quite a lot. Suddenly, as he notices a hint of movement, he tells them not to hate him because it's his job, before proceeding to stab the heaps of dirt with his staff. The old man and Zemina are terrified when they see this, and Vlad, who's hiding under the dirt, is equally afraid. Out of nowhere, he starts mentioning that Harbin has put a boat out on the water, and he believes that he must have done it for a reason. He tells them to keep it in mind, and after stabbing the dirt, he says that he has now paid the debt of 40 silver coins that his young brother, Ned, owed him. The generous guy allows them to pass, and it appears he knew Vlad was in there, but let them leave the city anyway, because the boy had helped out his brother before. And now, Zemina and the blacksmith finally reach the outskirts of the town, where the trash is dumped into a channel that leads outside the walls. As they toss out the trash with Vlad in it, Zemina says her goodbyes, and the old man thinks about the star sword in the boy's hand. It was something he made with his dreams, and also something that was bought with the girl's tears. And now, it lays in the hands of a single boy, destined for a greater world. Outside the town, Vlad comes out of the dirt with the sword and starts to speak to the voice in his head. Holding the weapon, he asks if the voice can hear him, and it answers him with a yes. He then asks the voice who they are, but the voice doesn't seem to know. It's a bit baffling to our hero, because the voice knows so much about swords, but doesn't even know about itself. He decides that it's probably for the best, and offers to help the voice so it can help him as well. He offers to help the voice regain its memories, and asks it to be his sword in the future. At this point, Vlad doesn't even care if the person behind the voice is the devil, because whenever he pictures the insurmountable figure of Godin who slaughtered his friends, he's already afraid that he might amount to nothing in this world. Hearing his determination, the voice tells our hero that he's finally going to tell him about his sword. After that, the scene shifts to somewhere in the snowy mountains, and we see a camp set up by soldiers, along with the banner of a noble family. A man seems to be moving chess pieces on a map, most likely strategizing for a battle. While doing so, he suddenly comments that this is too easy. This man happens to be Joseph Bayezid, the second son of the powerful Bayezid family. He looks intensely at the board and chess pieces, and once again says to himself that this is too easy. Finally, he's interrupted when one of his subordinates enters the room. The man greets Joseph, his young master, and informs him that he has just returned. Joseph addresses the man as Jaeger and greets him with excitement. The short-haired man sporting an eye patch stands before his master and notices that something is bothering him. He expresses his concern, and Joseph admits that it's because the battle seems far too easy. Hearing this, Jaeger proceeds to brief his young master on the recent monster subjugation. He explains that it has been going smoothly and reveals that the number of casualties is small, they have only lost a few mercenaries. However, Joseph seems more concerned about the deserters. He fears that everyone would doubt his ability to command if there are deserters in his army. Joseph thinks that his father and the vassals are certainly going to think less of him, and as for his older stepbrother, Rudiger, he's sure that he would grasp at any opportunity to strike. Jaeger just stands there speechless, and Joseph ponders on what to do next. The young master thinks that there will be a lot of destruction if he can't become the next count, and if that happens, he already knows what his brother would do to the rest. He remembers how the Bayezid family has glorified the military for many years, and he knows this because his own father and blood brothers have continuously stepped on each other to gain such a position. The young master is aware that chaos is coming, and admits that he doesn't have enough swordsmen except for Jaeger. Hearing this, Jaeger steps forward, and reveals that he has something else he would like to tell him about. The young master's curiosity is piqued instantly, so he orders Jaeger to reveal whatever it is he wants to say. The loyal swordsman then tells him about a suspicious soldier among them, and Joseph surmises that it could be a spy sent by his brother. Jaeger agrees with the assumption, but claims that it's not the reason this particular soldier is suspicious. In fact, he thinks his master can only understand better if he sees his work for himself. The scene shifts, and we see the corpse of a goblin monster, probably killed by Joseph's soldiers. The young master looks at the creature, and seems rather disgusted by its corpse as he covers his nose. He takes a closer look at the goblins that are dangling from a wooden shed, and guesses that their injuries were probably inflicted by a child who just started wielding a sword. Jaeger takes Joseph to see more corpses, and upon seeing them, the young master is also unsatisfied by the kind of wounds he's seeing. Joseph thinks that all the injuries are poor and claims that they're all the same. And then, he finally sees one that is a bit impressive. The goblin's torso has been sliced clean open, and after a while, he realizes that the wounds were all done by the same person. From the similarity between all of them, Joseph surmises that all the monsters were killed by the same person, so he asks Jaeger just to be sure. The one-eyed soldier confirms the theory and reveals that the corpses he's currently looking at only came here yesterday, and he explains to Joseph that the ones he saw earlier were killed a month ago. The young master is shocked to hear this, and almost doesn't believe that someone who made such poor cuts would have perfected his swing in just a single month. Even though he thinks it's impossible, he can't help but ask Jaeger about this person. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is a group of men slaughtering a horde of goblins in the snowy forest. The goblins surround one of the men, but he holds his own against them by wielding his spiked club and fighting off the ones he can. One of the other men shouts for them to tighten their formation so they can make sure the monsters don't escape. Just then, a man holding a spear appears. He steps on one of the goblin corpses and tells the other men that he can see the end, encouraging them to get the rest of the goblins fast. However, rather than being motivated, the other soldiers are horrified because they suddenly see a giant red-eyed hobgoblin standing behind the man and preparing to kill him. The guy gets confused when he sees the look on their faces and wonders what's going on. Unfortunately, before he can ask or be told what's happening, the giant monster smashes him with its wooden club. The force of the smash is so great that it sends a lot of snow flying in the air. When the snow settles back, the other soldiers see that the goblin has bashed the guy's head into the ground. Even though they are scared out of their minds, they try their best to stay brave and fight the urge to run for their lives. The creature roars at them, but they still don't run away, so it charges at them in rage and begins its onslaught. As it kills them one by one, the men wonder where the crazy monster even came from. When the guys at the back see that the monster has broken through their fifth group, they finally start to retreat. However, their fat old commander orders them to hurry up and go forward to contain the beast. The man reminds them that they won't be paid if they retreat, but the mercenaries reply, telling him that they didn't know they would have to face such a monster. They tell the commander that he should have contacted expensive mercenaries instead, or better still, they ask him to fight the monster himself. Enraged, the commander tries to force them back into the battlefield by threatening them, but before he can pull out his sword, the hobgoblin kills the men he was trying to scare right in front of him. Seeing the monster up close, the commander sits on his horse, knowing that he's probably going to get killed as well. Just then, a man walks out from among the mercenaries and starts walking towards the ferocious beast. The other men look shocked and confused at first, but then identify the brave man as the praying Rimmon. They might know this blonde swordsman as Rimmon, but we know that he's actually our boy Vlad. He bravely tells them that he would take on the monster by himself, and as you'd expect, nobody seems to oppose him. The hobgoblin sees Vlad walking toward it and charges at him right away. Our hero also braces himself for the fight, and as the beast reaches him, he quickly slashes its side with his sword. However, he could immediately tell that the cut was shallow. That oversight gets him distracted for a bit, but the voice in his head tells him to dodge before the goblin can smash him with its club. Regaining his senses, Vlad manages to dodge the series of heavy attacks by the monster. As he skids back to a halt while knocking up the snow, he admits that he failed in his attack earlier. The voice starts reprimanding him for it, calling him stupid for not being able to do it even after he was told what to do. Still, our boy knows better that it's almost impossible to perform a new move after only hearing about it once. Anyway, he gets back to his feet, and as the goblin charges at him again, he explains that he's just taking the long route in the fight. The hobgoblin swings its giant club at him once again, and once again, Vlad manages to dodge it just like before. The monster gets frustrated after missing so many times, and attempts to unleash a powerful slam on him to finish things off for good. It smashes the club on the ground, causing a huge snow explosion, but when the snow clears, it realizes that it missed once again. The bamboozled creature just stands there in shock, and in that moment of vulnerability, Vlad takes the opportunity to finally cut the monster properly with his sword. As he stretches his arms, the sword begins to glow. And by the time the monster sees him coming, it's already too late for it to survive. The panel shifts back to Jaeger and Joseph, where Jaeger informs the young master that the person responsible is called the Praying Rimmon. Joseph finds the name intriguing and asks his one-eyed subordinate to investigate this soldier immediately. Of course, the swordsman takes the instruction without hesitation, and as he places a hand on his chest and bows his head, he assures his master that he will carry out the investigation without delay. After Jaeger leaves, Joseph remains in one spot. He stares at the goblin corpses that have been cut open, thinking about how they were killed. Because in his mind, it doesn't make any sense at all. From the cuts on the goblin corpses that were brought in 1 month ago, he could tell that the swings were crooked and sloppy. Joseph finds it difficult to believe that they were done by the same person, because it shouldn't be possible for anyone to master the path of the sword in only 1 month. A small smile appears on Joseph's face as he wonders whether the boy in question is a true genius of this era. That's when the panels take us back to our hero, finally slicing clean the torso of his enemy. His eyes are ice cold, and it's clear that he has already stepped onto the path of a true sword master. Elsewhere in the snowy mountains, we see the mercenaries loading up the many hobgoblin corpses on their wagons. One of them talks about how his side of the place is filled with the trash, and another admits that it's the same on his end. Apparently, the mercenaries thought that there would be treasure somewhere around because of the many hobgoblins that were in the forest. One of the men calls out to Vlad, who's now going by the name Rimmon and also happens to be their captain. The mercenary praises Vlad for his impressive display during his battle with the giant hobgoblin. It's not a surprise, however, because it seems Vlad always does great during their encounters with monsters. The guy keeps showering Vlad with praise, but he doesn't seem to care. In fact, he's a bit irritated by the guy's chattering, so he tells him to stop talking and just focus on loading up his kills. Vlad's latest fan reveals that he already did that and points out that no one would even dare to take his kills for themselves anyway. The man asks Vlad what they're going to do next, explaining that they're almost done with the work on the ground. Feeling excited, he asks Vlad if he would like to do any other work with him. The look on our boy's face shows that he's not interested, but the fan is eager to try his luck. He's about to tell Vlad what a great team they would make by combining his brains and Vlad's swordsmanship, but Vlad bluntly cuts him off, stating that he doesn't believe in working with frauds. Hearing this, the guy is speechless and also offended. After a brief pause, he tells Vlad that he can't keep using the mercenary plaque, and then proceeds to try his luck again. He's about to tell him about a good blacksmith that he knows, but once again, Vlad angrily shuns him. He gets upset and calls the guy by name to show that he isn't messing around. Vlad tells the guy, whose name is Goth, that blabbering can get people killed. He decides at the back of his mind that he would warn him if what he's about to say is just a suggestion. However, if it's some kind of threat, our hero makes up his mind that he'll kill Goth. Seeing how pissed off he is, Goth treads with caution, and explains that he was only trying to say that Vlad should be earning a lot more than some petty change, especially when he's so skilled. Since it was just a suggestion, Vlad tells Goth to shut up and keep cleaning, warning him that he will lose his head if he doesn't. The terrified fanboy quickly heeds Vlad's not-so-friendly advice and runs away before he gets decapitated. After Goth leaves, Vlad ponders what he said and decides that he'll have to do something about the stalker soon. The men continue loading up the wagons with the bloody goblin corpses, while our hero walks away from there. Vlad starts walking into the woods, and the other mercenaries suspect that he might be going to pray again. For some reason, it appears that our boy always goes to pray in the forest, amazing the men by his consistency. Inside the forest, we see him going on one knee and planting his sword into the ground. The other mercenaries peek at him, and talk about how cool he looks in that posture. Some even think that he might actually be a noble. Even if he isn't, they don't believe that someone like him could have been born into the same class as them. In reality, Vlad isn't praying at all. Rather, he's being scolded intensely by the voice in his sword. He berates himself for not being able to cut off the giant hobgoblin with a single strike, and sure enough, the voice calls him a fool. The voice reminds Vlad that the one-hit, one-kill technique lies in the element of surprise. Vlad is too bummed to even try to interpret it, so he just asks the voice what he even means by that. Seeing that he's reluctant to use his brain for it, the voice gives him a very lame explanation like something you'd tell a toddler. Still, Vlad doesn't seem to understand and the voice gets frustrated. The voice reiterates that Vlad is supposed to go wham when the opponent goes whoosh, but still he doesn't understand. And honestly, you can't blame him. As he struggles to interpret what the voice is telling him, the other mercenaries watch him in awe, still thinking that he's praying. The next morning, back at the soldiers' camp, we see them walking around and going about their business after setting up their tents for the night. Soon, it's time for breakfast and Vlad is served a very questionable bowl of soup just like the other mercenaries. The other men dig in immediately, but he is reluctant to eat, afraid that it's not good. He's not even sure that the meat in the soup is actually meat, so he asks the others what kind it is. Goth replies with his mouth full of the food, and simply claims that he doesn't know and doesn't care since it's free. He explains to Vlad that as mercenaries, they have a very hard time finding employers who would provide them with meals for free. One of the other men at the table points out that it's not much of a surprise their bosses could afford it, since they're the Bayazids after all. Another chimes in, commenting that the food is salty, but admits that it's better than having nothing to eat. Despite their attempts to make Vlad more appreciative or even eat the food, he refuses to join them. He just gets up from the table, leaves his food, and tells the other mercenaries to enjoy it since they're okay with it. As Vlad walks out of the place, the other men wonder if he's going to see the priest again. Another thinks that he should even start praying like him too, probably thinking it would make him better with the sword. Unfortunately for him, one of his colleagues dashes his hopes, bluntly telling him that he's never going to be like the praying Rimmon. A while later, Vlad arrives at the priest's tent. The priest, who looks like Albert Einstein in a way, is delighted to see our hero. Vlad greets the dude and addresses him as Father Andreas. He then asks if he had a good night's rest, and the priest assures him that he did, like always. Father Andreas reveals that he heard Vlad was praying last night in the woods, and comments that it must have been very cold out there. It seems everyone thinks Vlad is some kind of devotee. They have no idea that he's taking secret lessons from the voice in his head. It also appears that Vlad is deceiving all of them, including the priest. He's making it look like he's very religious, but in truth, he's only learning the most effective ways to kill with a sword. Vlad tells Father Andreas that he didn't feel cold because he was in the embrace of God, and the old priest laughs in response, claiming that Vlad is more like a priest than he is. Just then, a little priest in training named Jean enters the room and informs Father Andreas that his meal is ready. Father Andreas thanks Jean and asks Vlad to join him for breakfast. He holds the young man's shoulders, making him sit in a chair, and on the table there's a scrumptious steaming breakfast. Vlad tries to refuse, explaining that he didn't come to eat, but Father Andreas just ignores him and takes his seat. Jean does the same, and when everyone is seated, the priest starts the prayer. Jean closes his eyes like the innocent kid he is, but Vlad has his eyes wide open. Father Andreas sneakily opens one eye to check what he is doing, but when he does, he sees him praying with his eyes closed. Seeing this, he thinks that Vlad is an honest believer who hasn't lost faith even in such a lowly place. Father Andreas believes that he needs to lead the young man, who he knows will always taint his hands with blood during battle. He believes that it's his duty and a fate that God has charged him with. The priest finishes the thought and closes the prayer as well. Then, he says that they can eat, and Vlad thanks him for the prayer. On the table is some rare wheat bread and some soup. Upon seeing this, Vlad is delighted that he can finally eat real food, instead of the strange concoction that the other mercenaries are eating. He is about to take his first bite when Father Andreas interrupts him, asking about his swordsmanship. He claims that he's heard a lot about it, and reveals that Sir Joseph Bayezid might also have heard about it. Father Andreas tells Vlad that Sir Jaeger visited him 2 days ago to ask about the blonde-haired swordsman. Hearing this, our hero gets a bit nervous, so he asks the priest to go on with his story. Andreas smiles sheepishly at Vlad and tells him that after Sir Jaeger came to see him, he recommended him to the main troops, telling him that he looks forward to seeing how Vlad would grow up. Vlad is less than pleased to hear this. In fact, he even seems worried. The innocent priest goes on to tell him about the Bayezid family. He explains that they're a renowned family in the north, and points out that just being able to work for them will put him in a much better environment than the one he's currently in. After the chat with the priest, Vlad becomes very uncomfortable. He goes back into the snowy forest where he allegedly prays, and laments to the voice in his head. He's afraid that he might have drawn too much attention to himself by being so good with the sword. However, the voice tells him that they didn't have a choice, because his kind of swordsmanship can only be learned through real experience. The voice then tells the boy that the real problem started when he got too close to the priest, but our hero just quietly states that he did it because he had to be sure the voice wasn't an evil spirit. The voice already knows what Vlad is implying, and asks him if he's finally gotten his answer now that everything has gone south. Still, Vlad just thinks back to the reason he befriended the priest in the first place. Father Andreas is said to be someone who is reputable, and also possesses great divine power. So much so that he was offered the title of the bishop. He thinks that if someone as spiritually inclined as the priest couldn't sense anything off about him, then he's probably sure that the voice isn't evil. Either way, that's currently not the main concern at hand. Vlad asks if they should run off before Sir Joseph comes looking for him, and the voice suggests that the Bayezid family might turn a blind eye to his false identity, since he's a very skilled swordsman. Even if that happens by some miracle, Vlad fears that they will eventually find out he killed a mercenary for stealing. When that happens, he'll be charged with faking his identity and murder at the same time. The voice uses this opportunity to taunt Vlad, telling him that he's pretty evil after all. The boy quickly snaps at the voice talking through the sword, and reminds him that he's also an accomplice to those crimes. Seeing that the odds are against them, the voice suggests that running away would be the better option, pointing out that the excuse of self-defense only works when one has a witness. Hearing this, Vlad agrees that they would both run away at night. He also suggests that they take Goth with them so that they can obtain a fake plaque. The plan sounds very difficult to the voice, and he expresses his concern to Vlad. But just then, the voice senses someone approaching from behind. From the aura the person is giving off, the voice confirms that the person is an advanced knight at the very least. Vlad swiftly turns around, grabs his sword, and goes into battle mode at once. However, when he does, we see that the person is actually Sir Jaeger. The green-eyed knight is surprised that Vlad could sense his presence, and admits that the guy is even better than he anticipated. Our hero maintains a fighting stance, while Jaeger informs him that Sir Joseph would like to see him. Hearing this, Vlad thinks that he should have booked the meeting himself while he had the chance, because now he'll be in big trouble if he doesn't act properly before Sir Joseph. Even though he's very nervous, the boy calmly tells Sir Jaeger that he's honored to be summoned by the young master. Vlad decides to play the poker face, knowing it's an undeniable skill in a card game. Sir Jaeger asks Vlad if he was expecting him, and the young swordsman tells him that he found out from Father Andreas, but admits that he didn't think he would come so soon. Seeing the boy's confidence, Sir Jaeger finds it interesting that such a young kid isn't intimidated by him at all. And then, he asks the boy to follow behind him. When he turns his back, Vlad contemplates making a break for it, but the voice tells him not to try it because a knight of Jaeger's level could kill him before he can even take 3 steps. Vlad accepts his fate when he realizes that he has no choice, so he obediently follows the knight. A while later, they arrive at Sir Joseph's tent, and the young master reveals that he's pleased to finally meet the popular praying Rimmon. Vlad bows his head, stating that it's an honor to meet the second son of the Bayezid family. The young master asks Vlad if there are any inconveniences with his work, and he replies that all the mercenaries are thankful for his consideration. Sir Joseph finally addresses the issue of Vlad's blonde hair and blue eyes, claiming that he used to think he was the son of some fallen noble family. So just to be sure, he asks Vlad if his name is actually Rimmon, and without any doubt, our hero confirms. Just then, Joseph closes the blue book he was reading, and tells Vlad that he should have told him the truth. Suddenly, Sir Jaeger lands a mighty slap on our boy's face, and the young master reveals that he hates liars. The blonde swordsman wipes his cheek as Sir Jaeger stares him down, and in a surprising twist, Sir Joseph reveals that he knows our hero is actually someone named Vlad from the city of Soara. Vlad rubs his chin to reduce the pain from the hard slap, and tries to act unfazed by the fact that the young master knows his true identity. Sir Joseph reveals that from his research, it's been confirmed that Vlad's mother was an unmarried woman. However, they couldn't find out anything about his father. The young master then asks Vlad if he knows who his father is by any chance. Naturally, our hero gets offended and rudely tells Joseph that he's very funny for asking the son of an unmarried woman if he knows who his father is. The next thing we see is Sir Jaeger kicking his leg and sweeping him off the floor. Vlad falls to the floor groaning in pain, and the angry advanced knight tells him not to forget his manners. The boy scowls at Sir Jaeger with anger, but doesn't say anything in response. Sir Joseph suddenly intervenes, saying that there should be no need for violence. He admits that his question was pretty funny, even though it was also insensitive. The young master walks toward Vlad and stands over him. He says that he already knows why Vlad ran away from Soara, and then asks the young swordsman to tell them where he learned to wield a sword. Vlad stays mute and just scowls at Joseph. The young master looks into Vlad's angry blue eyes and claims that they are hiding way too much. Suddenly, Sir Jaeger pulls out his sword and attempts to strike our hero from behind. He quickly senses the imminent danger and bites his lip, before reluctantly revealing that he had a teacher who trained him how to use the sword. Vlad, still on one knee, tells Joseph that the mysterious teacher came to him and then disappeared like lightning. Joseph is surprised to hear this, but Vlad continues to tell him more. He tells Joseph that the teacher didn't disclose his name and only told him about a lone man's ever-winning secret, never to be disclosed to anyone else. Vlad says this while staring intensely at Joseph, and seeing his face, the young master is taken aback because of how unwavering the kid's gaze is. After a brief pause, Joseph just says okay and apologizes to Vlad for the rough treatment. Hearing this, Vlad starts to wonder if his clever lie worked. The young master interrupts his thoughts, explaining that he's currently in a very tight spot. As a result of this, he's decided to make Vlad of Soara an offer and asks the blonde swordsman if he doesn't want to rise to a higher place. He suddenly starts saying things that grab Vlad's attention. From power to freedom, survival, and knighthood, Joseph tells Vlad that he can give him all of these things. Our hero just looks up in awe as the second son of the powerful Bayezid family tells him that he would like to offer his support. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is two men clashing wooden swords. They're sparring with each other, and we quickly realize that it's the advanced knight training Vlad. Meanwhile, the other mercenaries watch in admiration as two skilled swordsmen spar. One of them wonders how the young kid is holding his own against the experienced knight, but another just comments that Jaeger is definitely going easy on Vlad. Regardless, they all admit that Vlad is exceptionally skilled and envy him, claiming that he's so lucky since he is already set for a blossoming future. The fight persists, and we find out that Vlad truly doesn't give Sir Jaeger a hard time at all. The knight calls Vlad an arrogant brat for talking to Sir Joseph without respect, when he only has average skills to show for it. And then, Sir Jaeger starts to flex his superiority by holding one hand behind his back and swinging with the other. He effortlessly gives Vlad a very tough time, and tells him that he's an arrogant brat who doesn't know his place. As Vlad struggles to keep up with Sir Jaeger's barrage of attacks, he admits in his mind that the knight is truly on a different level. He's very confused at this point, because if he just dodges Jaeger's attack, the knight simply follows up with another right after. And when that happens, it's too forceful for him to block. Vlad decides that since that's the case, he would need to take a different approach. As such, the next time Jaeger swings at him, he blocks it quickly before slipping his sword underneath Jaeger's own. After setting his sword free, Vlad prepares to unleash a powerful strike, and you can tell he's serious because his eyes start to glow. Jaeger blocks it with his sword, but the spectators start to cheer him on, seeing that he managed to pull off such an impressive skill. The knight taunts Vlad, telling him that he should manage that attempt at least, since it's his best one. However, the exhausted Vlad thinks that he didn't even succeed in his attempt. Instead, he believes that Sir Jaeger just allowed him to land a blow. The knight finally ends the grueling session and tells Vlad that he would have to spar like this twice a day, morning and evening. The boy is horrified to hear this, because he knows how difficult it was to survive one session. Vlad is still shaken by what he just heard, but in his dazed state, Sir Jaeger just starts walking away, informing him that it's a wrap for the morning sparring session, telling him not to cool down too much. When Sir Jaeger leaves the scene, Vlad starts to gossip with the voice. He claims that the knight is non-committal and points out how he didn't even give him a single piece of advice. The voice simply chimes in, praising Sir Jaeger's remarkable swordsmanship and reminding Vlad that the knight ruthlessly chopped away all of his superfluous movements. After that, the voice tells Vlad that he can only become better by getting hit every once in a while. Hearing this, Vlad just laments that no one is on his side, no matter where he goes. Back in Joseph's tent, Sir Jaeger arrives to give his report, and the young master asks him what he thinks about Vlad after seeing his skills for himself. The loyal knight admits that they can use Vlad to their advantage, explaining that the young swordsman is at a point where he would even get the attention of the count if he was a noble. Hearing this, Joseph is now sure that his judgments were correct. But even though Vlad is obviously skilled and a valuable asset, Sir Jaeger points out an issue. According to him, the problem with Vlad is that he's arrogant and also doesn't know his place. However, Joseph claims that such traits are to be expected because he grew up in the rough back alleys in the slums. He also points out that etiquette can be taught well if done slowly. With this in mind, Joseph tells Jaeger that he believes he is the right man for the job. Jaeger is speechless upon hearing this, and visibly reluctant to accept the role of teaching Vlad manners. He tells the young master that a disloyal sword cannot be trusted, and Joseph admits that even though Vlad bowed his head the moment he saw him, he still didn't trust him. As such, he would prefer that the allegedly arrogant kid shows his true nature, and have him show what's on the inside instead of pretending. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we see Vlad looking very enraged, claiming that he has something he must do no matter what. Joseph believes that Sir Jaeger taking Vlad under his tutelage is probably for the best, because a relationship where both parties involved want something from each other might just be better. Even though Jaeger isn't fully in support of the plan, he has no choice but to do as his master commands. Joseph feels like Vlad isn't even quite the wolf. He simply believes that the kid is cocky, untrustworthy, and full of himself. He tells Jaeger not to rush anything, because he'll need time to build a huge metaphorical cage for Vlad. He wants the cage to be so big that the wolf in this case, Vlad, would eventually think he's been freed when he's still under their control. Later that evening, some of the mercenaries head out into the cold forests. The men are still finding it difficult to come to terms with the fact that their former captain is now serving under Sir Jaeger. Goth regrets not charming his way to get Jaeger's attention when he had the chance. He thinks that Vlad is very lucky to have found his way out of the expedition team, especially now that the weather has become unbearably cold. His brooding is cut short when the new captain, Sir Roderick, scolds him and orders him to get his acts together so he can do his job well. Goth doesn't like this stuck-up captain at all and thinks that he only just patrolled by so he wouldn't have to check on him for a long while. He decides to get some sleep, but is immediately woken up when he hears Roderick's voice. Goth sees him talking with a woman who claims that she's looking for her kid. Roderick tells the woman that she must be crazy because there are no kids here. However, all of a sudden, he stops talking, and the sudden silence makes Goth get worried. He fearfully goes to check what happened to the captain, but when he gets close, Roderick suddenly starts walking in the opposite direction, which leads out of camp. Goth is horrified when he sees a dirty aura surrounding Roderick's body as he walks deeper into the forest like he's been possessed. At the start of this episode, we see our hero groaning and complaining while rubbing his shoulder. He feels like the advanced knight should have gone easier on him, but the voice in his head doesn't think so. In fact, it tells him that he's been given a golden opportunity to train with Sir Jaeger. The voice then goes on to remind Vlad that there is a long line of people who would gladly pay to spar with an advanced knight like him, pointing out the value of such an opportunity. Despite the voice's attempt to convince Vlad, the blonde kid still feels like Jaeger just wanted to beat him up. You can't really blame the knight though, because he already thinks that Vlad is a stubborn and arrogant child who doesn't have any respect for his seniors. Our hero makes his point, insisting that Jaeger was only hard on him because he wanted to punish him, but the voice claims that such conditions make the sparring match even better, stating that everyone needs such motivation after all. It makes sense when you think about it, because the motivation to stay alive and not get beaten to death will probably make Vlad fight a lot better. Hearing this, Vlad is speechless for a while, before pointing out that such conditions are pretty upsetting either way. While he's arguing with the voice, someone suddenly whispers from the bushes to get his attention. The boy turns around, and the owner of the voice reveals his location, which happens to be behind a tree. Vlad is quite surprised and confused when he sees that the person is actually Goth. He asks the man when he returned, because he doesn't think the rest of the expedition squad is back yet. Before saying anything, Goth looks around suspiciously, almost like he's scanning the area of any unwanted listeners. When he's sure that the coast is clear and no one is watching, he finally reveals that he's planning to run away from the camp at nightfall. As you'd expect, Vlad finds it unbelievable, so he asks him to explain what the heck he's trying to pull. Goth makes things even more mysterious when he suddenly tells Vlad to remember that he's only visiting him out of concern as a friend. He makes a vague statement, and then suggests that they meet later and have some fun. Not surprisingly, Vlad gets confused because he's starting to think Goth is just saying nonsense at this point. But the man protests that he isn't and claims that he saw something in the woods with his own eyes. Finally, he tells our hero that the woods they're supposed to explore are cursed. Vlad is alarmed and intrigued upon hearing this, so Goth goes on with his theory. He points out how they've been having a lot of deserters before. However, now, the mercenaries no longer run away because the Bayezid family pays well for their services and also provides them with all the necessities. Vlad agrees with him, but that's when Goth reveals the real shocker. He claims that those so-called deserters weren't actually deserters. Rather, he believes that they are missing people who were taken away by the cursed woods. At this point, Vlad seems like he's become even more worried. The man claims that he saw it with his own eyes. He saw the ghost that took people into the woods. After a brief moment of silence, Vlad suddenly smacks Goth on the head, calling him a rascal for concocting such unrealistic theories. While receiving a good smacking, Goth tries to convince Vlad that he's telling the truth. Of course, our hero doesn't believe him until he reveals that he saw the knight get taken away the previous night. This time, Vlad immediately knows that Goth is talking about Sir Roderick. The man confirms it as well and reveals that while he was returning, he figured out something incredible, which is the fact that all the missing guys had black hair. A while later after that shocking revelation, we see Goth cursing and swearing in regret. He seems like he's terrified of something, and we quickly find out that it's because his little undercover mission has been foiled. Sir Jaeger arrives on his horse with the rest of the mercenaries, while the dumb idiot leads the way. He quietly curses his own goodwill and regrets not running away with his stuff when he had the chance. Now, everyone knows about the curse in the woods, and he's been instructed to lead them to the place. While Goth mumbles like a coward in front, Jaeger notices his weird nature and asks Vlad if he's sure they can trust him. Our hero admits that he doesn't trust the man at all, but he knows for a fact that he's definitely not crazy. Hearing this, the knight just thinks about how young Master Joseph believes that this little mission is an opportunity. Rather than a worthless expedition, discovering a specific trend in the woods might be a lot more beneficial. However, Jaeger admits to himself that their little investigation bothers him. He thinks about how all the missing people had black hair, and as you'd expect, he's pretty uncomfortable going on such a mission when he also has hair of the same color. Just to confirm, he asks our hero if the information about the hair color is correct. Vlad replies to him, saying that 3 knights are positioned at the post in case something happens. Of course, as an advanced knight himself, Jaeger finds it hard to believe in the abilities of others. Because of this, he realizes that despite his worries about having black hair, he has no choice but to stay in the front as the vanguard. Because Sir Roderick is already missing, it's clear that someone more skilled than him needs to step forward. Jaeger is deep in thought regarding this situation when Goth brings him back to reality by revealing that they've already reached the expedition camp. There, Jaeger meets a man named Irun, who introduces himself as Sir Roderick's subordinate. The knight asks him if he's sure that their captain is nowhere to be found, and whether they have checked the entire forest. Irun responds, confirming that they haven't even found a single trace of the man. He claims that even with ex-hunter mercenaries taking the lead, they couldn't find a single footprint to follow. Hearing this, Jaeger realizes that he has no choice but to check out the woods himself. Still mounted on his horse, he orders the mercenaries to search the area in groups of 3 and spread out as far as the eye can see. Of course, the mercenaries all adhere to his instructions and begin the search. Sometime later, we see Goth trying to challenge Vlad, and doubting his character for ratting him out when he came to him in good faith. Enraged, he calls our hero a fraud, who takes advantage of people's good nature. In response, Vlad just tells him to stop talking and focus on the search, while also promising to compensate him later. The two come across Jaeger, who asks them if they found anything, but Vlad claims that they didn't. The knight gets upset and calls them useless country bumpkins, but our boy defends himself, pointing out that he's from the city. Hearing this, Jaeger asks the boy how he found missing people in the back alleys. Vlad tells him that it's always been pretty simple, because all you had to do was grab someone, and beat them up till they tell you where the missing person is. After hearing this fucked up strategy, Jaeger becomes even more certain that Vlad is really useless. That's when he suddenly notices that the sun is setting, which means that nightfall will soon be here. Not knowing what else to do, he wonders if he should return to the camp. Jaeger ponders on it for a moment and suddenly notices the river. He asks Vlad and Goth if the mercenaries searched beyond the river, and Goth claims that he doesn't recall anyone doing so. After all, it wasn't even in the path of the expedition. The advanced knight thinks about how there's no trace in the woods, even though they've searched it twice already. Which means that there's probably no way for them to find Sir Roderick, or the strange woman that Goth mentioned he saw in the woods. With this in mind, he orders the men to gather around to inform them that they'll be crossing the river. Goth obeys the instruction without hesitation, and signals the other mercenaries to gather around. Jaeger takes the first step on the ice, and confirms that it isn't completely frozen. Vlad points out that it's probably because winter is over. Either way, he feels that it's strong enough for them to get to the other side of the frozen river. Jaeger agrees with him, but suggests that splitting up and crossing separately will be much safer. The other mercenaries meet up with Go thinking that he found Sir Roderick. However, he explains that it's not the reason he called them. And this is when Jaeger informs them that they'll have to expand the search area by crossing the river. He admits that it's not completely frozen, and decides that they'll divide themselves into 3 groups before crossing it. Once again, all the mercenaries are on board with the plan and express their agreement. Naturally, it doesn't take long for the prepared soldiers before they split up in groups and walk across the frozen river. Along the way, Goth starts to act strange, which our hero doesn't fail to notice. He asks Goth what's the matter, and the man expresses that he's starting to get a bad feeling that something is about to go wrong. Just like before, Vlad downplays his hunch and just accuses him of being afraid. Goth doesn't even deny the fact that he's scared, and simply admits that he's not as great as Vlad and Jaeger, which is the reason why he has to be careful. He points out that someone like him needs to have a good intuition if they want to survive, and right now, that intuition is telling him that shit is about to go south. The man knows that they shouldn't be crossing the river, and after he makes his point, Vlad responds by admitting that even though he doesn't know about intuition, he's certain about something else. The terrified mercenary just stares at him with a confused expression as he waits for Vlad to finish his statement. Our hero finally speaks, and reveals that what he knows for sure is that if Goth runs back now, his death won't be pretty. He bluntly threats to kill the mercenary if he tries to escape, because he's their only clue to find the missing people. Goth is terrified after hearing this, and Vlad just tells him to quit talking about his hunch because crossing the river is his only way of survival. Our hero then gets on the ice and asks Goth to follow him, even though the mercenary hasn't changed his mind, but he now realizes that he has no choice but to cross like everyone else. He takes his first steps and starts shaking, thinking that the ice could break any moment. At this point, Vlad is fed up with the man's cowardly behavior and assures him that even if the ice doesn't break, he'll break it himself and dump him in water if he keeps rambling. In a magnificent display of cowardice, Ghost starts crawling on the floor in an attempt to not break it. He claims that he can't cross the river, and a pissed-off Vlad just pulls him by the shirt and asks him to get up because they're the only ones left behind. The moment Vlad tries to pull Ghost up, he starts screaming in terror like a maniac. Vlad gets even more upset by his antics, but realizes why he screamed when he looks into the water. You see, the mercenary was horrified to see the corpses. He flips out and screams at the top of his lungs so the others can hear him, as he informs everyone that there are dead bodies in the river. All of a sudden, the dead men beneath the ice appear to be swimming up, and then the ice starts to break. Without understanding what the fuck is going on, all of the mercenaries start to panic. They start running on the ice, hoping they can make it to the banks before it's too late. While the men run to safety, the zombies break through the ice and emerge from the river. Unfortunately for the squad, they don't make it off the ice in time and find themselves surrounded by the dead. The zombies start crawling toward them, and the confused mercs ask Sir Jaeger what they should do. It's at this point that the knight finally realizes that the whole mission was a trap to begin with. After all, it's almost as if the zombies were aware of their arrival and laid down an ambush. Unfortunately, they fell right into this trap, and found themselves stuck in night and darkness, the territories that were never meant for the living. While Vlad, Jaeger, and the other mercenaries are confronted by the undead army, the scene shifts back to the main camp. There, we see the priest praying to the Lord and thanking him for looking after his people. With the little priest in training by his side, he prays to the Lord to guide them with his light, so that they can stay on the righteous path. All of a sudden, the priest stops praying, and the boy kneeling beside him becomes worried. He calls out to the priest, and suddenly, the place starts to shake. The water in a chalice starts to rumble as well until it floats out and starts moving in the air, leaving the priest in a state of bewilderment. The dark water continues to move in the air until an ominous woman appears. She emerges from the dark fog that forms around the camp, and starts walking around to look for her child. The fog surrounds this strange woman as she walks around the whole camp. Meanwhile, back on the icy battlefield, we see that a massive fight has blown out between the living and the dead. Unfortunately, the man they came looking for has already been transformed into a zombie, and is now mindlessly fighting against his former men. The undead Sir Roderick roars as he tries to hit the cowardly Goth, and rather than running away or standing up to the enemy before him, Goth just screams like a lady, probably thinking it would make some difference. Thankfully, before his former captain can end his life, Vlad arrives just in time to save him by slashing zombie Roderick with his sword. Unfortunately, the moment he does that, the other agitated zombies charge at him with blistering speed. Our hero quickly sees them coming, and braces himself for another round. As his eyes begin to glow like a white walker once again, Vlad strikes a beautiful sword stance to get ready. With mind-boggling speed, he slashes all the zombies in his path. Meanwhile, the coward just screams in fear as the severed body parts of the zombies fly all around him. Not for the first time, Vlad gets irritated by Goth's behavior, so he calls him a rascal and instructs him to get up and fight with a spear. Of course, the mercenary insists that he can't do it, he's too terrified to fight the dead. Vlad gets angry at this because the grown-ass man is now practically a liability on the battlefield. He curses in his mind, but the voice in his head tries to calm him down. It tells him not to get worked up and advises him to pick a direction before making any attempt to escape. Hearing this, Vlad looks forward and sees 3 zombies coming out of the water with their gaze locked on him. Naturally, that makes it clear that he can't go forward. Now he's starting to wonder if Sir Jaeger is safe either, because the both of them got separated during the ambush. Elsewhere on the ice, we see the senior knight effortlessly slicing up the zombies like he's making an undead salad. Unfortunately, even a great knight like him gets tired at some point, and when he sees a zombie take out one of his men right in front of him, he admits that there's no end to the undead men. At this point, he can't help but thinks that whoever thought of the trap had already planned everything out in advance. Even though he doesn't know who was the mastermind, but he's certain who the intended target is supposed to be. With that in mind, Jaeger's left eye begins to glow with a green color underneath his eye patch. He decides that there's no time to hesitate, and his sword begins to glow as well. It appears that he's using aura, because his eyes and sword are glowing with the same color. The aura surrounds the knight, and by using the power, he's able to take on all the zombies confronting him, annihilating all of them in a single go. In a bright and insanely epic display, Jaeger wipes the floor with the undead. The spectacle is so intriguing that other mercenaries on the ice stop to watch the legend do his thing. They're delighted to see him in action, and are even more motivated to fight after seeing that they have someone like him on their side. In the middle of his intense fight, Jaeger calls out to Vlad, asking him to fulfill his contract. Our hero, who is dealing with another zombie, is alarmed when he hears the knight calling out to him. While fighting off the undead men around him, he yells back to Sir Jaeger, asking the advanced knight what he wants him to do. Surprisingly, the plan turns out to be very simple. He just wants Vlad to defend the right post for as long as he can. He tells him to fulfill his contract as a hired sword and protect young Master Joseph at all costs. Without hesitation, Vlad receives the order and fights the remaining zombies in his path to find his way out of the icy battlefield. As he runs out, he tells the cowardly idiot to come with him, who's already yelling for him to wait. While Vlad leaves the battlefield, we see that Sir Jaeger's left eye is glowing so brightly that it produces a green flame underneath his eye patch. The advanced knight prays to the Lord, hoping for our hero to reach in time to protect the young master. I swear, this guy is the epitome of what a knight should be. He's practically surrounded by the dead who want to end his status as a living being, and yet all he can think about is the safety of the one he serves. The knight then resumes his battle, slashing the undead creatures one after the other. Eventually, he hears a growl behind his back, and even though he's very occupied while dealing with other undead warriors, Jaeger manages to sense the new presence. He quickly turns around to face the threat, and when he does, he sees that it's the zombified version of Sir Roderick. The knight apologizes to his former comrade for being late in his rescue, but Zombie Roderick and the rest of the undead army are already beyond saving as they aim for his life. Meanwhile, back at the main camp, young Master Joseph is sitting in his tent alone, looking pretty bored as usual. Even though he's reading a book, you can tell that he probably wants to be elsewhere. Suddenly, he's interrupted when he hears someone yelling. So, like any normal person, Joseph is alarmed and wonders who made the noise. He then hears the person telling someone or something to get away from him, and that's when it clicks in his head. He realizes that the camp is being invaded. Joseph gets up from his chair and prepares to leave, but then someone enters the room and calls out to him. The young master turns to the person and sees that it's one of his men, Vorden. The young master asks Vorden what the commotion is all about, but the guy is still trying to catch his breath, so he stutters. It appears that he doesn't even have an explanation, so Joseph gets upset and asks him if he ran into his tent without first finding out what is actually happening. Vorden is guilty as charged, but he pretends like that's not the case and claims that he ran into the master's chambers to check if he's safe. He claims that Joseph's safety is of utmost priority, but the young master knows that he's lying. Even if nothing else was going to give it away, the fact that Vorden ran into the tent without a sword or weapon proves that he didn't come to protect the young master. Joseph confronts him for not arming himself before coming, and Vorden's empty sheath is now on full display, finally making him realize that his sword is missing. If this had been any other regular day, the young master threatens that he would have hanged this imbecile. Hearing this, Vorden immediately starts begging for forgiveness, and while that's happening, Father Andreas and some other men enter the tent as well. Joseph asks the priest if he knows what's going on, and before he can even finish his question, Father Andreas tells him that something evil has visited the camp. The priest opens his texts and asks Joseph to come take a look at his Bible written with holy ink. The young master is shocked and confused when he looks at the pages and sees the writings inside trembling like a leaf in a storm. He finds it very concerning, and Father Andreas admits that it's no ordinary object. The uneasy young master asks the priest if there's a way they can stop it, but the father simply replies that he's not an exorcist. Even then, he assures Joseph that he will try to unleash all of his divine powers to ward off the evil. But despite that, he admits that the being they're currently facing is so evil that he might not be of much help. This makes Joseph more nervous, and he starts thinking deeply of a possible solution. Joseph knows that none of the remaining knights can be of much use, but he realizes that they are his last line of defense. As such, he gets up and instructs the knights present to come with him and help him take down the enemy. He takes the lead, and they follow behind him with straight faces, suggesting that they're ready for business. When Joseph comes out of his tent, he's shocked to see the thick fog covering almost everything in sight. Unfortunately, this fog is more ominous than he could ever have imagined. It turns out that the fog not only covers the vision of mercenaries at the camp, it also possesses them and forces them to fight for control over their bodies. The strange woman from earlier is certainly responsible, because the men seem to be possessed by a spirit that calls them her children. Even though they try to fight it, there's not much they can do against the supernatural. While covering his nose to avoid inhaling it, Joseph asks Father Andreas if the fog makes people delirious. The priest doesn't know exactly what it does, but one thing he's sure of is that it's not a natural phenomenon. Unfortunately, it doesn't take too long before this dangerous fog gets to them. Joseph realizes that he's inhaled it, and starts to hear the strange spirit call him her child. It soon enters the systems of the priest and the other, and they all experience the same phenomenon. The spirit woman continues searching for her child around the camp, and the moment they see her, they're horrified by her vile appearance. With her long black hair and her creepy white gown, she walks barefoot in the middle of the fog, and continues to look around the place. She keeps searching for her child, and when she turns to Joseph, she asks if her child is there. The moment she looks at the young lord, the men around him become terrified at the sight of the apparition's face. Joseph, on the other hand, just stands there speechlessly with his napkin in hand. The witch's black mouth and eyes widen as she screams and yells that she's finally found her child, who appears to be none other than the young master himself. The terrifying witch lady stretches out her hands and charges at our hero and the others, while screaming desperately for her boy child. But suddenly, there's a barrier in front of her. We see that Father Andreas is on his knees praying, as a magical shield forms to keep the witch out. But while he's doing that, his horrified little priest in training is screaming and crying the whole time because of how scared he is. The young master just stands within the magic barrier and wonders if in the end, there's no other way for Sir Jaeger to face the possessed lady trying to attack them. The reason he's so worried is that two of his strongest knights, Cade and Maxim, have already been taken out by the witch because they weren't capable enough to defeat her, even with the outstanding blessings of Father Andreas. While he's deep in thought, the witch continues to slam the magical shield, desperately trying to get in, because for some reason, she believes her child is inside. As she pushes her hand through the shield, her fingers begin to burn away, but it doesn't stop her. And upon seeing how relentless she is, Joseph concludes that this whole situation is a spiteful curse that has been aimed at him by some unknown enemy. Meanwhile, Father Andreas continues to hold the shield, but when he sees the little boy, Jean suddenly coughs out blood, and he gets worried and distracted. He looks back at the boy and tries to comfort him, telling him to hang in there, and assuring him that the sun shall find its way to him. So, the boy summons all the courage to endure the pain, and he joins the priest in prayers by singing hymns so that they can make the barrier stronger. Despite their brave efforts, the young master can't shake off the feeling that it's only a matter of time before Father Andreas gets exhausted, because he's definitely reached his limits. Even worse, the hymns will soon stop, so it makes him even more concerned and fear for his life. As the supernatural battle of wills goes on, Joseph watches closely and begins to come up with a plan because he feels like the night is too long to wait for the sun to rise. But while he's thinking, he's suddenly drawn back to reality when he sees a familiar figure lunging at the witch from behind. Yep, it's none other than our blonde-haired hero, who's literally flying toward the possessed lady with his glowing blue sword in hand. The witch doesn't sense his presence, so she doesn't turn around to face him. But even at that, Vlad is forced to stop his attack when the voice tells him that the witch is animated by the curse, and that a normal sword can't cut through her. As such, our hero stops and hides behind a rock to ask the voice what they should do to defeat her, and the voice asks in return if he can currently use any aura. However, Vlad quickly points out that he can't, so the voice becomes confused. But after a brief pause, it reveals that there's another way to defeat such an enemy, and of course, the blue-eyed kid is curious to find out. That's when the voice suddenly asks Vlad to let him borrow his body for a while. In other words, he's going to possess him and do the job himself. But upon hearing this, our boy becomes concerned and asks if such a thing is even possible. In response, the voice reveals that he's certain he can use auras, but what he doesn't know is if he'll be able to manifest them within the blonde-haired hero's body. And he fears that even if he succeeds at it, he won't be able to move for a while, which is never a good thing in a heated battle against a powerful enemy. The voice honestly tells Vlad that he doesn't recommend such a risky plan, but the young hero knows that if he can't kill the witch, then she'll certainly kill him. And to him, that's enough reason to take some drastic actions. Even though the voice makes it clear to Vlad that the way of the sword is dangerous, he agrees to let him borrow his body. He asks Vlad if he's sure he wants to do it, and the hero reveals that he made a promise to Joseph. And now that he has something he must do, he's vowed to devote himself not with loyalty, but with faith. After hearing him say this, the voice respects his decision, and then the plan is set in motion with Vlad charging at the enemy once more. This time, she senses his presence and turns around to face him, and while our boy is in the air, the voice starts to take over his body. It tells him to close his right eye, and he does, so it doesn't take long before his possession begins. The voice transports Vlad's consciousness to a place he calls the world of voices, and after that happens, our hero's body begins to glow brightly just like his sword, as it becomes filled with aura. Using this power, Vlad suddenly gets close enough to the witch, and with great force, he cuts through her like a piece of bread. Everyone around is shocked to see this, and they all gasp in disbelief. But while they're doing that, Vlad falls to his knees and starts yelling in pain, because the voice is still sending powerful surges of energy into his body. The young master sees this and becomes extremely worried, so he calls out to the hero, hoping to get his attention. But all of a sudden, Vlad's eyes turn white, and he calms down. Even though the blonde-haired kid is no longer screaming in agony, he's certain that what he just saw were traces of aura. And although he doesn't know how he achieved it, he's certain that the young kid must have paid a huge price for it. His thoughts are interrupted when he sees the witch getting back up and starting to call out for her missing child again. Unfortunately, our hero is still weak and unable to move because of the possession. On top of that, the witch is stretching her hand toward him. Determined to save him, Joseph rushes out and tells Father Andreas not to stop the hymns, but they're so shocked at his sudden decision that they try to call him back. The young master quickly gets to Vlad and helps him to get up, while encouraging him to hold on to him. We see our hero groaning in pain, but he manages to move slowly with Joseph before the witch can get to him. Enraged that he got away, she gets back up and grabs a hold of Joseph's leg before he can run away. The young master tries to free himself from her grip, but he finds it extremely difficult, making him think that he's a weakling who's not even capable of getting out of this situation. Just when Joseph feels like it might be over for him, Borden grabs his cloak from behind and pulls him out of the witch's grasp, tossing the young master and our hero to the other side where the priest is. The angry witch yells in rage and despair once this happens, and as Joseph lands on the floor safely, he admits that this is the first time he's glad to have Borden by his side. Of course, the knight is happy to receive validation from his master, so he thanks Joseph. And while the two are exchanging kind words, our favorite blonde-haired swordsman picks up his blade. From the way he's groaning, it's obvious that he's not fully recovered. But that doesn't matter to him, because he suddenly asks Father Andreas to bless his sword, implying that he's ready to go back into the battlefield. Vlad insists that they have to send off the creepy witch, so after a brief pause, the priest agrees with him and decides to do it. Suddenly, he presses his palm against the edge of the blade, allowing it to cut him. And as his blood is smeared all over it, he presents it to our hero, informing him that he's just given him a firm blessing. Immediately, Vlad takes it from the priest, thanking him for his blessing, before walking back into the action. As our boy bravely heads out to face the evil witch and finish her for good, Father Andreas and Jean watch anxiously from behind, praying for him to come out victorious. The injured witch is still lying on the floor and unable to get up, so when Vlad finally gets to her and stands over her with his sword, she begins to beg him, but not exactly for mercy or to spare her life. But rather, she's begging him to find her missing child. Looking at the horrific and nightmarish face of the woman, he sees something unexpected, even though it is only for an instant. Vlad sees a memory of women locked up in a dark prison. While the women were incarcerated, their children were placed outside the cages and laid on the cold floor to die. They beg for their children to be returned to them, but unfortunately, that never happened. Rather, what Vlad sees in the horrifying memories of this woman is that she could do nothing but wail in agony as her child was freezing to death right in front of her eyes. Just like she does now, the woman stretched out her bruised hands from the iron bars, trying to reach her child in vain. At this moment, our hero finally understands the woman's pain and why she's been cursed with the burden of searching for her child for eternity. However, he believes that it's time for her suffering to end, so he takes out his sword and buries it in her head, telling her to rest in peace. As the blood flows down her face, the monstrous demeanor she's had for so long suddenly disappears, and she reverts to her human form. With tears rolling down her face, she looks up at the hero, thinking that perhaps he might be her child all along. While Vlad is busy exorcising the curse, the scene shifts to somewhere else, and we see an ominous-looking hooded man sitting in the forest with a strange box between his legs. Judging by the dark aura surrounding the man, and the black mysterious fog he's conjuring, it's easy to conclude that this guy is probably responsible for all the paranormal shit that has been going on recently. The evil man continues to control the dark fog, and as he nurtures it to grow bigger, a sick twisted smile appears on his face to confirm that he's definitely a villain. Just when the dark cloud is about to grow as big as he wants, the stuff starts to disappear, and he's instantly alarmed. This villain is shocked at what just happened, because he's probably never had his plans foiled before. But unfortunately for him, today isn't going to be one of his better days. Confused by the fog's disappearance, he concludes that the evil thoughts he's been feeding off from the desperate woman have suddenly stopped. That's right, the moment our hero stabbed the woman in the head and reverted her to her normal self, this weirdo's spell was automatically neutralized. As a result, the sorcerer begins to imagine that someone must have defeated the puppet he's been controlling, and the thought of it bothers him a lot, because he can't even imagine anyone on Earth strong enough to do something like that. However, he suddenly remembers that there's only one knight who knows how to use aura that efficiently. But before he can even say the name, the man responsible appears in front of him, and we find out that it's actually none other than the green-eyed advanced knight, Sir Jaeger. He reveals himself to the evil sorcerer and confirms that his suspicions were correct, because he's finally seen the rat controlling the puppet. As the evil wizard sees Jaeger standing in all his might, with aura covering his entire body, he begins to shiver in fear. The guy looks like he's about to pee his pants, because he knows just how dangerous the man before him is. Jaeger plans to finish off the sorcerer for all the trouble he's caused, and of course, the evil magician also knows that he's done for. However, before we can see the advanced knight unleash the punishment, the scene cuts and we're fast-forwarded to the time where Jaeger is meeting with the young master. When the advanced knight arrives, Joseph asks him if the face he's looking at belongs to the one controlling death from darkness. And that's about the same time we find out that this brooding knight with no chills decapitated the sorcerer, and is now presenting the head to his master. While holding the bloody head by the hair, Sir Jaeger replies, saying that it seems that he's the one. Apart from that discovery, Jaeger also believes that the box that the headless man had is probably the cursed object that the woman from the previous night came looking for. With the head in one hand and the chest box in the other, the knight concludes that the box itself became the woman's missing child's coffin. After receiving the heartbreaking news, the young master instructs Sir Jaeger to hand the box over to Father Andreas so that he can investigate the matter when they return to Varna. Of course, the ever-loyal knight acknowledges the order and assures his master that he'll do it. But before he leaves, Joseph engages him in conversation for a bit. The young master talks about how the expedition, which was supposed to solidify his power, turned out to be a complete failure. And of course, Jaeger agrees with him, admitting that he's also ashamed of the way things turned out. The two men stand on a cliff, and Joseph looks down at the camp below, before stating again that he surely failed. Nevertheless, he decides that they have to return home while treading with light steps. And the moment he says this, Jaeger suddenly asks him if he found the blonde hero useful. Joseph looks at the knight with a side eye for a brief moment, before a knowing grin appears on his face. And then, he reveals that he thinks he might have found the person who would replace him as the sword. The young master begins to recall the magical things he saw the previous night, and begins to say that our blonde-haired hero will grow up to become a swordsman, who shines brighter than anyone. We see a glimpse of the image Joseph has in mind, and let me tell you, it is most certainly glorious. Vlad stands in the middle of blue flames and sparks, as the pure power of aura is manifested in his body. However, that majestic and powerful appearance doesn't really stay for so long. And when it wears off, well, what you'll be left with is a messed up and exhausted blonde kid. The scene shifts, and we see Vlad waking up finally, with his hair looking like a bird's nest where the chicks were fighting, and his pupils looking small like those of someone under the influence. It appears that the shocked look on his face is because he's just been told that he passed out for 3 days, and that he's just waking up. He can't believe it, so he asks the voice in his head to confirm. And of course, the guy up there casually confirms it, advising him to be more careful in the future. As the voice goes on to say he didn't expect the recoil to be so extreme, Vlad just sits in bed like a zombie, still stunned by what he's just been told. Soon enough, he manages to shake off the feeling of shock, and admits that it's a relief either way. Because now, he wants to wrap up matters at the camp so that he can return right away with the others. When he says this, the voice informs him that Joseph and the others are actually waiting for him to recover before setting off on their journey back. As our hero uses the sword to anchor himself and sit up, the voice also informs him that the young master seemed to care quite a lot about him. Vlad manages to get on his feet and goes outside. But when he pulls the covers of his tent out of the way, he realizes that there's no one around because the camp is completely deserted. Initially, he's surprised to see this, but then he quickly concludes that it makes sense for them to run away after seeing what went down the previous night. However, our boy realizes that he was too quick to jump to conclusions when he hears the familiar voice of Goth calling to him from behind. Vlad turns around, and the cowardly mercenary starts talking about how worried he was because of the blonde hero. Hearing this, Vlad is unable to hide his joy. He immediately starts teasing Goth for how he wanted to run away before, but ended up being the one who stayed back the longest. Even though most of the mercenaries have fled the Bayezid camp, Goth agreed to stay back with a few others. The reason was simple, and it's the fact that they were promised a raise in their payments until they return. Just then, Goth starts telling Vlad about his moments of bravery, like how he was the one who brought the blonde hero back to the camp when he couldn't ride his horse, and how he went back into the dangerous forest for the Lord Knight. It turns out that the reason he's saying all of this isn't even to impress Vlad or anything, but it's simply because he wants our hero to put in a good word for him and make him look good in front of the young master later. Of course, Vlad nonchalantly tells the merc that he'll try his best to do so. Suddenly, the mercenary remembers that Sir Jaeger asked him to summon our hero when he woke up. And since Joseph is in the barracks, he urges Vlad to hurry up so he can have enough time to say good things about him. As soon as our boy hears this, he turns around and bids Goth goodbye, but the merc just reminds him again so he doesn't forget. At this point, Vlad is getting pissed off by his behavior, and he starts to wish that God would just make him shut up. Just then, the scene shifts, and we're taken to Joseph's tent where we see him hosting Vlad. While pouring a glass of red wine, he tries to make small talk and ask our hero if he can drink. I don't really know his real age either, but my man assures the young master that he can hold his liquor, pointing out that he used to work in a brothel and a bar. Even though he's had a taste of alcohol, he admits that he's never had fine liquor before. And upon hearing this, Joseph reveals that the bottle in his hand contains a nobleman's drink. Before pouring Vlad a glass, the young master claims that he wants to thank him first, because he knows that the boy could have just run away when things got rough, but instead, he decides to stay and fight till the end. Hearing this, the blonde kid bluntly reminds Joseph that they had a contract after all. But in response, the young master points out that Vlad promised him faith, and not his loyalty. As the boy's blue eyes stare at him, he thinks about how the contract was nothing more than mere words at the time. And yet, the kid fulfilled his promise and held up his end of the agreement. Because of this, Joseph decides that Vlad is a talent he can't afford to lose. But then, he suddenly corrects himself and confirms that the kid is more than that, because he's actually a talent he must have on his side. Finally, after thinking about all of this, Joseph pushes a glass of wine to Vlad and tells him that it's time for him to fulfill his own part of the contract. But this time, he's going to reward our hero as per his accomplishments. On this note, the young master formally invites Vlad to join the powerful house of the Bayezid family as a reward. The scene shifts, and we see the beautiful county of Bayezid, called Varna. Joseph and the others have returned, and while they're still settling in, Sir Jaeger informs him that the mercenaries have been dismissed. Hearing this, the young master tells him he's done a good job. He informs his men that the report for the expedition is pending, and as a result, they'll have to stay in Varna for a day or two. Vlad seems to be overwhelmed by the beauty of the place, because he's constantly turning his neck to look around. And when Jaeger notices this, he asks him if it's his first time in the county. In response, the blonde kid just explains to him that it would always be his first time anywhere he goes. After all, he had never before left his miserable slums. This statement earns him the snide and a funny nickname of the country bumpkin, which Jaeger gives him right away. When Joseph hears this, he tells Vlad to take the day off and look around the county, which our hero is very thankful to hear. Before Jaeger leaves with Joseph, he tells Vlad not to get lost in the city and instructs him to be at the city hall by nightfall. Clearly, our boy didn't like Jaeger before, but now, after getting constantly scolded and mocked, he feels like he's starting to really hate the advanced knight. On the contrary, the voice in his head tells him that Jaeger probably likes him as much as Joseph does, but Vlad thinks that any more of the knight's tough love might just get him killed. Our hero shakes off the thought and decides to go get a delicious greasy meal with his fat payment after such a long time. While he's wondering what kind of food they have in Varna, someone tugs on his arm, and he's surprised to see Jean when he turns around. The cute kids gleefully say that the priest would like to see him if he doesn't already have any major plans for the day. Soon, we see the two standing in front of a massive church, and Vlad admits that even the churches in Soara weren't as big. Jean informs him that even though Sturma is the capital, Varna is the religious center of the kingdom. Jean then asks him to wait inside while he gets the priest, and the moment our boy walks into the church, his jaw drops to the floor at the sight of the magnificently beautiful structures inside the building. At that moment, Vlad realizes that even though he's been going by the name of Praying Rimmon, he hasn't ever said a proper prayer. And as such, he starts to feel guilty, believing that he's somehow committed a sin. Just then, Father Andreas arrives and apologizes for keeping him waiting. But the good-mannered hero tells him it's no problem and thanks him for the invitation. The priest laughs it off and presents him with an ID token, claiming that even though Joseph would have managed fine on his own, tokens from the church are most effective. After all, the Lord's favor spreads across the continent. Vlad is even more surprised when he looks at the token and sees that his guarantor is Father Andreas himself, but the priest brings him out of his daze by giving him the permission to come find him in the church whenever he needs to, because henceforth, he's our hero's guarantor within the city. The blonde kid is speechless upon hearing this, because he never imagined that a back alley kid, who couldn't even have his birth registered, would one day have a sincere guarantor who wrote his name down in this vast world. Overwhelmed by the kind gesture, our hero kneels before the priest to show his gratitude. Because from this day forward, he's no longer Vlad from the back alleys, but rather, he's Vlad of Soara. As the story continues, we learn that the country of Bayezid consists of 3 main cities and 12 villages. The first one is Soara, the city near the sea, which is the trade capital of the country. The second is Varnia, the religious capital, and then there's Kshatrama, which is the main capital. It also happens to be the place where our hero Vlad is visiting for the first time. As he enters the magnificent city with the young master, he expresses nothing but awe after seeing just the outside of the city. When travelers finally enter the incredible city, the advanced Night Jaeger informs our boy and Go that henceforth, they'll be the guests brought by Sir Joseph. And then he also warns them to be cautious of their actions, because any foolish thing they do will tarnish the image of the young master. Sir Jaeger also tells them to refrain from turning their heads like country bumpkins, and instructs them to just wait patiently while standing still. Vlad, who's been paying attention the whole time, immediately acknowledges the knight's stern warning and advice while the mercenary just mopes around. The knight then informs them that the servants will bring them snacks shortly, and after saying that, he almost makes another statement. But after hesitating for a while, he changes his mind and tells them not to eat the snacks until he returns, because he fears that the two uncultured men would devour the food like savages. Of course, the guests aren't totally comfortable with such an arrangement, so Vlad tries to protest, asking if they could at least have a bit to eat. But before he can even finish talking, Sir Jaeger bluntly tells him to shut up, insisting that they don't touch any of the food. After the knight leaves them alone, the two guests decide to give themselves a little tour of the castle, so they start moving around and quickly find themselves in the luxurious waiting room filled with gold. The place is so breathtaking that Goth can't believe his eyes at first. The mercenary finds the incredible place to be beyond his imagination, and even admits that Bayezid is totally different compared to the place where he's from. He makes the confession, and our boy, who's equally astounded by the beauty of the place, agrees with him completely. While the two gobsmacked guests are still trying to wrap their heads around the sheer elegance of the room, someone interrupts their experience, claiming that he's never seen them around before. Vlad and Goth turn to look at where the voice is coming from, but all they see at first is a shadow standing behind a curtain. The stranger starts walking towards them, revealing that he was just planning to relax in the room for a while before they came in. He finally steps out from behind the curtains, and the moment Vlad sees the face, he somehow recognizes the stranger but can't remember where he's seen him before. The man stands in front of the guests and plainly asks them who they are, but Vlad is so engrossed in trying to figure out where he saw the face that he didn't even hear the question. He soon realizes that the person's aura is completely different, and it's so strong that it's almost as if he can kill a person with his gaze. Truly, this guy's eyes are practically flaming at this point, and when the terrified mercenary sees this, he nervously introduces himself, stuttering in the process before finally explaining that he accompanied Sir Joseph on his conquest. Before he can ramble about matters that concern nobody else, the unidentified noble cuts him off and confirms his name before moving on to ask our boy who he is. So of course, the blonde-haired kid introduces himself as Vlad of Soara. Hearing this, the noble finds the kid a bit interesting, because he's never heard of him before. But in truth, there's something else that intrigues him. As the stranger takes a close look at Vlad's face, he thinks to himself about how impressive the kid is and notices how his eyes are full of spirit. The most impressive thing he noticed about our boy is the fact that he didn't even flinch when talking to him, which is very strange for him since he has a very scary aura. Overall, he concludes that Joseph has found himself a very useful subordinate. With this in mind, the noble reaches into his pocket and reveals a handful of peanuts to offer to our boy, asking him if he'd like some. Vlad looks at the hand without saying a word at first. After staring at it for a while, he finally reveals that they've been instructed not to eat anything, and upon hearing this, the nobleman is shocked and confused. Seeing his confusion, Vlad gets impatient and blankly explains that they've been told not to eat any food from the place. But while he's saying this, a look of horror appears on Goth's face because he's starting to wonder if Vlad has lost his mind. Dude is shocked to his bones, and quite scared as well because he can't fathom the idea of declining the hospitality of a noble. Meanwhile, the superior nobleman in question just stands there, feeling disappointed and surprised at Vlad's response to his gesture. This little scene ends up confirming that the first thing Vlad of Soara did upon arriving at the Bayezid family estate was to decline the hospitality of Lutger Bayezid, the family's eldest son. Goth literally turns white in embarrassment and fear after our boy's little display, and at the same time, Lutger decides to help himself to the peanuts, admitting that they're tasty. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is a man writing on a paper, hearing the name Vlad for the first time. It turns out that this man is Joseph's father, who's being informed about the guests that are currently in his home. The focused father doesn't look away from what he's writing, and he then points out how the young master had never brought anyone home aside from Sir Jaeger, who was assigned to him by his mother. Because of this, he suddenly promises to reward Joseph if he succeeds in raising Vlad as a Bayezid family knight. The young master thanks his old man for the offer and bows to him in respect. While he's still in that posture, his father continues talking, and reveals that he's well aware that wielding a blade isn't Joseph's strong suit. But regardless of that, he sternly reminds his son that he's currently inside the Bayezid territory. The young master acknowledges the advice and assures his old man that he won't forget. The father then proceeds to reluctantly ask him about his health, and the son replies that he is fine, earning the pardon to leave the room. As such, he turns around to leave the room and tells his father to take care, but as he walks away, his father watches closely with a very worried look on his face. By the time Joseph is no longer in sight, the man whispers to himself that he better make some tonic for his son. The gray-haired man who's been standing beside him the whole time supports the idea because he thinks that the young master would be very happy with it. On top of that, he also points out that Madame Oksana would be pleased too if she finds out that he made the tonic. Hearing this, Joseph's father comments that Joseph's mother, Madame Oksana, is definitely particular when it comes to her son. But after pondering on the thought for a while, he shakes it off and returns his focus to his work. He then asks the old man, named Ragmus, what he thinks about Joseph's report. Ragmus advises the Lord not to take it lightly, claiming that strange phenomena have been occurring frequently. Hearing this, Lord Bayezid gets angry instantly and insists that they have to find the person behind these supernatural occurrences because he feels that the perpetrator has no right to use sorcery in his land. While Joseph's father is fuming with rage, Ragmus reveals that they've been getting reports from Varnia that suggest that there might be a connection between the undead and the curses. All of these clues either point to the perpetrator being an exceptional wizard, or that the supernatural phenomena are the results of two wizards working together. The Lord suggests that it could even be the doing of a group or a secret organization, and Ragmus is inclined to entertain that possibility as well. But regardless of all the clues and theories they've come up with, Lord Bayezid states that they don't change anything. The menacing man finally gets up from his chair, and coldly vows that the Bayezid family will continue to reign over the land, eliminating all enemies who stand in their way. With a vigorous mind, the furious Lord instructs that the people responsible for the supernatural phenomena be found at once, including those who dare to inflict harm on his son, and then have the guts to cause chaos in his land. Later that night, we see Joseph finally returning to the waiting room with Sir Jaeger. As you can imagine, the starving guests have been waiting for the young master and the knight to return, so when they see the men at last, their moods are instantly lifted. Joseph admits that his little plans took longer than expected, and politely asks the guests if he made them wait for too long. But Goth, who's so excited to see him, quickly tells the young master that they are fine and that it was not a problem at all. When Joseph calls Goth by his name, the mercenary can't contain his joy because he literally can't wait for what the young master has in store for them. Unfortunately, the joy is short-lived when Joseph suddenly tells him that their rewards will be discussed the following day. Goth realizes that his starving and waiting all day was for nothing, but while he's still being consumed by the feeling of disappointment, the young master tells him that a servant will guide him to his room so he can get some rest. Unable to say a single word in response, the man begrudgingly leaves the room and tells the other three men that he's leaving, probably hoping that they would call him back. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen, and the moment he's out of the room, the remaining men decide to have a chat. Joseph initiates this discussion by sitting in his chair and crossing his legs, while fixing his gaze on our hero. He recalls how Vlad saved him and pledged to become his sword, urging our guy to remember it as well. Vlad confirms his vow, so Joseph reminds the blonde kid about something that he should do. He concludes that from the way he understands it, Vlad only wishes to fulfill his duties after getting his freedom. The blonde hero confirms this again, so his master once more reminds him that he pledged to become his sword. The noble son reveals that it makes no sense to him how Vlad would pledge to be his sword, and then wish to have his freedom shortly after. At this point, our boy is starting to understand fully what he's gotten into. Joseph sits cross-legged again, and like a mafia boss, he tells Vlad that he wants to make things very clear to him. He promises Vlad to give him an answer to his request, but only after he reveals the true reason why he's asking for freedom. The two young men engage in a brief staring contest, and after a while, Vlad breaks the silence by asking Joseph if he knows a knight called Godwin, who remembers the blue moon. Hearing this, Joseph realizes that Vlad is nothing close to what he thought he was. The young master initially thought that our blonde hero was just a skilled kid, but now he can't believe what he's discovered, because he could never have imagined that the same kid had such an exceptional background. Joseph suddenly reveals that the unknown person who destroyed the rose's smile is Godwin, the Knight of Gadar. Of course, Vlad knows all too well who he's talking about, because he can never forget the figure of that knight. The images of George's separated head flash across our boy's mind, and his pain is resurfaced when he remembers that Godwin was the one who killed his savior and destroyed the world he knew. Despite all the pain this mysterious knight has caused our blonde hero, for some strange reason, he just can't help but admire him. With this thought in mind, Vlad just stands in front of the young master who's still thinking deeply. Eventually, he decides on his answer and tells Vlad that he can't be of help to him, because unfortunately, the people he seeks are way beyond his power, even though he's a son of the Bayezid family. Regardless, our boy is determined to find a solution, so he bluntly reveals that he's aware that Joseph won't be able to help. In fact, he expected something like this to happen, because Joseph is just the Count's son after all. Even though Vlad is disappointed, he gives the young master some credit for at least being honest about his inability to help. In that case, Vlad decides that making some changes to their contract would be in order. But before he can even say this, Joseph reads his mind and suggests it first. He doesn't even give any time for our boy to process anything, and proposes a 7-year contract to keep him in his service. As you can imagine, our boy is horrified to hear this, because that's actually a pretty long time. And before he can start protesting, the young master claims that he's laid down his pride to even make the proposition, making it very clear in case Vlad wasn't aware before. To make matters worse for our blonde hero, the terrifying advanced knight is staring him down like a leopard tracking its prey. After hearing Joseph's offer, our boy thinks about it and admits that even though he isn't sure, it somehow seems like the noble is telling the truth. Still sitting comfy in his chair, the Count's son assures Vlad that he would have a promising future, reminding him that he's his savior. Joseph starts to make the offer a lot more enticing when he explains that for the next 7 years, he would feed, clothe, and even train the blonde kid if he accepts the contract. On top of that, the young master claims that he intends to make the country bumpkin into an outstanding knight, who would never lose to anyone in combat. It was pretty obvious earlier that Vlad didn't like the contract, especially because of the lengthy duration. But the moment he hears the noble say that he would make him a proper knight, his eyes widen with great interest and a sprinkle of disbelief. While our boy is still in a state of shock, Joseph continues to break down the terms of the contract, hoping to entice him even more. He claims that the poor kid from Soara can enjoy all of these benefits, if only he would just remain loyal, and perform only the tasks he's allowed or instructed to handle. Joseph then goes on to state that the issue with Godwin goes without saying. But even though he won't be able to help with that, he reveals that he shall allow him to interfere in any matters that concern his former city. After that, the young master informs Vlad that the girl named Gemina appears to be currently staying in the monastery, and as you'd expect, the kid is shocked to hear that the Count's son knows about his friend. After breaking the news to our hero, Joseph asks him what he hopes to achieve by returning with a sword in his grasp, pointing out that the sword isn't the only sharp thing in the world. This noble soon embarks on what could be called a shocking spree, because at this point, he's just dropping bombshells back to back. Joseph reveals that he too has a weapon of his own as well, and this leaves Vlad dumbfounded once again. So, after placing all his cards on the table, the Count's son finally asks our blonde hero what his answer is. The scene shifts to a while later, and we see Joseph staring at his reflection as he admits that Vlad has an impressive goal. But while he feels his method was okay, Sir Jaeger points out that the young master seemed too desperate, and asks him if he really needed to act that way. The loyal knight goes on to state that he can always find a useful kid for his lord, and Joseph replies that he's aware, since talent can be found all over the world. However, the young master reveals that the ability to awaken their talent is a completely different matter, and that's exactly what's keeping him so hooked on our hero. Although he feels that Vlad is the perfect candidate for him, Sir Jaeger still tries to change his mind, asking him if he's sure that the blonde kid would simply agree. The young master continues to stare at his reflection for a little while longer, before finally breaking the silence and confirming that he believes Vlad would be perfect for him. The reason for this strong conviction is that Joseph saw it with his own eyes, back when our boy slashed the cursed woman during the expedition. The loyal knight doesn't give up in his attempt to dissuade his master, and then tries another angle by reminding Joseph that Vlad is irrational and rebellious, which would make him difficult to control in the future. Seeing the knight's constant attempts to change his mind, the Count's son decides to flatter him a bit, telling him that training Vlad won't be so hard since there's another advanced knight who's fit for the job. Joseph reminds his loyal subject that 7 years is a significant amount of time, and believes that it should be more than enough to put a leash on Vlad's neck and make him obedient. The nobleman's plan works like a charm, because in the blink of an eye, Jaeger accepts the responsibility of training the heady kid. And even though he's not too excited about it, he assures his master that he'll do his best to make Vlad do their bidding without stress. Hearing this, the young master is pleased, and he motivates the knight even more by suggesting that the more challenging the kid is to manage, the more rewarding the outcome will be. At this point, it's clear that this nobleman is obsessed with our hero, because even after concluding things with Jaeger, he goes back to praising the blonde kid. The man looks at his reflection again, and talks about how he thought Vlad was a useful wolf at first, but now he's also someone who chases after the moon. By the next morning, we see Jaeger taking Vlad to his new room and helping him settle down. The knight admits that it's a bit shabby, but assures the kid that he has the room all to himself. Vlad makes it obvious that he comes from the slums when he exclaims, because he thinks the room looks amazing. To him, this supposedly shabby-looking room is perfect because it doesn't have dirt on the floor, and on top of that, there's even a bed. It's practically a palace in his opinion, and as the knight hears him say all of this, he quickly remembers that the kid is actually from the Alice. He's not used to such behavior because their trainees usually come from affluent backgrounds, which makes them struggle to adapt in the training grounds. With all that has happened in that short while, Jaeger suggests that Vlad won't have any issues settling, unless he decides to cause any trouble. The kid already knows that the knight is referring to the peanut incident with Sir Lutcher, so when he starts judging Jaeger with his eyes, the latter shifts the blame back, claiming that he didn't even expect Vlad to obey him since he listened to him before. The little combo is cut short when Jaeger suddenly leaves, but not before telling our boy to meet him at the military exercise hall after he's done eating, because they'll start their sparring sessions together. Just when the knight is about to leave, a lady calls out to him, calling him her loyal knight. For someone who's always brooding and stern, Jaeger gets incredibly flustered just by hearing Lady Oksana's voice. The nervous knight quietly informs Vlad that she's Joseph's mother, and then urges him to pay his respects the way he was taught earlier. Thankfully, our boy doesn't mess it up, since he just imitates the senior knight as he greets the lady. The noblewoman greets them back, and asks if Vlad is the child she's heard about. Jaeger confirms it, claiming that Sir Joseph took him in personally. Hearing this, Lady Oksana looks at our boy intensely with her bright yellow eyes, and it makes him so uncomfortable that he starts blushing for everyone to see. After her little trick works its charm, she thanks him for saving her son, and the flustered kid stutters as he tells her that he was only doing his job. I guess even the heroes can't resist the charm of a MILF. Regardless, she promises to bestow a reward upon him, because he's achieved something much greater than he realizes. With his cheeks still bright red, he bows before her in thanks, before she suddenly rubs his head to compliment the color of his hair and his eyes. Like most mothers, she begins to talk subtly about his appearance, suggesting ways to make him look better, before eventually promising to arrange clothes for him. At this point, our boy is so overwhelmed by her affection and calming aura that he's literally struggling to hide how much blush can show on his face. Thankfully, the motherly woman leaves them at last, telling Jaeger to keep up the good work. After she's gone with her maids, the two guys catch their breath, and the knight asks Vlad why he was so restless. The kid responds that he's never met a noble woman before, and Jaeger comments that he did well for his first time. After all, Lady Oksana has a knack for making people lose their edge. After the little chat, he excused our hero to go and have his meal. The scene then shifts to the dining hall, and there we see a bully spitting into our hero's soup while his minions cheer him on. The troublemaker insults him with the gesture, before proceeding to claim that he mistook Vlad for a trash can because he smells like garbage. Rather than giving them the reaction they want, the blonde kid skillfully scoops out the spit and throws it away before continuing his meal while thinking about how they're acting up even faster than he expected. The bully and his gang are enraged and confused by his calmness, but while they're pondering on what next to do, our boy remembers Jaeger's warning not to tarnish Joseph's image. So, he tries to think of a way to deal with them without getting the Count's son involved. The ringleader leaves in a huff and calls our hero a bastard, telling him to get ready for a hazing soon. But before he can exit the area, our boy suddenly asks him what his name is. The bully is shocked to hear this, so Vlad repeats the question. This time, sending chills down the guy's spine with the murderous intent laced all over his face. The troublemaker is instantly terrified, so he stammers a bit as he reveals that his name is Sobanin. Vlad then repeats the name, claiming that he'll remember it, also making it sound as if he had marked him for death. Sometime later, we see the family head taking a stroll outside with his right-hand man. They get to a point where they see people training below, so the noble suggests that they stay and watch for a bit, to which his trusty assistant completely agrees. Looking down at the training ground, the family man sees something that catches his attention, and it turns out that it's none other than our favorite blonde-haired swordsman. The old noble asks if he's the kid that Joseph brought, recalling that he heard the boy was blonde. He keeps staring at our hero, and even admits he's pretty good-looking. But he's suddenly interrupted when his assistant calls his attention to something else. It turns out that someone standing on the other far side is watching the training session in secret. However, this peeper isn't just any stranger because they quickly recognize him as the advanced knight, Jaeger. Apparently, he's a bit anxious to see how the blonde swordsman under his care would perform during his first training session. The king totally understands this, but he's also quite eager to see just how skilled this new guy actually is. Soon enough, an intense sparring session begins, and we see our boy clashing wooden swords with the other knight in training. With a cold and emotionless demeanor, he swings his sword over and over at the opponent, forcing him back with each strike and giving him a terribly hard time. His opponent groans as he's forced to defend himself without any breaks, and it makes the spectators wonder how such a young kid can be so fierce in combat. Vlad's bright blue eyes lock in on his target as he unleashes an onslaught of sword strikes which shouldn't even be that easy, seeing that his opponent is much taller than him. Despite how impressive his technique looks, the family head just states that our boy is sloppy, which comes as a surprise to the old man standing beside him, who already feels that he's amazing. He asks the king if he really thinks that, so the latter says that something does shine through. The family head feels that it's praiseworthy, because even though Vlad is clumsy, he's still trying his best to use what he has learned. While he's saying this, we catch a glimpse of his scarred fingers and knuckles, suggesting that they were probably acquired from years of training with the sword. Meanwhile, Vlad continues to dominate his opponent on the training ground, and at the same time, he urges himself to always keep in mind that all swordsmanship starts from his footing. The location of his feet plays a very vital role in sword combat, because it turns out that if he's able to deceive his opponents with his shoulders and his gaze, then he can control the opponent with his movements. Our boy uses all of these skills accurately by first controlling the location of his feet, dropping his shoulders, and tricking the opponent with body movements. At the same time, he keeps his blue gaze locked in on the guy, and our boy uses all of these tricks to lure his opponent in. Sure enough, his plan works, and the guy tries to land a powerful down slash on him, but Vlad skillfully dodges by jumping backward. His black-haired opponent is exhausted and frustrated after missing what looked like the perfect chance. But before he can catch his breath or recover from his mistake, Vlad comes in hard with a power-packed counterattack. The kid lands a devastating hit on the black-haired guy's side, and the force is so much that he screams in agony. You can't blame him though, because that hit looks like it probably damaged some of his internal organs. After literally incapacitating him, Vlad grabs him by the hair and identifies him in one of Savanin's henchmen. Now, it becomes a lot clearer why our boy was fighting like he had a personal vendetta against him. Vlad drags him by his hair and balls his fist like he's about to punch him into the future. The blonde kid reminds the guy how he enjoyed laughing at him earlier in the cafeteria, and then dares him to try snickering a bit more now. Bro's eyes are glowing with power and rage at this point, and after making his point, he lands a killer punch on the henchman's face. The single blow breaks his nose and leaves blood all over his face. This terrifying sight leaves the other students in a state of shock as they watch on in horror. While the pummeling goes on below, the king's right hand is equally concerned because he doesn't feel that they should just let Vlad beat the shit out of the other guy. However, the family head doesn't seem bothered by this, so he simply tells the old man to let them be, pointing out that to become a knight, such a level of spirit is required. Besides, he says that Sir Yeager seems to be enjoying the beatdown, and his right-hand man agrees when he sees the advanced knight watching with so much concentration. As Vlad continues to reshape his opponent's face with his fist, one of the other students finally has enough of it, so he yells at the new guy to stop hitting him. However, the blonde swordsman just ignores him, which he doesn't take lightly. He starts yelling even more, trying to intimidate him, but Vlad only stops when he's satisfied with the bloody facial reconstruction he's done. With blood stains on his face, he coldly apologizes to the others, admitting that he got too engrossed. But they're instead more concerned about his terrifying gaze, which they don't understand. After beating the other guy into a coma, he turns around and walks away, but before he leaves, he makes sure to taunt Savanin, asking him to apologize to the henchman on his behalf because he can't get back to his senses when he's too engrossed. Savanin gets furious and almost curses at him, but before he can do so, Vlad cuts him off. The blonde swordsman suddenly starts walking towards him, saying that he would also like to apologize in advance, telling him that in Savanin's case, the beating won't just stop where it did today. After staring the troublemaker down, he starts walking away, but before he leaves, he promises to call Savanin to come spit in his soup again if it turns out to be too bland. Vlad walks away after dropping such a cold line, leaving Savanin very uncomfortable because he now knows what a crazy bastard the newcomer can be. At this point, he's convinced that Master Joseph brought in a mad dog from the back alleys, but Vlad just smiles back at him like a psychopath, proving his point even further. The scene shifts, and we see a cleaned-up Goth looking sharper than ever while enjoying this meal. At the table, he suddenly asks Vlad if he's really been beating up other vassals, saying that it's a rumor spreading like wildfire among the servants. The swordsman just evades the question by asking Goth about his work as a stable hand, and how difficult it is. The mercenary immediately hops on the topic, saying that he's no ordinary stable hand, because now he works for the great Count Bayezid. Goth is about to start bragging about the experience and all that, but then he suddenly realizes that Vlad managed to distract him from the important discussion at hand. He then reveals that he heard Vlad beat the crap out of guys all over the manor, and reminds the blonde swordsman that it's a crime. Vlad does not seem bothered in the slightest, and he just asks Goth why he's so surprised. The blonde kid reminds Goth that he has always been a criminal, and says that simple assault is going easy on them. Hearing this, Goth is stunned, but he just listens to what he has left to say. Vlad continues to try to justify his actions, claiming that he didn't even hit the guys in an obvious way, and points out that they were the ones who picked a fight with him earlier. Goth still doesn't understand how Vlad can think what he did is okay, but the swordsman argues that it is, saying that now no one talks to him needlessly anymore, which he believes is a good thing. Just then, another student walks in with a tray of food in hand, and introduces himself as Portly Canner. An impatient Vlad turns around, and bluntly asks him what business he has with him. Hearing Vlad's rather unfriendly response, he becomes nervous and starts shaking in fear, so the blonde swordsman tells him to either sit at the table with them, or get lost. The moment Vlad says this, Portly's entire mood brightens up in excitement, because he never imagined that he would get invited to sit beside the blonde swordsman. He quickly joins them at the table, thanking Vlad for inviting him, but the latter just sighs in exhaustion because he actually just wanted the guy to get lost instead. Portly is so excited to sit there that he begins telling the story of how he's been eating alone, in places like the bathroom. As you can imagine, Vlad is grossed out by this, so he reminds the fat kid that he's eating his precious sausage. Portly sees the food and asks Vlad if it's delicious, before revealing that his father is the one who supplies the manor. The fat boy claims that his Canner family supplies all the meat in the manor, revealing that his family has been in the business of livestock and cattle farming for generations. After telling Vlad all of this, Portly remembers that he saw the hero asking for more sausage earlier, so he offers him some of his own to the new guy. Of course, our boy is suspicious of all of this politeness and kindness, so he snaps at him, asking what he's going on about. Our boy tries to pretend like he's not moved by the mouth-watering offer, but when the scene changes, we see him standing in a heaven of sausages. Turns out that it's Portly's huge stash, which his father sent for him to eat. However, he claims that it's too much for him, so he wants to share. Seeing and hearing all of this, Vlad realizes that all of the vassals in the manor are young masters from great families. The hero actually forgot for a while that these were people he could have never even talked to if he was still in the back alley. With this in mind, he decides that it would be a good idea to build at least one good connection now that he's in such a place. So, out of the blue, he asks Portly if he would like to eat together with them henceforth, and the fat kid gets so excited about it. He accepts the offer, and Vlad confirms that he's okay with the arrangement. The blonde kid then says that all vassals have to get along. And even though it looks like he's befriending Portly for the sake of sausages, we learn that it's not necessarily the case. The scene changes again, and we see the green-eyed advanced knight walking down a big hall. He seems a bit exhausted, probably because serving the young master and literally raising a whole human being is not an easy task for anybody. The stress seems to be piling up for him, and he knows that the only time he'll be able to catch his breath is when his men, Cade and Maxim, recover from their injuries. His trail of thought is interrupted when a big knight with a fat beard approaches him. The guy asks Jaeger where he's off to in such a hurry, and that's when the eye-patched knight turns around to identify him as Sir Gregory. Seeing his fellow knight, he curses at the back of his mind, because he probably didn't want to talk with him. Although he tries to hide his displeasure about the encounter, Sir Gregory spots it in an instant, and laughs about it before accusing him of being too obvious when he's upset. At this point, Jaeger bluntly tells him that he's clearly busy at the moment, and the amused knight just laughs again, telling him that he's not surprised about it. He says that the advanced knight must be indeed very busy since he's the one who handles all of Joseph's duties by himself. Not surprisingly, Jaeger gets tired of the conversation very quickly, so he asks Gregory to cut to the chase, asking if there's something he wants to say. The brown-haired knight keeps smiling like a kid who just received a lollipop, and then reveals that he's come to suggest that a knight like Jaeger should be raising a vassal. Gregory adds that it's not too late for him to do that yet, but the uninterested advanced knight hits back at him, suggesting that he just focuses on raising his own vassal properly. Even though he doesn't really care about anything the jester usually says, he can't help but wonder why he's suddenly talking about vassals out of the blue. The fat knight reveals that his vassal is Portly, and claims that he's already all grown up, but also admits that he needs to lose some weight. Gregory says this, and then bursts into unnecessary laughter once more, so Jaeger reluctantly asks him to explain what exactly he's trying to say. Rather than quickly making his point, he decides to beat about the bush some more, saying that Vlad seemed pretty good to him. He showers praises on the blonde kid, stating that he's manly in character and confident in his spirit, but Jaeger is getting frustrated by the prolonged small talk. Exasperated, he reminds Gregory that he's very busy, before asking him once more what exactly his point is. The fat guy just keeps laughing while talking, and then he tells Jaeger that knights meddling in vassals' affairs isn't quite fitting, claiming that it could lead to embarrassment. Regardless, Gregory reveals that Vlad seems to be warming up to Portly lately, but Jaeger doesn't believe this, because he knows that the blonde swordsman doesn't have any friends, and on top of that, he believes that Vlad thinks he's better than everyone else. Despite Jaeger's opinion, Gregory just requests that he tell Vlad to hang out with Portly. The fat knight reveals that the chubby kid is his cousin's nephew, which means that he wouldn't like for him to get beat up in the manor. After making this personal request to Jaeger, he tells him that he's the only one who can influence Vlad's behavior, but the advanced knight doesn't look like he's going to help for free. Jaeger wants to know what he'll be getting in return, so the ever-smiling knight tells him that he can also ask him for a favor in the future. He beats his chest, implying that he would help on his honor as a knight, but that's when Jaeger tells him that Vlad doesn't really listen to him. Hearing this, Gregory exclaims, claiming that such a character is what is going to make our boy go places. Meanwhile, at the Bayezid family stable, we see a brown horse chilling while the stable hand assures Vlad that he's not the problem. Doth explains to his captain that he won't even be able to get on a horse, even though they're all properly trained. He says that the horses don't usually shy away from people, but wonders why they just freak out whenever Vlad approaches them. Goth says that it's a matter separate from skill, and goes on to reveal that even the other stable hands have complained about the issue. Hearing all of this, Vlad curses in frustration, and he feels like this is how it's always been for him. Right from when he was younger, animals always hated him. Cats and dogs would freak out and run away whenever he went near them, and he has a feeling that it's the same problem he's having with the horses. As he thinks deeply about this, he suddenly remembers that he rode Jaeger's horse that day during the expedition. He reminds Goth of the night they fled the undead, but then he admits that he was at the back while Goth did most of the riding. The mercenary quickly informs him that the advanced knight's horse is very expensive, and Vlad is disappointed when he hears this, because he feels like it would sound stupid if he said he could only ride expensive horses. He begins to get frustrated at this point, recalling how Jaeger insisted he learn horse riding at all costs. While the two are brooding over the failure, someone suddenly walks into the room. It turns out to be a maid sent by Lady Oksana who has summoned Vlad. The blonde kid is beyond surprised to hear that she has called for him, and as the scene changes to a very expensive room, we see the green-haired noblewoman talking with our boy. She says that she wouldn't have imagined he grew up in the back alleys because of how he looks now. It turns out that he's wearing a very amazing outfit for a nobleman, and Lady Oksana feels that it suits him very well. The woman tells the clothmaker not to fit it too much since he's 17 years of age and still growing. She then says that Joseph grew a lot as well when he was Vlad's age, and she also promises to get him other clothes when summer comes. After all, clothes fitting of the season are a must for one to maintain physical performance. Vlad's cheeks turn bright red by the time she's done talking, and all he can do in response is to bow his head and thank her genuinely. However, she waves his thanks off and reminds him that she should be the one thanking him because he saved her son's life. The insanely polite lady then apologizes for calling him when he was probably busy training, and then she gives him permission to leave. Hearing this, Vlad thanks her once again and exits the room. Once he's outside, he sighs in relief, feeling that the lady is just difficult to be around for no particular reason. Taking a look at his new outfit, he starts to wonder how much it's worth. It is so comfortable that it doesn't even feel like it belongs to him. But then he looks at his old clothes in his hand and remembers that they weren't even his in the first place. He walks down the hallway and thinks about how he shouldn't get used to this new life. Vlad begins to feel out of place because even after he tries so hard to get to the Bayezid family, he still feels like he doesn't belong there. The blonde hero even feels like he's gaining weight, and it's like flesh clinging onto his soul. His episode of self-pity is interrupted when he looks out the window and sees something that catches his attention. Vlad is taken aback when he sees Savanen beating one of the other vassals to a pulp. He beats the guy while calling him a pig and asking him if he forgot what it felt like to get bullied. Savanen seems very furious that the kid started having fun, just because they allowed him to live quietly. It's at this point that we learn that the poor kid on the receiving end of this brutality is Portly. Savanen keeps beating him up, asking him if he likes his new best friend, and as he says this, he just gets even more enraged, claiming that they're a flock of filthy fuckers. Vlad watches on from the high window and concludes that people are truly the same everywhere. He feels that there will always be those having the time of their lives, and those who just can't live in peace. In the end, Vlad feels that they're just rascals who prey on those weaker than them. Feeling very pissed off, he decides that he'll have to wear his old clothes again, at least for just the day. Later that night, he knocks on a door, and when the person inside answers the door, we see that it's Portly. Our boy is speechless when he sees the poor kid's messed up face, and when Portly asks him what he's doing at his door so late at night, he says that he needs something from him. The chubby vassal is surprised and confused when he hears this, but Vlad simply looks inside the room and points at the biggest piece of meat in there, asking Portly to give it to him. The kid is reluctant to let go of this piece because he cherishes the ham too, but Vlad insists. Portly agrees to give it to him, but he feels bad because he thought that they would at least smile while greeting each other. Since that's not the case in their relationship, Portly starts to believe that Vlad just wants to leech off him. Even though it's a harsh and heartbreaking thing to accept, the kid ultimately decides that it's still better than eating alone. Portly brings down the fat piece of ham and offers it to our boy, so Vlad tells him not to think of it as an unfair deal, saying that he is taking a fair price. The injured kid doesn't seem to understand what he's talking about, so Vlad tells him that a knight he knows said something like this once. Our boy goes quiet, and he starts to remember the man who said this to him. He recalls that the knight was a man who only takes the price that is rightfully his. And as he thinks about this, the scene slowly changes from the front of Portly's room to where Vlad is standing menacingly with a wooden sword. He's currently standing in front of the other vassals, who have also armed themselves with their sparring weapons. For some weird reason, they're not even scared at all, and they look so confident, as if they can easily defeat our blonde-haired swordsman. Unfortunately, they're not even nearly as confident as Vlad. With an unfazed look in his eyes, he examines the opposition and confirms that he's going up against 14 of them all by himself. Our boy admits that even the thugs in the back alleys didn't go this far to defeat him, but the moment he says this, the ringleader of his opponents angrily tells him to shut his mouth. Savanen is so enraged that a vein is bulging out of his forehead when he's talking. He points at the blonde swordsman and challenges him once again, revealing to him that he wants to see how long Vlad can keep up his unwavering spirit. As you'd expect, the fearless hero accepts the challenge without hesitation, and gestures for them to come at him, and encourages them to do it quickly. In response to Savanin's threats, he reveals that he quietly came all the way out there just because of him, and so he tells him that he expects the same kind of commitment from him. This only makes the bully so much more furious. He grits his teeth in rage, as a very serious scowl stays on his face, and with this kind of anger to fuel him, he shouts for his henchmen to attack Vlad so that they can crush him. Sure enough, they all charge at our boy with their wooden swords, and as they finally come at him, he says to himself that he's glad he changed back to his old clothes, because he's sure that blood is going to splatter tonight. As we resume the story, the first thing we see is the blonde-haired swordsman beating the shit out of the bullies. They all surround our boy, hoping to defeat him, but he just tears through them like they're not even there. Savanin stands behind and yells at his lackeys to fight harder. He tells them not to back off, and instructs them to block Vlad from every side. But all this screaming ends in futility because our boy is just way too strong for them. Seeing just how unstoppable the blonde guy is, Savanin is horrified. He feels that the guy is completely different from the last time they sparred. And he's utterly confused because, as far as he knows, Vlad barely wielded a sword 2 months ago. Even though the current situation makes no sense to him, Savanin urges his boys not to back down from the fight, and threatens to kill anyone who retreats. While he's still making this threat and screaming at the top of his lungs, our boy suddenly advances toward him. Vlad is pissed off to hear the threats, and asks Savanin if he's ever even killed anyone before. Of course, the bully is enraged when he hears the taunts, so he furiously swings his wooden sword in an attempt to shut Vlad up for good. As you can imagine, the blonde-haired swordsman is way faster than him, so he skillfully dodges the attack, and goes in for a counterattack. Before landing the hit, he remembers how he was dealing single blows with all his might during the expedition, and he intends to recreate those attacks now. Vlad strikes at Savanin, but the bully manages to block the attack. However, the onslaught is far from over, because our blonde hero plans to finally make the result of Jaeger's training become very evident. The voice in his head suddenly comes back, and it encourages Vlad to keep trapping his opponent in the gap he's creating. Sure enough, the guy doesn't give Savanin any breathing space. Our boy lands blow after blow on the bully, and with every single hit, all the guy can do is curse and swear at the swordsman. Seeing the progress, Vlad starts to finally understand this technique, so he decides to utilize the gap in space to create a flow of his own. Using this fighting style, it doesn't take long before he knocks Savanin to the ground. The troublemaker groans in pain as he falls on his back and cries about his injured leg. Unfortunately, before he can even finish making the complaint, he looks up and sees the ferocious blonde kid holding a wooden sword to his face. With Vlad's hand up in the air, the guy concludes that he's done for, so tears start to roll down his face as he accepts his fate. However, just when it looks like our boy just murdered Savanin with a wooden sword to the head, we and all the other bullies quickly realize that it's not the case. Rather than unceremoniously ending the guy's life, Vlad decides to show mercy, so he buries the sword mere centimeters beside Savanin's head. With the bully shivering like a wet bird, the blonde swordsman stares him down with murderous blue eyes and warns him to never look him in the eye again. He also takes the chance to tell him never to mess with the fat kid again, and hearing this, all Savanin can do is just nod frantically with a terrified look in his eyes when he realizes how serious Vlad is. Our boy looks down at the bully and is a bit surprised that the guy actually tried to kill him. Either way, he believes that what he's done so far is enough to pay back for jammin', so he turns around to the minions and asks them who would like to fight him next. With murderous intent laced all over his face, he tells them that they have to finish what they started, but the lackeys no longer seem to be interested in fighting. Now, they all look like they'd much rather be anywhere else in the world. Unfortunately for them, Vlad is dead serious about resuming the fight, so he tells them that he's going to attack if they don't come at him. He doesn't charge at them like a raging bull. Instead, he struts down like a confident lion, ready to devour its prey. With every step he takes, these guys get even more terrified. But as afraid as they are, none of them have the balls to even think of running away. They all just stand there shivering in fear until they meet the unsavory fate that Vlad metes out on them. Our boy teaches them a lesson and makes sure to leave some very lasting marks too. As blood splatters all over the place, Count Bayezid looks outside the window to watch it, and he's very impressed by the outstanding display in swordsmanship. Some days after that, we see that the Bayezid family is hosting the regular monthly meeting of the knights. This meeting takes place in the throne room, and by some weird coincidence, the knights who support Rugider and those who support Joseph stand on opposite sides of the room, with some very obvious frowns etched on the faces of the former. As divided as they may seem, there are also those who are neutral. Just then, they're informed that the duty schedule has been reorganized to prepare for the absence of Rudiger and his knights who will soon leave on a mission. This is announced by the Knights Order Captain Anatolis. He reveals that the next agenda for the meeting is the distribution of the holy items sent by the church, and while he's still talking, the Count gets distracted. He thinks how the atmosphere has completely changed today, and notices how Rudiger's knights look like they're about to rip the others apart any moment now. On the other hand, he notices how Joseph's supporters seem more relaxed, and honestly, he can't blame them, because they have cause to be happy. After all, it's no longer a surprise that knights on Joseph's side were the ones dispirited all this while. With this in mind, he mindlessly stares at Jaeger and smiles. Of course, the advanced knight senses that someone is looking, so he sneaks glances at the Count and starts to wonder why he's smiling. Not long after that, the regular meeting is brought to a close, so Captain Anatolis suggests that all the knights take another look at their duties. As the swordsmen start to exit the room, one of them starts to take jabs at Jaeger. He claims that the Bayezid family has brought in a rabid dog who doesn't even know who he should bite, and then he makes a comment about why background should be prioritized in such matters. The green-eyed swordsman takes offense and turns around to look at Rudiger's knights, but they show no sign of fear and instead scowl back at him. One of them just hisses and suggests that they leave instead of confronting the advanced knight, while another one finally confirms that the new ferocious knight in training is under Jaeger. As they walk away, one of the neutral knights approaches Jaeger and jokes about how the others are boiling with rage. The green-eyed knight turns around and asks Sir Gregory what he's talking about, but the comedian just tells him to stop acting innocent when the word is already out. Seeing that Jaeger is still confused, Sir Gregory finally reveals that he heard Vlad has performed a huge exorcism. He claims that the drill instructor couldn't even handle the blonde kid, because he's beyond the standard. As you can imagine, Jaeger wasn't aware of this before, and hearing it now, he remembers just how much of a pain in the butt Vlad can be. After breaking the news to him, Sir Gregory once again offers his services, claiming that he can help with any task, and that he doesn't mind if it's difficult or tiring. Hearing this, Jaeger just starts walking away, stating that he'll keep the offer in mind. When the advanced knight is by himself again, he quietly thinks about how Vlad made him proud. He's not too surprised though, and even feels that this is the least the kid should do, especially since he was the one that taught him after all. The scene changes, and we see a brand new armor set being unveiled. Apparently, it's a gift that the Count sent for Vlad, and Jaeger is a bit surprised to hear that the Count would personally do that. He almost doesn't believe it, and even the other knight believes that it's too nice a gift for a mere vassal. As they all stare at the beautiful armor, Sir Jaeger realizes that it's made of orc leather, and grey orc at that, to which Sir Joseph confirms. The grey orcs can only be found in the north, so any armor made of grey orc leather basically means that it belongs to a northern warrior. After seeing such a rare gift being given to the blonde kid, Joseph concludes that his father must have already taken a liking to Vlad. He believes that the kid must have already done something to prove himself as a person worthy of such an investment. After all, he did manage to get the great Count Bayezid's approval in just a month. Hearing this, Jaeger agrees with the young master, claiming that, at the very least, there's not even any vassal around who can rival the blonde kid. Sir Joseph responds, admitting that he has also heard about that, and reveals that the rumors are already widespread. Regardless of Vlad's incredible success in such a short while, the young master reminds his knights that they can't sit idly. He suddenly pulls out an envelope with a red seal on it, and when Jaeger asks him what it is, he vaguely states that it's the next step. After breaking the seal, the advanced knight opens the paper to read its contents, only to find out that it's no ordinary invitation. Joseph then asks his trusty knight if he can respond to it. Of course, Jaeger is more than happy to do this for his young master. Besides, he also happens to have been pent up, cleaning after the kid lately. Hearing this, Joseph is delighted, so he confirms that everything has been concluded, and decides that they will be going to a place called Dermer. The scene quickly changes to a sunny field, and we see a horse-driven cart passing by. Inside the moving cart, we see the young master Joseph sitting across from our boy, Vlad. The nobleman seems excited about the journey, and decides to give the young swordsman a little lesson. Joseph reveals that Dermer is famous for its lemons, and says that it's a city that they should be grateful for, and this is because the northerners barely get to taste fruit. Besides that, the city is also one of the gateways to the central regions, and the young master reveals that this is why the place is so important to the northerners. After hearing this, a curious Vlad asks if that is the reason Sir Jaeger is taking action. In response, Joseph confirms this, and reminds the kid that crisis is always an opportunity, especially when it's not their crisis. This so-called crisis is revealed to be the Heinel family succession dispute, and Joseph believes that an invitation from the legitimate heir which he received is basically a cry for help. After the young master breaks this down, Vlad is left dumbfounded for a bit, and then admits that he finds the world of nobles to be very complicated. Seeing the confusion and exhaustion on the kid's face, Joseph simply summarizes the entire journey and drama as a fight for the land of Dermer in the end. Vlad finally understands this, and is quite baffled that this dispute is actually between family members, who are bound by blood for that matter. Once again, Joseph notices Vlad's reaction to this, so he explains to him that having feuds with those related by blood is a long-standing tradition of the nobility. The scene suddenly changes again, and we get to see the rightful heir to the Heinel family, who happens to be a young lady named Alicia. The uncle of this blue-haired girl, Indra Heinel, turns out to be one of her oppositions, as he claims that she was born out of illegitimate relations. Of course, this is a very convenient story to tell the people. After all, he would certainly become the next Baron Heinel if Alicia mysteriously disappeared for any reason. Alicia is the only child of the former Baron Heinel, but now that his throne is empty, her inherent limitations as a woman has weakened whatever right she had to succeed him. In the end, she had no choice but to prove her innocence through an honorable duel organized by the church. The young master reflects on Alicia's unfortunate story and thinks about how she could be a relative that is distant, but close and yet not too close at the same time. Joseph thinks back to his roots and admits that his maternal bloodline makes him no more than her 8th cousin. Regardless of how distant the relationship may seem, he's still certain that it's enough to establish some form of kinship between them. As such, Joseph believes that they can take the chance to make the Heinel family indebted to them, and as he reveals this, he informs Vlad that his father, the Count, is also fully in support of the plan. Hearing all of the complexities involved in noble family politics, Vlad is a bit overwhelmed, but he still acknowledges what an impressive plan it is. As the thought runs through his mind, he sees Sir Jaeger, who's riding a horse beside the cart, and confirms that the knight is certainly honored. Vlad doesn't seem to really see why Sir Jaeger is the one that the head of a family would invite to defend his honor. As our boy just thinks about that, Jaeger suddenly senses something off. He turns to look at the blonde kid through the window and asks him what that insolent look in his eyes is about. Vlad quickly denies doing anything wrong, but the advanced knight just seems to be looking for beef with the kid at this point. He expresses his annoyance that a lowly vassal like Vlad would dare to ride the carriage comfortably while the knight he's serving is riding a horse. Hearing this, our boy seems to be feeling embarrassed about it, so just admits that he has nothing to say for himself. The angry knight just responds, saying that he was finally ready to go around with pride when he heard that the blonde swordsman crushed the other vassals. But now, seeing that the kid can't even ride a horse, Jaeger is beyond disappointed, and he's furious because he feels that he's just been wasting his time teaching a moron. The advanced knight is so pissed off that he continues to lash out at the kid from the outside, and even when our boy moves away from the window, he can still hear the loud scolding. As ashamed as he probably is, he just consoles himself by saying that he'll probably be able to ride an expensive horse. However, Jaeger doesn't seem to think that argument even makes sense. He quickly stomps on that idea, claiming that he's the one who should even ride an expensive horse, because he's more of a noble than the kid from the back alleys. Jaeger screams this loud enough for it to sink into Vlad's head. But when he's done yelling, our boy suddenly starts to feel something strange happening to him. It's coming from inside his armor, and he wonders if something is wrong with him, because his heart has been beating like crazy over the last few days. The confused swordsman places his hand on his chest, and begins to wonder if it's a result of all the nagging. He quickly concludes that it wouldn't be much of a surprise if that's the case. In front of him, Sir Joseph won't stop talking, and to his side, Jaeger nags at him every chance he gets. However, as much as he would have preferred this first theory to be the real reason for the sudden sensation, he quickly finds out that it's actually an earthquake. Just then, the vibrations start to get even stronger, and the other knights outside confirm that the ground is rumbling. Jaeger realizes this as well, and when he notices the panic around him, he suddenly instructs everyone traveling to stop moving. He yells for them to get off their horses, and while they're struggling to do this with the powerful vibration, the force throws some of them off. Vlad quickly tells the young master to get out of the carriage before he can get hurt, and it's safe to say Joseph didn't expect that. After Vlad saves him, he casually tells the kid that his sincerity is admirable, but tells him not to panic too much. This just confuses our boy, but before he can dwell on it, the other knights sigh in relief, seeing that the powerful earth tremor has passed. Vlad is a bit excited, and reveals that this is the first time he's experiencing an earthquake, but that's when Joseph breaks it to him. The young master informs him that it wasn't an earthquake, and then urges him to look at the trail of damage left behind. Truly, it looks nothing like an earthquake, but appears to be some kind of giant mole at work. Although our guess was pretty close, Joseph reveals that it's actually a giant deathworm. He claims that the creature is a remnant of the fallen dragon, and our boy finds this news very intriguing. In fact, he's delighted to hear this, because a smile forms on his face as he admits that it sounds awesome to him. Soon, they arrive at the Heinel family's soul city, Damer, a very large settlement with huge fences and pillars keeping it separated from the outside world. When their carriage enters the city, they all get off at the Heinel estate, and that's when Sir Joseph tells Vlad that he's free to move as he likes henceforth. Hearing this, our boy is quite surprised that the young master wants to allow him to roam the city all by himself. After Vlad expresses his confusion, Sir Joseph simply tells him that he can take Goth along with him if he wants. But the main thing he hammers on is that he should travel as freely as he likes and make sure that he sees as many things as possible. Even though the young master has already said this twice, the young swordsman is still extremely suspicious about the fact that they really said he can move freely. Bro is still not sure he can do that, and when Joseph sees his strange reaction, he asks if he's not satisfied with it. Without thinking twice, the blonde kid claims that he's very okay with it and would love to go sightseeing. But before he can even say anything else, the young master cuts him off. Joseph tells Vlad to think about why he brought him to the city with him, and reveals that an honorable duel is a rare event to see. It's even more special this time around because this honorable duel is a team event. Moreover, he explains that there are knights from a vast array of backgrounds in the city of Damer, and so he finally instructs the young swordsman to watch these knights closely and observe anything he can. Our boy is taken aback by this instruction, but Joseph has something special planned. He knows that seeing something even once can be more memorable than hearing it 10 times, so he's planning to foster the young knight in training properly with this method. Joseph honestly hopes that Vlad will be able to expand his world through various experiences, but Jaeger just tells our boy to avoid getting beat up in some random alley. The advanced knight also informs Vlad that they have to warm up and spar later in the evening. But while he's still talking, the young swordsman shows some attitude when he tries to make them know he's not stupid. Unfortunately, Jaeger doesn't rate him highly, and even admits that he's lost all faith in our boy, especially since he can't even ride a horse. Once again, a wave of shame washes over the blonde kid when he hears this same gist again, and after Jaeger is done mocking him again, Joseph tells him that he must report back every evening. Apart from that, he instructs him to tell him immediately about any unusual movements or behaviors he notices during their stay in the city. When the young master and the knight finally leave, Vlad finally soaks in the fact that he has some free time to himself after so long. So, he decides to have a look around the building, and quickly notices that it's smaller than the Bayezid mansion. The place also looks quite old to him, so he wonders if they even maintain it at all. The story about them being famous for their lemons starts to make less sense now, because it looks like they don't even have any money on hand. Just then, our boy suddenly grips his sword, and the moment he does, the voice starts talking again. It claims that it has been in the city of Damer before, and reveals that it remembers the tree on the hill which can be seen not too far away. A smile appears on Vlad's face when he sees the tree, and that's when he admits he'll need a place to pray after quite a long time. The scene changes, and we see the mysterious leafless tree standing quite tall in a graveyard. "I shall give you the sword and you shall give me the memories," is a quote that we see, and at the same time, someone we can't see yet reveals that it's time for him to give back since he's been taking for too long. Meanwhile, back inside the Heinel family mansion, Miss Alicia welcomes the visitors and thanks Joseph for coming all the way after receiving her invitation. The young master responds with a smile, claiming that of course, he must answer since it concerns the crisis of the rightful heir. He then reminds them that the call of blood is the most important after all. Joseph assures her that Count Bayezid has already allowed the visit and intervention. He informs her that the only thing that remains is her decision. In response, the young lady reveals that she has already made up her mind, and then tells him that everything will be done according to the Count's wishes. However, this is only if she comes out victorious in this honorable duel that will decide her fate in the future of the Heinel family. Hearing this, young Master Joseph assures Alicia that she has nothing to worry about, and then adds that this is because Bayezid's sword has always promised victory. After the bold declaration during the meeting in the dark room, Joseph and his men exit the place. On the way out, the other knight comments that they shouldn't take Alicia lightly, and Joseph admits that her temperament as a matriarch was very visible. He can see that she's properly holding herself together, and recalls how she kept the upper hand throughout their meeting. Regardless, Joseph confidently tells his men that their plan will remain the same. Looks like a team fight tournament is about to start soon, and it has Alicia's future on the line. As we resume the story, and we see our armor-clad hero standing in a graveyard, and staring at some of the headstones there. His thoughts trail off, and he thinks about how all that remains are memories. Maybe that is why humans are so obsessed with leaving traces behind. It makes sense since looking back at these traces as scars can make the memories of that day come to mind. Vlad stares longingly at one of the graves, and wishes that he could do something like this for his mom as well. Seeing some of the wilted leaves that are on it, he starts to think that the place isn't being looked after well enough. So, he decides to clean it a bit by wiping away the dead leaves on it. He suddenly stops, however, when he thinks that the sword might want to say something about his action. He reminds the blade that it's just common courtesy to greet the owners of the land, but the voice from the sword denies saying anything. However, Vlad already knows what he has in mind, so he just unsheathes the blade and allows the sword to look at the grave to its heart's content. After all, he didn't even go to see the knights he was supposed to just so he could visit the graveyard. In response, the voice from the sword thanks him, confirming that he wanted to see it all this while. Our boy kneels before the graves and bows his head with the sword planted in the earth. He stays in this position for a while, and suddenly a spirit appears behind him. It turns out that this ghost is the one inside the sword, and as Vlad maintains his kneeling position, the spirit begins to recall some of his memories. He remembers that the tree in the cemetery was smaller back then, and he starts to wonder when it was that he saw it last. With our boy still kneeling there, more memories come back to the spirit, and he suddenly recalls that he was at the tree with someone the last time he was there. Unfortunately, his recollection is interrupted when he sees something that takes him by surprise. He quickly informs Vlad that something is watching them, and that it recognizes him. The blonde swordsman is shocked to hear this, but before he can fully process everything, the spirit asks to borrow his human body for a while. Even though Vlad is taken aback by this request, he quickly agrees to it, feeling that there is no issue since it's only going to be for a moment. Our boy then closes his eyes and braces himself to be possessed by the blue spirit standing behind him. Sure enough, the ghost enters him, and a surge of energy exudes from his body. Vlad is still adapting to the change when he suddenly sees something that causes his glowing eyes to almost pop out in shock. He even stutters as he asks himself what the creature before him is, and that's when we see the gigantic white snake in the tree. While our boy has no idea what it is, the ghost that possessed him informs him that the snake is a spirit too. This blue-eyed serpent locks its gaze on Vlad, and the blonde swordsman is still perplexed as to how it could be a spirit. It's so weird to him, and it makes him admit that he's been seeing way too many strange things lately. Just then, he notices that the serpent spirit is looking at him, so he informs the spirit inside his body. In response, the sword ghost explains that the snake is actually looking at him, since he's the spirit inside of our boy. All of a sudden, it starts slithering down the tree, and as you can imagine, Vlad becomes restless. He yells to inform the ghost of this, and the latter just tries to calm him down, suggesting that the snake won't bite. However, the young swordsman isn't too convinced by this, because he knows that they can't be sure of that. Despite how big and strange the serpent is, Vlad suddenly realizes that it doesn't even feel threatening at all, and this intrigues him. Our boy is rather getting a warm feeling from the snake, and that's about the same time it comes to meet him face to face. The feeling Vlad is getting is as if spring is in the air, but it's suddenly interrupted when a lady walks up behind him, asking who he is. Hearing the stranger's voice, our boy is startled, and the snake spirit slowly vanishes. The lady asks him how he got to the place, and Vlad is just dumbfounded. This gets her upset, so she angrily tells him that no one aside from the Heinel family members is allowed in the graveyard. From her outfit and utensils, she appears to be a worker in the Heinel family estate, so it explains why she's looking so stern and pissed by his intrusion. After hearing what she said, Vlad apologizes to her and explains that he found himself there when looking for a quiet place to pray. The blue-haired lady finds it strange that he came there to pray, and when he sees the questioning look on her face, he quickly pulls out his badge to show her that he's actually a vassal of Sir Jaeger and not some suspicious person. Our boy places it in front of her face, and she carefully inspects it, before finally agreeing that he's not someone she should be wary of. After getting her approval, Vlad smiles in relief and thanks her before an awkward silence follows. The two just stand there staring at each other, and the blonde swordsman finally realizes that it's rude to stand by a nobleman's grave after all. At this point, he knows that he's messed up, so he's just hoping that the lady doesn't say anything that would put young Master Joseph in a difficult situation. His fears are pretty valid because this would get him in trouble, and most likely earn him some serious punishment from Sir Jaeger. So he decides that he has to tell her something that would stop her from talking about their little encounter to anyone. When no other clever ideas come to mind, the young knight in training suddenly asks her if he can be of help to her, and of course, this takes her by surprise because she literally just met the guy. She's still in a daze when he asks her if she's a maid, and if she's here to tend to the grave. Once again, this catches her off guard, and before she can even respond, he tells her that he actually cleaned it up a little before she arrived. The maid is still just staring at him with crossed arms, so he just keeps talking, telling her about how leaves were piled up there. She is very surprised to hear that he actually cleaned it up, so Vlad confirms this, claiming that he felt it's common courtesy to greet the owners of the land. Vlad points to the grave, and she turns around, not knowing what to tell him. Our boy doesn't stop there, because he suddenly takes her bucket and cleaning tools, suggesting that he'll take care of her duties. She's still speechless at this point, and just allows him to carry on, but that's when Vlad reveals he has a favor to ask, revealing that he would really like it if she just let their earlier encounter to just slide. He informs her that Sir Jaeger would be furious if he found out about it, and this confession appears to spark something in the blue-haired maid. Her expression quickly changes from confusion to mischief, and she decides to blackmail our boy by telling him that she'll only grant his request if he cleans the grave well enough. Hearing this, Vlad already knows that he's in trouble, and he mentally curses, finally confirming that the pretty ones are always the hardest to convince. He's really annoyed, but he knows that he doesn't have a choice anymore, so he just gets to scrubbing, while the mischievous maid smiles in satisfaction as she watches him. The scene changes back to the Heinel family mansion, and inside, an intense clash of swords is underway. Vlad secretly watches the duel between knights and is amazed to finally witness one. As the fight goes on, the voice from the sword admits that one of the knights is displaying some good strength, and Vlad asks if he's talking about Sir Colin. The voice confirms this, and even suggests that the ferocious knight would cut through our boy's bones if they're ever matched up against each other. The blonde swordsman doesn't even protest, and just admits that Colin is indeed strong. He's so amazed that he finally realizes why the brute knight is called the Dirty Boar of the Midlands. Regardless of this, Vlad reveals that he finds the other knight, Sir Pablo, to be more impressive. The voice agrees with him, adding that he has excellent shield techniques and is seasoned enough to parry most attacks. The curious kid keeps watching, and can't believe that a warm-up sparring session before the main event can be this intense. It's pretty overwhelming to him, and he starts to wonder if one really has to be that good to be a knight. The voice reminds him that not all knights are amazing by pointing out how Sir Vorden is also considered a knight. Hearing this, Vlad agrees and accepts the fact that not all knights are the same. Still watching the duel intently, our boy starts to think he finally understands things, even though he didn't know them back when he was in Sora. He feels that he now understands what his place in the vast world is, and sighs in exhaustion, knowing that he still has a long way to go on this journey. The day of the duel finally arrives, and we see someone helping another knight tighten his armor. It turns out that it's Vlad who's helping Sir Jaeger with this armor, and the advanced knight just orders him to tighten it more firmly. He obeys the instruction without hesitation, but his mind trails off as he turns to look at the reason for their visit in the first place. It's a mean-looking blue-haired man, and Vlad is surprised to learn that he's Enro, the one trying to take away his niece's claim to the throne. Our boy is drawn out of his thoughts when Sir Jaeger tells him to keep his eyes open for the fight, because after all, it's not every day he'll get to witness a genuine duel between knights. Before Jaeger leaves, he tells Vlad not to fret about what happened the previous day, and even though the knight doesn't know exactly what happened, the kid is still bewildered that he knew he was hiding something. When Jaeger sees our boy's reaction, he teases him for being shocked, before explaining that the fear is written all over his face. At this point, Vlad admits that the duel he witnessed in secret was very shocking. After all, the skill of the knights he watched was literally monstrous and overwhelming. However, Jaeger just states that a child should start by walking, trying to make Vlad understand that he's not ready to run yet. He explains that the higher a person's goal is, the longer their path to walk would be, and even though this isn't sweet news to the young swordsman, he admits that he understands. This moment is interrupted when someone yells out for everyone to show their respects. Vlad sees the princess approaching, and identifies her as the master of Heidel, before realizing that he's not even seen her before. From what he's heard, she's quite young, and the moment she enters the room, Bro realizes that he's fucked up real bad because it turns out that the so-called maid he met the previous day is actually Princess Alicia Heidel. Vlad almost starts crying at this point, and the voice in his head just tells him to add the crime of insulting a noble to his list of offenses. Hearing this, he can't do anything but curse since he's already knee-deep in trouble. Alicia is then escorted from the entrance to her throne, and as she walks down the middle, all the knights bow to her. She gets to where Vlad is standing, and he tries to blend in with the others, but her blue eyes lock in on him, making him terrified because she managed to recognize him. At this point, he can't do anything else than to keep bowing, since the jig is up already. This mischievous princess smiles knowingly until she gets to her throne, where she enters serious ruler mode. After she's seated, the priest appears, and says that they can proceed now that the parties of the duel have arrived. He claims that the gods who look over the place shall attest to it, and states that the rising shall be the evidence. We see that the duel with everything on the line is about to go down. It's the battle that would determine Alicia's fate as heir to the throne, making it an honorable yet brutal duel between her side and her uncle's side. You can tell just how intense this battle will be when you see the knights on either side staring each other down. Before the duels begin, we learn that the noble blood is clear blue, because it shoulders the responsibilities, duties, and karma that the warm red can't. However, Alicia isn't ready to let her blood run cold yet. Soon after, we see the young princess throwing the towel, and yelling in fear to stop a bloody duel between two knights. Alicia stops the fight, claiming that she surrenders just so she can save the older of the two knights, who clearly took most of the hits. However, the injured swordsman just stands there, while still panting heavily, and refuses to give up. He's covered in cuts and losing a lot of blood, but he still refuses to surrender, claiming that it's not over yet. The priest informs this injured knight named Sir Duncan that his master, the princess, has already thrown in the towel, so he urges him to admit defeat. The younger and stronger opponent encourages him to put down his sword, claiming that it was a good fight, and still recognizing him as his captain. Sir Duncan hears this and is speechless, because he didn't expect that the young knight would still call him captain. The old man closes his eyes, feeling defeated, and remembers how he trained his vibrant opponent, and raised him to be the future of the House of Heidel. However, what he didn't expect was that he would return as the sword that would cut his master. As this thought runs through Sir Duncan's mind, he just feels ashamed, and that's about the same time that the priest announces that the victor of the duel is Mr. Andres Knight Sir Chard. Hearing this, Sir Colin, who's also under the uncle, just laughs and commends Sir Chard for providing a good head start. Endre just smiles, revealing that he is impressed as well, and while he's still feeling this confidence, the priest calls for the next two proxies to come forward. At first glance, it's easy to see that this would be an insane duel, because Sir Jaeger will now be going up against the big brute, Sir Colin. The two knights stare each other down, and the priest reminds them for the last time that using aura is forbidden. Of course, this is good news for Colin since he has the advantage of size and strength. The priest once again explains that the fight will end whenever a proxy or his master surrenders. The second thing that can bring the duel to an end is a situation where one of the knights is severely injured to the point that he can't continue the fight. After the rules are announced, Sir Jaeger looks back at his worried vassal who's watching him closely. The green-eyed knight can see the anxiety in Vlad's eyes, but he thinks that the kid should have a good look at the duel instead of trying to run when he can't even walk. Jaeger points to his open eyes, which is basically a way of telling him to watch closely. This is because the green-eyed knight has decided that his duel will be their class for the day. The advanced knight bravely unsheathes his sword, and he prepares to begin the duel, while revealing that our boy's study material today will be none other than Sir Colin, also known as the Warhog of the Central Regions. Not surprisingly, the bigger knight makes the first move, by attempting to land a powerful downward slash, but of course, the calm and confident swordsman effortlessly blocks the strike before retaliating with a similarly devastating hit. However, Sir Colin is up to the task, and when he sees that Jaeger's strike had only one step difference, he becomes very confident that he can win the duel. So, he lifts his blade and prepares to take another mighty swing, this time trying to make it a bit faster and a bit stronger. Unfortunately for him, his skilled opponent casually dodges the first mighty strike, so he tries another one, which just ends with him missing again. Even with one eye, Jaeger can see all of Colin's moves, and it's almost like he can see what the brute is planning to do next. However, this doesn't deter the wild boar of a man because he just keeps swinging as fast as he can. Even though he's yet to land a single blow, Endre is pretty glad to see that Colin is as strong as the stories say he is. The blue-haired uncle isn't too bothered by the lack of hits, because he believes that his brute is overwhelming Jaeger and forcing him into a corner. One of the other knights on Endre's side hears this, and is pretty disappointed that they would even think something like that. He knows that Colin isn't overwhelming shit, and it makes him wonder if he's the only one that can see the strange turn that the momentum of the fight is taking. He's even certain that Colin must be feeling it too right now, and sure enough, the killer boar starts to get frustrated, wondering why he still can't reach Jaeger after several attempts. The guy is sweating at this point, and already getting exhausted, but the green-eyed knight just fans the flames of his fury by playing the role of a matador. With a cold and fearless look in his eyes, Jaeger says "ol" in other words, and this just wakes up the wild boar inside of Colin. The word infuriates him, and he charges at the one-eyed knight, calling him a son of a bitch. Of course, this is all part of Jaeger's plan since he anticipated Colin's uncontrollable outburst, so just when the giant knight tries to land a killing blow on him, he takes a lower position that gives him a perfect opening for the real finishing strike. At this point, the voice tells Vlad to watch carefully, claiming that this is the moment our boy is meant to see very clearly. Colin thinks he's going to finally hit Jaeger, not knowing that he's standing right where the advanced knight wants him to be. Jaeger blocks Colin's strike with blistering speed, and ends up creating a gap between them. The voice takes up the commentary role at this point, and informs the kid that it's an inevitable gap formed when a hit is blocked. He further explains that it's what you call a counterattack technique, and Vlad already knows that it's a technique used to launch a follow-up attack after blocking the first hit. Sure enough, this is exactly what the green-eyed knight had in mind, so the next thing we see is that Colin is on his knees. The brute is terrified and exhausted, because he now realizes that Jaeger is on a totally different level. A level that seems insurmountable to him, so he just accepts his defeat, and the priest announces that Alicia's proxy, Sir Jaeger, has won this round. Hearing this, the princess sighs in relief, while her uncle and his men scowl in rage. Like the champ that he is, Sir Jaeger walks back victoriously to where his vassal is, and when he reaches Vlad, he immediately asks the boy if he had a good look. In response, the blonde swordsman smiles smugly, revealing that he did, and thanks the advanced knight for giving him the opportunity to learn. Despite Sir Jaeger's victory, the contest isn't over, because Alicia and her uncle are currently tied on the number of wins. So, that's why the last duel is required, and for this tiebreaker, the blonde knight from earlier will be going up against the purple-haired one from Alicia's side. The blonde swordsman introduces himself as Sir Pablo of Arnstein, and he expects his opponent to do the same before they duel. Unfortunately, this purple-haired swordsman isn't the type for such, and he just asks the knight why he's so awkward. To him, there's no need for all that formality since they already know each other. Regardless of the mockery, the blonde guy proves that he's one of those uptight knights by insisting on formality, so the purple-haired knight is forced to finally exchange greetings with the guy, introducing himself as Jubert of Shazad. The voice in our boy's head sees Jubert, and admits that Alicia certainly found a good hand. He says that while Pablo and Colin are on the same level, Jubert is way out of their league. In a shocking twist, Jubert suddenly turns to face Joseph and Alicia, which confuses them because he should already be fighting on the princess' behalf. The young master is very worried, because he has no idea why Joubert is bidding them farewell, and before he can even come up with something in his head, the crazy knight just bows before them and ruins everything by announcing his withdrawal from the duel. From Alicia to Jaeger to Vlad and even Sir Duncan, everyone on the princess side is horrified by the news. Especially Joseph, who looks like he's about to chew up this purple-haired traitor, and then spit him out. On the other hand, this is exciting news to Andre, because he knows that Alicia's withdrawal from the duel automatically brings it to a close. The ambitious uncle asks those in the room to confirm his claim, and Joseph just gets even more furious, because he finally realizes that Andre always had 4 cards up his sleeve from the beginning, Joubert being the final and most important one. While the young master is bitterly scowling at the relentless uncle, the old man in question announces that he's the only Heinel, and that he acknowledges this before the gods. Even though it looks like Andre has already won, Joseph Bayezid refuses to let it end this way, so he suddenly announces that it's not over yet. With a confident smirk plastered on his face, Andre points out that Alicia's proxy withdrew from the duel. He even goes on to taunt the young master, claiming that he understands what he's feeling, before stating once more that the duel is over. However, the young master bluntly responds, saying that the fight can't end until he is convinced. With a very menacing look on his face, he then reveals that the Bayezid family has no intention of just accepting whatever outcome the people decide. Joseph Bayezid refuses to back down and insists that the fight is not over yet, so one of Andre's advisors secretly counsels, telling him to at least hear what the young master has to say. The advisor reminds Andre that Mr. Joseph Bayezid is a representative of the North, and that since their own knights are subject to the center, things could escalate. He tells Andre that a conflict between the North and the center could ensue if things go wrong at this stage, so the blue-haired menace realizes that his advisor is right. At this point, the uncle is pretty confused, so he asks the young master what he should do now. Hearing this, Joseph is relieved a little, but he also knows that the best-case scenario is already out of the picture, so he decides that all he has to do now is avoid the worst-case scenario. Joseph knows that only a sure-shot defeat can bring the next best result, and only after that can they plan for the future. With all of this in mind, the young master responds to Andre, asking the ambitious uncle to allow the duel to proceed, and claims that they cannot allow Miss Alicia's reputation to be tainted by a forfeit. Of course, Andre instantly asks Joseph if he has someone to stand in for Sir Joubert, and feeling confident that there's no alternative, he agrees to accept the request if there's someone to fight. The blue-haired man knows that Sir Duncan is the only one of Alicia's knights remaining, and there's also an unwritten rule that guests can't bring too many knights. As such, Andre is delighted and confident, because he believes that there's no way a duel can even take place anymore. However, the young master just stares the uncle down with a challenging look in his eyes, as he reveals that he actually has someone to fight in Joubert's place. Andre is incredibly shocked and confused to hear this, but Joseph of the House Bayezid suddenly presents to everyone a mighty warrior, in the name of Princess Alicia's honor, and we finally get to see who he's talking about when he suddenly points at our boy, Vlad of Soara. Even though the blonde kid didn't expect this, you have to admit that he sure looks confident and strong. Not surprisingly, Andre refuses to accept this challenge. He fumes in rage, explaining that Vlad isn't a knight, and then claims that he isn't worthy of fighting in a duel. However, Joseph counters this argument by reminding the ambitious uncle that anyone wielding a sword can fight in a duel of honor. Regardless of this point, Andre insists that it can't work because Vlad's opponent is a real knight, and explains that it would be an insult to Sir Pablo if he's made to fight a vassal. Once again, the young master counters the arguments, but this time he snaps at Andre and his men, asking them if they had the honor of the House of Bayezid in mind when they let all of this happen. They're all stunned as he angrily scolds them for trying to taunt Bayezid House with such a shallow trick, and after that, Joseph vouches for Vlad's reputation. At this point, Andre is forced to comply, so he allows the duel to happen, feeling that the lowly vassal won't be able to do anything significant. Meanwhile, Sir Jaeger is already preparing Vlad's armor for the duel, and the kids still can't believe that he'll be fighting, with a real knight for that matter. Jaeger just confirms this in such a carefree manner, like it's not a big deal. Vlad asks to be sure that he won't die in the duel, so Jaeger assures our boy that he'll interfere if the worst comes. Hearing this, Vlad isn't exactly relieved because he knows that the worst is still pretty bad for him, but Jaeger doesn't even say anything in response. Our boy notices the silence, and gets pissed at the advanced knight for not saying anything to reassure him. While he's still scowling at Jaeger, the young master suddenly calls out to him, before embracing him in a warm hug. As you can imagine, the blonde kid finds this pretty weird, so he gets uncomfortable, and tells Joseph that he really doesn't need to do all this PDA. However, while he's trying to say this, he gets interrupted by Joseph whispering in his ear. He tells Vlad to just hang in there for 10 minutes. This might look like a warm and fuzzy hug, but it's all part of Joseph's plan. The young master reveals that he has a plan and has already given Borden the orders. All they need is for our boy to buy them some time, so Vlad asks him if 10 minutes will be enough. In response, Joseph admits that the more, the better in this case, so Joseph confirms that he understands the assignment, and promises to do his best to help out. The hug finally ends, and as Vlad walks away with a determined look in his eyes, the young master tells him to be careful. Our boy walks up to Princess Alicia's throne and then bows before her. The princess acknowledges him, so he turns to face his opponent, the mighty Sir Pablo Arnstein. The two fighters face each other, and our boy introduces himself as Vlad of Soara as he pulls out his sword. But Pablo just glares at him in response. The knight is so furious that he drops his shield immediately, and then tells our blonde swordsman that he's not even worthy of hearing his name. Pablo calls Vlad an unworthy brat, claiming that the duel was no longer one of honor the moment he arrived. The knight might think like he's the only one who feels insulted, but he has no idea how mad he just made our boy, because Vlad hates it when people talk about worth. The blonde swordsman thinks back to his life in Soara and wonders why people always hog beautiful and shiny things. Even though he comes from a place of no worth, it doesn't mean that he has any intention of ending up as a nobody, so with this in mind, he wields his sword and boldly asks Pablo what makes him appear lacking. At this point, our boy's eyes are glowing with intensity, implying that the knight just struck a nerve. Vlad asks Sir Pablo to tell him what makes them so different from one another, and despite seeing the power in the kid's eyes, he just taunts some more, claiming that the Bayezid standards have really fallen. Of course, our boy isn't going to let that one slide, but before he can respond, Sir Pablo tells him that he can ignore the rules of the duel. The knight unsheathes his blade and challenges Vlad to fight with everything he's got, but claims that he'll still nip this fight in the bud. At this point, our boy is beyond furious, so he charges at the knight with all he's got. After all, this is the day he deserves to shine. Vlad takes a massive swing at Sir Arnstein, but the more experienced knight blocks it and a heated sword clash ensues. The two swordsmen hold this position for a while before Pablo suddenly notices something strange with Vlad's sword. As such, he pushes the kid away, but of course, our boy just charges at him again, determined to win. Because, for the first time in his life, he lifted a sword, not for himself, but for someone else. The blue-eyed swordsman rushes to deliver another powerful attack, and the voice in his head advises him to aim for Arnstein's left, the same place he was shielding earlier. Vlad takes the advice, but Pablo barely manages to block the attack. The voice admits that habits are scary, and after our boy's brilliant attempt, Andres starts to get a little worried, because he sees how quick the blonde swordsman is and realizes that he's no ordinary kid. Meanwhile, Pablo isn't backing down either, but even though he promised to end the fight quickly, he can now see that Vlad is a natural, especially because of his ferocity, which is like that of a starving wolf. As terrifying as the kid looks right now, the more experienced knight still believes that he'll win, so he admits that Vlad has great spirit, but the look in his eyes implies that it won't be enough to win. Our boy sees this look on Arnstein's face, and he can already tell that the knight is planning to deliver a powerful strike. Sure enough, Pablo takes a mighty swing at Vlad, who manages to block it, and that's when the knight stares him down and tells him that he can't win because he's not all the way there yet. Arnstein's strike is so powerful that it sends our boy on his knee when he blocks it. The knight doesn't reduce the intensity at this point, as he just pushes down with great force, causing Vlad to shake while struggling to hold on. The boy from Soara musters all the strength he can to keep Pablo from taking him out, groaning in pain as he pushes himself to the limit. He thinks about how this fight is like being beaten with stones at this point. As our boy begins to tire out, Sir Pablo lifts his sword and asks him if he's done playing his tricks, right before attempting to land an even more powerful sword strike on the kid. Even though this strike packs a lot more force than the last one, Vlad still manages to block it somehow. Because of the force generated by Pablo's swing, the kid is forced to block the attack with both hands from below. However, while he's struggling to do this, the voice in his head tells him not to block the opponent's attacks head-on. Instead, it tells Vlad to try to parry the attack somehow. Of course, our boy is determined to take this advice, so when the powerful knight takes another big swing at him, he tries to deflect it, and it doesn't exactly go as planned. This time around, Pablo's strike sends him flying in the other direction, and he crashes into a wall. Vlad screams in agony as his back slams into the worm, but he still doesn't fall to the ground. Rather, he lands on one knee like a true knight and prepares to get back up, just as Pablo intends to finish him off for good. The more experienced knight walks up to him like a lion going to meet its injured prey, and as our boy struggles to get back up, he just stares at this kid like there's something running through his mind. All of a sudden, he calls Vlad's performance impressive, and admits that even though it's too early, the kid is still worthy of resisting him. Our boy isn't exactly flattered by this confession, because he still hates when people talk about worth. Pablo suddenly lifts his sword to finish things, and admits that it's such a shame he had to meet the promising young swordsman under these circumstances. He tells Vlad to come find him later, but as you can imagine, our boy isn't one to give up that easily. The voice tells him that he's worked hard, and it kind of triggers something inside of him, because his eyes glow even brighter all of a sudden. Vlad sees Arnstein's sword coming down at him to end the duel, but he refuses to let this happen, so in a shocking and unbelievable twist, he deflects the attack with his sword at the last minute. Everyone watching is shocked, including Jaeger, who was preparing to interfere. Indra and his men watch with dropped jaws, and so does Princess Alicia, who can't believe what she just witnessed. Sir Pablo is equally taken aback and wonders if Vlad just used a counterattack technique. Sure enough, the blonde swordsman is using just that, a technique he learned from the one and only Sir Jaeger. While Pablo is still coming to terms with what just happened, the people watching are trying to make it make sense. They can't understand how a mere squire managed to stop a seasoned knight's sword strike, so Indra convinces himself that it must have been a coincidence. He refuses to believe that Vlad meant to do it, because he sees the exhausted blonde, and concludes that he can't even lift his sword. Truly, our boy is almost completely drained at this point, and we see him panting heavily like someone who's about to collapse. But despite this tiredness, the boy from Soara isn't one to give up, and from the look in his eyes, you can tell that he's ready to keep going. Sir Pablo overhears the murmurs behind, and what Indra said. But he disagrees in his mind, knowing that there's no way that what Vlad did was a coincidence. The knight believes that it's something outside of the box, and admits that he also has a hard time accepting it. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when our boy vaguely asks him why. The knight doesn't understand because as far as he knows, Vlad can't read people's minds, so he expresses his confusion. The blonde swordsman just confuses him some more by asking him why it is only him. At this point, Pablo must be thinking that his opponent has gone crazy, wondering if he lost consciousness or something. Just then, Vlad tiredly mumbles some more gibberish, with his blue eyes slowly shutting. So the knight takes a closer look at him, and begins to wonder if the blonde kid is dreaming something inside his memories. We then see how tired the swordsman is, and he indeed looks like someone asleep. We see his dirty shoes in the sand, probably a memory from his childhood in the back alleys of Soara. He'd always been a boy without rights, but he wanted to be something else. He always longed for shiny things. He wanted abilities and craved opportunities. But most of all, he dreamed of possessing rights. In this flashback scene, the poor blonde boy stands with his dirty shoes in the sand and stares at the special sword hanging on the wall outside a blacksmith. The same sword he had been obsessed with since the first day he saw it. But he could never afford such a rare item. It's such things that made Vlad desire the rights to go somewhere that shines, a place where he wasn't the underprivileged child. And as this memory of Soara fades away, our boy wakes up from this trance. His eyes widen with determination and anger as he reveals that he wants to be in this shiny place as well. This sudden activation takes Pablo by surprise, because it almost looks like Vlad just woke up from the dead. The knight can already feel that the fight won't be the same anymore, and the look on his face shows that he's no longer as confident as he was a few seconds ago. At this point, a flower is about to bloom, a brilliant flower that no one has ever seen before, and this is when we see the insane aura surrounding our boy, as he gets back up to continue the duel of honor. The next thing we see is the two opponents clashing swords, and this time, Vlad's isn't shaking. Indra and his men are bewildered when they see this, because he can't even fathom what his eyes are seeing. That's when we see our boy's hands covered in blood as he tightens the grip on his sword. Sir Jaeger is equally shocked to see this because he knows that he didn't show the technique to Vlad so he would use it. Like all he did was show him to help him focus on the basics, but this genius swordsman is out here pulling off unbelievable techniques. The aggressive duel continues as both swordsmen go toe-to-toe, with neither backing down. Meanwhile, Sir Jaeger is still shocked because his vassal is already using the dangerous technique. Our boy takes a mighty swing at Sir Arnstein, who observes closely and concludes that the sharpness at the end of Vlad's sword has already disappeared. This makes him realize that the boy from Soara is now fighting with a blade full of his well-settled resolve, so he finds it interesting. The young swordsman attacks with all the strength and determination that he can muster, but this just makes one wonder where this resolve even points to. Just as our boy is about to deliver the strike, Pablo is already fully ready to take the attack, so they clash swords again. He sees the boy's bloody hands, and is instantly horrified because he fears that his opponent's sword is howling. At this point, he realizes that Vlad's sword is going to bloom any moment now, and while he's busy worrying about that, the young swordsman prepares to take another big swing. Pablo realizes what's about to happen, and decides that he must carry out his duties as a knight. The seasoned knight equally raises his sword to match Vlad's attack, and once again, they clash swords. It turns out that Pablo intends to block all of our boy's strikes so that he can bring out Vlad's world, which is about to bloom all of its flowers. Our boy holds off the experienced knight, and they remain at loggerheads until Vlad's sword begins to exude some kind of power. Everyone around is shocked and confused when they see this. Even Jubert is bewildered, and so is Sir Jaeger, who realizes that what they're witnessing is the premonition. When Sir Pablo sees this too, he desperately calls for his shield, demanding that someone get him one. Hearing this, a young squire rushes to his aid and takes a sword to him. Now having a shield, he beats his sword against it, and finally tells Vald his name, introducing himself as Sir Pablo of Arnstein. He prepares to continue the tough fight, and calls our hero the boy who has rights as he asks for his name. In response, Vlad looks at him with glowing eyes, and reveals that he's the boy born in a place without rights. With this statement, we're once again taken back to his memories in Soara. We see Vlad leaving footprints in the sand as he walks away from the sword on the wall. But he's not walking aimlessly. He's walking toward the place that shines, and as he makes his way to this magnificent place in his mind, he hears a voice telling him that he has proven his own rights. Our boy beholds this place that shines and continues to stare at it until his blue eyes turn golden. However, they quickly turn blue again, because now the young swordsman knows who he is. So, the voice tells him to scream out his identity with pride, and he does. Our boy charges at his opponent with power surging all over his body and reveals that he is Vlad of Soara. The aura around him shines so brightly that it turns into a blinding light which everyone around has a hard time looking at. Even Joseph covers his eyes from the light, but Sir Jaeger anxiously watches on to see what happens, the same way Andra refuses to look away. As menacing as Vlad's aura is, Sir Pablo remains undaunted. Rather than covering his eye to the blinding light, he opens it wide, as it glows with a burning gold color. This power covers him as he challenges the young swordsman to come at him one more time. Sir Pablo of Arnstein urges Vlad of Soara to attack, and of course, our boy goes in to resume the brutal duel. He yells like a warrior, and leaps into the air with the terrifying aura surrounding him as he attempts to deliver a sword strike that would end the fight. However, his opponent is very much prepared to take on the hit, and braces himself for impact by setting his huge shield in place. Sir Pablo's is equally fierce, as the energy around him makes him look like he's been covered by an inferno. The clash ensues and the scene turns white for a while. The next thing we see is our boy's bloody hand holding his sword on the ground. Sir Pablo looks at the young swordsman with a smile on his face like a proud father. He sits with Vlad, who's lying unconscious near him, and admits that our boy did very well. Our hero is out like a light, with bruises on his face from the intense clash, but while he sleeps peacefully, Andre takes the opportunity to make some trouble. The troublesome uncle suddenly starts yelling about how Vlad used aura in a duel, which is forbidden. As such, he clamors for the young swordsman to be disqualified for it, but this statement just infuriates Sir Pablo. He's disgusted by the pathetic bastard called Andre. He fixes his gaze on the blue-haired nuisance, and is surprised that even after seeing such a beautiful flower, Andre only thinks about the fruit that will bear when the flower falls. Just then, Sir Pablo turns to see Joseph Bayezid and Sir Jaeger walking up to him. They're both aware of what Pablo did during the duel, knowing that he facilitated the blooming of Vlad's flower, so they thank him for acting out his duties as a knight. Hearing this, Sir Pablo explains that he only did what he was supposed to, and admits that it was an honorable moment helping Vlad bloom as well. After that little exchange, the young master turns to the priest there, and asks him to confirm if Vlad actually used aura. The priest claims that it's correct, revealing that it was indeed aura. Hearing this, Joseph then asks the priest to pick out which is the higher concept between the divine rules of a duel and the swordmaster's code. The priest is caught off guard by this question, and almost looks like he just saw a ghost. It turns out that the swordmaster is a title that has been possessed by only one person in the history of mankind. There is a code attached to this honorable title, and Joseph reveals that code is both honor and duty, adding that it is also related to royal authority. After explaining this, the young master turns to the blue-haired uncle and his men. He addresses Indra Heinel and tells him that rule and code are butting against each other. So, he asks the uncle to choose if honor comes first, or if duty takes priority. He explains that no one there can say either of the two comes first, and as such, he believes that what happened must be reported to the Holy See in the royal palace. After explaining this, the young master concludes that the result of the duel will be postponed until they have a definite answer from there. With that conclusion, we're told that all the young and tender in the world have a deserved right to bloom their flower. We see our boy lying unconscious after his clash with Sir Pablo, and the fact that he has finally bloomed his flower makes one realize how beautiful possibility is. The voice says that all the young who can express themselves as their own world are precious, so he tells all his knights that they must dutifully protect those moments. He tells all those who raise their honorable swords to vow by his name that they will carry out their duties. At this point, we learn that the man speaking is the swordmaster, the founding king, and as all the knights bow before him, he reveals that this is his first code. After the duel, the scene shifts to the Heinel mansion where we see our hero waking up from some much-needed rest. He literally went toe-to-toe with one of the most powerful knights in the land, and held his own too. Vlad finally wakes up, groaning in pain, and we see that his hands are all wrapped up with bandages since he cut them during the fight. Anyway, the first thing he does is call out to Gove, who seems to be standing by the bed. Vlad asks for some water, so the loyal friend quickly pours him a cup. While he is bringing the water, our boy just groans even more, lamenting that all his bones hurt. Vlad finally gets handed the cup, but he's shocked when he opens his eyes properly to see that it's actually the young master Joseph standing in front of him. Joseph doesn't mind catering to his needs for now, admitting that he's just glad that the blonde swordsman seems to have recovered his strength. Vlad immediately apologizes for sending the young master on an errand, but Mr. Joseph quickly assures him that there is no need for that, and asks him to make himself comfortable. The swordsman receives the cup of water with his wrapped-up hands that now make him look like he's a mummy, and Joseph asks him if the pain hurts anywhere in particular, so Vlad answers that it doesn't. The young master then thanks our boy, admitting that he didn't imagine that the young vassal to do so much in the duel. Joseph then takes a seat beside Vlad's bed, and informs him that the duel has now been postponed, all thanks to him. The boy doesn't really understand what he means by that. He was out like a light after the fight, so he expresses his confusion, and Joseph explains that the duel has been delayed without coming to a conclusion. The young master goes on to tell him how the situation got complicated since the rules of the sacred duel and the Swordmaster's code got entangled. Hearing this, Vlad is instantly intrigued by the thought of the Swordmaster's code, because the voice told him about it once. Joseph elaborates, revealing that to become a knight, one must make a pledge as per the Swordmaster's code. He even tells Vlad that a day would come when he will make that pledge, if things go well for him. The whole conversation is so fascinating to our boy, and he immediately begins to fantasize about being a full-fledged knight. With armor all over his body, a huge sword, and a massive horse to ride, Vlad can already see himself as a knight. Joseph wakes him from the little daydream when he suddenly gets up to leave. He hopes that Vlad takes good care of himself, and informs the kid that staying too long in this place might be kind of trouble. However, our boy assures the young master that he's fine already, and is even about to say he's ready to leave, but Joseph stops him right there, explaining that he can't let that happen. He can't let the future knight jump out of bed without fully recovering because he's the kind of person who cherishes things that deserve to be. Elsewhere, we see Princess Alicia staring out her window wistfully. She notices how all the guests are leaving one by one and feels very frustrated that she couldn't even give them a proper word of caution. She asks if Indra left also, but her knight reminds her that her uncle's departure was delayed along with the duel. However, the knight assures her that he has asked the church for personal protection through the priest. Hearing this, Alicia just gets more upset, especially because she now has to see all those who tried to push her to her downfall leave in peace. She claims that it feels like her heart is being crushed, but while she's expressing her sadness, the knight assures her that there will be time for revenge later. The old knight tells her that these difficult times require her to toughen up, and then reminds her that it's important she establishes complete control over Damer in the meantime. Sure enough, the determined princess admits that she has to do just that. She suddenly asks him how the lemon harvest is going, and unfortunately, he informs her that it's not so good. Alicia is worried that production keeps falling, so she asks if they should switch to planting more barley instead. However, Sir Duncan suggests that they just wait and see, explaining that can't just change the industrial structure so easily. The princess agrees with him, knowing that it's indeed a difficult decision to make at this point. She sighs in exasperation, feeling that even after clearing mountain-like trails, there's always another mountain waiting right in front of her. Alicia suddenly spots something outside the window that catches her interest, so she asks Sir Duncan, just to confirm that most knights know how to ride horses. The old knight is taken aback by her question, because as far as he's concerned, all knights should be able to ride horses. To him, you can't call yourself a knight if you can't ride a horse, and that's pretty much the general idea too. After all, horse riding is a virtue as important as the sword, and hearing this, Alicia just keeps gazing out the window, with an amused look on her face. She concludes that the gods don't give you everything after all, so Sir Duncan goes to check what she's staring at, and is immediately stunned. Looking out the window, they can see Vlad struggling to stay on the back of a horse, like he's at one of those bullfighting competitions. Jaeger just watches in the background, feeling very disappointed, so Sir Duncan can already feel the advanced knight's anguish. Our boy eventually gets thrown off the horse and lands on his back. From the look on his face, you can imagine just how much it hurts, and you gotta feel for the kid because he just got out of a brutal duel a while ago. Vlad takes a breather while rubbing his back in agony, but Jaeger just reminds him that he said he could ride an expensive horse. Our boy just hits back, suggesting that maybe the horse needs to be a little more expensive. As you can imagine, the short-tempered knight has had enough of Vlad's annoying remarks, so he lands an insane blow on the back of his vassal's head. As he punches him, he advises the kid to think a little before speaking. Vlad groans in pain, before arguing that he was able to get in the horse the last time he tried. However, it was Goth who steered at that time. While our boy is trying to explain this, his loyal friend Goth chimes in to defend him, claiming that he actually got on the horse. Upon hearing this, Sir Jaeger realizes just how serious the situation is. He initially believed that he'd be able to teach Vlad how to ride a horse by himself, so now that nothing is working, he starts to wonder if the horse might actually be the problem. He sees Goth trying to get the horse back to Vlad and realizes that the animal is even backing away from his vassal. Heck, this horse is even shooting death glares at our boy. Jaeger starts to think that maybe there's something ahead that the horse is afraid of, and since he doesn't know what that is for now, he draws the curtains on their training for the day. Vlad asks if they'll practice tomorrow, and surprisingly, the advanced knight suggests that they skip training for the following day too. Our boy is very confused when he hears Jaeger say this, so he asks the knight when he'll learn how to ride a horse. In response, Jaeger explains that they're delaying that part of the training for now, so Vlad reveals that he's heard those words way too many times since he arrived in Damer. The hot-headed knight bluntly asks him if he has a problem with it, so Vlad decides to get on Jaeger's nerves by claiming that he does have a little problem with it. Upon hearing this, the frustrated knight just sighs, realizing that there's no quick fix for his squire's bratty character. Jaeger just starts walking away, suggesting that they think about the issue when they get back to Sturma, especially since he has work to do later in the day. When the knight exits the scene, Goth finally asks Vlad why horses seem to hate him even more as time goes on. At this point, our boy is becoming worried, because he's afraid that even the more expensive horses won't let him ride them either. Seeing the way things are going, Goth randomly suggests that Vlad tries riding a cow. He thinks it should be easier since cows are definitely duller than horses, but our boy just feels insulted by this idea. He accuses Goth of just yapping all the time, and scolds him, telling him to think a little before he speaks. Of course, Goth heard when Jaeger said this earlier, so he hits back at that blonde swordsman, and mocks him for continually riding in a carriage when other knights are riding horses. Goth taunts him with this, saying that he's sure Jaeger would love that. Seeing that Vlad doesn't appreciate his help, he reveals that he'll get going, so he takes the horse back to its stable. Seeing how much the horse dislikes him, and how Goth just switched up on him, Vlad begins to wonder what the problem could actually be. That's when the voice chimes in, and suggests that the problem might be that our boy is moving too fast. He holds the sword and the voice continues to speak, telling him how animals tend to be more sensitive to that. Perplexed by the situation, Vlad asks the voice what he should do, so it tells him that he needs to learn how to control his momentum. The voice explains that this is one of the ways to control the mental world, claiming that if he can use aura freely, then he can control his momentum. This whole idea is a bit too difficult for Vlad right now since he can't even consciously draw his aura out. And even when he does, the aura itself is pretty faint. In response, the voice assures him that this is natural, explaining that using it in real battles requires training and mastery. The voice then reminds him of Jaeger's words, which is basically saying that he should try running before he can walk. Vlad takes in all of this, and just sighs, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He suddenly remembers that they're supposed to return to Sturma after the farewell ceremony the following day, so he stares at the tree on the hill and wonders if he should go back there one more time before leaving Dermer. Inside the mansion, the purple-haired knight Jubert convinces himself that the Lord will understand after hearing his condition, even though he failed his mission. He walks down the halls with this at the back of his mind, feeling that you can't actually blame the sea for making waves after all. In his defense, the stuff that happened during the duel was kind of an unfortunate accident. After all, nobody could have predicted that Vlad's flower would bloom that day. The more Jubert thinks about it, the more ridiculous it is to him. The fact that a lowly vassal could cause so much commotion is something he still can't comprehend. All of a sudden, his stroll is interrupted when Jaeger holds a sword at his neck. Jubert claims that it's a pretty aggressive hello, and assures the advanced knight that he didn't have to go this far. Jubert's eyes glint with mischief, so Jaeger is convinced that he actually has to go this far. The purple-haired knight asks him how long he waited there, wondering if he doesn't have anything else to do, so Jaeger informs him that today is his day off. Jubert suggests that what he's doing is a waste of his day, so the one-eyed knight retorts, claiming that he has to catch up on delayed work on his day off. The mischievous knight calmly stands there and admits that he understands why Jaeger is so upset. But then again, he claims that he had no other choice, so the advanced knight taunts him, calling their encounter a coincidence because he also doesn't have much of a choice right now. All of a sudden, Jubert uses his finger to slowly push Jaeger's sword away, claiming that the situation must be really upsetting. He then reminds Jaeger that they have the same job, so he expects him to understand this at least. But the green-eyed knight reveals that he's just following orders, because if the master tells him to bark, then he has to bark. The two knights suddenly begin to draw out their aura. Jubert's eyes begin to glow, and the same happens with Jaeger, and they both stand each other off. The cunning knight tries to intimidate Jaeger, but bro doesn't back down, so Jubert takes the hint and stops using his aura. He raises his arms in surrender when he sees that Mr. Eyepatch means business, and then claims that Jaeger's warning is enough. Even though Jubert just surrendered, the advanced knight doesn't move the sword away from his neck, so he decides to use his words. The purple-haired guy suddenly talks about how wrong it is that people call them swordsmen. But just when he thinks he's about to say something to pacify Jaeger, he tells the green-eyed knight that he's also a dog that only bites when his master tells him to. With a very condescending look in his eyes, he tells Jaeger to enjoy his day off if he's done barking. He's confident that the knight won't hurt him, because he knows that the slightest amount of bloodshed would be a declaration of war against the Shazar family. However, before he can even finish this sentence, Jaeger punches him right in the face, knocking him to the floor in the process. Jubert groans as he hits the floor, while the green-eyed knight just taunts him, claiming that one little bite is fine since his lord is a nice man. He says this, and then charges at Jubert again. The crafty knight tries to mock him, asking if the punch to the face is enough for him, but Jaeger just delivers another deadly punch. This time, he goes straight for his guts as he reveals that he's not yet done beating him. At this point, Jubert is struggling to breathe. She falls to the ground again and begins to cough uncontrollably. Jaeger tells Jubert that he expects him to understand why he's doing this, since they're in the same industry after all. The crafty knight eventually gets back up and finally admits that this beating should be enough for him. Hearing this, the advanced knight admits that he hopes they can meet again, especially since he can't make him pay completely for mocking Joseph while they're still in the Heidel mansion. Jubert slowly gets back on his feet, holding his belly, and boldly agrees that they'll meet again sooner or later. He says this because he knows that the empire is falling apart, and this means that people will band together even if they don't want to, so the chances of meeting again are pretty high. The mischievous knight limos away from Jaeger and just waves him goodbye, saying they'll see each other soon. Hearing this, the advanced knight just agrees, thinking about how that time is surely coming. The time when the sword will be needed more than ever, and a time when their lands will be ravaged by war and death. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, we see that our boy has returned to the tree in the graveyard. He stands before the tree and claims that the spirit they met the last time seemed like an old friend, so he suggests that the voice in his head tries talking to it again. In response, the voice admits that he honestly can't believe that the snake recognized him. He was also very shocked. Either way, Vlad thinks that they should have a quick look and leave before they run into the princess again, because he knows that they can't afford the kind of trouble it would cause them. Vlad quickly kneels before the tree and plants the sword in the ground like he did the last time, as he prepares to let the voice take over his body again. Our boy's eyes begin to glow at that moment, and immediately, the white serpent appears in front of him. He's taken aback by how fast it was, and even more startled by how close the snake is to his face. Vlad does his best to stay cool, and then asks the voice to confirm that this spirit is his friend, but the guy in his head isn't even sure. He just hopes that the snake is friendly. All of a sudden, the white serpent spirit circles the young swordsman like he's an egg. As you'd expect, he's not really comfortable with this, but he just tries to assume that this gesture is the snake's way of greeting him. The voice also believes that he should be correct, so while they're still speculating, the blue-eyed snake stops and stares right into Vlad's eyes. It gazes at him and then squints. In general, the snake just starts acting weird, so the young swordsman asks why that's happening. In response, the voice just tells him not to even try understanding spirits, because they're another form of the world. The snake keeps acting strangely, shaking its head all over the place, and the voice tells him that the feeble soul of a mortal cannot understand all that encompasses the world, and this is pretty obvious at this point. The glowing snake suddenly starts to go higher and begins some weird dance ritual, which causes the grasses and the tree to also start glowing. Even the air is suddenly filled with a strange energy, and when Vlad feels it, he realizes that it's actually warm. This is all very confusing to him, but then he suddenly realizes something. The energy surrounds him, and he suddenly begins to understand exactly what it is. Even the voice realizes what's happening, and admits that he's surprised because he didn't expect to see a forgotten enigma there. It turns out that this is the spirit's blessing, and the voice confirms it, as the glowing snake maintains its focus on the young boy from Soara. After that magical experience, the scene shifts and we see Mr. Joseph leaving with his people. Before they depart, they go to see Princess Alicia, who admits that she's very embarrassed to see them off in this manner. She wishes that she could have held a huge banquet for them, and she expresses this feeling. But Joseph assures her that her intentions are enough for him and his people. He totally understands her situation, because this is exactly the time for her to fix the cracks in the Heinel family. Hearing his kind words, Alicia appreciates his understanding, and sincerely thanks him for everything. The representatives of the Bayezid family take one last bow, and Joseph reveals that they'll be leaving now. However, just when they're about to walk away, Sir Duncan asks for a minute of their time. He suddenly asks Vlad to come forward, which leaves our blonde hero quite puzzled. He looks at his masters for permission, and Joseph grants it, telling him to go on. As Vlad walks down to meet Sir Duncan, Jaeger suggests that their hosts must have prepared a ceremony. The young master agrees, and reveals that he told them to keep the closing ceremony simple just in case they went forward with it. Sir Duncan tells Vlad to kneel when he gets to them, so the kid does exactly that. That's when Princess Alicia expresses her gratitude to the boy from Soara. She admits that without him, she wouldn't even be standing there, and then praises him for protecting their honor. Alicia also commends him for shining light over a duel that was blotted with fraud. The princess believes that no amount of gratitude could make up for what he has done for her, so she humbly offers him what she can. Alicia stretches out her hands with a purple handkerchief in them, and then informs Vlad that she wants to entrust her name to him even though he's not a knight. She claims that he was even more honorable than a knight, and while she's saying all of this, Joseph realizes that it's just as he expected. He knows that she's a smart woman, so he understands that she's trying to prove her relationship with Bayezid by having a common prospect like Vlad. In other words, this clever princess is showing gratitude and taking advantage of it at the same time. Meanwhile, our boy raises his head to see the handkerchief, and is beyond disappointed that this is the so-called valuable reward he's getting. Bro can't even hide his displeasure, because he's frowning without even knowing it. He's not sure if he's just supposed to accept the handkerchief from her. I mean, he's still pretty new to all of this knight stuff. Thankfully, he quickly remembers the time that Jaeger told him to always accept stuff from nobles, because it's proper courtesy. The memory rings in his head like a bell, and he also remembers how he got lectured the time he refused Mr. Rudiger's peanuts. As such, he's not willing to receive another beating from his brutal master, so he accepts the handkerchief, and thanks the princess for it. Van's probably wondering what he'll even need the piece of cloth for, but then again, it's proper courtesy, so it's not like he has a choice. Anyway, it seems that our boy might still be in trouble, because the moment he takes the cloth from Alicia, everyone around gasps in shock. Jaeger looks like he just got a headache, while Joseph just gets nervous because he forgot to tell the boy from the back alleys how to act around nobles. An equally exhausted Sir Duncan finally informs Vlad that he just accepted the gift the wrong way. The blonde kid has no idea what the old man means. Well, it turns out that there are two ways a lady passes on a handkerchief that symbolizes her honor. The first way is by hanging the piece of cloth at the end of the sword, while the second method is by passing it to him from hand to hand. At this point, Vlad realizes that he messed up, and as he turns around to see all the judging eyes, he nervously asks how he's supposed to do it. We also learn that these two methods have different meanings, because while the first one at the sword end is for honor, the second hand-to-hand method is for love. After the awkward moment, Princess Alicia gets flustered as her cheeks flush red, but Vlad is still trying to process everything. Man's so confused right now because he doesn't know that he basically just confessed love to the princess. Either way, Vlad decides to be Vlad and mischievously claims that he'll use the handkerchief well, wondering why the guys at the back are making such a big deal out of it. On the carriage ride home, the young master admits that he hasn't been that flustered in a long time. He also feels that he's at fault for not teaching the young squire, and he also jokes about how the wandering minstrels won't have to worry about making a living in Damer for a while. Our boy apologizes for what happened, but Jaeger still scolds him, telling him to always look at him first if he's ever to receive something from a noble in public. He agrees to keep that in mind, but Joseph suddenly congratulates him. Our boy doesn't get why, so the young master reminds him that he's now a man honored by a high-ranking noble lady Alicia. In other words, the boy from Soara has now risen to the rank of an honorary knight. At the start of this series, our hero was just a boy from the slums, and now he has progressed all the way to the rank of a knight. The story resumes, and as you can imagine, the young boy from Soara is utterly shocked when he hears that he will become an honorary knight. However, the young master casually explains that Vlad will be treated like a knight in places where Alicia's name is recognized and revered. This is still really big news to the young blonde swordsman. He can't believe that he will be made a knight of any sort, at least not at this age, and it's such a crazy feeling that just overwhelms him. While he's trying to comprehend the current situation, Joseph chimes in again, suggesting that Vlad's knighthood will basically be limited to Damer since Alicia just became a baron. At this point, our boy finally understands the situation, and almost seems relieved when he realizes what being an honorary knight means. He knows that becoming a real knight can never be that easy. Vlad holds the purple handkerchief that Alicia gave him as he ponders deeply about everything. The young master interrupts these thoughts by reminding our boy that he got the gift because of a mistake, and he also advises him not to lose the handkerchief, because it's actually Alicia's honor and not just a random piece of cloth. The young swordsman anxiously asks Joseph what would happen if he lost the handkerchief, and the young master coldly informs him that he'll have to take responsibility for himself, because he was the one who accepted it with his own hands. Hearing these words, fear grips our boy, because he can tell from Joseph's eyes that the consequences of such a thing will be more than the young master can handle. With this in mind, Vlad holds the handkerchief tightly and resolves not to lose the special cloth at any cost. Just then, Joseph pulls out a small piece of paper that looks like a contract. He claims that the issues ended abruptly and informs Vlad that he won't be needing the piece of paper anymore thanks to him. The young swordsman deduces that the paper is a promissory note, and the young master confirms this, revealing that the paper is a certificate that says that Alicia borrowed 10,000 gold. That's a huge sum, so Vlad is taken aback by it, and that's when Joseph explains that the gold was money to secure Alicia's soldiers in case she lost the duel. If she had lost the duel, she would have been forced to surrender herself because that would have been the only way to save herself from her uncle. However, the young master also reveals that Alicia didn't actually borrow the gold. Upon hearing this, Vlad asks if there's a reason Joseph brought Miss Alicia, since he already knows that losing the duel means losing the right to succeed. In response, the young master explains that his cause is like a spark in the ashes, which one right encounter with the wind can rekindle. In other words, if Alicia is within the grasp of the Bayezid family, then Andre can't help but feel pressured. At this point, Vlad is starting to understand this game a bit, after seeing how nobles live their lives looking for justification. His thoughts are interrupted when he suddenly senses something strange behind him. Joseph notices Vlad's expression, so he asks the young swordsman what's wrong, and the blonde kid reveals that he heard something from the woods to the west. Elsewhere in the forest, it all looks so peaceful at one moment, but then all of a sudden, huge dust clouds erupt in the horizon, and that's when we see the army of horse riders coming toward Joseph's convoy. Vlad sees this through the window and is immediately horrified by the army of bandits headed their way. Our boy quickly raises the alarm to inform the others and pulls out his sword as well to prepare for the imminent battle. However, just when he's about to lift his sword for the fight, Joseph stops him and quietly tells him to put his blade away. Vlad is pretty confused, but the young master just wears a smug look on his face and assures the kid that he made preparations for this even before the duel started. In a surprising twist, it turns out that the bandits weren't actually coming to fight or rob the young master's convoy, because the next thing we see is that they're bowing to Joseph. Their white-haired leader of the bandits informs the young master that they ran a bit late because they were trying to collect the fair price for something. The scar-faced dude remains on his knee and presents Joseph with a bloody sack. Seeing this, the young master asks if that sack is what he requested because he knows that he ended up asking for something else. Joseph tells the guy that he did a good job and asks him to stand up. The scar-faced bandit leader gets up and immediately spots Vlad standing near the young master. The man wonders if he's the young vassal who received Lady Alicia's honor by hand. Apparently, word about what happened has already spread all over the land, and when he says this, Joseph simply confirms it. The young master is surprised that the news spread so fast, but he tells the bandit leader that he can adore the blonde swordsman later. Our boy gets nervous just looking at the scary bandit's face, and it gets even more frightening when the white-haired stranger somewhat glares at him. Vlad becomes pretty terrified when he sees this. He realizes that the aura he senses from the guy is nothing like what he felt from other nights. Instead, what he can sense is similar to the smell of danger that the back alleys of Sowara reeked of. With this in mind, Vlad feels like his instincts are telling him that the scar-faced man is not one to be trifled with. Joseph suddenly asks the bandit leader to follow the convoy if he's coming back to Sturma, but the scary guy politely declines, claiming that he and his men have to get back a bit quicker. After all, they're using horses. Joseph is a bit disappointed, but he lets them go and thanks the leader for his services once again. In response, the guy claims that he was merely loyal to his duty as Bayezid's hidden sword, which is most likely just a fancy name for an assassin. Hearing the strange title for the first time, Vlad is a little confused and quite frightened, so he starts to wonder who the hell these people are, because it's pretty obvious now that they're not your regular bandits. Besides that, he's also really curious about what's in that bloody sack they brought with them. The young master turns around and notices Vlad looking at it, so he asks the kid if he wants to know what the sack is. The young swordsman immediately admits that he is a little, so Joseph vaguely tells him that it contains the world of nobles, which is the world of the cold, brutal, and unforgiving. We get an idea of what's inside even though it was already kind of obvious with the bloodstains on the bag. Back at home, Joseph's father reveals that a group of pilgrims is passing through Sturma, so he asks his advisor if he should greet them. In response, the white-bearded old man suggests that the visitors don't seem to want that, especially since they said that they'd just quietly see the dragon's trail and then leave. Hearing this, the head of the Bayezid family thinks that these must be the voices of the gods that desire nothing, because he hasn't seen such sincere pilgrims in a very long time. Even though they don't seem to want any greeting or attention, Joseph's father still thinks that it should be okay to look after the pilgrims without their knowledge. His advisor already knew that he would say something like that, and the Bayezid head just claims that it's only because one has the right to enjoy what they're deserving of. Seeing that the nobleman really wants to do this, the advisor assures his master that he'll make preparations to watch over the pilgrims. Besides that, the master would also like to talk about his second son and Vlad. He heard about the great feat that they accomplished this time around. The advisor confirms this, revealing that there was even a word in the report that would even make an old man's heart race. Count Bayezid is intrigued by this and links it to the Swordmaster's first code. He feels that it's a nostalgic word that he hasn't heard in a very long time. Elite education began with the selection of those with proven blood and talent from the start. So, these young swordsmen were practically diamonds in the rough that were managed with care during their training. That's why it's rare for a situation to reach such extreme points that would require the call for the first code. Joseph's father feels that it must have been a rare sight in today's times when knights are nurtured so preciously, and the advisor suggests that the master would have loved it if he had been there to see Vlad in action. The count agrees, but he claims that he's not the only one who would have loved it, because he's sure that a few other people would have loved it as well. Thinking about our boy's feat, the golden generation of Bayezid comes to his mind, and he feels proud just thinking about it. Joseph's father believes that at this rate, the old guys will come with treats in their hands for the newbies, and upon hearing this, the advisor reveals that he's sure Joseph would love that. The head of the Bayezid family closes his eyes and thinks back to the time when his second son was practically gasping for air. He thought that Joseph had given up at that time, but the young master surprised him by crawling through the mud, holding him back until he brought a shining thing into their home. That's right, he's talking about the shining boy from the back alleys of Sowara. Unfortunately, this good feeling quickly changes as a wave of sadness washes over the father's face. He believes that he has a lot to think about indeed, because in the end, he can only choose one of his two sons. Elsewhere in Sturma, the other vassals are having a meal when one of them suddenly informs the others that Vlad is back after completing his mission in Dermer. They all start to discuss the things they've heard so far. One wonders if it's true that the blonde kid actually dueled a knight, and another heard that our boy created his own world as well. As you can imagine, Sobanin, who's still Vlad's biggest hater among the vassals, refuses to believe the rumors. He claims that the stories are ridiculous and impossible, because as far as he's concerned, the kid from the back alleys can't use aura. While they're all gossiping, someone suddenly walks into the hall, and we see that it's the man of the moment. Vlad admits that he's starving and thinks about how it's been like a month since he last entered the place. He sees all the vassals dining at their tables, and he also notices how they all look afraid the moment they see him. They quietly turn back to their meals, and this makes Vlad realize that it doesn't matter if someone comes from a high or low status family. Whether the gap in status between them is big or small doesn't matter anymore because the children's alley fight is over. And this is all because of the appearance of that one person who trod in a different world from the rest. The next thing we see is a plate of sausages being devoured by our favorite blonde swordsman. Vlad munches down on the food, making it obvious just how much he missed the place. Unfortunately, he's not able to enjoy his meal in peace with all the other vassals staring at him and whispering about him. It's starting to get on his nerves because it's becoming too uncomfortable to deal with while eating. When he says this, the fat kid eating next to him informs him that it's going to be like this for a while, especially since everyone here roughly knows what happened in Dermer. Vlad causally locks his finger as he realizes just how quickly the rumors spread. The vassal is pretty much our boy's only friend in the place, so he's the only one who cares enough to ask Vlad what his plans are for vacation. The blonde swordsman is taken aback by the talks of a vacation, so his buddy realizes that he didn't know and then informs him that the vassals get a vacation period twice a year. He explains that all the followers have received holidays this week already, so this makes Vlad wonder if he's going to get one too. After all, he's quite new here, and he's not even a disciple from a precious household. On top of that, he doesn't even have anywhere to go for any kind of vacation. Upon hearing this, the chubby kid's face lights up, and he doesn't even hesitate to invite Vlad to his family home for the vacation. It obviously won't be a problem because his dad is the one officially inviting Vlad to the house. The kid nervously admits that he's never actually taken a friend to his place before, and Vlad can already tell that he had no success on previous attempts. At this point, his determination to convince Vlad increases, so he assures our boy that the serving part for guests is done properly at his house. He claims that they even provide unlimited freshly roasted meat. The offer sounds good, but Vlad still has to think about it to know if it's worth coming over. Seeing the hesitation, the chubby vassal suddenly remembers that Vlad once said he was looking for horses. He reminds our boy how he once revealed what his household does. As such, he explains that his family can arrange horses from anywhere near this area, and of course, this finally catches Vlad's attention. He's intrigued, but then the kid reveals that they even have some horses that have better pedigree than Jaeger's horse. In other words, they have more expensive horses, and upon hearing this, our boy immediately agrees to spend the vacation at the guy's place. Vlad is a bit too serious about it, but the fat kid is just happy that he gets to have a friend over at his place for the holidays. Later that afternoon, we see Sir Jaeger beating the shit out of our boy in the name of intense training. The advanced knight casually uses his sword to slap Vlad in the face during their sparring session. But of course, the relentless swordsman doesn't go down that easily. From the look on Vlad's face, you can tell that the pain is taking a toll on him, and Jaeger notices this, so when the kid tries to attack, he counters it and tells Vlad to focus. The green-eyed knight is literally playing right now. The guy holds one hand behind his back, and uses the other to frustrate all of Vlad's attempts to land a hit. Despite being countered over and over again, our boy doesn't give up. He keeps throwing everything he's got at the advanced knight. But Jaeger just seems upset when he sees that the kid is trying to do something beyond his abilities, so he lands a killer strike on Vlad's back. Under normal circumstances, such a blow should paralyze a man, even though they're just using wooden swords. However, our boy survives the brutal hit. He obviously needs some time to recover from it, so he finally falls on his knee to catch a breather. While he's resting, Sir Jaeger reminds him that he told him not to try something if he knows he can't do it. Apparently, Sir Jaeger is mad because he feels that Vlad now thinks he's big enough to try things that are beyond his capacity since he dueled with a knight in Dermer. Our boy is stunned when he hears this, but he doesn't say anything. He's probably still trying to catch his breath. Unfortunately, Jaeger gets even more upset and concludes that the vassal is ignoring him. The blonde swordsman is shocked again when he hears this too, but still, he's too stunned to speak. Jaeger glares at him angrily, and when he realizes that the knight means business, he becomes afraid, so he quickly apologizes to Jaeger. After the apology, Jaeger tells Vlad not to come to the training ground if he feels like he's being forced to do it. Furthermore, the advanced knight also makes it clear that he doesn't want Vlad to come to him anymore if he now feels that he can train without him. After these short statements, he draws the curtains on their training for the day and walks away, telling Vlad that he can leave. Our boy is obviously in a bad mood, so he quietly walks away in the opposite direction. Sir Jaeger looks back at his vassal and admits that the young swordsman's results for far shine as well as his achievements. The advanced knight is certainly proud of him for this, but he feels that Vlad's qualities are still unpolished. And just like sand on a seashore, Jaeger thinks that our boy is still weak enough to be blown off by a huge wave at any moment. This bothers Jaeger, because he knows how dangerous it is, but what can he do except guard the kid? Elsewhere, we see Vlad walking down one of the hallways with his sword. The voice in his head suddenly speaks up, reminding him that he told him to focus on the basics. The voice claims that he would have been angry at Vlad as well, but the young swordsman explains that he was just trying to bring out the aura again. The voice responds by reminding him that not all knights can use aura. He also explains that this doesn't mean that knights who can't use it have a low level. The man in his head informs this that aura only manifests the possibility that one can rise higher. He also tells Vlad that he shouldn't forget that it hasn't been long since he wielded the sword. In essence, he's just trying to tell the boy from Soara to be patient with himself, because a great flower only blooms with a solid foundation after all. He goes on to assure our boy that Sir Jaeger wouldn't have scolded him if he wasn't worthy, so he advises Vlad to think over what the advanced knight told him again. After receiving this little pep talk, our boy calms himself down and sighs as he decides to take the advice. Our boy is already used to contempt and ridicule, but he feels really bad about today because what he saw on Jaeger's face was a look of disappointment. He thinks back to the expression he saw on the advanced knight's face, and it feels even worse than being hit in the back with a wooden sword as far as he's concerned. The voice in his head makes the already sad moment even worse for Vlad by reminding him that he couldn't even bring up the vacation thing because of how mad Jaeger was. Our boy is really pissed when he remembers that he didn't get a chance to talk about the vacation. But he quickly calms himself down and discards the thought, feeling that he shouldn't even care about a vacation in this situation. He looks at the sword and smiles, thinking that he should practice swinging it today until he clears his mind of any thoughts. Later that night, when everyone else is probably sleeping, the young swordsman goes to the woods and begins swinging the sword endlessly. He grips the handle firmly and takes big swings, following the path of the sword. He does it to the point that he creates a huge slash in the earth. By this time, he's pretty tired, so he pants heavily and catches his breath. The voice in his head suddenly suggests that they wrap up the exercise for the night. But Vlad is surprised that he wants to end it already. The voice informs him that he already met the daily quota a while ago, and explains to him that he'll only exhaust himself if he burns too quickly. As you can imagine, the stubborn boy from the back alleys doesn't want to hear this, but the voice keeps trying to change his mind. He reminds Vlad that everything he's been working hard to achieve ever since will all be in vain if he ends up suffering an injury or even worse. After hearing all of this, the young swordsman finally agrees to call it a night even though he's not too happy about it. He stares up at the moonlit sky, feeling troubled at first. But after a while, he starts to feel something different. It's more like a feeling of confidence that washes over him as he stands outside that night. He finally starts to see reason with the voice in his head as he realizes that he only just obtained something that shines. While he's literally glowing under the night sky, Jaeger comes outside and sees him from the balcony. Seeing the young boy shining so brightly, he can't help but watch him. He sees how Vlad's gaze doesn't shift from the moon shining down on him, and this sight makes that advanced knight feel something inside of him. When Vlad doesn't shift his gaze, Jaeger looks up at the sky as well, and concludes that his vassal is like a wolf that chases the moon. The knight and his disciple just keep staring at the moon that night, and while they're busy stargazing, the scene starts to shift slowly. In a pretty cool transition, the scene changes and the next thing we see is the night sky in a place called Trinova, which is actually a county of another place called Ravnoma. Unlike Sturma, which is currently peaceful enough for Jaeger and Vlad to stare calmly at the moonlit sky, Trinova is presently on fire. The county is burning on the inside and the outside, and as the flames consume all the structures around it, all that can be heard are the screams of the residents and the crackling of the fire. As you might have guessed, this isn't some natural disaster, and the city is actually under attack. Inside the throne room, we see that a massacre is underway. Bloody corpses of knights lie all over the room, and the last living knight is suddenly confronted by the killer. He's already seriously injured, but this mysterious assassin had been wondering where he was just so he could finish the job. With a bloody sword in hand, the unknown killer walks toward the knight, and suggests that the wounded warrior was only fulfilling his last duty. The injured knight pants heavily, and struggles to talk as he points out how the killer ultimately came all this way to find him. It's at this point that we get to see who this ominous assassin is, and surprisingly, it turns out to be Godin, the same dangerous man who killed Vlad's boss back in Soara. With his dying breath, the injured knight tells Godin that he doesn't need to follow orders blindly just because the saying goes that the Lord's name comes before honor. He reminds Godin that the knights of the former Count Gadar weren't like that, but the ruthless assassin just informs him that it's the reason all those knights are dead now. In response, the injured knight tells Godin that his light will also go out one day, but until then, he wants the killer to pass one last message to Count Gadar, saying that he'll be waiting in hell. The moment he says this, Godin raises his sword for the finishing blow, and assures the dying man that he will pass the message, before sending him to the afterlife. Vlad is surprised when he hears Master Joseph telling him about a vacation. He probably didn't expect this kind of news because he had already made up his mind to focus on his swordsmanship without any breaks. However, the young master informs our boy that he will in fact be going on a vacation because he's been invited by the Canor household. He asks to confirm this, and Vlad is surprised that Joseph even knows about it. He is about to ask the young master how he even found out, but before he can even finish talking, Joseph explains that rumors spread quickly. Apparently, Sir Grigori's vassal, Patri, has been babbling all about it in excitement. Upon hearing this, Vlad immediately realizes how the news got to Joseph. Patri probably blabbed about it to Sir Grigori, who then told Jaeger, and of course, the advanced knight ended up telling the young master about it. At this point, he's already sure what's going on. Joseph claims that he was going to give Vlad a vacation anyway, so now he feels that there's no reason to send him when he's already decided where he wants to go. Our boy thanks him in response, but he's still a bit pissed at Jaeger for ratting him out. He glares at the knight, but Jaeger pretends like he didn't do anything wrong. Joseph notices the awkwardness in the room and becomes quite confused at first, but then he immediately concludes that something has happened. He knows that the awkward silence will be gone if he interferes, but he decides to keep quiet because he knows that some relationships are just meant to be respected and left alone the way they are. The tension in the room continues to build, and after a while, Vlad admits that it's getting hard to even breathe. Even though he's very annoyed with the advanced knight, he still feels that it would be better if he just greets Jaeger and excuses himself. While he's still pondering on this, the green-eyed knight suddenly speaks up and reminds Vlad that a knight must never let go of his sword at any moment, even though he's on vacation. Our boy is caught off guard by the statement, but he also knows that it's totally true, so he accepts the advice without argument. Jaeger warns Vlad, promising him that he'll notice the effects if he misses a day of training. But even worse, he tells him that other people will notice if he skips training for even just a week. The advanced knight knows that Vlad is not the lazy type that would need to be told about training even if he's not told, but he feels that it won't do any harm to remind him because he won't go astray when he's constantly being kept in check. With this in mind, he simply tells his young vassal that they'll see when he gets back from his vacation. Vlad is so glad when he hears this because it means that he's finally gotten Jaeger's permission and approval to go. Joseph notices just how happy the young swordsman is, but then quickly tells him not to get his hopes too high about the horses. After all, his current problem will probably be difficult for even the Canner household to deal with. The young master practically cuts Vlad's joy short with this statement, and then he tells our boy to analyze how much the horses reject him, so that he can find out the area where the horses that reject him the least are from. Vlad takes the advice, confirming that he understands it, and so the young master tells him that he can leave until they meet again after a week. The young knight in training starts to walk out of the room, but then he stops when Joseph suddenly tells him that he doesn't need to get gifts on the way back. Our boy is stunned to hear this, but then he assures the young master that he won't forget. In the young boy's mind, Joseph is actually saying that he needs gifts, because he remembers that the guy seemed to enjoy the jammin' that Patri got him before. Vlad finally exits the room, leaving Jaeger and Joseph alone in there. The young master still can't believe that the Canner household actually invited the young boy from Soara to spend vacation with them. Jaeger already seems to know why Joseph is so concerned, so he suggests that Vlad might meet a certain someone if he's lucky. The young master agrees, recalling how both Vlad and this mysterious person are both really notable figures. In response, Jaeger asks what would happen if someone was keeping an eye on Vlad and this person, which leaves Joseph speechless for a bit until he finally comes up with an answer. Joseph suggests that anyone who would keep tabs on them would also be the kind of person to simply ask for something when they want it. Despite knowing that this is most likely the case, Joseph reveals that he has no plan to give anything that is asked of him if that's the case. Elsewhere, we see our boy being rather perplexed. He doesn't seem to know what's going on, and he certainly has no idea where he is. It turns out that he's just being given a new cloak to test out. Not surprisingly, Joseph's mom is the one responsible for this latest gift shower, and even though our boy is pretty overwhelmed by the whole thing, she seems to think that the color suits him well. As far as she's concerned, he's well suited to leather armor, and even more than that, she feels that everything suits him well because of his strong bones. This is why she doesn't mind making him new clothes, because it's worth her while just seeing him try them on. Despite being very shy and uncomfortable, he's also really grateful, so he thanks Lady Oksana for her kindness. After that, she asks him about his invitation to spend a vacation with the Canner household. Vlad confirms that the rumor is indeed true, so she reminds him that people always need to well-dressed and presented neatly whenever they are invited to someone else's place. She explains that this is just basic manners and a way not to give one's parents a bad name. The young swordsman just feels down and speechless when Lady Oksana says this because he knows she is actually right. But then she drops another bombshell by telling him that he shouldn't give her a bad name. In other words, she's telling him that she's pretty much his mother. Lady Oksana embraces him again, but he is so stunned by what she just said to even move. It's like he's frozen in shock and his eyes just widen as he tries to process everything. As for the mind woman, she just gives him a warm smile in response. Her yellow eyes shine as she looks at Vlad and he immediately gets flustered. Bro is blushing so hard that his ears are even turning red at this point. As such, he just accepts her advice and assures her that he will not give her a bad name while he's away on vacation. Vlad bows his head as he says this, and while he's still in this position, she surprises him again by informing him that she'll assign a tutor to him when he returns from the vacation. After all, she doesn't want him making any more mistakes like when he received a lady's honor with his hand. She suggests that such a blunder should only happen once, and our boy is so embarrassed when he remembers what he did, so he nervously asks her to forgive him. Lady Oksana informs him that the title of a knight is similar to that of a semi-aristocrat, and for this reason, he needs to learn the appropriate way to act at all times. When she says this, he takes the piece of advice and promises to keep it in mind. The kind woman then reveals a basket of fruits being carried by a servant and tells Vlad that he can take it along with him. Apparently, Joseph brought the basket because it's not good manners to go to someone's house empty-handed. Once again, the young swordsman bows before Lady Oksana and thanks her for her careful consideration. In response, she just waves it off with another gentle smile and then tells him to have a relaxing time during his vacation. Later, we see our boy making his way out of the place with the basket of lemons in hand. He closes the door, but then suddenly starts to feel suspicious about something. He looks out the window and then sees his reflection and how different he has become since he left Soara. Looking back to his time in the back alleys, he sees his former self and admits that everything feels very unfamiliar to him. The young swordsman feels that it's like he's now wearing clothes that don't suit him. He keeps staring at the reflections on the glass window and then he even sees his red-haired best friend from the back alleys. Unfortunately, she's scowling at him in this mild hallucination, and even the appearance of his former self doesn't look happy with him. Their judging eyes continue to glare at him, and he starts to feel bad when he remembers that Jemima is allegedly staying in a convent now. At this point, he can't bear to look at the images anymore, so he turns away from the glass window with his eyes closed. Vlad can only hope that she's doing well right now, because he believes that she'll also be wearing clothes that don't suit her since she's in the convent. With this in mind, our boy walks away from accusing reflections and makes his way down the hall. Elsewhere, people are talking about the new attendant that is getting famous in the Bayezid household. They've also heard about how the genius vassal pulled out Aura in Dermer, but that's not all they've heard about him. From the rumors going around, they've also been able to discover that Vlad is incredibly handsome. We finally get to see that the people gossiping are actually sisters in the convent. Some of them are busy talking about how good-looking the talented vassal is, while a redhead among them is busy scrubbing the floor. All of a sudden, the other sisters start describing what they've heard about Vlad's appearance, talking about his blonde hair and blue eyes. The person scrubbing hears this and pauses suddenly. The sisters feel that he could be of a noble origin, and since he pulled his aura at such a young age, they think that he could also become a knight who represents the north. The redhead disregards the little gossip when he hears them suggesting that our boy is of noble origin. It turns out that the sister scrubbing the floor is actually Jemima, Vlad's old friend. With all the things they're saying about the vassal talent pulling aura and becoming a knight in the near future, she concludes that it can't be Vlad because she feels that there's no way he could have grown so rapidly already. But then again, she feels that it would be nice if he's alive and doing well. At this point, Jemima is distracted, so the other sisters notice that she's no longer working and try to bully her. They ask her if she's just playing around and remind her that she hasn't donated. They claim that she should think of repaying what she owes by working all her life. As such, they tell her to finish scrubbing the floors and then do the dishes if she doesn't want to get scolded by the head sister. The three bullies keep talking about how Jemima has nowhere to go if she leaves the convent, and how she also doesn't even have anyone to get her out. So, they feel that it wouldn't be such a bad thing for Jemima if she gets used to working there continuously. They leave the room and tell her to keep working and finish everything before it's time for lunch. You'd expect the redhead to be more offended after being treated this way, but surprisingly, she just smiles as she continues to scrub the floor. She feels that it's a good thing she knows all of this from Rose's smile. But then again, she starts to feel bad when she remembers something. Jemima remembers that this place isn't for everyone. Just as she's thinking about this, a memory starts to play back in her mind. In this flashback, we see the head sister talking about how the convent is one of the places closest to God. She explains that they cannot house girls who put themselves in filthy places. Apparently, she's talking about the lowborn girls that she doesn't want in the convent with her. However, the spokesperson, Marcella, who brought them, insists that the girls are all virgins and that the bishop watched over them. Regardless, the head sister claims that they can't just take in all the girls all of a sudden. However, Marcella doesn't want to hear that crap, so she snaps at the head sister and reminds her of how much money she has donated to the convent. She's very upset because she knows that the sisters can feed the girls for 10 years and still have money remaining with the amount she's donated. The head sister tries to argue, but she's at a loss for words. Before she can come up with a counter, she's cut off again. But this time, it's by Jemima, who's asking Marcella where she is going to be staying. However, she tells them not to worry themselves, and after that, she leads them into the convent, not minding what the head sister has to say. But just then, the head sister stops her, and then tells her that she can't enter the sacred building. The gray-haired lady admits that she wasn't even hoping to. She asks the head sister to take care of the kids and informs her that they're all good at work. Just then, a group of men appear out of nowhere. They spot the woman and the girls she was carrying with her, so they charge at them. When the woman hears the men coming at them, she yells for the kids and the head sister to get in quickly. They manage to run inside the building in time, but unfortunately, Marcella gets caught by one of the scumbags. She struggles to free herself, but to no avail, and Jemima can only scream in horror as she's equally dragged away to safety by the head sister. The hoodlums take Marcella away and leave the others. They drag her back into the woods by her hair, and despite all her struggles, she's still unable to escape. The doors of the convent are closed behind her, meaning that Marcella is now completely at the mercy of the bandits. The flashback ends and we catch up with Jemima, who's still scrubbing the floor in the present. She starts to sob as she recalls this memory, and also cries when she remembers Vlad. Elsewhere, we see our boy standing outside a house looking dumbfounded by the sight in front of him. He's left in awe after he sees the Canor household mansion, and finally realizes why they're said to have so much influence in Sturma even though they're not a noble family. He had a feeling they were wealthy, but what he's looking at right now is just insane as far as he's concerned. As he enters the gate with his chubby friend, he's greeted by an old man along with several other servants. This old-timer turns out to be the family butler, which explains why Patri is so excited to see him again. He runs toward the man with outstretched arms until he gives him a big warm hug. The kid admits that he missed the old man since it's been a very long time. The butler reveals that he's also happy to see the boy after such a long time. Patri quickly asks after his father. The butler informs him that his dad is currently welcoming the guests that suddenly arrived. Since the man of the house is currently occupied, the butler suggests that Patri and his guests look around the pasture, which is the pride of their household. Vlad politely accepts the offer, claiming that he's cool with it, so the old man thanks him for being considerate. However, Vlad has one special request, which is to see where the horses are first because he has big expectations. Of course, the butler doesn't have a problem with that, so he assures our boy that they'll do that in a while. He claims that the lord of the house will introduce the horses personally, but admits that it's not a bad idea to take a look at them before then. With this in mind, the old butler shows them the way to the place where the horses are kept. Our boy was probably hoping to get better results with the horses by coming to the Canor family estate. But unfortunately, there's not much progress because the horses here find him just as repulsive as the others before. It's like they're all terrified of him, because the moment he starts getting close, they freak out and run for their lives. Heck, even the cattle run away when they see our boy. Vlad is obviously disappointed with this turn of events, but all he can do is just stand there and allow the embarrassment to consume him. Bro feels like he should just die already because not only are the horses still running away from him, but now even the cows won't let him ride them. As for the sheep, well, they don't want him either, so when the butler sees this, he realizes that it's a really serious problem. The old man feels that it's probably supernatural, so he asks Vlad if he's visited the church for this matter yet. As you can imagine, the young swordsman doesn't think it should be that bad, so he assures the butler that it's not a curse because his guarantor is even priest Andrea. The old man is surprised to hear this, but Vlad just ignores him because he's too busy going crazy from his current problem. He watches the farm animals continue to run away from him, and he starts to feel that it doesn't even matter if he uses aura. He can't ride horses anyway, so what's the use? He starts to see himself eating dust and running after other knights when they're all making cool cavalry charges. He says this, feeling devastated, and Patri is also hurt by this. So, he decides that he's going to help his new best friend at all costs. He promises to show Vlad all the horses in their pasture until they find one that suits him, because he believes that they'll surely have the right one for him. Our boy has his hope renewed a little when he hears this, and Patri assures him that they'll get him a horse he can ride. He reveals that there are beautiful horses Vlad hasn't seen yet, the horses with a good pedigree that the lord of the house brought. Patri promises that he'll play with his dad to show Vlad the horses, and then suggests that they look at the others tomorrow. The chubby friend encourages our boy to just enjoy his first dinner in their house, and later that evening, we see that the Canor household welcome feast is being prepared. Patri shows Vlad the kitchen full of people roasting all kinds of meat, and the young swordsman confesses that it's indeed a spectacular sight to behold. There's nothing moderate about the Canor household after all. Just then, Patri notices that his father is back, Lord Orson Canor, and apologizes for not being around to welcome the special guests personally. Our boy greets the Lord as well, and introduces himself as Sir Jaeger's squire. The Lord just laughs excitedly in response, claiming that he already knows since the rumors about the genius vassal have already spread all over Sturma. Lord Orson welcomes him once again, knowing that his guest is the boy who activated the Swordmaster's discipline. As far as he's concerned, Vlad is a new star who has been born in Sturma, and he's glad that Patri has made a great friend. Orson suggests going inside to chat while the meal is being prepared and expresses his delight to be hosting such precious guests. At this point, Vlad remembers that he wasn't the only guest to arrive earlier, so he wonders who the others are and if they're going to sit together. Patri suddenly reveals that all the other guests are Bayezid natives, so this makes our boy a lot more curious. They finally enter the hall, and Vlad is bewildered when he sees a familiar person sitting comfortably inside. He wonders what the man is doing there, and it turns out this guy has also been waiting for Vlad because he suddenly wears a creepy smile and reveals that it's been a long time since he saw the blonde kid. Realizing that it's Sir Lutcher, Vlad and Patri bow to greet him, and our boy admits that he wasn't expecting to see him. Lutcher invites Vlad to join him for a meal, claiming that the food looks too good to refuse. The swordsman is embarrassed at this point, and immediately regrets rejecting the nuts that Lutcher offered him back then. He looks around and notices everyone glaring at him, so he concludes that they all hate him for insulting the first son of the Bayezid family. Besides that, he also beat up their squires earlier, so they have more than one reason to hate him. However, he feels that he'll gain nothing if he's intimidated by them, so he decides to man up and accepts Lutcher's offer, claiming that he's been waiting for it. Lutcher is intrigued when he hears this, so he smiles mischievously and then asks if they can see the same time tomorrow, since Vlad is on vacation. Our boy is taken by surprise with this question, and then Lutcher suggests that they go somewhere together when they meet. The next day, Lutcher and his knights ride horses out to a desert-like place for some reason, and Vlad is extremely bored because he's been dragged along. Just then, a beast woman from the Liu family named Dorothea confronts him. She accuses him of staring at her and asks if it's his first time being with a beastman tribe. He bluntly claims that there's always a first time for everything, so she aims that it would have been weirder if he had actually seen them before. She heard he's from Soara, so she wants to know how he became one of the Bayazids. In response, he suggests that him being a Bayazid is just as weird as Lutcher's mage being a beastman. She gets offended by this and then asks him if he's ever really used aura, because she doesn't get how he can't ride a horse. I mean, even chubby Patri can ride one, but Vlad tiredly informs her that things just happen in life. Dorothea insists that his case is too much, but he's already tired of her babbling at this point, and starts to regret coming on vacation. He wonders why it's falconry out of the blue, and the beast girl disturbs him again to see if he's listening to her. Vlad asks her if all beastmen are this talkative, so she accuses him of being racist for asking something like that. He then asks if all mages are talkative, so she claims that he's discriminating against her job. Lutcher finally comes to the rescue when he tells Dorothea to give Vlad a break. However, the beast woman just calls our boy a bastard and accuses him of making shitty expressions whenever he looks at her. Lutcher just blames her for pestering him so much, which leaves her defeated. One of the knights suggests a spot, and Lutcher agrees with it, since they can get a better view on all sides. Patri thinks that they might have come hunting, but the grumpy swordsman doesn't care. Besides, he doesn't think they're here to hunt, because they've not let the falcon out of its cage. Just then, a knight calls Lutcher's attention to something in the distance, and that's when they see that it's a group of pilgrims. He didn't expect to see them, so he tells his men to raise the flags to show the people their intentions. The Bayazid family banner is raised and Lutcher decides that it's now time to start finding prey. Elsewhere in the plains, we see a herd of horses, but while all the others are grazing together, one of them is singled out. The black majestic horse stays on the cliff like the kind of all the others, but while it's just chilling, a bolt of energy hits it from under the earth. Right at the start of this episode, we catch up with Lutcher's army as they track the group of pilgrims from across a cliff. While the pilgrims are walking on foot and pushing their wagons along the wilderness road, Lutcher and his bandits follow them closely, but they don't make any form of contact. It's almost like they're just stalking the travelers, without any intention to actually approach them. Seeing this, Vlad begins to feel bored. As far as he's concerned, this little experience is not hunting, but rather, it's more like an escort for the pilgrims. As such, he concludes that Lutcher didn't even come to this deserted place for the falconry in the first place. However, while he's still grumbling and complaining at the back of his mind, the wagon he's sitting in suddenly bumps into a huge rock, and the impact from the collision is so great that he almost gets thrown off. At this point, the motion sickness starts to set in as the little journey gets even more frustrating, so he decides that it would even be better to walk. Our boy starts to get off the wagon, and when Patri sees this, he asks him if he's okay. He already has an idea what's going on, so he asks Vlad if he feels like puking. But the young hero claims that his condition isn't that bad. But then again, he has no choice but to admit that his heart has been thumping continuously for a while. At this point, Vlad is already even sweating and holding his chest because of this feeling. As our boy continues the journey on foot, Patri asks him if it's because the carriage was shaking so much, but Vlad doesn't even know what he can blame, so he concludes that he'll probably be fine if he just walks for a while instead. As he looks around, he realizes that the view of the place is actually pretty good, and it seems that Patri has already been thinking about this for a while, because he claims that he's been wanting to show it to our young swordsman. The chubby friend reveals that the grassland they're currently on stretches all the way to Varna. He claims that monsters even appear sometimes, but he thinks that it's nothing to worry about this year, and that's all that's to Sir Joseph. As they reach a point on the cliff, Vlad expresses his shock to hear that Sir Joseph is the one to thank for no longer having monster troubles. Our boy doesn't understand how the young master is involved in such a thing, so Patri reveals that the current peace is a result of the subjugation from last winter, which Vlad also participated in. Upon hearing this, a smug look appears on our boy's face because he remembers just how impressive his performance was in it. He decides to get a little cocky too by suggesting that he has a little stake in this beautiful scenery as well. Before the chubby kid can even respond, they're both distracted by a sound coming from the distance, and Vlad gets concerned immediately. He wonders what could be causing the noise and the dust in the air. That's when we see a herd of wild horses running through the plains, right in the direction of Vlad and Porty. The moment our boy sees the danger heading their way, a wave of horror washes over him. But it's not just fear that he's feeling, there's something else. Among all the horses charging at them, there's a distinct black stallion at the forefront, and the whole thing gets Vlad so rattled up because he has no idea what's going on. The horses don't even slow down a bit, and with each passing moment, they inch closer to Lutcher's little band of knights and bandits. From the top of the cliff, Lutcher and his men can see that it's a herd of wild horses speeding below. They notice that the horses are quality ones too, but due to the current circumstance, Lutcher feels that they are unwelcome for their guests traveling as well. But then again, he suddenly notices that they're traveling south, and he doesn't know why. The other men realize this too, and they're also puzzled immediately because it doesn't really make sense. It's strange to them since the horses should actually be heading north by this time, because that's where the new sprouts will grow. Besides that, the horses are running way too fast for a normal migration, so they realize that the herd's movement feels strangely urgent for some reason. As such, Lutcher starts to think that the horses are being chased by something. He's not the only one feeling that something is off though, because Vlad is also being overly troubled by the horses. It appears that his heart is thumping fast again, and this time it's even worse than before. At this point, he sees the black horse in front again, and from the look in the animal's eyes, Vlad realizes that the horses are frightened. He keeps looking into the horse's eyes, and he's so concerned because he doesn't know what would make such a huge herd so afraid. He wonders what it could be, and while he's deep in thought, the knights on the cliff conclude that there's an earthquake. However, our boy doesn't believe that it's an earthquake, because he can remember this particular vibration very vividly like it was just yesterday. In other words, he knows exactly what it is, and before he can reveal this to us, we get to see it by ourselves, because something shoots out of the ground behind the horses. It's almost like a volcanic eruption with the kind of force that it shoots out with, and as the dust starts to clear a bit, we finally get to see the massive work monster showing its ugly head. The black horse from earlier gets even more terrified at this point, and everyone around to see the huge monster is instantly overwhelmed by fear. Vlad is particularly horrified because he's all too familiar with this beast. His eyes almost pop out when he sees the giant worm because he instantly identifies it as one of the remnants of the fallen dragon. It's none other than this deathworm. This destructive freak of nature is so powerful and it doesn't even hide what a menace it can be. The deathworm digs in and out of the ground like a high-powered drill on steroids. And right now, this unstoppable force has only one thing on its mind: to kill every horse in its sight. The deathworm easily catches up to one unfortunate horse in the herd, and with a single bite, it takes off the animal's head. The beast girl in the travel band witnesses this gory scene and instantly feels that something is strange. Well, it turns out that this killing machine shouldn't be going rampage with this killing spree, and that's because the deathworm isn't supposed to be a carnivore. This leaves her very shocked and confused because she has no idea why it's happening. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter if she knows why or not, because right now, this massive maggot is hungry for a taste of blood. The horse's leg dangles out between the teeth of the bloody deathworm, and that's when she notices something else about the monster. There's obviously something wrong with the deathworm, so the girl notices that there's a strange energy flowing out from its forehead. The situation gets a lot more difficult from here, because the deathworm's sudden entrance has shifted the wild horse's course. Now, the herd is running directly toward the innocent pilgrims whom Lutcher and his men are supposed to be giving safe passage. One of Lutcher's men informs him of the horrible development, and he's just as confused as the informant. The strange energy continues to radiate from the deathworm's head, and as such, the horses refuse to slow down. The horses keep running for their lives, and unfortunately, they're still headed in the direction of the pilgrims. As you'd expect, the massive bloodthirsty worm follows the herd, which just puts the pilgrims in even more danger. The innocent pilgrims begin to run for their lives, but it's only a matter of time before they're either trampled upon by the horses or devoured by the deadly monster at the back. As a result, Lutcher decides to take action immediately. So, he calls out to Dorothea and asks her what the deathworm reacts to since she's the expert around. Unfortunately, this expert is as terrified as anyone else. She does not seem to have any plan, and it also looks like the deathworm doesn't have any weakness she knows of because it doesn't have eyes or ears. However, she knows that it reacts to underground vibrations, so that would be the only way to get its attention. Lutcher notices that the beast girl is already shitting her pants in fear, so he demands that she pull herself together and then find a way to lure the deathworm away from the pilgrims. Hearing the first Bayezid's son give such a stern order, Dorothea snaps out of her fearful state and takes up her assignment. Sir Lutcher takes charge of the situation immediately, and then orders Vlad to take Dorothea to higher ground so that he can protect her. He wants them to send him a signal the moment they find a way to get the big worm's attention. Of course, our boy is brave as hell, so he's up to the task, and the second he's given this order, he accepts it and gets to work. Patri watches our genius swordsman and he's just in awe of how brave the kid is. Speaking of brave men, Sir Lutcher takes command to face the herd of wild horses and the deathworm behind. He lifts his sword in the air to get the attention of all his men. He doesn't care if what they're about to do makes sense or not, and he lets everyone know that this is how he feels. Lutcher informs them that the only thing important right now is being where one is meant to be, and doing what needs to be done. The Bayezid family's first son gives this motivational speech to lift the courage and spirits of all his followers, and they all pay attention with so much admiration for him. He reminds them that it's their duty to uphold the mission they received from the Count. At this point, all the knights are pulling out their swords with a renewed sense of courage, and as Ledger yells for them to protect the pilgrims, they all charge forward on their horses. Sir Ledger takes the lead, and they all follow with unwavering faith. Ledger rides his horse, summoning every ounce of courage he can muster, but he also knows that this current decision goes against all the norms. The whole situation is weird, but that's why he's so certain that there's a human being behind the abnormal events on display. With this in mind, Ledger charges on, feeling insulted by the person responsible for this. At this point, this knight is literally like fire rushing to burn the enemy, because he thinks that the person who caused this must be very brave to even think of trying something like this in the land of Bayezid. While Ledger and his loyal warriors are going head-to-head with the dangers, we see Vlad, Patri, and Dorothea staying on the higher grounds. The Beast Girl tosses a bag of mysterious jewels on the ground while the boys are busy watching the action below. She's trying to remember which one of the jewels is the vibration engraving because she's forgotten the color. Vlad doesn't seem familiar with the concept either, but that's when the voice in his head informs him that engraving is a type of mystery with divinity and aura. The voice reveals that mystery fulfills the Trinity, and at this point, things start to make sense, and he realizes that she's Sir Ledger's mage for a reason. After all, she probably wouldn't have access to such magical items if that wasn't the case. Suddenly, a fiery tornado emerges from under the ground, and this makes Vlad and Patri turn around so they can actually see what it is. The moment they look over at the flames, they're horrified, because they quickly realize that it's not just fire, but actually the death worm emerged from under the ground with flames. However, that's not even the craziest thing, because they also see that Sir Ledger is actually fighting off the deadly worm within the flames. It's an unbelievable sight to behold, and this just makes Vlad realize how amazing Sir Ledger is. Our boy is flabbergasted, and concludes that the knight is on a completely different level from anything he's seen before. However, the voice in his head doesn't seem so impressive. He tells Vlad that the attack is shallow, and this starts to make sense when we see that Ledger actually didn't prepare well enough for this face-off. The deathworm makes the knight look so tiny, and even though Ledger has activated his flaming sword, he can also see that he's at a huge disadvantage here. He's like, damn it at this point, because there's almost no way for him to defeat the massive worm now that it's made itself so huge. Regardless, he refuses to give up. He challenges the deathworm, and mocks it, because he doesn't believe that this big maggot is the toughest dragon. Ledger is as fearless as they come, but this deathworm has a point to prove, so it doesn't back down either and goes in for the kill. The monster executes a killer nosedive in an attempt to bury Ledger and his horse, but the knight urges his animal to get the fuck out of there. Thankfully, the horse manages to run out of the target zone before the deathworm can drill itself into the ground. The other knights see that it was an extremely close call, so they're all concerned about their leader. They also Ledger if he's okay, but he just reminds them that they shouldn't let their guard down. He knows that the deathworm isn't the kind of beast to run away from a fight so easily, so he wants all his men to stay sharp in case of an ambush or something like that. Vlad watches the whole thing and he's so tense at this point. The voice in his head equally admits that the situation is getting complicated, because no matter how excellent a fighter is, he can't do anything about an opponent that's underground. Ledger also knows this, so he refuses to sit around and wait for a sneak attack. As such, he orders his men to get busy and seek out the deathworm, because he's very certain that the creature is just hiding somewhere and waiting close by. The knights under his command are still as loyal as ever, so they acknowledge the instruction and get to work immediately. As the men begin to search the area, Sir Ledger can't help but feel so restless. He turns around frantically, wondering where the hell the deathworm could be hiding. Just a few seconds after the search begins, one of the men yells out to inform Ledger that he's found the deathworm. Unfortunately, it's headed right for the innocent pilgrims they've been trying to protect. That's when the Bayezid sun turns around to see the deathworm speeding toward the pilgrims from under the ground. The monster is already so close, but this doesn't stop Ledger from trying to save the people. He charges on his horse and orders all of his men to follow the deadly creature. Vlad can see the terrible turn of events from up on the cliff, and at this point, he knows that there's not much time left. He tells Dorothea that they might have to speed things up now, but when he turns to look at the beast girl, she looks incredibly confused. It's almost like she doesn't even have a clue what she's doing, so our boy is so disappointed and pissed. The scowl on his face makes this very clear, and then he goes on to scold her for playing around when there's an emergency. Upon hearing him say this, the beast girl snaps at him and insists that she's not playing. She feels insulted that he would even think she's playing at a time like this. She's still holding her painted tail like a creep and insists that what she's doing is a unique method of the werebeasts. Sure enough, the page she was painting on begins to glow, and it starts to look like she actually knew what she was doing. She claims that she was almost done with it even without Vlad pestering her. Dorothea is so pissed right now, and she even takes out her anger on Patri by calling him a fatty. She gives him the painted paper and asks him to get it to Ledger immediately. Apparently, this is her signal, and she reveals that they can use it by either rubbing or cutting the paper. However, the chubby guy is just stunned that she's actually referring to him, because he probably didn't even expect to be so involved in the matter. Dorothea just yells at him in response, telling him that the marking spell exhausted her completely, so much so that it'll even be hard to walk after conjuring it. As for our boy, well, he can't even ride a horse, so there's no better person to deliver the message with the way this currently is. The voice in Vlad's head reminds our boy that he'd still be slow even if he could ride a horse. After all, a deathworm is faster underground than it is on land, and because of this, the voice concludes that Lutcher's knights can't even come close to chasing it down with their horses. Upon hearing this, our boy gets so serious all of a sudden because this means that there's only one way for him to save the pilgrims from the monster before it's too late. He snatches the paper from Porty's hand and dashes off, leaving them confused. They're stunned when they see him running away, but he doesn't tell them anything other than the fact that this is their last resort. Dorothy is so weak that she can't even stand up or go after him, so she just sits on the floor and desperately asks him what he's going to do. But he just ignores her and jumps down the cliff, which just pisses her off to the point that she concludes he's a lunatic. I mean, you can't blame her because he literally just jumped off a cliff without even giving it a second thought. Vlad slides down the hill, thinking about how Mr. Joseph and Lutcher are both vying for the position of the family head. On top of that, the knights on Lutcher's side are elites of Bayezid, so there's not really any need for a vassal like him to take action in a situation like this. However, the mere thought of that damn creature just won't stop bothering him. He can still remember it down to his bones. Vlad can vividly remember how it feels to have his home destroyed by a huge world you can do nothing about. As our boy makes his way closer to the target, the voice in his head tells him to focus the strength in his toes, but that's about the same time that he trips on a rock. Vlad tumbles down the hill, and as he keeps falling, the voice tells him to roll up his body like a ball to cushion the fall. Our boy tries his best to achieve this, but he's unsuccessful, so by the time he reaches the floor, he slams into the ground. Vlad just lies there at first, and those looking down at him are afraid that he's dead. But then, he groans in pain and gets up. Patry sees this and a tear of joy runs down his face because he's glad to see that his guest is still alive. The fatty is relieved, but Dorothy is just baffled by how the blondie is still alive after falling from such a height. Vlad manages to get himself up together and admits that he didn't even expect to feel okay. He wipes the dust off his body and feels like he should have broken a bone or two. At this point, our boy feels a weird feeling again, and that black horse from earlier turns toward him. It's almost like they are connected in a way. The young swordsman starts to glow with a bright blue light, and the horse just keeps staring at him with so much longing in its eyes. The voice in his head then reveals that this is the blessing, and claims that he would have died from the fall if it wasn't for the snake's blessing. Our boy sees his body glowing so brightly, and it's all so awesome to him. The voice in his head admits that it is indeed awesome, and then suggests that they visit that tree later. With renewed energy, Vlad jets toward the target again, assuring the voice that they'll get another chance to go there. But for now, the only important thing is sending the message to Lutcher and then saving the pilgrims. Just then, our boy notices something strange about the pilgrims, and that's when he sees a certain old man pushing the wagons, so he stops right in his tracks. Vlad realizes that this old man is Priest Andreas, and he's shocked that the father is the one leading the pilgrims. Seeing this, he begins to wonder where Sir Lutcher is right about now. He sees that they're still very far away, so he's sure that the deathworm will get to the pilgrims first. At this rate, he's afraid that the priest will be in danger, so he looks at the marking spell in his hand and realizes that he has a hard choice to make. The voice in his head calls the situation a coincidence, and then reminds him that it comes in the form of fate and forces people to make a choice. Our boy curses out when he realizes how tough the choice is, but while he's deep in thought, the deathworm inches closer to the pilgrims. Vlad knows that he doesn't have time to be hesitating. He decides that he needs to take action immediately, and if he's going to do so, then he can't hesitate. With this in mind, he activates the spell by himself, so as he imbues the sword with the magic, he stabs the earth and challenges the bastard deathworm, revealing that he's here and ready for a fight. This sends energy through the earth, but the voice still feels that it's not enough. He tells Vlad to amplify the vibration so much so that it amplifies his world. Our boy does just that, and continues to amplify the vibration in the earth. This triggers a massive surge of aura out of his body, and he remains in the kneeling position for a while. Vlad continues to strain his body, hoping to bring out the kind of power that would destroy the deathworm. The plan is to generate the kind of power that would force the monster to come out, and after Vlad increases the vibrations so much, the massive killer worm blasts itself out of the earth, searching for the worthy adversary. Lutcher is stunned when he sees this, just like Dorothy and Patry, who are bewildered by the terrifying sight in front of them. But while everyone else is afraid, Vlad just stands bravely with his sword in front of the deathworm, and he makes the remnant of the fallen dragon very aware that he is right here and ready to fight. The deathworm throws itself at our boy with its mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. It goes in for a killer dive, but just when it's about to hit Vlad, the blonde swordsman dodges the strike, causing the monster to bury its head in the ground once again. The force from the crash pushes Vlad back several meters, but he still manages to stay on his feet and maintain his balance after the insane vibrations caused by the killer worm's attempt. The kid groans in exhaustion, but he doesn't back down. Instead, he holds onto his aura-infused sword and prepares to get back in for another round against the terrifying creature. At the same time, the deathworm also gets back up, and so the voice of reasoning in his head finally decides to speak up. It tells him not to think he can even go up against such a beast, and then advises him to back down. The voice informs our boy that his current world isn't deep enough to fight against the creature. As far as the invisible guy is concerned, Vlad has already managed an incredible feat by just keeping it bound in one place. In response, the pumped-up knight in training reveals that he's aware of all this. With his glowing eyes, he looks back at the horsemen coming to his aid. He's surprised that they're still not ready because of how far away they are. At this point, he probably feels that he'll have to face the creature by himself, because even though Letcher's men are speeding toward him, they still won't be able to make it before the Deathworm's next attack. Sure enough, the killer maggot goes in for another strike. This time, it opens its massive mouth and looks like it's about to swallow the blonde kid from Soara. Even in the face of death, our boy doesn't show any sign of fear. He grips his blade and stares the terrifying monster dead in the eye, ready to take on anything that the worm throws at him. The Deathworm suddenly drives itself into the ground again, and this time, it sends more powerful shockwaves which fling the knight in training away. Our boy rolls and tumbles on the ground, but he quickly gets back on his feet and is frustrated when he sees that the Deathworm just went underground again. The worm drills its way into the ground before the dust even starts to clear, and by the time Vlad goes over to check, all he sees is a massive hole in the earth. He looks around in confusion, wondering where the deadly creature is now because he already knows that it's going to try and sneak up on him. His wild eyes scan the area as he becomes completely alert. He turns quickly and looks all over the place from left to right, hoping to see where it's going to attack from. However, after a short while, he doesn't sense the Deathworm's presence anymore, and that's when he realizes that the deadly monster might be heading towards the pilgrims. Because of this, our boy starts to panic, and just when he's thinking that the worst is about to happen, he senses the Deathworm again. His eyes widen in horror when he realizes that the gigantic killing machine is right under him, and he stands there frozen in shock because he has no idea what to do next. The earth beneath him cracks away, confirming what he sensed, and at this moment, it looks like this might be the end for young Vlad. The voice in his head yells at him to move quickly, and he tries to get out of there as fast as he can. But despite his efforts to escape, he already knows that it's too late for him. The Deathworm blasts itself from under the earth and swallows our boy in the blink of an eye. Letcher and his men witness the tragic scene from afar, and the young leader is devastated. Letcher refuses to let the Deathworm take Vlad from him, so he tries his best to pick the pace on his horse, but it's pretty obvious that he might not make it in time. The Deathworm just sits there after swallowing the young swordsman like it's trying to digest its food or something. It slobbers all over the place and remains still, giving Letcher enough time to close the distance between them. However, he suddenly sees something blasting through the dust coming towards him. To his surprise, it's Vlad, and what's even more shocking is the fact that the kid is riding a horse. Not just any horse, but that mysterious black horse we saw earlier. Letcher's eyes almost pop out when he sees this, but it turns out that he's not the only one baffled by this. Apparently, even Vlad can't believe that he's riding an actual horse. It's almost like a dream for the kid, because he probably never imagined he'd find a horse that would let him ride. The voice in his head is also taken aback by this sudden turn of events, so he decides to guide our boy by telling him to look at the horse's forehead through his world. Without hesitation, Vlad does just that, and sees a strange aura radiating from the head. Our boy feels like he knows what it is, and the voice completes the thought by revealing that the horse is actually a spirit. Just then, that strange smoke-like aura turns into some kind of glowing sickle attached to the horse's forehead. This makes it look like a unicorn, and as it charges forward, the voice is surprised to see that Vlad has found himself a horse with one horn blood mixed in it. The scene becomes bright and shiny again all of a sudden, and we see the kid having the time of his life as he rides the magical horse through the fields. Vlad is so excited that he can't even stop himself from laughing out loud. His laughter fills the air, and it's almost like he's in a dream. He starts to imagine what a horse's point of view looks like. The powerful horse springs into the air, and all he can think about is how crazy it feels to be able to ride such a fast animal. His little daydream is interrupted when Sir Letcher and his men suddenly catch up to him. Letcher asks our boy if he's alright, feeling pretty concerned, so Vlad assures him that he's good. The knight glances at the sword in Vlad's hand, and he's surprised to see that the boy has already imprinted on it. It's glowing with mysterious symbols on it, and he remembers how the young swordsman threw himself at the ferocious monster without hesitation. Because of this, he's intrigued by the boy's mindset of being ready to risk everything for others. He didn't expect such a trait from a boy this young, and so he concludes that Vlad has thrown himself into action with the discipline of a swordmaster. With this in mind, Sir Letcher finally commends our boy for his great and courageous decision earlier. He claims that the boy executed his duty more honorably than any of the other knights here. As you'd expect, the young boy from Soara didn't expect that, and he's taken aback by it. However, he manages to shake off the shock, and quickly thanks the first Bayezid's son for the compliment. Sir Letcher suddenly asks Vlad if he thinks he can maneuver the new horse according to his will. Our boy seems surprised when he hears this, because he honestly doesn't know the answer to that question. Lutcher then reminds him that the pilgrims will only be safe when the death worm has been cut down, so he makes it very clear that they have to place their bets immediately. Vlad seems to be overwhelmed by the monster, and it's almost like he's afraid, because he tries to remind Sir Lutcher that the creature is a fallen dragon's remnant. However, just when the fear tries to speak out, the knight stops him, revealing that he can deal with the big worm. This shocks our boy, but it also gives him renewed strength and courage to fight. The two swordsmen make eye contact, and Vlad can already tell that something crazy is about to happen. The terrifying deathworm comes around for another clash, so Lutcher suggests that Vlad will be able to lure it away since he has the engraving of Dorothea. Besides that, he's riding a great horse, and the knight is confident that our boy can perform the job. Because of this, the young swordsman starts to doubt if he'll be able to ride the horse. He looks at the horse with uncertainty, and the gentle creature stares back at him with a very vulnerable look in its eye. Because of this, he finally realizes what is going on. This makes him understand that the black horse is here to save its herd as well. With this in mind, he gets some extra motivation and courage to keep fighting. So, he springs forward with the horse, feeling that they should give it a go together. The black horse gives him the kind of energy he's expecting, so he's confident enough to tell Sir Lutcher that he can actually lure the giant deathworm away. Upon hearing this, the knight orders the young swordsman to go around the hill and return to him. He claims that he'll be ready on the other side when Vlad gets to him, so our boy blasts himself into action without any form of hesitation. Vlad rides away from the rest of the knights and bandits, so of course, the giant deathworm follows him immediately. He looks back at the monster and sees it following him with incredible speed, so he's glad that the plan is working perfectly. As such, he urges the horse to run even faster, and when the others see how the black stallion blazes through the grass, they're astounded by the incredible acceleration. Sir Lutcher is impressed when he sees it too, and a small smile creeps up on his face because of it. He's glad to see that both Vlad and his new horse are great together. After all, that's going to ensure their victory over the deathworm. Speaking of the deathworm, it's still hot on Vlad's tail, and despite the horse's insane acceleration, it manages to cover the distance in a short while. The voice in his head tells him to put the sword down, and explains to him that he has to let his existence flow through the engraving's vibrations. Vlad looks at his glowing sword and does exactly what his voice tells him. He puts the sword down, and drags it along the ground as the horse speeds along. His eye begins to glow again because he starts straining himself to control the power of the sword. In a short while, powerful surges of energy are produced from the sword, leaving a bright trail wherever the horse passes. Now, Vlad can see that a dragon is chasing him, and this realization gives him the willpower to keep pushing. The horse doesn't slow down either, and they both push themselves to the limit, in the hopes that they can defeat the deadly deathworm on their tail. A voice informs Vlad that this dragon is following the shining inside of him, and as our boy continues to lure it away, we see that Sir Lutcher and his men have arrived at where they're to protect the pilgrims. The knight orders some of his men to move the pilgrims to a safe place, and tells the others to prepare for any emergency that might come up. The loyal men take the orders and get right to work immediately. Elsewhere, Vlad is riding the horse, and it looks like they've managed to outrun the killer maggot. Unfortunately, that's been the case, because in the blink of an eye, the deathworm blasts itself out from under the ground. This time, it's even closer to our boy than it was before, and when Lutcher sees that the kid is coming toward the rendezvous point, he starts to prepare himself for what's ahead. All of a sudden, Sir Lutcher starts to prepare himself and his sword for the clash. A fiery aura surrounds him, and in the midst of it, he taps the blade of his sword with his finger. The next thing we see is a huge pool of magma, which suggests that this is actually Sir Lutcher's own world. Vlad is still dragging his sword along the grass, and creating a glowing trail for the deathworm to follow when he's suddenly stunned by what Lutcher is doing. He's dumbfounded by it, and when he takes a second look at the flood of molten magma around the knight, the voice in his head confirms that the guy momentarily expanded his world with this move. He informs Vlad that this is a method used by only knights that can deeply observe themselves, and as we can clearly see, Lutcher Bayezid is certainly one of them. The voice admits that the guy actually turned out to be a much greater knight than he thought initially. Now, there can see that the once seemingly gentle leader is in fact ferocious. Vlad listens closely to all of this with his mouth wide open because he's still in awe of Sir Lutcher's power. He probably never imagined that the gentle guy would have so much power inside of him. But now, Vlad realizes that the knight is easily capable of burning down his own world. Anyway, in the real world, we see that Vlad is still being hunted down by the deathworm. It's just a few feet away from catching him at this point, and although the black horse has amazing speed and stamina, it's only a matter of time before the relentless beast gets them. However, the high-speed chase is suddenly interrupted when the killer maggot senses something that distracts it completely. The creature suddenly slows down, allowing Vlad and his horse to extend the gap. This should be a good turn of events, right? Well, not exactly, because our boy notices that the monster stopped chasing them, so he turns around to check what's up. That's when he realizes that the deathworm is now heading right for Sir Lutcher. The voice sees this as well, and curses out because he knows that the dragon's remnant just detected the threat of Lutcher's world. The knight is still busy concentrating his power, so he probably has no idea that the destructive worm is speeding toward him. By this time, our boy already understands the gravity of the situation, so he's just as frustrated as the voice in his head. He curses out as well, and finally snaps in anger. He decides that he can't let things continue like this, but he also knows that he's far too weak to get the maggot's attention away from Sir Lutcher. He's so confused, and then suddenly, the black horse turns around so swiftly that he almost falls off. He struggles to hold on and is perplexed at how the creature just changed course without him doing anything. He yells out, trying to regain control of the horse, but it just ignores him and starts running after the death worm at full speed. When Vlad sees what the horse is trying to do, he simply asks the bratty creature where it's running, but the horse still ignores him. Just when it looks like the horse is going crazy, it takes things up a notch and starts running in circles. It runs so fast that it looks like there are two of it, and this somehow gets the worm's attention. Vlad is probably dizzy by now, so he yells at the horse because he's afraid that they're way too close to the death worm. Unfortunately, his little attempt to scold the horse is once again ignored. The horse suddenly starts neighing loudly like something is up. And then even the voice in his head is shocked because he can't believe what's about to happen. The horse starts to glow, and by this time, the blonde swordsman is starting to understand what's actually happened. He's surprised by it, but then it's confirmed when the glowing horn appears on the horse's forehead again. Seeing this, the voice reveals that Vlad's world and the white snake's blessing are resonating with the mysterious animal. Just then, both Vlad and the horse begin to glow, and as the black stallion goes up on its hind legs, the voice also reveals that a long-forgotten divine secret is rising up from the memories of this world. Meanwhile, the deathworm is still watching patiently and waiting for a perfect moment to strike. While that's happening, Vlad and the horse finally merge their powers. They're ready for action, and when the monster sees this, it goes in for the kill without hesitation. The worm lunges at them, so he urges the horse to charge as well. With insane force, the horse takes off, and as it runs, we realize that this duo is made up of a unicorn without a horn and a knight without a horse. It's a funny scenario at first glance, and one would think that they stand no chance against the deadly monster, but the truth is that in the horizon where they both meet, they become one powerful force. As far as this story is concerned, this union of a knight and his horse signifies the appearance of a single white star that just happened to appear in the pitch-black night sky. The horse blazes through the fields, and our boy tightens the grip on his sword as he prepares to strike. At the same time, we see that Sir Lutcher's sword is already bright red with heat. Because of how scary that shit looks, the voice in Vlad's head still feels the boy and his new horse aren't doing enough yet. He informs them that Lutcher's world is slowly getting stronger, so he claims that it's just a matter of time before they lose the giant worm's attention again. Our boy grunts when he hears this, because he's already straining himself so much to compete with the knight's power. Unfortunately, he realizes that he's reaching his limit, which means that he can't squeeze out any more aura to keep the monster's attention. Despite our boy's exhaustion, the horse doesn't slow down, and just keeps galloping furiously toward the target. Just when it looks like the duo is one man down, Lutcher's men arrive with reinforcements. They urge him not to give up, and encourage him to keep fighting. All the eyes of the knights and bandits suddenly start glowing, and with the power radiating from them, the voice in our boy's head is confident that it's enough to face the deathworm. One of the knights rides faster until he catches up to Vlad, and then tells the kid to keep riding with the same pace until he goes past Sir Lutcher. Meanwhile, the head knight in question is still very distracted by his power concentration, and looks very absent-minded. Vlad speeds toward him and calls out to him, hoping to wake him up from the trance. That's when Lutcher finally opens his flaming eyes again, and as the army of knights rides past him, he commends our boy for a job well done. Vlad and the others have successfully lured the deathworm away from the pilgrims. Sir Lutcher feels that it's his turn to take over and take on the deadly creature. With this in mind, he begins to expand his lava world again, and informs the dirty maggot that it's in Bayezid territory now. This is a land where chaos shall not be brought by creatures like it. Lutcher's eye bursts into flames, and with the way the veins in his face bulge out, you can tell just how furious he is. With this insane pent-up rage, the knight creates a flaming tornado and swings it at the deathworm, telling it to be gone for good. A huge concentrated beam of fire comes down from the sky after the tornado disperses, and this transforms the whole place into a terrifying hellscape. With the firepower generated, Lutcher blasts the deathworm. The flames are mighty and extremely terrifying to the point that all the pilgrims watching are horrified by the sight. On the other hand, the knights under Lutcher's command are just excited to see their boss displaying such incredible power. As for Vlad, he's just stunned because he finally realizes that this is the world of a knight that has the ability to contemplate over himself a true world. The deathworm is continually burnt by the unlimited flames, and as our boy witnesses the insane show of power on display, she admits that this is a sight light years away from common sense. Seeing the knight's world is like watching a mountain that goes up to infinity to him. The kid is left in a state of awe, and he begins to wonder if Godin can even do something like this. He thinks about Sir Jaeger and Sir Pablo too, wondering if they're even up to this level. Then finally, he asks himself the big question, will I be able to do this too? The voice hears his thoughts and assures him that he's capable of such insane powers, but that's only if his world is so unspeakable to the point that nothing can ever cause it to waver. After a while, we see that Ledger has completely vanquished the monster, and as he watches the remaining flames burn wildly, Vlad appears behind him, asking if he's okay. The knight smiles as he welcomes our boy back, before commending him for a job well done. Vlad is worried that the flames will burn down all the grasslands at this rate, but the knight just assures him that everything will be fine because the grasses are pretty moist. He claims that the flames will only last for a while, but more importantly, he reveals that he wants to have a refreshing glass of beer. Ledger tries to get up, but his shaky legs fail him, so he falls back on his butt, and then the voice suggests that the consequences of expanding his world for a limited time have finally caught up with the knight. Ledger teasingly asks if Vlad won't help him up, but the kid just flops down beside him, and claims that he'd rather fall as well. The senior knight finds it amusing, but he doesn't even have a response to Vlad's antics, so he just smiles and changes the topic. From what he saw earlier, Vlad is an excellent writer, but that doesn't tally with all the rumors he heard. In response, our boy explains that he wasn't the problem, so Ledger takes a look at the horse and admits that it's remarkable. Vlad agrees with him, and that's about when the quiet conversation is interrupted by Ledger's men, who've come to celebrate the victory. They praise the kid for an awesome performance, and claims that it's good enough to make them open up their vassal slots. One of them commends Vlad specially, claiming that he hopes they meet again, so the shy boy thanks him nervously. Just then, someone else calls out to our boy, and he's surprised to see that it's Father Andreas. He's so glad that the priest is safe, and the old man just excitedly claims that he finally sees what he didn't earlier. During Vlad's clash, he saw a bright light, and even though he had seen it before, he wasn't sure what it was. It was like a light that pierced through the pitch-black darkness. All of a sudden, the old man goes on his knees and holds the boy's hands, leaving him stunned. He then thanks our boy, calling him Vlad of Soara. The young knight is so confused by this, but the priest goes on to pray to the Lord, claiming that the boy who received God's will has acted solely on it. Still on his knees, Father Andreas prays for the Lord to comfort the young boy who protected his world, and prays that he blesses the shining boy with his pity and compassion. On this day, countless hearts turned into a single light, all because this young boy's world expanded. As the story continues, we catch up with a certain character back in Bayezid on a warm evening. The sun is setting and the lighting is perfectly sitting on the noble family's mansion. Inside, we see a familiar hand with scars holding some kind of letter, and then the owner of these scarred fingers suddenly asks if he's sure that the content of the message is 100% correct. Here, we see that it's Count Bayezid asking his special advisor about a surprising message he just received. The white-haired advisor assures the Count that the letter is correct, and then informs him that Dorothea was the one who sent it through the crystal ball. Upon hearing this, the nobleman grits his teeth in rage, because all he did was send the youngsters out just in case, but now they've gone and done something else. He suddenly snaps and asks the advisor if it was dark magic again, so the old man confesses that some of them have settled in the north. In response, the Count remains furious, because he feels that the Empire is being too lax about the threats, and for this reason, the old cursed beings are slowly sticking their heads out. Count Bayezid thinks deeply about all of this, and looks really bothered by it too. The nobleman stares out the window in rage, but then his advisor reminds him that they also have some relieving news as well. He feels that that should at least count for something, so the master agrees with him. The Bayezid family head admits that his advisor is right, and this is because the name of a certain young prodigy keeps popping up nowadays. He begins to recall all the events that Vlad has proved himself, from the previous year's winter monster hunt to the duel of honor at Heinel. The Count thinks about all these notable moments where the star swordsman shone bright, and then adds our boy's latest feat to the list since he was involved in matters with the pilgrims. At this point, it's pretty obvious just how much attention the kid is getting because of his impressive performances lately, and as a result, the Count admits that the Bayezid might just have had to face disgrace if it wasn't for the boy. He can't help but picture the talented kid at the back of his mind, and after seeing Vlad's amazing aura again, all he can feel is admiration for the young boy from Soara. With this feeling inside him, he calmly instructs his advisor to call for his son Joseph, so the white-haired old man suspects that the family head is thinking of finally giving the boy permission. He asks the Count to be sure, so the nobleman turns to him and suggests that worthy people should get to enjoy the rights they deserve after all. While all of that is happening back at home, we catch up with Rutger and his men who are still out in the wilderness. They're currently camping out for the night after successfully saving the pilgrims from the massive deathworm. To be fair, Vlad did most of the work, but that doesn't really matter right now since they're all enjoying the quiet night seated around fires to keep themselves warm. The pilgrims are with them as well, but while everyone is supposed to be relaxing together, we suddenly notice that something strange is going on. For some reason, Vlad is seated alone with the fire to himself and he's not even close to the others. Apparently, he prefers some time to himself, and when we get a closer view, we see that he is cleaning his sword after a hard-fought victory earlier that day. As he tends to the blade, he notices many scratches on it, and realizes that the sword really went through a lot during his fight against the death worm. He didn't expect that the blade would suffer such damage, and while he's still thinking about this, Sir Ledger appears behind him all of a sudden. The knight straight up asks him why he's acting pitiful all by himself, and the blue-eyed kid is surprised to hear the voice coming from over his shoulders. He turns around to look at the knight, who's casually taking a seat beside him. Ledger asks Vlad where his fat friend is, so the swordsman reveals that Dorothea took Porty away earlier because she needed him to do something for her. Upon hearing this, he asks Vlad where the priest is, and the blonde swordsman informs him that Father Andreas is currently hanging out with the pilgrims. This explains why he's currently sitting by himself, and of course, the knight gets it immediately. With a bottle of wine in hand, Sir Ledger concludes that everyone is busy and sighs in pity for the lonely blondie. Feeling bad for the boy, he stretches out his hand and offers Vlad a sip from his bottle of wine. As you can imagine, the underage kid is shocked to see this, and he politely declines the offer by reminding the knight that he's currently polishing his sword. Before he can complete this excuse, Sir Ledger calls him out on it. He already knows that the boy is trying to refuse his offer, so he reminds Vlad that he's saying no to him again. Ledger goes for the guilt-tripping technique and reminds Vlad that he didn't take peanuts from him the first time. Besides that, the kid also didn't pull him up when he asked for help to get up, and now he's crowned it all by rejecting his wine. Thinking about it now, the knight concludes that our boy has rejected him each time he's reached out to him, so he feigns sadness and asks Vlad if Joseph told him to do all of that. Of course, the blonde swordsman knows exactly what game the knight is playing, so he's pissed, because it would only lead to Master Joseph getting in trouble if word gets out that he refused the first son of the Bayezid family more than once. With this in mind, he is forced to accept the wine, so he takes the bottle from Sir Ledger and assures the manipulative knight that Joseph didn't put him up to anything. Upon receiving the bottle, Vlad is surprised to see that it's whiskey, and Ledger notices the shock in his eyes, so he proudly informs the kind that this is the liquor of nobles. At this point, our boy is a lot more relaxed than before, so it doesn't take him more than a moment to take a sip from the bottle. Vlad gulps it, thinking about how Ledger and Joseph are certainly related. If he wasn't sure before, now he is certain that they're brothers because even though their personalities are different, they've actually got the same taste in the end. The boy from Soara enjoys the whiskey so much that he downs the whole thing, and while he's busy going bottoms up, the knight stares at his sword for a while. Looking at the blade, Ledger suggests that Vlad has it checked properly when they get back home. This statement finally forces our boy to drop the bottle. He wipes the excess off his face, feeling a little dumbfounded at first, before informing the Bayezid first son that he actually visited the family's blacksmith a few days ago, who told him that the handle of the sword needs to be taken off. Ledger finds this a little suspicious because he doesn't understand why they need to take off a perfectly fine handle from a sword. In response, Vlad explains that the blacksmith said the handle was attached to the blade recklessly. Because of this, he either has to find the person who made the sword or he'll have to take the handle off completely. With his bottle of whiskey back with him, Sir Ledger just teases the kid, suggesting that the owner of the sword is as reckless as the blade itself. He says this while gulping down his liquor, but then suddenly stops drinking when Vlad informs him that he's not going to take the handle off. The knight is pretty confused when he hears this, so the kid explains that he can't do it because he doesn't want to lose the sword. Vlad begins to remember the people back in Soara, like the old blacksmith who made the sword and, of course, his red-haired best friend. The boy lifts the sword, claiming that it holds so much within that he can't let go of it, and this leaves Sir Ledger speechless for a brief moment. He stares at the boy in awe, and then finally regains enough consciousness to keep trying to persuade him. The knight reminds Vlad that he still needs to repair the sword even if he doesn't want to lose the memories, especially since it's already starting to look pretty dodgy already. In response, the blonde swordsman agrees with him and then insists that it's the exact reason why he has to travel back home in search of the person who made the sword in the first place. Upon hearing this, Ledger asks the boy where this mysterious blacksmith is, but Vlad is reluctant to admit it at first. Our boy keeps his mouth shut after hearing the question. But then again, he decides to reveal that the person who made the sword is in Soara. The knight isn't too surprised to hear this. In fact, it makes a lot of sense to him because he's heard our boy call himself Vlad of Soara several times. Ledger teases the kid, but deep down, he knows that the boy is a special talent from the Shining Soara, best known as Vlad of Soara. The senior brother thinks about the name and can't help but admit what a fitting nickname. To him, this is just the perfect title for the future swordsmaster, because earlier on the battlefield, the boy actually shone the brightest. The image of Vlad fearlessly riding the majestic black horse earlier flashes across Ledger's mind, and it makes him reason something. After replaying the memories of the day in his mind, Ledger finally understands that this was the reason his younger brother has been running around everywhere. Vlad keeps lifting the sword with so much determination in his eyes, so the knight gets up and suggests that he should be able to get the sword fixed soon. At first, our boy doesn't really understand what the senior knight means by this question, so he expresses his confusion. That's when Lutcher tells him that someone will acknowledge it sooner or later if he hopes for the repair desperately enough. Vlad is once again when he hears this, and this time, he can't even hide the confusion laced on his face. While he's still looking up at the senior brother in a daze, Lutcher pats him on the shoulder and begins to take his leave. However, before he exits the scene, he makes sure to tell Vlad that he's been doing a good job living up until now. The statement catches the boy off guard, so he's surprised and sits there while Sir Lutcher finally leaves. The knight tells Vlad to sleep early and informs him that they'll be leaving straight to Sturma the following morning. Our boy watches as Sir Lutcher walks away and immediately admits that the leader is right, because he believes that someday he'll actually be able to fix his sword. Vlad thinks deeply about it, knowing that the sword is the reason he has a place to return to, and with this feeling, the memories of his life in Soara begin to play back in his head. He remembers his boss back then, and his life back in the bar, which just leaves him very emotional and almost pushed to tears. From a cliff, we can see him still sitting alone with his fire while the rest of the knights and pilgrims have fun on the other side. Just then, the black horse he rode earlier returns and watches him from the top of the cliff. The animal remains quiet, and the more it stares at him, the more we see how connected they are. They practically have the same kind of energy radiating from their bodies, suggesting that they are probably meant for each other. Back in Sturma that same night, we catch up with Lady Oksana, who's quietly doing some stitching and embroidery to pass the time with one of her maids. She doesn't appear to be an expert just yet because she's still asking the maid if her work is good enough. Of course, the young girl commends her stitching skills, claiming that the Countess's work is identical to the drawing they're trying to replicate. In excitement, she also shows Lady Oksana the book, so the Countess asks if she can move on to the next crest. She picks it up, and the little girl gladly shows her the next drawing she's supposed to work on, but she quickly picks up the needle and thread to start stitching, claiming that she doesn't even need to see the drawing. Apparently, this next symbol is very familiar to her, and vividly engraved into her mind, so she begins effortlessly, even though it's her first time making it. Lady Oksana reveals that she and her siblings only watched their mother do it, and never actually tried it. In response, the maid suggests that the Countess watching her mother makes it even more precious, to which the lady admits. The nobleman claims that it's actually precious and suggests that the art is a tradition that's now gradually being forgotten by the people. She thinks about the knights of these days who were actually raised so preciously, and feels that they're not even worthy to lift up the flag that belongs solely to them and no one else. Speaking of the knights, the scene changes to the next morning when we see that Lutcher and his men are already prepared to begin their journey to Sturma. As usual, the red-caped Sum of the Bayezid family leads the way, and as they set out, one of his men calls his attention to a marvelous sight. The guy is so amazed, claiming that he's never seen anything like it in his life, so Sir Lutcher actually turns around to see the huge herd of wild horses running nearby. The horses are literally running side by side with the knights and the pilgrims, so the guy is stunned since he would never have imagined something like that would happen. Seeing all of this, Sir Lutcher calmly admits that it's a rare sight indeed, and suggests that it might be the first and the last time it's ever going to happen. As the herd slowly departs from them, the red-caped leader glances back at Vlad with a mischievous look on his face. Our boy is back to life without a horse, and so he's stuck inside the carriage while the rest of the knights ride their horses like real men. He seems pretty bummed about it, and Lutcher notices it, because he believes that the kid and black horse must have been special like no one else to each other during their short encounter. Now, it's all over, so they have to return to their lives without each other, and as you can imagine, Vlad is taking it a lot harder than the wild horse. He's thinking the same thing as Sir Lutcher, and he looks out the carriage with a long face, knowing that it's now time for him and the amazing stallion to part ways. The powerful horse blazes through the plains, and our boy tries to contain the pain he's feeling because he knows that he has a purpose to fulfill. Besides that, the horse also has a duty to lead its herd, so it really can't work out between them. All of a sudden, the horse stops in its tracks as it reaches the edge of a high cliff. It's forced to stop following the knights and their convoy, so it gets on its hind legs and makes an iconic stance for Vlad to remember. At this point, it's clear that this is goodbye for the two of them, and our boy already knows that this is it, the last time they'll see each other. Tears fill his eyes as he looks at the horse one last time because he knows that they can only be together up until this moment. It's pretty heartbreaking to watch the boy say goodbye to the animal, but while he's still in his feelings, Father Andreas pops out of nowhere, telling him not to feel too sad about it. In response, Vlad pretends that he was only saying goodbye for the sake of it. But the old priest already knows that it's not the case, so he bursts into laughter and suggests that it's indeed difficult for humans to be truthful most of the time. To the old man, their lives are like a cycle of hellos and goodbyes. The goodbyes bring one to tears, while the hellos come as happiness as far as the priest is concerned. The old man then admits that the scenes from the previous day were a truly amazing encounter even in his eyes, and for this reason, he wonders when the young star will get to see the amazing horse again. As sad as everything looks, Father Andreas doesn't believe that this is the last time that Vlad will see the stallion, because he knows that the depth of connection isn't just decided simply by the time spent together. Hearing all of this, our boy cheers up, knowing that the priest is right. A smile creeps up on his face once again as he realizes that they'll actually get to see each other again someday. He's sure of it. With this new sense of belief, Vlad is ready to leave the horse behind for now, and as his traveling party goes farther into the distance, the black stallion just keeps watching. Later that night, a storm rocks Sturma, and the house of Bayezid seems to be having it really rough, with lightning and thunder all over the mansion. The count sits in his office looking really frustrated. But it's not exactly because of the storm. Apparently, he's received some troubling news about the fall of Count Revnoma, so he's still trying to come to terms with the whole thing. He covers his face like the most frustrated person ever and listens to his advisor, who confirms that they just received the urgent news. The nobleman already knew that the West's activity had been strange for a while now, but he never expected that it would end up like this, so it makes him wonder how and when Count Gadar's house even acquired such strength. Apparently, the houses of the West made an alliance with Gadar as the center of the plan, so now it seems that even Ravnoma, the true leader of the West, got defeated by being outnumbered. He didn't stand a chance since he didn't have enough people on his side for the battle. Now that things have gotten this bad, Count Bayezid finds it surprising that the royal family hasn't done anything about it. In response, the advisor claims that they can't usually find out anything about matters that concern the center. The frustrated ruler gets up from his chair with this realization, and thinks about how the north has a stronger color than any other region because it was free from the royal family's influence thanks to the unshakable wall built around it. Consequently, they were ignorant of the happenings around them, so it led to the fall of the Count family. Bayezid can't believe that a guardian of the Pact family would fall so easily, and because of this, he feels that the rules and traditions of the past have become meaningless thanks to the new holders of power. The nobleman fears that these are turbulent times, and his advisor agrees, claiming that the empire should know where to draw the line. Count Bayezid is afraid that the fall of Count Revnoma's family is the sign of a new age, and as he looks out the window, he realizes that they're more trouble to handle. It turns out that the so-called pilgrims are actually refugees from Ravnoma, and now they've come to Sturma with the old pact. Elsewhere, Vlad discovers what happened and he's torn because he doesn't know what to do next. Helping pilgrims was meant to be a good thing, but now he's helped Lutcher and he knows that Joseph won't be happy about it. He can already imagine Sir Jaeger's face, so he's sure that the green-eyed knight might even beat him to death this time around. Well, it's not like he can do anything to change his fate, so he knocks on Mr. Joseph's door. The young master asks him to come in, and informs him that he's a day early. Joseph is strangely calm, and claims that he's heard a little about what happened. He asks the kid if he's hurt, and Vlad explains that he's fine. But the young master still advises him to take care of himself, which he agrees to do. The blondie is quite confused because it looks like everything is alright. Joseph looks normal, but upon closer inspection of his face, Vlad realizes that he's screwed because the hidden frown becomes more visible by the second. Joseph starts talking about Soara, claiming that he doesn't know much about the back alleys there, but reveals what he heard about a conflict and asks our boy if it's true. He's surprised to be asked such questions but suggests that it's true, and then Joseph asks him if he can't send a letter back to Soara, which baffles the kid some more. When Vlad asks what he means, Joseph finally talks about Jemima, calling her the boy's lover in the convent. But the swordsman clarifies that they're friends. Joseph claims that he's known all along and suggests that Vlad can't send letters back home because he's afraid of people they're getting hurt. The young master claims that he would like to solve that problem but points out how much effort is required. He suggests that the man named One-Eyed Jack is valuable, and Vlad confirms because he knows that Moneybug has formed connections with the most powerful people in Soara. Suddenly, Joseph starts talking about how much Vlad has gone through for him, and suggests repaying him accordingly as per their promise to each other. The kid is confused, so Joseph shows him the flag that represents a knight's honor. In old times, knights went around carrying flags like this, and the young master was bummed that he could never possess one. For this reason, he resolved to have a knight who can, and now our boy has checked all the boxes. Joseph believes that Vlad is a knight worthy of carrying his own flag and promises that the Bayezid family will give him their full support. After all, he's the man who received Lady Alicia's name and also a vassal of the Bayezid family. As such, Joseph wants him to raise his head with pride under his own flag and return to his hometown with it. The young master wants Vlad to go slash the worthless people binding him, so he can find his true freedom and then come back to him. Sir Jaeger gives his approval in silence, and after seeing this, the young boy from Soara is deeply touched. Our boy thinks about all he's been through to get to this moment, from the unadorned sword given to him by the girl and the old man, to the identity token given to him by the priest. He was even given the handkerchief with the noble lady's name on it, and now he's been presented with his very own flag, with the family's crests on it. All of these would go on to form the boy's roots, and all of these were the boy's accomplishments as well. Vlad is so honored when he thinks about all of this, so he gets on one knee like a true knight, and with tears running down his face, he promises to do as his young lord commands. The story continues with a scene in the Count's throne room. We see Father Andreas standing in front of a huge chest with chains tied all over it. Behind him in the huge crate, the pilgrims are all on one knee to show their respects to the nobleman. The leader of the Bayezid family stares at the chest wrapped with chains and is surprised to see that it's the proof of the pact. By this time, the box is glowing with a menacing red aura, making it pretty obvious that whatever is in there isn't exactly a friendly object. The Count is reluctant to accept the reality, but when he finally asks if it's the proof of the pact, the old priest quickly confirms it, revealing that the dragon's fragment is even inside the chest. Within the mysterious box lies a fragment of the prime dragon of perfection, a massive dragon with scales like gold. The magnificent beast was taken down by the founding king, and Father Andrea makes sure to remind the nobleman of all of this. As you can imagine, Count Bayezid's interest is piqued and he just hums in response, not knowing exactly what to say. It's a pretty dumbfounding piece of information, and for that, such a rare item is in a chest sitting in the center of his throne room. He's just left speechless. Seeing the reaction, the elderly priest apologizes in advance, because he's about to deliver even more shocking news. With a bow, Father Andreas informs the nobleman that Count Revnoma's family was the only one in the West who could protect the pact. Hearing this alone, Count Bayezid figures out what's going on, so he reveals that he understands clearly. The leader of the Bayezid family already knows that the old priest is asking for assistance now that Count Revnoma's family has been defeated, so he immediately promises to give the pilgrims his knights. The nobleman is determined to assist them and vows to help them move the proof of the pact as safely as possible to the best of his abilities. He also knows that they're probably really tired after quite a tedious journey, so he kindly asks them to make themselves comfortable in his mansion. The Count claims that he would even like them to stay as his guests until the preparations are done. Upon hearing all of this, the gentle priest thanks the Count, and with all of that out of the way, the pilgrims get right to business. The hooded men cover the ominous chest with a white tarp, and then quickly loft it out of the room. Count Bayezid watches the hooded men make their way out of the room with a scowl on his face. It appears that he's troubled by something, and we're not the only ones who can see the gears turning in his head, because his advisor also notices his bad mood. As such, the old man decides to calm his boss down, telling him that he shouldn't worry about what's troubling him. In response, the nobleman shoots up from his seat, but his advisor just reminds him that the pilgrims didn't have a choice. Count Bayezid suddenly starts walking down the steps from his seat, still feeling very upset, claiming that he already knows all of that. The nobleman believes that from the West's perspective, the only guardian house of the pact equal to them would be the ruler of the North. He feels that the ruler of the North is the only person those in the North even consider a threat. Well, you can't really blame the Westerners for thinking this way, because from what we can see, the Iron Duke, Timur Baronov, looks like one mean motherfucker. With his glowing red eyes and massive blade, there's no doubt that the ruler of the North is a formidable force. Count Bayezid keeps bothering himself with this feeling, and even though he knows that there's really nothing he can do about the situation, he can't help but think about it, because it's currently a burden that refuses to get off his shoulders. The nobleman zones out as he stares out the window, thinking far and wide, but then he's suddenly drawn back to reality when he sees something very shocking on the other side. The Count's eyes pop out in disbelief when he sees a familiar flag, and then admits that he hasn't seen it in a very long time. The advisor hears him thinking out loud, so he curiously asks what the matter is, and then quickly goes to have a look for himself. Looking out the window, the white-haired advisor realizes what is making the Count so intrigued, and he too is quite taken aback by the sight. So much so that he also admits that he hasn't seen that flag in a long time. We finally get to see the structure keeping the two old men glued to the window, and it turns out to be the crest that Lady Oksana was sewing earlier. It's the flag that she made for Vlad, and as the Count watches the waving flag on the moving carriage, he feels that the kid should have at least rested a while before setting off again. The advisor also sees Vlad leaving and suggests that perhaps the boy couldn't just help himself. He's a knight after all, and with this in mind, Count Bayezid totally gets it, claiming that he wouldn't be able to control himself either. I mean, the kid just got his own banner as a knight, and not just any kind of banner, but the flag of the powerful Bayezid family, so you can't really blame him for wanting to show it off immediately. As for the nobleman, he completely understands what it feels like to be a knight who is his own master. That's right, our boy Vlad is now regarded as a knight banneret, and that's a really cool feat in knighthood. Count Bayezid keeps staring at the kid with admiration, and because of this, he's completely in support of the journey. He's proud to have such a person flying his flag, and so he wants the boy to go all the way back to his hometown. He wants Vlad to do what is his rightful duty, and as we can all see, that's exactly what our boy is off to do. The scene suddenly shifts from the vibrant city of Sturma, and then we're taken all the way back to the dark and terrifying slums in the back alleys of Sora. There, a swarm of lowlifes is outside waiting for a very famous hooker. Apparently, the lady is in high demand because all the men can't wait for her to come out. They yell outside her chamber, shamelessly claiming that it's their turn to get played with by her. Of course, this kind of argument usually gets settled when the highest bidder steps up, because they all feel that the person with the most money should have the lady first. One of the men suddenly yells out for the lady to pour him a drink, and we finally get to see that this mysterious hot cake is actually Marcella. She completely ignores the barking scumbags outside and carefully puts on her makeup. While she wears her lipstick slowly, someone else inside her room complains about how the men outside are making a fuss like rutting pigs. Apparently, the mysterious boss is fed up with the noise, so he'd really like Marcella to quickly go out there and entertain them if she's done with her makeup. Just then, we're introduced to the boss, who honestly looks like a mean old witch from a cartoon. The pimp reminds Marcella that she has to serve as many people as she can because that's the only way she can pay up her debt, and she says this with a very mischievous look on her face. She clearly enjoys seeing Marcella get played with by different kinds of dirtbags, especially since she gets paid for it. The highly demanded lady just glares at the old woman, probably wishing she could squeeze the life out of her with just her eyes. The fearless old hag is obviously a tough nut as well because she just scowls at Marcella in response. An intense staring contest ensues, but it comes to an end when the mean old lady suddenly grabs Marcella's face. She holds up the young woman's face and makes her look into the mirror. It turns out that the old bitch actually wants to see how long Marcella can keep up her confident act. As far as she's concerned, they've got a lot of time, and as such, she believes that Marcella is going to be stuck with her even when her body starts rotting. Hearing such a thing would make you wonder just how much the girl owes this old hag. Marcella looks like she's about to break at this point, but then all of a sudden, the look of fear completely disappears from her face and her confident demeanor returns in a flash. With a very unfazed and bombastic side-eye, she looks over at her boss and taunts her by telling her to have a long life. As you'd expect, the old bitch is shocked by Marcella's confidence, so it even makes her quite worried. She's really confused and disappointed that the young lady is still her confident self even after she's been stepping on her all this time. Seeing that Marcella isn't going to break anytime soon, she gives up her attempts to intimidate her and just walks away. On her way out of the room, she just tells the young lady to hurry up and go out. Once the old hag is out of the scene, we finally get to find out what's actually going on in Marcella's mind. The young lady finally finishes her makeup and starts to think about how she climbed into a pretty good position for a person who's just selling her body. Regardless, she admits that it was a remarkable journey because at least she got to choose her destiny. This little monologue is probably what she tells herself whenever she's about to do her job. Marcella gets up from her seat and struts down to the door of her chamber, where the horny men are still waiting for her. The moment they see her coming out, they start clamoring again, hooting and arguing about which of them has been waiting for her. Walking out to meet the devourers, Marcella admits that the destiny she chose was the path to destruction, but it seems as though she doesn't even care about that. The old hag comes out as well now that her favorite export is ready to perform. She teases the hungry men, asking if they've really been waiting that long for Marcella, and seeing how horny they all are, she asks for the highest bidder to reveal himself. After all, the man who desires the honey of the black rose for the night should be able to show his gold coins. The auction begins and the desperate men start making their bids. Some even offer to combine their gold just so they can afford a night with Marcella, but of course, the madam informs them that it doesn't work like that. It quickly turns into a situation of every man for himself, and as the men start arguing again, the old hag just expresses her delight that Marcella keeps making her so much money. She considers the young lady a wilting flower and decides that she's going to suck her dry till there's nothing left. Just then, one of the men makes an offer of 4 gold and the madam quickly accepts it. The other men are still wallowing in disappointment when someone else suddenly makes an offer of 100 gold. The entire place goes dead silent after that offer, because everyone is too shocked to even speak. The silence is finally broken when the madam chokes on her smoke and starts coughing. Everyone else turns around to see the filthy rich person who would even make such an offer in the first place. They're all eager to see who it is, and the madam simply asks again just to confirm if she heard right. Sure enough, the mysterious person repeats what he said, stating that he's willing to pay 100 gold for Marcella. The guy was up the creaking stairs to reveal himself, and this sends chills down Marcella's spine because the sound is so familiar to her. She recognizes it all too well, because it's the same sound that brought destruction to her nest a while ago. That's right, it's the sound of the same man who killed her husband, the man who turned her life upside down, and the reason our boy had to leave his hometown. It's the notorious Night Godin. Marcella hasn't even seen his face yet, but she's already having goosebumps just thinking about him. The ominous hooded man finally makes it up the stairs and into the room without saying another word. All the people in the room are still overwhelmed by his offer, so much so that the old lady asks him once again if he really said he is going to pay 100 gold. She still can't believe anyone would make such an offer, so she just keeps asking him to be sure. Well, he's probably tired of repeating himself, so he just ignores her and makes his way through the crowd to where the terrified Marcella is waiting for the inevitable. As if the other men weren't already intimidated enough, now they can see just how menacing he looks. They all admit that his aura is no joke, but as curious as they are, none of them can even dare say a word to him. The hooded man finally reaches the counter and then asks the ladies if he can order something from there. Hearing this, the old bitch assumes that he can easily pay around 10 gold even if his 100 gold offer was a bluff. With this in mind, she quickly brings out the menu to serve him, but he stops her, telling her that there's no need for the menu at all. In a shocking twist, we suddenly find out that the person under the hood isn't actually the mercenary gotten. The hooded man declines the old lady's offer, claiming that he's always missed a particular dish even after he left the town a while ago. Apparently, it's been on his mind all the while he was away, so now that he's back, the first thing he orders is the grilled sausage and black pudding dish. The moment he makes this order, Marcella's eyes widen in shock as she realizes exactly who the man under the hood is. The dish is very familiar to her, so she already knows that there can only be one person in the world asking for it. Sure enough, it's none other than our boy Vlad. He takes off his hood, revealing his blonde hair as he makes his former master Jorge's usual order one more time. Marcella is absolutely speechless when she sees him after such a long time. Not to mention, he's paying tribute to her late husband on his return to Sora as a knight. Seeing all of this, she realizes that the gold offer didn't come from a filthy place of desire. The memories come flooding her mind as she remembers the child Jorge brought home. She remembers the color of his blonde hair because she bathed him when he was just a little boy. Marcella remembers it clearly, and while she's still finding it difficult to believe, Vlad simply assures her that he is actually back. Seeing this, she just covers her mouth to lower the sound of her soft sobs. She's pushed to tears just by looking at the young man she raised. Emotions fill the atmosphere as Vlad looks into her eyes. It's been a long time since they last saw each other, but the love between them hasn't dwindled even one bit. The kid smiles softly at her as they share the really touching moment in silence. It's the kind of reunion you want to last for long, but it's suddenly cut short when Marcella realizes where they are. There's still a swarm of horny lolivs waiting around to sleep with her, so she's very sure that Vlad is now in danger. As such, she quickly wipes the tears off her face and whispers for him to get out of the pleasure house as quickly as he can. She already knows how wild the men can get, so she tells him to leave. Marcella secretly informs him that the place is being run by subordinates of the notorious One-Armed Jack, and she doesn't want that guy to find out that the blonde swordsman is back in town. She keeps whispering to him and the old bitch notices it, but she can't make any sense of what Marcella is telling him. It's all gibberish to her, so she gets quite curious all of a sudden. She's surprised to see that Marcella and the mysterious man already know each other. Besides that, she senses that the atmosphere feels unusual too, now that they are talking secretly. Feeling really uncomfortable, she decides that she should try separating the two reunited friends quickly before an unexpected situation arises unnecessarily. With this in mind, she beckons on some of the shady-looking armed men sitting at a table in a corner. A very mean-looking guy in particular looks at her and instantly gets the message just from her eyes. Without wasting any time, he signals his men and they all leave their sets like warriors on a mission. It's almost like they have a telepathic connection because even without saying a word, they all know that Vlad is the target. Our boy senses the growing number of people surrounding him, but he looks like he couldn't even care less about it. Seeming very unfazed by them, he just continues his conversation with Marcella and states that there's a calculation that needs to be done before he pays the amount. The madam is curious about this sudden calculation, so she chimes in and asks him what he's talking about. In response, Vlad calls the name One-Armed Jack and reveals that there's something he needs to get from the man. As you can imagine, such a statement won't go down well with the guys who run the establishment, because they're subordinates of One-Armed Jack. The scar-faced guy is particularly enraged when he hears this, so he draws his sword and urges the others to deal with Vlad for saying such a thing. He feels that the kid is ridiculous, so he calls him a crazy bastard. He's mad that Vlad would even call his boss's name like that. But while he's still ranting, the young knight decapitates him on the spot. The guy falls flat on his back right in front of his men, and in a matter of seconds, the floor is full of blood. The old lady is horrified when she sees the pool of blood, so she screams, but Vlad just shuts her up immediately. Sure enough, she zips it instantly, and then our boy threatens to take it from her as well if he doesn't get enough from the bastards. You'd expect the other guys to cower after seeing their leader lying lifeless on the floor, but that's not the case because they actually draw their swords, determined to deal with him. They feel that he's just yapping and demand to know who he is and where the hell he came from. Our boy braces himself for the fight coming, holding nothing but a small dagger. But then, it's not any ordinary dagger. It's the last dagger of his late master Jorge, and this is what he calls himself as well. The other guys are dumbfounded when they hear this, so they stare at Vlad in shock, wondering what he means by that. It only takes a few seconds for them to remember that the man in front of them is Jorge's old boy, so they're even more confident that they can take on him. As much as they're surprised to see him, they also begin to underestimate him. The guys feel that their master would give them piles of gold even if they can get just his head. They claim that he should just keep hiding even if he manages to somehow survive them. Despite all their threats, our boy is unfazed, so he tells them to just come at him and stop babbling. He wants them to try as much as that day, back then when they tried to kill him. The moment he says this, he starts to release a terrifying aura which leaves all the thugs absolutely shocked that it's the same kid they knew a while back. Right now, he doesn't look anything like the boy they once knew, and instead, he takes the form of a bloodthirsty wolf. With such a terrifying demeanor, they're all afraid to even move, so he decides to attack them instead. Vlad takes out all the men who even dare to draw their swords in front of him. At this rate, he's working with one scream per life. Our boy is practically in beast mode at this point because he's not sparing even a single soul. He's ready to take the lives of all the men, as many as the tears that Marcella shed because of them. Our boy decides that he won't stop until a fair wage is paid through their blood. While the young knight is busy making a bloody salad with all the guys at the pleasure house, the scene changes and we find one-armed Jack drinking himself to stupor in his home. For some reason, he's thinking about Jorge. He feels as though that the Sora back alley has been like it belongs to him ever since Jorge disappeared. However, he still isn't satisfied. He wants more and feels that he should rise higher because he believes that he can't just stop there. This is the same reason why he's not hesitated to take what belongs to others. The insatiable man was determined to keep using the corpses of his enemies as scaffolds to go higher and higher. But even after rising to the end, one-armed Jack realized for the first time that the back alley life is determined by the ones up there. The guy thinks about all of this and just goes back to his drinking. He drowns himself in the alcohol, remembering how he firmly believed that everything can be obtained only through victory. Nevertheless, even though he has failed, he consoles himself with the fact that he's gotten to the position he is today. As much as the victor in the power tussle was Jorge, the one who died was also Jorge. With this in mind, he accepts the fact that the same thing could happen to him one day, and that his fate would be decided by someone up there. He curses the damned world he lives in, and just then, his men barge in with bad news. They inform him that they've been surrounded, but he's too drunk to process it all at once. The guys reveal that the entire back alley has been overrun by soldiers, so much so that even their back door has been blocked. The guys start to argue all of a sudden, feeling that the soldiers are the security guards of Sora. The confusion comes up because they feel that they've already made monthly payments to the soldiers. One suggests that it's just a regular patrol, but others don't agree because of how many soldiers there are. The invaders have clearly come with a plan, and when one-armed Jack hears this, he just starts laughing. He expected such a thing, because he always felt that such a day would come. He just didn't know it would be today. Regardless, he's glad that it's here already, because rather than anxiously waiting for the day, it's better this way, since he feels that destruction right before his eyes is even more relieving. The scene changes from the bar and we see a group of soldiers lined up with their weapons in another side of the small town. One of the high-ranking men in Sora suddenly goes to meet the knight, who happens to be Sir Vorden, and informs him of some news. He reveals that they've received orders, confirming that the garrison's arrangement is complete. In response, the fat commander just asks the guy if the other alley is completely blockaded as well. The terrified man responds by confirming this, and he claims that they did their best to make sure of it. It turns out that this scared-looking man is actually the mayor of Sora. Unfortunately for him, the commander isn't convinced that he and the others actually did their best, because he feels that if they actually did, the matter wouldn't have gotten as big as it did. The mayor is really ashamed of himself, but all he can do is just stand there and hide his face while the soldier scolds him. The commander seems very upset that the count found out about what happened, so he makes it very clear to the mayor. In response, the embarrassed town leader admits that he doesn't have any excuse for what happened, but he also reminds the commander that one-armed Jack is a very talented man. He claimed that he doesn't have any excuse, but all of a sudden, he tries to start making excuses. Unfortunately for him, the knight doesn't even let him start because he quickly cuts him off by clearing his throat. He gives the man a death glare which sends chills down the guy's spine. At this point, the mayor realizes that there's no way he's going to outsmart the knight. He's puzzled by the knight, and it makes him wonder how a mere soldier is so well informed about the activities of the back alleys in Sora. Realizing that he can't lie to the knight, the cunning mayor tries another plan. He suddenly claims that he's glad that the cancerous group of Sora will be eliminated now that the fat knight and his men are here. It turns out that everything this man says just ends up pissing the knight off, because when he hears these words from the mayor's mouth, he just glares at him again. As far as this soldier is concerned, the cunning man is the cancer. He's very angry about the whole situation because he doesn't even believe how a mere back alley boss can be controlling such a huge system. The knight feels that the mayor is the reason why one-armed Jack has so much power. After all, the only way someone else can have so much power over a place is if the mayor is condoning all the activities and hiding them under his title. It's also pretty obvious that the price for the mayor to overlook such criminal activities is if he's receiving some kind of huge compensation. Clearly, these compensations are basically bribes, and the reason why the knight is so sure is because he's someone who's taken bribes in the past. Just like a non-vegetarian can tell when he sees someone like him, the fat commander can easily tell that when he sees a corrupt official at first glance. The mayor is still really unsettled right now, and so he tries to change the topic quickly by asking the knight when the other knights will arrive. The ones that will go inside are yet to reach the city, so the mayor is really concerned about that, especially the knights from the house of Bayezid who have been sent to the city. He's still talking when all of a sudden, the fat commander informs him that the knight from Bayezid is already around. The mayor is shocked when he hears this. As if on cue, a knight emerges from the darkness. This mysterious knight has blood all over his boots, suggesting that he just got out of a bloodbath, and the fat commander quickly introduces the mayor to him. The corrupt leader is horrified when he sees that it's just one person who came, so he quickly turns to Swordsman and asks him if the lone soldier will be okay. He's afraid that the knight from Bayezid will be able to handle the situation, so he suggests that his knights and Sora take care of the job since he's already deployed the best of them. Unfortunately for him, Swordsman doesn't agree with his idea. The advanced knight claims that such a thing can't happen under his watch, and this leaves the corrupt mayor absolutely stunned. He's shocked that his authority means nothing to the commander, so he asks Swordsman to explain why his idea can't work. In response, the senior knight reveals that it's because Mr. Joseph put his heart and soul into setting it up. It turns out that this little arrangement and deployment of soldiers was simply a means of setting up Vlad's official debut fight, and since that's the case, there's no way Swordsman will sit back and watch someone ruin it. Now, we see our boy make his way out of the darkness. His armor and coat are covered in the blood of the goons that he dealt with earlier, and it's giving a really disturbing vibe, so Swordsman quietly goes over to the kid and asks him if he'll be okay fighting alone. He whispers this to our boy so that the mayor doesn't hear him. The senior knight informs Vlad that there are over 50 enemies waiting inside, and then reminds the kid that he won't be able to face Mr. Joseph's wrath if anything bad happens to him. Because of this, he wants to be absolutely sure that the young knight knows what he's getting into. In response, Vlad calmly assures Swordsman that he'll make sure he doesn't take the blame even if he gets hurt by any chance in there. Unfortunately, this doesn't make the fat commander any less worried because he practically just explained how he can't let the kid get hurt under any circumstance. At this point, he's starting to get really uncomfortable because he doesn't even know what Vlad is going to do next. To make matters worse, our boy doesn't even respond to him, and just keeps staring at the huge building in silence. After a while, Swordsman realizes that nothing he says is going to change the boy's mind, so he sighs in exhaustion as he decides to let Vlad go. Before that, he reminds the kid that he promised to protect him from any punishment if things go south, and Vlad confirms it. Hearing this, he quickly gives our boy the banner he's been holding, claiming that Mr. Joseph asks him to give it to him in front of everyone. Sure enough, the other soldiers are standing right behind him, so they see the little ceremony as it goes on very clearly. The senior knight gives Vlad the banner and he receives it without hesitation. Our boy buries the pole into the ground, allowing the banner to spread out. When the other soldiers see it, they're shocked because they all felt that the carrying of banners to battle was a forgotten tradition. After such a cool display, they're all very curious to find out who the mysterious young knight is. They start to wonder who on earth the kid is, because they can't even wrap their heads around the fact that he received his own flag at such a young age. It's all really unbelievable to them, and then one of them suddenly talks about how the knight was personally sent by the house of Bayezid. While the ordinary soldiers are being overwhelmed by our boy's impressive display, he's busy pumping himself up for battle. With his banner pole planted into the ground and his cold blue eyes fixed on the target, he gets himself into battle mode. Vlad decides that right now, this land is his domain. Under the honorable names that attest him, he exercises his authority in Sora, even in the lives of all those who inhabit the place. With such powerful words running through his mind, his eyes start to glow, and while he's asserting his dominance, Swordsman opens a scroll and then calls out to the back alley scoundrels. The senior knight yells for them to hear him and calls out to one-armed Jack as well. Swordsman informs them that they've disobeyed the rules and laws of the Bayezid family, and that they've been sucking the life out of the people. Because of this, Peter Bayezid, the rightful owner of Sora and head of the family, has sent this message to the lowlives of the back alleys. Swordsman reads the letter from his master, revealing that he has sent a proxy on his behalf because he can no longer stand the wickedness of the people in Sora. From the letter, Bayezid claims that all the rights Swordsman exercises are guaranteed by him and by the Church of Faith. As such, the fat commander angrily demands that one-armed Jack and his henchmen come outside immediately. He demands that they open their doors in that instant so that they can allow the rightful proxy inside. With this command, the soldiers behind him start hitting their weapons on the ground to create a loud rumbling just so that they can get the attention of one-armed Jack and his men. They chant the Bayezid family name over and over again until it becomes too annoying for the scoundrels to ignore. The things get mad when they hear all the commotion, but the knights and soldiers don't stop making the noise. They chant about how God protects their proxy and express their confidence, believing that they will kill one-armed Jack. While they're saying all of this outside, the big bad boss sits in his chair and quietly drinks yet another bottle of alcohol. Back outside, the chants continue, and our boy waits patiently for the criminals to reveal themselves. Swordsman finishes reading the Count's letter from the scroll and informs our boy that he now has the justification and the people on his side, unlike before when they weren't even sure he could handle the situation. Since that's the case now, the senior knight tells Vlad that he can let it all out without hesitation, and once our boy receives the permission to go into beast mode, he thanks Swordsman and gets right down to business. Vlad unsheathes his glowing sword before marching down to the door of the house, and as he makes his way there, the fat commander reminds him to be careful. At this time, the voice in his head comes up again. The voice is sure that one-armed Jack must be preparing already, so he advises our boy to expand his vision, because he knows that the big bad boss is going to come for Vlad's life from all directions. Hearing this, our boy mentally prepares himself for the fight ahead, and the voice also assures him that the battle will be different from all the others he's been in before. The voice gives him a little pep talk, claiming that one of the basics of battle is to take the initiative. He advises Vlad to make a really fancy start to the fight, and so, the blonde swordsman begins to channel all the power he can muster into the blade. Several thoughts rush through Vlad's mind as he prepares to face the notorious one-armed Jack all by himself. He remembers the day that Jorge died and begins to feel that maybe his boss would have still been alive if he never called God. Even before that, he wonders if Jorge would still be alive if one-armed Jack never threatened him in the first place. He feels that he wouldn't have needed to call God if that never happened. The many ifs and maybes continue to haunt our young hero, so because of this, he feels that there's only one solution in the end. Vlad decides that he must kill one-armed Jack because that's the only way he can be just a little free from the guilt that constantly haunts him. With this in mind, our boy charges at the big bad boss with his glowing eyes and sword. Vlad lands the first powerful strike and the locked door comes crumbling down in an instant. All the goons who were guarding the place are sent flying all over the place. The blast from the strike leaves the place in a mess, and when Vlad finally enters the building, all the goons are injured and disoriented. Vlad realizes that one-armed Jack's world is eating into his own, so he concludes that this is the reason he must put an end to this right now. This is the only way he can cut off the messy connection and move forward. Our boy marches into the place and then introduces himself to the goons, informing them that he's the one and only Vlad of Soara. The blonde swordsman claims that he's here to end their quarrel. He holds his blade and stands in front of the enemies, waiting to see their next move, but none of them even moves a muscle. They wait in silence, so when Vlad sees this, he points his sword to the big bad boss and calls out to him. Our boy raises his glowing sword, informing one-armed Jack that he's back in Soara, and as you can imagine, he's back for revenge. Vlad yells out several times before the one-armed mafia boss finally decides to respond. He sits in his chair and listens carefully to the voice, only to discover that it's actually really familiar. With this in mind, he finally gets up from his chair and slowly straightens himself up as a sinister laughter erupts from his lungs. Apparently, he's already recognized Vlad's voice, so now that he knows that his opponent is a kid, his confidence goes off the roof. He finds it amusing that the blonde boy from the back alleys is the rightful proxy that has been sent to get his head. Not surprisingly, he's heard a lot about Vlad's amazing feats, but it doesn't make him any less confident that he can defeat our boy. One-armed Jack realizes that the rising star is the one knocking on his door, and so it makes him very excited because he relishes the challenge. While the big bad boss finds the whole situation to be some kind of easy game, our boy is very determined to prove the one-armed villain wrong. He fixes his gaze up into the house and waits patiently for his opponent to reveal himself. It appears that the bad boss's overconfidence rubs off on the goons all of a sudden because they instantly get the courage to fight their adversary. One of them loudly encourages his mates to attack the blonde swordsman, disturbing their peace, so of course, they all rush towards Vlad with their weapons. The men charge at our boy bravely, feeling that they've got the upper hand, and of course, Vlad doesn't hold back either. He equally throws himself at them with his trusty sword in hand. Not surprisingly, the blonde knight overwhelms them with his speed and strength immediately. The thugs are horrified when they see how ferocious he is, but at this point, it's already too late for them to retreat because he rips them apart mercilessly. Our boy slashes through all of them with the speed of light, leaving a bloody trail of dismembered body parts in his wake. One of them tries to sneak up on him from behind, but the insanely quick swordsman senses the attack coming and counters it immediately. Vlad turns around in the blink of an eye and slashes the guy's head clean off in that moment. The severed head flies across the room, splashing blood all over the place before finally landing on the floor. When the other thugs witness this gory display, they finally realize that it's the same ruthless blonde kid that once walked the streets of Soara. They're all very familiar with him, and it appears that they all hold one grudge or the other against him, so this only makes them more determined to bring him down. With this in mind, they charge at our boy with nothing but the intention to surround and defeat him. They refuse to back down from the fight and use their numbers to try to intimidate him. The goons successfully surround the young knight, and once they see that he isn't attacking either, one of them encourages the rest to pounce on Vlad together once they get the chance. As much as they all want to see the blonde swordsman defeated, they're also really afraid of the kid. The thugs are all aware that Vlad is extremely skilled with the sword, so they're very careful about how they fight him. Stepping forward recklessly against such a knight would only get them killed, so they're reluctant to make the first move. After a few moments of keeping the terrifying swordsman at bay, the goons realize that they're not ready for what comes next. None of them is ready to strike, and Vlad just casually waits for the next unfortunate person to try him. It does take long before they start begging each other to step forward. But even then, nobody is willing to sacrifice himself. I mean, that's literally what it is right now, because anyone who's crazy enough to challenge Vlad all alone is practically digging his own grave. The whole thing gets really boring quite quickly, especially since the star swordsman is eager to give one-armed Jack a taste of his blade. Seeing that none of the henchmen are brave enough to step forward, he decides to take matters into his own hands. The blue-eyed killing machine cuts through their murmuring all of a sudden with a cold statement. He calmly tells them that there's no need for them to think so hard about their next move. After all, he's going to cut all of them into pieces anyway. Since that's the case, it doesn't really matter what they decide, because they're only going to end up dying at his blade. Surely, there's no way such a terrifying promise didn't send chills down their spines. Unfortunately for them, our boy is a man of his word, so the moment he says that, he goes in for round 2 of his killing spree, and this time, it's even more incredible. The talented swordsman activates his world as he makes his move, and a bright light fills the sky all of a sudden. The thugs are absolutely stunned when they see the blinding light, and it leaves them frozen in fear. At this point, it's pretty obvious that they don't stand a chance against Vlad. All the hopes they had of being able to take him on are dashed immediately because it becomes clear that they're no longer facing an ordinary human being. Our boy channels the powerful beam of light and uses the energy as a powerful slash that finishes off all the fighters surrounding him. As the beam cuts them to pieces, all they can do is scream in agony, and after a few seconds, we see that all those who were surrounding him are now covered in blood and lying lifeless at his feet. The remaining henchmen left standing are just dumbfounded by what they just witnessed. They have no idea how they can stop someone like Vlad. But then one of them suddenly suggests throwing the iron fishnet on the kid to trap him. They get right to it, and in the blink of an eye, our hero sees that a huge fishnet is being thrown at him. Without wasting a second, he runs out of the way to evade it, so the henchmen decide that they'll just throw everything they can find at him. Unfortunately for them, Vlad is way too fast for their plan to work. He dashes out of sight all of a sudden, but someone finds him hiding behind a pillar. Determined to catch the blonde invader, they work together to block the exits. Those on the lower floor try to force our boy upstairs so that the ones there can ambush him with all the blades at their disposal. Of course, Vlad hears the plan, so he figures that it would be too reckless to pass through the second wave of fighters head-on. Seeing the dangers ahead, he tries to be careful, but they taunt him and challenge him to come at them if he's confident. Thankfully, the young knight is a lot smarter than to fall for that, so he decides to stop using aura against them. Just then, he spots a rope tied to a pole and recalls how Zemina always complained about it. Seeing how heavy the curtains that are tied to it are, he comes up with a plan to get above the henchmen waiting for him without actually having to fight them. Vlad cuts the rope and grabs it, allowing the force from the heavy curtains to carry him to the higher floors. He makes it to the first floor in the blink of an eye, so the other goons below rush upstairs. Seeing the scanty security on the highest floor, he's surprised that they are the only ones there, but he's also happy to see this, because it means he can take them out much quicker. Vlad lunges at the sons of bitches and they don't hold back either, but of course, it only backfires on them because they're no match for the extremely skilled swordsman. He stabs the first guy in the neck and it just reminds him that the sword's blade is sharp beyond limits. To make matters worse for them, they're attacking him stupidly, so he just swats them like flies. They're so bad at fighting that he feels Sir Jaeger's wooden sword is probably way more dangerous. After the little massacre, the star swordsman sighs in relief, feeling that he's done with that. But then he suddenly senses an attack coming at him. His insane senses and reflexes allow him to dodge the arrow shot at him in the nick of time. But this doesn't stop the archers from shooting at him even more. The other henchmen encourage them to keep shooting, because they want to make sure that the knight doesn't reach the highest floor. The archers shoot everything they've got. Over and over, they release their arrows, but our boy just runs toward them and jumps over the railings to reach them on the other side. While still in the air, he practically breaks some of the arrows shot at him, before killing the archers with deadly slashes as fast as the speed of light. Vlad casually sighs after this, like it's some easy chore. He admits that it was quite a hassle getting up there, and while the other goons are staring at him like some ghost, he just grabs a kettle and gulps down whatever is inside it. The henchmen are too terrified to say a word, so they just watch the bloody knight with their jaws on the floor. Vlad quickly spits out the content of the kettle, suggesting that it's trash, before asking the remaining fighters how they want the next round to go. With a scary smile on his face, he explains that he has to keep going with the fight, especially since he's got to collect the rent for letting them stay in his house all this time. These words send some more chills down the spines of the thugs, and Vlad figures that they must have really thought this place was their territory. Unfortunately for them, that was a fatal misjudgment on their part, because this place is actually Rose's Smiles, otherwise known as Vlad's Nest. Elsewhere in the city that night, we see Vlad's old friend, Harbin, at the harbor, who somehow senses that one-armed Jack has gone mad. The guy looks like he's so tired of the crime boss and his goons because he knows that even the thugs in the market don't cause as much trouble as they do. Looking really frustrated in his office, Harbin tries to write a report, but keeps getting distracted over and over again because he just can't stop feeling uneasy whenever he remembers that there's a crazy big bad nuisance on the loose in the city of Soara. He's so confused because he has no idea what he's even supposed to do at this point. One-armed Jack intends to keep looting openly with the help of his henchmen, and this worried fellow is afraid that he won't be able to do anything to stop such a thing from happening. Still thinking about the crime boss, he finally stops writing and suddenly recalls how things got worse after Jorge's death. It turns out that one-armed Jack became a totally different person after Vlad's guardian died. Even though the notorious criminal leader used to suck the debtors dry before that, he never went as far as he's doing now. Jorge's death gave one-armed Jack the confidence to finally go out of control, so now he's making life miserable for debtors and pushing things to a dead end for them. With everything that's been going on, the worried young man concludes that he doesn't see any hope in the town if things continue like this. At this rate, it will take only a few months before the entire back alley economy begins to collapse for good. Thinking about all of this is clearly really frustrating and stressful, so it's no surprise when he finally admits that the situation is driving him crazy. You can't blame him though, especially since he doesn't even know how the hell he's supposed to report that someone took away so much of their contraband in such a short time. He probably feels that it won't even sound believable by the time he's done writing it, so he's just stuck on that page with his pen in hand, and his mind feeling trouble. While he's busy wallowing in the frustration, someone suddenly barges into his office, informing him of some shocking news. Turns out that it's one of his men, who just rushed in to let him know that the back alleys have been blocked up. The young man with short hair looks like he ran a mile to break the news because he's panting heavily and gasping for air. But Harbin isn't too concerned about that right now, because he first of all wants to understand what the hell the kid is talking about right now. It doesn't make sense to him because he can't even comprehend how someone would block the back alleys. It sounds straight up impossible to him, so he asks the kid to explain himself. It's at this point that the breathless boy informs Harbin that some people from Sturma who came to Soara are the ones who caused the blockade. He also reveals that they came to catch one-armed Jack, and then goes on to tell Harbin how all the guard soldiers of Soara have them surrounded from all sides while they're speaking. Hearing this news, he just gets even more exhausted than he was before. Harbin concludes that one-armed Jack must have really crossed the line this time, because it's not every day that people from Sturma come looking for a criminal in a place as chaotic as Soara. Even though he's a little relieved about it, he also knows that he can't just feel happy about the fact that one-armed Jack has finally met his Waterloo. The reason he feels this way is because he knows that it will only rain blood over the back alleys if the powerful crime boss finally leaves Soara. While Harbin is still pondering on the bittersweet feeling, the young informant suddenly suggests that he should be close with one of the visitors. He's shocked to hear this because he doesn't know who the guy is talking about, so he asks, and that's when he finds out that the guy is talking about Vlad. This just leaves Harbin stressed out even more because he doesn't get why the man is talking about Vlad all of a sudden. In response, the guy nervously admits that he didn't see Vlad with his eyes, but he goes on to inform Harbin that there's apparently a blonde guy in the party that came from Sturma. As you can imagine, this pisses Harbin off because Vlad is clearly not the only blonde person in this world, so he snaps at the worker and quickly gets back to writing. However, that's when the guy reveals that it's not all, and then reveals that the blonde young man actually called himself Vlad of Soara. Harbin freezes in shock when he hears this, and there's no doubt that goosebumps cover his whole body at that moment. He finally lifts his head from the paper and gives the worker his full attention, so he can confirm that he just heard correctly. His eyes widen in disbelief because it sounds impossible, but the young short-haired worker just confirms his statement without any doubt. The guy even reveals what he heard about Vlad planting his flag in front of Rose's Smiles not too long ago. Harbin starts shivering all of a sudden, and when his subordinate notices it, he gets concerned and asks him if he's okay. Harbin doesn't say a word in response, and just zones out completely. He thinks about how he's been hearing countless rumors all this time. It's no surprise that our young hero's exploits reached his ears over the last few months, but Harbin clearly chose not to believe them back then. He heard of how Vlad's aura manifested during Damer's Duel of Honor. Harbin also heard the story of the young vassal of Bayezid who accomplished an amazing feat in the hunt of a deathworm. Clearly, he's aware of the tales of the newest rising star going by the name Vlad of Soara, but he just didn't want to believe them. However, right now, he realizes that everything he heard might actually be true, but he still doesn't want to believe the rumors yet. So he finally gets off his chair and storms out of the office with his walking stick so that he can go and check things out for himself. While Harbin is getting ready to go play detective, we catch up with our blonde hero, who's still in the middle of a bloody battle at the Rose's Smiles. The intense bloodbath goes on and Vlad continues to show no mercy. He uses a deadly strike to slash the foot of one of the henchmen, and right after maiming the guy for life, he swiftly turns around to take care of the thug who bravely tries to sneak up on him from behind. Our boy lands a devastating slash right to the guy's neck, taking him out in the process, but this ruthless display doesn't slow down the onslaught of attacks coming from all the other goons. They're still fearlessly running towards Vlad with nothing but the intention to kill him, but as you already know, they really don't stand a chance against him. Equally motivated, Vlad dashes forward with insane speed and charges at the incoming attackers so that he can slay them with a single slash. That's exactly what he does too, because before any of them can even figure out what's going on, he slashes them at the same time, with the same slash and with the speed of light. The move is way too fast for them to comprehend, and before they can do anything about it, it's already too late because they're probably missing a body part. Blood splatters all over the place, leaving our boy completely drenched in it as well as his trusty sword. With every strike, Vlad displays true mastery of the sword, and even the spirit inside the blade becomes surprised. He watches our boy in action and admits that his form and technique would leave anyone speechless after witnessing the way he moves. The spirit is in awe of the talent that the blonde swordsman possesses, and he's equally intrigued by the fierce effort our boy puts into his battles. Besides that, his strong will that is deeply rooted inside him can be felt by everyone around, and so the spirit concludes without a doubt that this young boy is a natural-born slaughterer. Just as he says this, Vlad confirms his thoughts by driving his sword straight into the heart of the last thug who dared to try him. It seems our boy has gone full beast mode at this point because he stares right into the dying man's eyes like a psycho killer. With a twisted smile on his face, he tells the thug that he had all the time in the world, so he suggests that the guy put his fallen tooth back in his mouth before passing on. But then again, he also reminds the guy that he won't really be needing them anymore, so pulls out the sword from the man's chest to put him out of his misery. Vlad holds the sword to the dying guy's face, and before he can make any other move, the voice in the sword suddenly tells him that he's done enough. Clearly, there's no way the thug is surviving a stab to the heart, so he's pretty much done for at this point. Vlad hears the voice, and that's when he finally snaps out of his kill mode. He looks around him and is a little bit surprised by the number of bloody corpses around him, so he decides to chill and agrees with the voice, feeling that he's actually done enough already. Our boy feels that he couldn't exactly replicate the scene from that day, but he's pretty satisfied with the results so far, so he decides that it's about time they put an end to the whole mess. Vlad's sword sparkles even though it's covered in blood, and after making up his mind to finish off one-armed Jack for good, he closes his eyes and takes a deep breath before making his way up the final flight of stairs to meet the one-handed crime boss. The dark stairway is filled with the noise of the creaking noise from each step Vlad takes, and after a while, he makes it to one-armed Jack's room and quietly walks in. Vlad breaks the eerie silence by informing the crime boss that he's arrived. The young swordsman stands by the door while Jack sits at the small bar in the place. He doesn't even turn around to know that the person standing there is the rising star. He welcomes the knight with his back still turned to him, and then offers the kid a drink. He pushes a glass to the side and asks Vlad if he wants one, but when our boy doesn't say a word, he simply concludes that the blonde swordsman is no fun. Looking into his own glass, he ponders on the fact that the kid in front of him really is Vlad of Soara. One-armed Jack reveals that he heard the rumors, but he admits that he didn't believe them back then. He gulps down the content of his glass and then wishes that he brought Vlad in way earlier. Seeing the intruder in his place, the bad boss feels that he should tell his manager to beat the shit out of Vlad. But then again, he's well aware that it can't happen because he's very sure that the blonde kid has already killed the manager. One-armed Jack finally gets up and then starts laughing all of a sudden. He's glad that his manager got killed by someone he knows at least, so it's a lot less annoying than it should be. The crime boss admits that he kinda left our boy on the back burner because he didn't want to deal with the kid. However, he's also a man who likes to make things certain, so now he feels that he has to finish the job. One-armed Jack suddenly reaches for his blade and unsheathes it. Now, the big bad boss has got a hook and a blade pointed at our boy, and when he sees this, he senses the messy connection again. Vlad feels that this is the reason why one-armed Jack's world is eating into his own. Right now, he can no longer sense that endless feeling of reverence he used to have for the one-handed crime boss back then. Now, he's certain that the one-armed Jack's world is not capable of holding him, and with this feeling in mind, he lifts his sword and prepares to face his opponent head-on. Right before making the first move, Vlad informs the crime boss that he's about to strike, so of course, the big guy is excited to see what skills the kid has got under his sleeves. Our boy charges into attack, and as he dashes forward he can't help but think about how the one-handed man's existence is like that of an enemy to him. Even though that's the case, he decides that he's going to give his all in this fight just so he can treat the crime boss with respect one last time. Vlad goes in for the kill and makes the first powerful strike, which Jack blocks. He tries to increase the power behind his attack and the big guy keeps resisting it. However, our boy is just too strong for him, so it does take long before he forces the crime boss back. The two warriors are pushed back by the impact generated by their strikes, and just when Jack thinks he's getting a breather, Vlad comes back at him hotter than the first time. Our boy puts everything he's got into the second strike, and shows no mercy to the old man because he knows that this is the way to show respect in the back alleys. It's their way, and so he refuses to hold back in this clash. Once again, Jack blocks the strike, but this time around, it's just way too much for him to push back. The big man's knees begin to shake as he struggles to stay on his feet against the relentless knight. Eventually, his body gives in, and so he's forced to go down on his knees because he realizes that the kid is just stronger than him. At the same time, Vlad simply intensifies the strength behind his attack, determined to defeat the big bad boss, because that's just how things work in the back alleys. They're brutal beyond bounds. One-armed Jack grunts and groans as he keeps struggling to hold the ferocious swordsman back. It looks like it's all over for the big crime boss because a look of fear washes over his face. Unfortunately for our boy, that's not the case, because all of a sudden, the big guy summons enough energy to push him away. It's almost like Jack got possessed by a spirit that gave him a massive power boost, and even Vlad can't believe it when he gets shoved away. A terrifying look appears on Jack's face all of a sudden, and any slight sign of fear completely disappears from him. He raises his blade in an attempt to deliver a deadly strike. Thankfully, our boy is quick enough to deflect the hit, so he blocks it and evades the next attack. One-armed Jack admits that it's all shocking to him, because he never imagined that the rising star who used to wield a wooden sword has changed so much beyond recognition. Seeing this, the crime boss concludes that Vlad surely had to be this good at least before even daring to come back to the back alleys. He admits that the kid's progress is truly admirable, but even though he's impressed, it doesn't mean that he's going to go easy on our boy. In fact, it makes him want to go all out against the young swordsman. One-armed Jack probably feels that he has a lot in common with our hero, because it turns out that he also used to have a dream. It doesn't really come as a surprise when this crazy old mafia boss reveals that he actually used to dream about having all those shiny stars in the sky for himself. Back when he was a kid, he wanted to hold the stars in his hands at all costs. He also knew that he needed a lot of strength if he wanted to achieve that. That was the only way he would be able to grab those sparkling stars that filled the night sky. But as time went on, he realized that he needed even more strength and even more blood on his hands in order to make this dream come true. One-armed Jack reveals that he did everything in his power to achieve his dream, because there was absolutely no boundary between good and evil in this chaotic place called Soara. As you know, the ruthless crime boss clearly means that he had to kill more and more people to reach the level of power he wanted. Despite everything he did and all the people he killed to get this power, he didn't get the slightest bit close to touching those stars he so desired. It didn't make sense to him because he tried so much and it yielded nothing. He still desired them even though the stars had lost their sparkle due to being covered by blood and greed. One-armed Jack didn't mind, because they were still his very own stars as far as he was concerned. The little flashback comes to an end, and we see the big bad boss being blinded by a bright light. It turns out that the source of this light is none other than our boy Vlad. He's about to unleash a powerful sword strike and it's pretty obvious that it's an incoming attack. However, Jack is just too distracted by the light entering his eyes. The old man thinks about how much it would take to grab what shines, and is bewildered by the fact that Vlad is swinging at him with a sword that's literally shining like a star. While he's still thinking about this, the powerful slash finally gets to him, and the next thing he sees is that his second hand has been severed off. That's right, Vlad just made Mr. One-Armed Jack to become Mr. No-Armed Jack. Our boy slices the arm off with ease and then goes in for the kill. As he attempts to land the finishing strike, everything around begins to glow brightly. His eyes and his blade shine like stars as the power from his aura looks like it is about to go into overdrive. At this point in time, Vlad looks like he's at the peak of his powers. Right after taking off Jack's remaining functioning hand, he tries to land a second hit, but then suddenly ceases the attack. The crime boss screams in agony as he sees his severed hand fall to the ground. He just keeps groaning while the young swordsman observes patiently. One-armed Jack looks like he's about to start crying one moment, and the next thing we see is a completely different look. A sinister smile appears on his face, and he lets out a villainous laugh all of a sudden, making it so clear that this guy is really a sick bastard. I mean, he just got his last good hand sliced off like a piece of meat and all he can do is laugh about it. It's pretty surprising that he doesn't go into shock because he's losing so much blood right about now. The twisted bastard just keeps laughing and then claims that Vlad's performance has been excellent. He's so impressed that he wishes Jorge could be alive to witness the young knight's display. As you can imagine, One-Armed Jack is the last person on earth to dare call Jorge's name in front of Vlad, so it's not surprising when our boy gets mad and attacks him. Our hero leaps into the air to deliver another slash and tells Jack to shut the hell up. Sure enough, he lands the hit and the insane slash gets deflected by the psycho crime boss. As far as Vlad is concerned, One-Armed Jack doesn't even deserve forgiveness. He's determined to kill the guy because he had a hand in Jorge's death while devouring the broken rose's smiles. After all, he's the son of a bitch who sold Marcel off, and after recalling all of these sins, Vlad concludes that Jack deserves a miserable death. With the desire for revenge and the rekindled feeling of grief in our boy's heart, he goes in for the kill. He stabs Jack and finally, it appears that he's got the job done when we see the big guy screaming in pain. Unfortunately, we're fooled once again, because the screams quickly turn into sick laughter and Jack suddenly claims that this is a happy day. He feels they should throw a big party in Soara and celebrate because the day for Vlad to climb higher than him has finally come. Of course, our boy just tells him to shut the fuck up, right before driving his sword into the big guy's chest. A calm silence follows after this happens, and Jack simply admits that this is a much better way to go out than being crushed by a huge world like Jorge's. Jack is glad that he meets his end at the hands of a young warrior trying to climb higher. Just then, the swordsman asks him if he has any last words, and that's when the psycho tells him that he did a great job. Jack also tells him to take some rest before he leaves Soara, but this just annoys our boy, so he forcefully pulls out the sword from the big guy's gut just to make sure he bleeds to death. While struggling to stay on his feet, Jack claims that Vlad has done enough to finish the job. He admits that he's lived an evil life, but he doesn't regret it because it was fierce regardless. With his dying breath, he brags about what a great job he did even though he got taken out by a rising star. One-Armed Jack concludes that he had a great life before finally calling Jorge's name one last time and then falling to his death. Vlad watches the big guy plummet down from the high floor and ponders on what just happened. Revenge is sweet, so it's only natural for it to be done. But still, the young knight can't help the lingering bitterness in his mouth. He should feel glad and relieved that Jack is finally dead nor that he's avenged Jorge, but right now, he doesn't have that feeling of fulfillment in him. Our boy looks over at the counter and sees the drink Jack left for him, for he gulps it down and sighs in exhaustion. The moment he drops the empty glass, he remembers what Jack said about how he'd climb higher, so he thinks about it for a bit before suddenly dropping a coin on the counter. He's returning it to his late boss, because he believes that a knight should only receive what he's paid for, which is something that Jorge taught him. Vlad leaves the empty glass with bloodstains, as well as the bloody coin to pay for his drink, before walking out of the place for good. Our boy leaves Rose's Smiles, a place where people who pass by stop and stagnate like water for a bit. On the way out, he glances at Jack's lifeless body and thinks about how today, a stagnant drop of water flowed outside of this world, leaving a small ripple in his own world. The story continues a few moments after Vlad's epic victory over one-armed Jack. While our boy is still in the building, Sir Borden becomes a little worried because he notices that it's suddenly ominously silent inside Ether Rose's Smiles. As you'd expect, it makes him really curious too because he has no idea what on earth is going on inside there. Mere seconds after this thought, the senior knight suddenly sees someone walking out of the burning building. He's absolutely shocked, and the fact that Vlad made it out alive is both relieving and worrisome at the same time. Our boy walks out victoriously with his sword covered in the blood of all the henchmen and villains he slayed inside. Sir Borden is speechless when he sees the cold look in the kid's eyes. It's such a terrifying look, so much so that all the other warriors are equally afraid. They all freeze in fear because it almost looks like they've just seen a ghost. It turns out that our boy is also covered in blood from his head to his toes, and this explains why the soldiers are so terrified. They can't believe that it's all blood on Vlad's body, but it's true, and what's even crazier about it is the fact that only a few drops of the blood actually came from him. The soldiers stare at him with a look of horror plastered on all their faces. It's absolutely unbelievable that the blonde knight managed to take down over 50 people all by himself. Even though they can see it with their eyes, they cannot help but admit what an insane feat it is. The soldiers just keep staring at our boy with the same fear in their eyes. They don't even know how to react to such an accomplishment, and they're also really afraid to get close to Vlad. Not surprisingly, Sir Borden is just as speechless as all the other soldiers at the back. The fat knight has known the kid for a while now, and he's aware that Vlad is a prodigy, but it's like the boy just keeps outdoing himself over and over again, to the point that no one can even guess his limits. Sir Borden stares at the boy as well, and admits that what he feels for the young knight is now beyond respect. As far as he's concerned, the feeling he's having now is more like fear, and honestly, you can't blame the fat man for thinking this way. The boy literally just massacred a whole gang of deadly henchmen all by himself, not forgetting the fact that he defeated the notorious and dreaded one-armed Jack as well. Vlad notices that the others just keep looking at him in silence, so he sighs in exhaustion, which somehow makes them even more afraid for some reason. Realizing how terrified they are of him, he decides not to go near them, so in the blink of an eye, the blonde swordsman turns around and starts walking away from them. Sir Borden is shocked by this, but he doesn't say anything. Our boy is a few steps from disappearing into the shadows again when someone finally summons the courage to speak up and then calls out to him. The kid turns around when he hears his name, and that's when he discovers that it's Harvin who called him. He calls Vlad again, which leaves the young knight very puzzled. The swordsman ponders it for a bit, and it's clear that he remembers the name. But he doesn't exactly believe that it's real, so he turns around, only to see that the other soldiers are holding Harvin back. Apparently, they can't let him through, and since he can't get to the terrifying knight, he decides to yell Vlad's name as loud as he can. Our boy finally sees Harvin and realizes that his old friend is really there, and he's utterly shocked. Just then, Sir Borden notices Vlad's expression, so he concludes that they both know each other and then tells his soldiers to make way for Harvin. Without wasting a second, the soldiers clear the path and allow Harvin to pass. Vlad's old friend walks toward him with the aid of a walking stick, and our boy just keeps staring at him. It's almost as if he still doesn't believe his eyes, and Harvin is equally left in shock when he sees how much the blonde boy has changed. Right now, Vlad looks like a shadow of his former self because of how dangerous he's become, so Harvin cautiously approaches him and asks him if he's okay. Ever since the kid walked in and out of one-armed Jack's den, he's not been the same. It's been like a part of him died along with the henchmen, but the moment he sees Harvin up close, that changes, and his expression brightens up a bit. He's so relieved to see that it's really his old friend, which makes him let down his guard. Vlad suddenly drops his sword to the floor and smiles, before falling. Thankfully, Harvin catches him in time, and that's when he finally reveals just how much pain he's in. He tells his old friend that he's hurting so much, claiming that he feels the pain all over his body. Of course, Harvin is pretty confused because he knows that Vlad did most of the damage inside the building, so he asks the blonde swordsman what actually happened, and that's when our boy tells him that he finally feels like he's back. The scene changes and the next morning, Vlad wakes up to a beautiful view of the city. It's almost like he's the Prince of Soara right now because he can see almost everything from his room. As cool as it might be, our boy feels that he just can't get used to it. His bright blue eyes peer out the huge balcony which towers over all the other buildings around, and he concludes that the reason he can't relate to it is because it's not a view of the back alleys where he grew up. While he's still looking out at the rest of the city, Ghost suddenly walks into the room. The guy didn't expect him to be up already, so he thought it was a good time to come in. Seeing that Vlad is awake so early, the guy tells the young captain that he should have slept a bit longer. But our boy explains that it's even harder to lie down, because his whole body still aches from the insane battle he had to fight the previous night. Just then, he notices that the guy is holding a bowl of water, so he asks him what it's for. In response, the guy puts on a big creepy smile and explains that the water is for Vlad to wash up. As you can imagine, our boy isn't a fan of such activities since he's fully capable of bathing himself. As such, he just frowns at Goth and then bluntly asks him what the hell is wrong with him. It's a pretty valid question if you ask me, because why on earth is the guy smiling like a creep when talking about washing up? The guy is being a little extra and it doesn't take too much to notice it. But of course, he denies it and claims that this is how he's always been. With the weird smile still plastered on his face, he nervously pretends not to know what Vlad is talking about. Just as our boy suspects, Goth is actually on a little mission. He's very much aware that Vlad's acquaintances all over the city are starting to show up, and he's afraid that it might be difficult to keep his position if the young captain's old friends keep popping up at this rate. Because of this, Goth is determined to make himself indispensable, even if it means being overly nice and suspiciously creepy. After all, he didn't follow Vlad around just to end up as a stable keeper in Bayezid. Goth keeps trying to pretend like he doesn't have a motive, but the blonde swordsman can see right through him, so he already knows exactly what the guy is actually doing. Vlad knows exactly what's going on inside Goth's mind, and he honestly understands it as well, so he tells the guy not to get anxious. Our boy promises to take care of him, but that's only if he continues to do his job well. Goth is elated when he hears this and can't even contain his joy. Just to confirm, he asks if Vlad is actually promising him. In response, the swordsman tells Goth that if he doesn't trust him, he should go do something about it. From the tone, Goth can tell that the young captain is now pissed, so he nervously assures our boy that he trusts him because he knows that Vlad can actually change his mind if he wants to. Seeing the guy get so rattled just makes our boy feel sorry for him. He sighs in exhaustion because he's already tired of all the ass kissing, and that's about the same time that Goth remembers something he should have told Vlad the moment he saw him. It turns out that Sir Vorden wanted to see our boy as soon as he woke up, and Goth forgot to pass the message because he's been too busy competing for Servant of the Year. Vlad is surprised to hear this, but he also feels that it's just perfect too, especially since he also has something that he'd like to discuss with the senior knight. The scene changes again, and the next thing we see is a big office table filled with all kinds of pastries and sweet treats lined up on it. Apparently, this is Sir Vorden's idea of a normal breakfast, and it explains why the man's so fat when he's supposed to be an active swordsman. Of course, Vlad isn't a fan of such unhealthy foods, so he advises the fat man, explaining that eating this kind of stuff will only get him killed eventually. Unfortunately, it's already too late for this man to take any kind of advice concerning his diet because he's clearly fallen in love with junk food. Sir Vorden responds to the kid's comment by claiming that he'll also die if he doesn't eat the food. He picks up a slice of cake and stares at it like it's the love of his life before taking a big bite. As you can imagine, he didn't summon our boy to give him health advice, so he goes straight to the point and shows Vlad the mountain of documents piled up on a table in the corner. The fat man claims that he needs to go through all of them and admits that he won't be able to see the end of it, so he's invited the young prodigy to help him out with some work. Sir Vorden really doesn't see anything wrong with his diet since his brain needs a lot of sugar to function properly, so this is probably the excuse he's been giving for eating sugary snacks all the time. Sir Vorden reveals that one-armed Jack's shadows enclosed even the deepest parts of the back alleys. The blonde knight isn't too surprised to hear this, and he feels that actually makes sense since the tyrant was born and raised in the back alleys, before going on to dominate everything in the place. In response, the fat knight agrees with him, and then claims that he'll still take some time out to completely pull out the roots of the mystery. After this, he casually asks Vlad what he's planning to do now. Even though Sir Vorden has to stay back and take care of the aftermath of one-armed Jack's defeat, he informs the young knight that his own work in the city is practically done already. Vlad reveals that he really doesn't know what he'll do next, so the fat knight informs him that he'll be on standby until Mr. Joseph officially arrives in the city. Since that's the case, he also asks Vlad to help him out with his work sometimes. Our boy immediately asks if there's actually anything that he can help with, claiming that he doesn't know much about documents and all that kind of paperwork. It turns out that the fat man was way ahead of him. Vorden claims that he already knows all about that, so he picks up a paper and hands it to the kid. Our boy reads the sheet of paper and is actually surprised to see that he'll be on standby in Soara as the captain of the guard. That's right, he's got a new job, and he's also going to enjoy some perks like representative authority. He doesn't know what the hell that means, so Sir Vorden explains that it simply means he has the right to arrest people who break the law. The senior knight finds this particular ability really exciting because it's basically a warrant that lets him beat up criminal offenders to a certain degree. From what Sir Vorden tells him, he learns that Master Joseph wants to use this little victory as an opportunity to clean up the back alleys for good. The young master's mission is to uproot the weeds and then replace them with decent substitutes, and the senior knight informs Vlad that this is the next step in Joseph's master plan. Our boy is still a little bit overwhelmed by the whole thing, but the fat man assures him that he's the right man for the job. After all, nobody knows the back alleys better than the one and only Vlad of Soara. After hearing all of this, the kid reluctantly accepts his new office, admitting that it actually makes sense to put him in charge of something like this. Seeing that the blonde swordsman is on board, Sir Vorden informs him that he doesn't have to start right away. He reminds our boy that he still needs to take a break for now, and use some time to catch up with his old friends in the back alleys. The fat man even encourages him to invite his girlfriend over, but Vlad doesn't find the joke even slightly funny. With a blank expression laced on his face, he reminds the fat joker that Zemina is just his friend. Hearing this, Sir Vorden also takes the chance to reveal that he applied for a visit to the convent already. He actually thought that they'd be granted permission immediately, but the people at the convent asked him to wait a few days. As such, the guy expects Vlad to keep his fingers crossed and promises to inform him as soon as he receives the good news. Our boy is taken aback by the pleasant surprise, and immediately thanks Sir Vorden for his efforts. He didn't expect the fat man to be so thorough, and is really impressed because he didn't even ask the senior knight to help him out with it. At this point, there's no more news to give our boy, so Vlad decides to head out, but before he can take a step, he suddenly remembers that there's one more thing he has to discuss with Sir Vorden. Out of the blue, he suddenly asks the senior knight if the rest of One-Armed Jack's henchmen are in prison. The fat man reveals that all the goons are behind bars, claiming that they made sure to apprehend all of them even though they were scattered all over the place. Upon hearing this, the young knight suddenly asks if he can go see the henchmen who were arrested, which shocks Sir Vorden. He didn't expect that Vlad would want to visit the prison, so he quickly asks the kid why he's asking for that kind of permission. With a very stern tone, Vlad explains that there's someone he needs to find. He's so determined to find this person that he vows to search the entire back alleys if he doesn't see the person in a jail cell when he visits the prison. Later that night, Vlad arrives at the place where the guards inform him that One-Armed Jack's henchmen are locked up in the innermost part of the prison. He thanks them for their services before making his way into the dark place. It doesn't take too long for him to come across some of the prisoners. Even though they've been locked up in cells, they've already heard about his vengeful killing spree. The moment they see the blonde-haired knight strutting into the prison, they recognize him. After all, he grew up around most of them while he was still in the back alleys, and now they've given him a new name, Jorge's Dagger. The inmates are shocked when they hear that such a person is walking along their halls. They can't believe that the proxy from Bayezid is there with them, and they're also very confused because they have no idea why someone like him would come to a place like this. All of a sudden, a very terrifying idea pops up in their minds. They're suddenly very afraid when they realize that it could be that Vlad has come to the prison in search of all the people who attacked Rose's smiles that day so that he can have his revenge. Just thinking about such a possibility is enough to make the hardened criminals shit their pants, especially since they've already heard how he massacred over 50 men all by himself, not forgetting the fact that he went on to kill the infamous One-Armed Jack shortly after that. All of a sudden, Vlad stops in front of the cell and stares into it, shifting his gaze from one inmate to the other as he scans the tiny room. His blue eyes shine into the room and the terrified prisoners rush away from the bars as fast as they can, because none of them wants to be a scapegoat. Our boy remains quiet for a moment and almost looks disappointed, but then he suddenly notices someone at the back and realizes that it's the exact person he came looking for. Out of all the inmates, the guy is the only one who doesn't seem afraid, so Vlad decides to have a little chat with him before anything else. He claims that the guy is already dark enough and complains that he could barely recognize him because of how he's squatting at the back. The guy is shocked to hear Vlad's voice, because he probably hasn't been paying attention since. So, he looks up at the blonde swordsman, and that's when fear creeps up on him immediately. He starts sweating all of a sudden, but it turns out that he's just scared for nothing because Vlad hasn't come to hurt him. In a shocking twist, our boy casually promises to free the guy in exchange for 40 silvers. It turns out that this short-haired guy is Otter, the person who allowed Vlad to escape from Soara that night when Zemina was hiding him under a pile of trash in a wagon. The guy is absolutely stunned, while the young knight just keeps joking around, talking about how he also accepts credit if there's no coin. Otter can't believe his eyes, because, in a place where dark-skinned people like him are shunned, the first person to reach out to him turned out to be someone who hadn't lost his light even in the likes of trash. The guy remembers Vlad very well, as the boy from that night who needed to escape from the city. The scene changes and we see our boy arriving at the convent in a carriage. The nuns are excited when they see him, and they all admit that it's so awesome because of how handsome he is. Judging by his blue eyes and blonde hair, they're so sure that he's the vassal from Bayezid. While peeking through the window, the sisters just keep gossiping, talking about all the rumors they heard saying that the vassal had already become a knight. They're convinced that he must already be a knight because they feel that it's the only reason the headmistress would personally escort him into the convent. Besides that, they also notice all the local dignitaries trailing him, so it gives them more reason to believe that he's no longer a mere vassal. The people probably donated a lot of money just so they could get close to the Bayezid family. The girls finally realize that this is the reason the headmistress bought so much wine earlier. While most of the girls are busy running their mouths, one of them is quietly washing the dishes all by herself. Just then, one of the matrons barges into the kitchen and scolds them for still dawdling when an esteemed guest is being expected. The girls quickly apologize for their behavior and promise to get their chores done immediately. The mistress reveals that the service is about to start and then storms out of the kitchen, so the other girls start bullying Zemina again, claiming that they got scolded because she's too slow. Of course, the maltreated redhead apologizes to them, so they tell her to hurry up and leave her to finish everything by herself. Zemina doesn't complain about this and the other girls hurry out so they can get to the front row at the chapel. A while later, at the church, the headmistress introduces Vlad to the rest of the sisters. Father Andreas has already vouched for the blonde swordsman, and coupled with the backing of the Bayezid family, the sisters can't help but fall in love with him. As far as they're concerned, he's like a knight from a fairy tale, with his beautiful blue eyes and luscious blonde hair. Just then, Vlad scans the room for a bit, and when the girls notice this, they all begin to assume that he's looking at them. In reality, the handsome visitor is discreetly searching for Zemina, and he's pissed when he doesn't find her because he specifically asked that all the nuns be gathered in the chapel. With the introduction out of the way, the headmistress decides that it's time to pray, so Vlad gets on his knees like the knight he is, and the girls just fall in love with him even more. All of a sudden, we see Zemina running toward the chapel, and it appears that Vlad senses her presence because a small smile creeps up on his face. The redhead reaches the church and is relieved to see that the service isn't over yet. She quickly gets in line and joins the prayer, and at the same time, our boy resumes his search. The moment he sets his eyes on Zemina, his countenance changes. Rage comes upon him and he hisses without caring what they think of him. The headmistress asks him what's wrong and he immediately expresses his annoyance, claiming that Zemina is way too thin. It's so bad that he wonders if they even feed her at all. Enraged, he just keeps grumbling and then walks away from the altar. He speeds towards Zemina, who sees him and almost can't believe that it's her childhood friend. Initially, she sadly accepts that there's no way it's Vlad, but then he stops right in front of her and calls out to her. The redhead looks up at him and nervously asks him what it is. At this point, our boy takes a close look at her, and that's when he sees her bruised hands and filthy clothes. This just makes him even more furious, so much so that he starts inspecting her clothes, scolding her because he can't believe that she lets them starve her and wears dirty clothes. The other girls gasp in shock when they realize that Vlad and Zemina know each other. The angry knight ignores them and keeps examining his old friend's appearance. He almost breaks down into tears, and that's when Zemina touches his blonde hair for the first time in a very long time. Now, she finally believes that it's him, so the tears just flood down her face at that moment. Seeing how much she's suffered in the convent, Vlad decides that it's time to screw the damn procedures so that they can get her out of the hellhole. The girl just keeps sobbing, so he takes her hand and tells her that it's time to go home. And just like that, the girl who had no home heard those words for the first time in her life. Vagrants of the back alleys, with no home, no parents, and no food. To the two of them, the only home they ever knew was the company of each other, and as such, they were both each other's family. The only family they ever knew. The story continues with Vlad and Zemina in a carriage riding home. The red-haired girl still looks really traumatized despite being rescued from the convent, so much so that she doesn't even utter a word on the ride. Instead, she just holds a pillow and clutches it to her chest, feeling really scared, probably because she thinks that the blonde swordsman is still mad at her. After a while, Zemina summons the courage to lift her head and actually look straight at Vlad's face, which is about the same time that he stares back at her. Apparently, he's just been waiting for them to lock eyes, and now he's finally caught her stealing glances at him. The girl looks so nervous to the point that it starts to make our boy feel uncomfortable, so he bluntly asks her why she's acting this way. In his mind, he expected that she would celebrate being rescued from the hellhole where she was abused, but she's just cold. Despite being very nervous, Zemina finally attempts to speak up, so she tries to ask him something. But before she can finish her question, Vlad cuts her off and asks her why she keeps glancing at him. He's clearly exhausted by the awkward silence in the carriage, so he actually wants to know what's going on in the timid girl's mind. In response, Zemina tries to explain why she's been staring at him, but she's still too nervous to actually say what it is, especially since she gets distracted by the blonde swordsman's appearance. It's all so much for her to take in, and she's having a hard time coming to terms with the fact that he's the same boy she grew up in the back alleys with. Vlad notices that she's staring at him again, which leaves him pretty confused, and while he's still trying to figure out what exactly is going on with the girl, she quickly clutches the pillow to her chest again and buries her face into it, thinking about how much Vlad has changed since the last time she knew him. Seeing her acting this way, our boy is quite surprised because he doesn't even understand why she's feeling so awkward when they've only been apart for like 6 months. Sure, it's been a while, but it's not long enough for her to start feeling weird around him, especially since they were so close before he left Sohara. Of course, the shy girl still doesn't say anything even after he asks her this question. She keeps her face buried in the pillow as she sits opposite him. At this point, Vlad is fed up with her behavior, so he decides to just pretend like she's not there, and rather than trying to make her talk, he looks out the window. Once he's finally done trying to make her comfortable with him, Zemina surprisingly lifts her head to stare at him again. It appears that she just can't help herself anymore because he's just so different from what he used to be. For starters, he's now a knight with shiny armor and a huge sword, which is quite unbelievable. Right now, Zemina is pretty convinced that the blonde swordsman is a noble because of the way he looks. She gets so nervous that she clutches the pillow once again, and starts feeling really uncomfortable to the point that it looks like she's about to cry. All of a sudden, Vlad puts something inside her mouth, which leaves her absolutely confused. He pushes the things into her mouth with his finger and looks her in the eyes, before informing her that she's been really out of it for a while. He tells her that she should eat the stuff so that she can snap out of her bad mood, so she agrees, even though she doesn't know what she's actually about to eat. Zemina asks our boy what it is, so he reveals that it's actually caramel and tells her that he got it from a knight that he knows. As you can imagine, the girl is shocked that he just gave her such a delicious treat because she knows how expensive it is. The redhead gets scared because she feels that he must have stolen it, and Vlad just gets exhausted when he hears her say this. The young knight just wants her to feel better, so he simply tells her to think whatever she wants. He clearly doesn't have the strength to explain more things to her, so he just lounges on the seat and relaxes, knowing that the caramel is about to cheer Zemina up. Sure enough, the redhead starts smiling merely seconds after taking the sweet, and then Vlad secretly opens one eye to peek at her. Unfortunately, he's shocked to see that she's shivering and trembling all of a sudden. By the time he opens his eyes to really see what's going on, Zemina is already bawling her eyes out. At this point, our boy is so confused because he doesn't even know what else to do. Perplexed by her erratic behavior, he curiously asks her why she's crying again, and that's when she tells him that it's because he came too late. The Eugenite is speechless when she says this, and he even tries to comfort her, but she just turns away from him and continues to cover her face with the pillow. Seeing that Zemina is still too upset, the young knight decides to just give her some space for a while. Not knowing what else to do, he looks out the window so he can clear his head, and after only a short while, he notices that the weather is actually really nice. Apparently, after this, Vlad and Zemina continue the carriage ride home in silence, and while that's happening, we're suddenly reminded of the fact that everyone is worthy of embracing a star in their heart no matter where they were born. Speaking of where people were born, we're taken back to Vlad's birthplace all of a sudden. That's right, it's the back alleys of Sohara, and on this particular night, we get to see a familiar character from the slums. It just so happens to be the same blacksmith from when our boy was younger. As much as everyone is worthy of embracing a star, releasing that star is another matter entirely because it's just not that simple for many. This blacksmith is one of those many people. The man looks pretty miserable right now, and as he stares at the coal and molten lava in his furnace, he can't help but think that it looks just like him. In his mind, he's no better than the red-hot liquid in the furnace, since they're both withering away useless without accomplishing anything. Right about now, that's exactly what the blacksmith thinks of himself, and after wallowing in self-pity for a long time, he finally decides that it's time to call it a day. After all, drifters don't even stop by his shop these days. Before closing up shop for the day, the old man glances at the spot where that special sword used to be hung, and it makes him remember Vlad. It's been a while since he saw the blonde boy, and now he wonders if our boy is doing well, and starts to recall how admirable the young knight was as a kid. As much as this blacksmith felt this way about Vlad, he also used to think that the boy was very pitiful at the same time. It's been 6 months since he heard from the blondie. He has no idea where the kid is, so the man can only hope that Vlad didn't freeze to death or something. While he's thinking about this, a familiar voice interrupts his thoughts. The guy walks up to the blacksmith, seemingly surprised that the old man is closing his shop already. As you must have guessed already, this mysterious character is actually Vlad. But the grumpy blacksmith hasn't figured that out yet because he's too busy feeling sorry for himself. He doesn't even turn to look at who the potential customer might be, and just walks back in, telling Vlad to come back later because he's actually closed for the day. In response, our boy tells the old man that he can't come later, explaining that he'll be busy the following day. He insists that he needs the blacksmith's attention right now, making the old geezer understand that it's pretty urgent. Hearing this, the grumpy man finally gives our boy his attention. But it's mostly because he's curious to find out what exactly it is that a back alley folk could be busy with. As far as he's concerned, people from around here always have enough time on their hands, so it intrigues him that this guy needs his help so urgently. At this point, Vlad tells the old man that his sword needs repairing, revealing that it's been a long while since the last time that it was fixed. Hearing this, the blacksmith is stunned and pretty confused as well, because that was the last thing he expected to hear this time of night. With a gentle smile on his face, Vlad informs the old geezer that the other blacksmith said they can't fix the sword, before handing the sword over, assuring the grumpy man that he is the only person that can fix the blade. It's at this point that the man turns around to see the young admirable boy he was just thinking about. The only difference this time is that Vlad isn't just a boy anymore. Now, he's a knight and a very respected one at that, so you can't blame the blacksmith for being dumbfounded. Few moments ago, the guy was just hoping that Vlad didn't freeze to death somewhere, so the fact that he's seeing the young boy standing right in front of him now is pretty unbelievable. The old man is shocked as hell, but he's also pretty relieved that Vlad is doing alright. He just keeps staring in shock after several seconds, and it becomes obvious that he's still dazed, so our boy decides to help the old man out by asking him if he can repair the sword or not. Sure enough, this question snaps the blacksmith out of his little daze, so he quickly regains his senses and admits that he can actually fix the sword. The unhappy blacksmith hasn't had any work in a long time, so to see such a beautiful gig come his way tonight, he grabs the opportunity with both hands. Excitement fills his heart when he finally realizes that all of this is really happening, so he gladly invites Vlad inside his shop to have a seat. This old man is more than ready to take on the job, so he happily leads the way into his store and then takes the sword from our boy to examine exactly what the problem is. The old geezer takes the sword and begins to observe it. Seeing all the many scratches on the blade, he admits that he's really pleased to see that the young knight has been using it well. The blacksmith notices a striking scar, so he's curious to find out where it came from. He asks Vlad, and our boy reveals that it was from when he was hunting goblins last winter. The blonde knight admits that he wasn't used to the sword back then, so it explains why he chipped the blade. The blacksmith notices another scar which he's equally curious about, so the young swordsman reveals that it happened during the Duel of Honor in Damer. The curious old man doesn't stop there either, because he just keeps finding one scar after the other. He asks Vlad about another one he just saw, and so the young knight tells him the story of how he recently had to act as bait in order to catch a deathworm. During that little adventure, the sword got scratched on the ground while he was trying to lure the deathworm in. After hearing all of this, the old man is shocked that this sword has experienced such things. From monster hunts to duels of honor, this blacksmith is left speechless, because he would never have imagined that the word would be used in such a heroic manner. Dumbfounded, he just keeps staring at his reflection on the blade, feeling overwhelmed by the fact that the sword has even been involved in the hunting of the remains of a fallen dragon. These are all amazing adventures, and the blacksmith can't help but admit that he's proud of the young blondie. He's very proud of Vlad because the kid didn't waste his star, like most people. Unlike the miserable blacksmith who has been wasting away in the back alleys, our boy has been diligently fulfilling his duties, which is something that not many people can boast of. Vlad's return is such a joyful moment for this old man, and the fact that he's gone on such awesome adventures makes him even more excited. The blacksmith bursts into laughter all of a sudden, claiming that he's even happier now than he was when he made his life's greatest work, which is the sword in question. With so much joy and excitement in his heart, the blacksmith tells our boy to wait there for him while he goes to repair the blade in a jiffy. Without wasting another second, the man rushes to the fiery furnace and then pumps air in it to feed the flames. The old man gets right to work in the furnace with short breaths as if the fire would go out any moment now. As he places the sword into the fire, his passions flare up once again after a very long time. This blacksmith hasn't felt this kind of passion or fulfillment in his craft for what seems like ages, so it's a really beautiful scene to see him so happy to repair our boy's sword. Just like that, the star that was losing its light was shining once again. The following morning, Vlad goes to have a word with Harbin. It's been a long while since the two friends actually had a chat, so they took the opportunity to catch up. Harbin is surprised when he hears that our boy actually had the loan certificate of Rose's smiles that one-armed Jack had before he died. In response, our boy just smiles cheekily, claiming that it was a fair exchange between him and the crime boss. Of course, Harbin knows exactly what Vlad means by that, so he just laughs in response, before finally asking the young knight if he wants to run Rose's smiles now that he has the deed and other documents. Without skipping a beat, the blonde swordsman denies having any intention to run the place, clarifying that he already gave it back to Marcella. Even though she can't start running the place right away, Vlad is confident that everything at Rose's smiles will be sorted out in no time. In response, Harbin agrees with him, admitting that his decision makes a lot of sense, especially since the entire place is still covered in blood. Since our boy's plan is to leave the business for Marcella, Harbin is pretty curious because he doesn't know what Vlad has planned next. He wants to know if the young knight will be going back to Sturma, or if he's going to stay back in with them in the city. Hearing this, Vlad confirms that he's going to remain in Soara for a while, and informs Harbin that he's on standby in the meantime. He gives his friend a gentle smile, knowing that the guy would be glad to hear that he's staying in town for a while. Sure enough, Harbin appears really relieved about this, and he can't even hide his smile. He suddenly admits that he thinks it's really great to see Vlad this way. It's really cool to him that his childhood friend is now a man who follows the orders of a noble family, and that's when Vlad reveals that they also asked him to look into something during his free time. Our boy suddenly tells Harvin that he's been asked to investigate One-Armed Jack's hidden assets as well as anything they didn't manage to retrieve. After all, he's aware that a money bug was digging holes all over the place. Sure enough, Harvin is more than happy to help with that, and Vlad suggests that it shouldn't be any other way. He goes on to tease Harvin about it, especially since he gave him some really expensive whiskey earlier. Our boy suddenly remembers that Marcella said she was looking for the other girls as well, but then Harvin suggests that they've all been sold off already. Even though it's a possibility, Vlad still believes that the girls must be around somewhere. All of a sudden, Harvin starts to feel that there must be a connection between the hidden gold coins and the missing girls. He's certain that something deeper is going on. But then Vlad feels that the whole thing sounds like a hassle to him. Our boy reveals that he already searched for a few, but admits that most of them left no trace at all. At this point, Harvin becomes curious, so he asks Blondie who he's talking about. Without hesitation, the young knight reveals that there's one of them whose name is Anna. Besides Anna, there are actually a few more who left no trace at all, and after Vlad explains this, Harvin agrees that it's indeed strange. In his mind, there should actually be some kind of way to trace some of the girls. He recalls that One-Armed Jack did a lot of things while he was running the back alleys, but he can clearly see that this is something different. Seeing how mysterious the case is, Harvin offers to help Vlad look into it as well. The guy is aware that his organization has shrunk lately, so he admits that he won't be able to offer much help. Their conversation is brought to an end when the dark-skinned prisoner Vlad Freed arrives. Otter calls out to Vlad and informs him that there's actually a suspicious place just like he said before. Hearing this, our boy gets up and goes to meet Otter, while Harvin promises to update him on any of his findings. Later, Vlad arrives at a shady butcher's shop looking for the missing girls, but the guy insists that he doesn't know anything about them. Despite this, our boy doesn't remember this place being a butcher shop 6 months ago, so the butcher tells him to go ask Black Bear about that. The swine butcher, Black Bear, happens to be one of the 5 bosses of the Black Alley, and he gave them permission to start a butcher shop. Vlad figures that the guy is just trying to scare him, so he claims that he'll go meet Black Bear himself. Just then, he catches the guy red-handed. Because most people in the back alleys can't read, yet the butcher knew it was names on the paper. It becomes clear that the guy is an outsider, so our boy immediately accuses them of selling human meat. And just like that, the butcher's cover is blown, so he attacks the young knight. Vlad evades the strike and gets angry, but he demands to know who he is, so Blondie asks him the same thing and warns him to cooperate. Our boy then tells Otter to close the door, because as far as he's concerned, business is closed for the day. After dealing with the butcher, Vlad goes to have a chat with Otter, wondering how the outsider got in. So the guy suggests that One-Armed Jack didn't look after the back alleys properly. Our boy is surprised that the crime boss made such a mess in only 6 months, and Otter admits that One-Armed Jack really changed a lot after Jorge died. In a flashback, we see Vlad dealing with the strange butcher. He stabs the guy's hand, forcing him to confess what he knows, so the guy reveals that the slave merchants know about the missing people. In the present, our boy is finding it hard to believe that they're casually trafficking people in the back alleys. He never imagined that the matter's roots would run this deep. Anyway, now that he's got the truth, he feels it would do for now, but Otter suggests that the higher-ups would find out the details soon. Just then, a young boy enters the scene, claiming that he found what Vlad asked him about earlier. Apparently, some kids saw it, and for the boy's service, the knight gave him a treat. As the kid enjoys his skewers, Vlad asks him what the kids saw, so he reveals that they saw the brunette Anna getting on a horse carriage he has never seen before. Hearing this, our boy starts to wonder if she got sold off to some place already. The little boy suddenly adds that the other women on the carriage were pregnant, leaving Vlad shocked. It's so baffling to him since he doesn't know why anyone would buy pregnant women when they can't even work. Otter gets worried when he sees the knight lost in thought all of a sudden. As if Anna being pregnant wasn't shocking enough, now there's someone buying pregnant women. Even for the back alleys, it's way too disturbing. And all of a sudden, Vlad remembers the strange spirit he met a few moments ago. At this point, he's afraid that the spirit might have been Anna or even one of the pregnant women trying to speak to him. Suddenly, the voice in his sword reminds him to always heed his own warnings, because a bad bunch is bound to come true after all. Vlad seriously hopes that what he's thinking isn't true, but he also knows that it's better to be prepared for the worst. Later, he informs Sir Vorden of the unusual activities he came across, but the fat knight just feels that he should even take a break. Vlad reminds him that he's the one who tasked him to investigate, but the fat knight simply admits that he didn't expect him to find anything this quickly. Sir Vorden just wants to catch a break now that he's done with his paperwork, but he can't do that if Vlad keeps digging up dirt at every opportunity. The fat knight wonders why it's so urgent, and then suggests that there might be a crisis looming. Hearing this, our boy figures that Sir Vorden is trying to push the job to someone else, so he asks for permission to visit the mayor, but he's reluctant to say anything. The senior knight doesn't feel like spending his entire vacation working. He just wants to relax, but when he looks out the window, he realizes that he won't get that opportunity. This is because he sees that Master Joseph and the rest of his convoy have arrived, and they're 2 days earlier than he expected. Of course, the mayor tries to kiss Mr. Joseph's ass, but he just ignores him and goes straight to Sir Warden. They greet the young master, who immediately asks them if anything happened in his absence. Of course, the fat knight isn't ready for the work that would follow if he speaks the truth, so he claims that nothing happened. On the other hand, Vlad just stays silent, which Joseph suspects, so he suggests that they talk inside. The mayor shows them to his office, and Sir Jaeger insists on inspecting the room first. This annoys the mayor and he starts throwing a fit, but a single glare from the one-eyed knight is enough to make him calm down. Suddenly, Mr. Joseph commends Vlad on a job well done and then immediately asks him what it was that he wanted to say outside. Our boy admits that he's afraid he might be making a fuss for no reason if he says it, but the young master just tells him he can go ahead. Vlad then reveals that it might be better to ask the mayor for the help that he's been looking for. The young master smiles when he hears this, and feels that teaching the blondie was worth it because of his ability to assess a situation. Joseph is impressed that Vlad knows his affiliation with the noble family doesn't give him authority, so he tells the boy that he's made a good decision. Just then, Sir Jaeger informs the young master that the office is safe to enter, so they all go in, and Joseph compliments the splendid office. Even the view of Soara from up there is amazing since you can see the entire city from there. Even though most of the office is great, Joseph feels that the chair needs to be changed because it's extremely over the top. The mayor is shocked because he doesn't think anything is wrong with the chair. He's about to say something rude, but he quickly holds his tongue when he sees Joseph sit in the chair. Vlad is shocked to see this, but the young master casually reveals that he just became the new mayor of Soara. Sometime later, Vlad goes on a small trip with Otter, but complains the whole time because it smells and it's not easy to come to. It's the oldest and most complicated alley of the back alleys, which is also the most horrendous part, reeking of blood and all sorts of smells. As if that's not bad enough, there's that scary look that's in the eyes of the people there, because they practically live side by side with death. It's no wonder why even one-armed Jack didn't dare mess with the place. After all, it's just what is expected from the swine butcher's alley. The swordsman makes his way to the place to knock on the door, and sure enough, a really mean-looking man answers. The stout man looks through the peephole and asks Vlad who he is, so the brave knight coldly suggests that he must have heard about him already. After all, the guy and his colleagues were shooting glances at the blonde swordsman from the alley's entrance. The moment our boy says this, the grumpy guy slams the hole shut so quickly that Vlad isn't even able to get another word in. He tries to tell the man to wait, but before he can finish talking, the loud bang cuts him off. At this point, the voice in his head suggests that the person is trying to get on his nerves, and the young knight agrees. Vlad feels that he shouldn't let such disrespect slide, even though such treatment seemed pretty normal to him in the past. However, that was then when he was a nobody, but now, he has the honor of too many people tied to his name, so he can no longer tolerate such disrespect. After thinking about all the people whose honor is tied to him, he concludes that he just can't let such things slide anymore. With this in mind, our boy refuses to walk away from there, so he remains in the same spot for hours, and as such, Otter is also forced to stay there with him while holding the folded banner up the whole time. After a long while, the sun begins to rise, and by then, we get to see that our boy's feet have already been covered with dust because of how long he's been standing there. At this point, the rude man from earlier finally opens the door and sees that the young knight is still there waiting for him, so he tells Vlad to come in a really condescending manner. Of course, the blonde swordsman doesn't respond to this insult and just remains cold. He takes a deep breath as he ponders on what to do to the guy, and while he's still thinking, the guy has the balls to interrupt him, asking him if he's coming in or not. This time around, he has two hefty men on either side, so he's feeling pretty confident. In his mind, he can take on the young knight, and it appears that Otter feels the same way because he starts trembling all of a sudden when he notices the tension rising. Vlad doesn't say a word, so the young guy begins to panic, knowing how dangerous these goons can be. After waiting for a while and not getting a response from the young knight, the rude man laughs at him and tells them to get lost if they're too scared to come inside. He literally walks back inside and attempts to shut the door again when the swordsman finally speaks up. The blonde knight bluntly warns him not to even dare close that door because if he does, he won't be able to handle the consequences. The big guy is shocked when he hears this because he had already written our boy off as some scared little kid, but the truth is that he was sorely mistaken. Vlad's blue eyes glint with a very dangerous look, and at this point, the man starts to feel a little uneasy. He's still trying to process what he just heard because he's probably never heard a young person speak to him in such a challenging manner. He asks our boy what the hell he means, and that's when the swordsman responds by telling him that he brought his punishment upon himself. While saying this, Vlad reaches for the wooden pole in Otter's hand and then strikes it on the ground to assert his dominance. The moment the tip of the pole hits the floor, the banner is unraveled, revealing the powerful seal of the Bayezid family on it. Our boy then introduces himself to the goons as the one and only Vlad of Soara, before telling them that he's about to exercise his given rights on them with the power vested in him by the honorable names that vouch for him. After making this clear to them, his look turns completely menacing as his eyes glow with murderous intent, and then he instructs them to go and tell Black Bear that he should come out of hiding and face the rightful representative of the Bayezid family. Hearing these words, fear grips the rude man who's been insulting him and he starts to tremble all of a sudden. Seeing the look of horror on his face, Vlad goes on to terrify him some more. He knows that the guy has probably heard the rumors, which means that he also knows what happens when a certain blonde knight plants his flag in a place. From all the stories that have been making the rounds in Soara, the goon doesn't need a prophet to tell him that his life is in danger, because he can literally see the piles of bloody corpses Vlad has left in his wake over the last couple of days. In his mind, he can see all the criminals that have been slaughtered by the young knight, so he knows that this is probably the end of the road for him, since he is just like all the other corrupt men who were slain. At this point, Vlad can literally smell the fear oozing from the guy's body, so he figures that he's done enough to warn him. He tells the man not to take his warning lightly, and then goes on to reveal that this will be his final act of courtesy. In other words, he's telling the man that he's definitely going to end up dead if he ever insults him again. While all of that is going on, we're taken outside to the center of the city where the former mayor is still wallowing in misery after being kicked out of his position. Now that Master Joseph is the new mayor of Soara, this corrupt and spineless man no longer has a place to call home, so he stares at his former mansion longingly and walks away in tears, knowing that there's nothing left for him there. As he takes a final look at the place he once called home, Master Joseph sees him through the window and starts to feel sorry for the man, even though he never intended to feel any form of sympathy for him. Hearing this, the more strong-willed knight in the room chimes in, reminding his master that the man is simply paying for his crimes. Sir Jaeger has no chills and certainly doesn't have any sympathy for the former mayor of Soara. The green-eyed knight goes on to confirm that the man won't be able to escape the punishment waiting for him in Sturma now that all the corruption in his administration has been exposed. In response, the young master agrees, feeling that his right-hand man is right. He knows that the ex-mayor deserves all of this, but he still feels sorry that his actions have pushed forward the punishment waiting for him. Speaking of corrupt men, the young master suddenly remembers that he hasn't gotten any news back about Black Bear. He asks for updates. It's at this point that Vlad answers, revealing that the swine butcher has agreed to comply as best he can. Hearing this, Master Joseph admits that things are going well so far, because he knows that Black Bear must have been pretty stubborn. In response, Vlad just suggests that having a common background helped him to get the message through to the crime boss. However, the young master doubts this, and he feels this way because he knows that Black Bear is a boss ruling over an entire district. Joseph doesn't believe that having a common background was the key factor, but he's still pretty impressed by Vlad's performance so far. He knows that the kid must have had a hard time dealing with an unfamiliar situation, so it's really impressive that he still managed to complete the mission excellently. With this in mind, the young master concludes that his intention of nurturing Vlad into a refined knight is going really well. Seeing that the blondie did a good job, the new mayor commends him, and then he steps forward to take the stage so that he can address all the people in the room with him. Right now, Master Joseph has 5 knights, 1 mage, 10 of the administrative staff, 30 elite soldiers, and 1 squire who just happens to be our blue-eyed swordsman. As far as Joseph is concerned, all of these men are his vassals who share his fate, so if he becomes the next head of the Bayezid family, then they would also move up the ranks. On the other hand, if Joseph falls out of contention for the throne, then they fall with him too. To everyone, Soara is the final stepping stone, so he vows to ensure smooth governing of the city henceforth. He promises to do his best, but in the meantime, he'll be too busy to focus on matters. The young master knows that he's not yet prepared to face the darkness that permeated every corner of Soara, but he also knows that it's impossible to be prepared for everything. Joseph decides that everything he does in henceforth will be a stride forward because he knows that it might just be his last chance. With all of this being said, he entrusts Sir Gregory with the task of selecting members for the investigative team on the spot. The hairy knight thanks him for trusting him with such an important task, and that's when we get to see why he was chosen. Apparently, Sir Gregory has always been neutral in the family, so the young master is confident that the knight won't be blinded by the conflict between the Bayezid brothers. Joseph is certain that Gregory is the right man for the task, even though the knight isn't exactly one of his people. Since the mission involves trailing people, Sir Gregory picks Sir Cade first since the man is excellent at tracking people. After that, he turns to our boy, claiming that he'll be counting on the rising star, even though Vlad is absolutely surprised to hear his name being called. The scene shifts suddenly and we're taken to a really creepy mansion belonging to the Baron of Uthman, which is located in a place called Mashiam. The house looks like the haunted mansion you usually see in horror movies, and to make matters worse, there's a storm outside. Inside, there's a very sick boy lying in bed while his parents are close by, looking extremely worried and desperate. It seems that they've invited some kind of healer, but the father wants to be sure that whatever ritual they're about to do will really save their little boy's life. The mysterious lady assures the lord of the house that her technique will work, and even though the man is a little skeptical, he's too desperate to say no. After all, it's not like he has a better idea. After much hesitation, the man finally agrees to it, telling the woman that he's willing to pay any price, as long as it will save his son's life. At this point, we see the man's face and the tears running down his cheeks. The hooded healer notices his pain too, but she tells him that he shouldn't be in too much agony, reminding him that God cannot watch over everything. The floating lady finally reveals her face and we see that she's probably a witch with her eyes glowing with a sister purple color. She starts conjuring her spell, spreading the ominous energy all over the room, and then she tells the heartbroken father that people like her exist simply because God cannot watch over everything by himself. Elsewhere, we catch up with Vlad and the rest of the investigative team standing under the rain during their stakeout. Sir Gregory can't help but admit that the weather is terrible, which means that they won't be able to proceed with their mission in such conditions. Hearing this, our boy agrees, claiming that it's too bad, and the man reminds that man that life never goes as planned. They stand side by side, looking over the rest of the city, and that's when Vlad catches the man popping a pill into his cup. He's speechless when he sees this, not knowing what it is, and then Sir Gregory sees him looking, so he asks the young squire if he wants a sip of the alcohol since he feels that a little bit isn't such a bad idea. Besides, the weather is cool too. But as you'd expect, Vlad declines the offer and simply heads into the bush to gather some branches. Hearing this, the senior knight informs him that all the branches are already drenched, which means that starting a fire will almost be impossible. Despite knowing this, the blonde swordsman still insists that they should give it a try, and this makes Sir Gregory wonder if the kid is really Sir Jaeger's squire. Not surprisingly, Vlad goes into the forest and quickly realizes that the hairy knight was right. All the branches are soaked and useless, so he starts to feel that they'll end up shivering in the rain the whole night. While he's imagining the worst, the other knight arrives with better branches covered in cloth, suggesting that they should work since they're hollow inside. Our boy is relieved to see this, so he thanks Sir Cade and offers to carry the wood from him. As our boy collects the branches from the young knight, an awkward silence follows, and it appears that Sir Cade is reluctant to say something he has in his mind. All of a sudden, he thanks Vlad for something, claiming that he didn't have the chance to say it earlier. Surprisingly, our boy knows exactly what he's talking about since he actually saved Cade's life in the past. As such, he tells the fellow knight that he was just doing his job. He then asks the guy how he is doing now, so Cade reveals how he felt cutting off a limb was the only option he had back when they had the encounter in Chapter 11. Just then, Sir Gregory arrives, and confirms once again that he chose the right men for the job, because he knows that there aren't many knights who would agree to do this kind of work. Hearing this, one man comes to both Vlad and Cade's minds, and you can't blame them since Sir Borden has proven to be the laziest knight they know. Anyway, Sir Gregory is glad that they're willing to work with him, especially since they're no longer knights, but mercenaries. He informs them that they're now in Baron Uthman's territory, and thanks to Black Bear's cooperation, they've been able to trail their targets, but they still don't have any solid evidence. Even though they're still in the north, this place is outside the Bayezid's territory, so Master Joseph can't support them beyond that point. After explaining this to them, he informs Cade and Vlad that their job is to investigate the village undetected. For now, Gregory feels they should head back so that they can rest. But on the way back, our boy can't help but recall the sad wailing he heard on that winter day. Seeing the ominous fog covering the Baron's territory, Vlad really hopes that he never has to hear that sound again. After waiting for a while, the knights mount their horses and begin their search for a place to rest. But the fog is still so thick that Gregory is afraid that an ambush is just around the corner. Even Goth is terrified because there's nobody else there, but our boy just feels that it might be too early. Sir Cade suddenly notices that there should be an inn up ahead, and everyone else is relieved to hear this. The knights make their way to the house, and the innkeeper is surprised to see customers coming in at such an early hour. Greg quickly comes up with a cover story about how the rain didn't let them come into the village the previous night. He then requests bowls of hot soup for each of them, but the innkeeper is extremely cautious, so he asks them if they're mercenaries, explaining that they can't just let in anyone due to the disturbing occurrences in the village recently. While Gregory is still trying to convince the man to let them stay, Vlad notices a little girl hiding behind the counter, so he gives her a friendly wave to make her feel safe, especially since she reminds him of Zemina when she was a little girl. Just then, the voice in his head calls him aside, so he excuses himself for a bit. The voice feels that they're at the right place, so he offers to lend Vlad his world to help him look at the girl using it. Of course, agrees to this plan as he uses the otherworldly eye to look at the little girl, and that's when he sees the ominous purple energy flowing around the cross on her neck. Seeing this, our boy is shocked and quite frankly terrified because he realizes that it's a curse. Using the world, he's able to see the dark energy wrap around the little girl's neck in the form of a demonic hand. It's sad how children are always the first to be sacrificed even though they're pure and innocent. Vlad has seen this happen countless times, especially when he was a young boy who would see adults steal from children. Back then, death was the only choice for children who had nothing left. Either they starve, freeze to death, or die from crying and exhaustion while searching for their parents who abandoned them. Despite growing up in such a world, Vlad was still able to make up his mind that he would never grow up to be like those evil men, and he swore that he would never live like that either. An oath must be upheld and knights are upholders, and with this in mind, he knows exactly what to do because in this place, there are children to protect. The young knight makes his way to a lonely church with a bell tower, and the voice feels that they're at the right place because the energy from the necklace stops there. As such, Vlad decides that it's time for them to go in, and the voice agrees. He asks if the voice can see anything suspicious, but there's nothing out of the ordinary, and yet the place feels so ominous and evil. The young swordsman can't help the feeling that something is out of place, and that's about the same time that he senses something approaching him from behind. Vlad is taken aback, but he also knows that he can't make it look like he's here to investigate, so he tries to appear as natural as possible. Knowing this, he quickly goes on his knee and pretends to be praying. But the stranger still talks to him, suggesting that he must be new here. Vlad responds, admitting that he came in the previous morning, and the priest immediately concludes that he's one of the mercenaries who arrived. Our boy apologizes for entering the church so suddenly, but that's when he notices the inverted cross on the priest's holy book. Just like that, it all starts to make sense, and he realizes that the reason everything has been off in the village is because he hasn't even seen a single proper cross since. All the crosses have been turned upside down, and now that he's figured it out, he knows that he has to be very careful around the priest. In response, the priest assures him that he has nothing to worry about because God's embrace is open to all. It appears that this false priest is really powerful, because even the voice can't see through him and his dark energy. At least not yet. The man apologizes if he interrupted Vlad's prayer, but our boy claims that it's fine, saying that he's more at ease now that he has been given permission. He says this and then promises to leave once he's done praying, so the priest informs him that the place is home for all who seek God. He tells the young knight to do as he wishes, and after he leaves, our boy is even more convinced that there's a strange presence in the village because the girl's cross led him to the church. Even though the priest is smiling like a harmless fellow, Vlad knows that he can't be trusted. He can't let his guard down around the man, so he ends the conversation. But that's when the man reveals that a plague has been ravaging the village. The blonde swordsman is absolutely shocked to hear this, but the priest just makes himself even more suspicious by praying that the plague doesn't affect the children. Later that day, Vlad goes to see a man to ask him about the plague, but the guy doesn't seem to be aware of any plague. Our boy informs the man that the priest mentioned it and that it's concerning since they have to be in the village for a few days, but the man insists that he has nothing to worry about. After all, the plague only kills the children. Vlad is shocked to hear this, so he asks how it's possible that the plague affects only kids, but of course, the farmer doesn't know why. All he knows is that it's been ravaging the villages in Baron Uthman's territory. The man feels that God must be angry with them to have let such a curse befall them, even though it's a very nasty one. At this point, the blonde swordsman has gotten all the information he can from the man, so he thanks the guy and takes his leave. On the way back, Vlad thinks about how women are missing in Soara while kids are dying in this place, so he concludes that they're all a series of ominous signs. In his mind, this is definitely not a plague, but he also doesn't have any evidence to prove that. At this point, he contemplates going back to borrow a holy item from Soara, but the voice doesn't think that would be very useful right now. Rather, he believes that the curse was created by a skilled black magician, because only a well-trained priest will be able to identify it, so Vlad wonders how they figured out something that huge. Our boy has no idea either, so it's really frustrating, because he has a strong feeling but no clear evidence. While he's still pondering this, he hears a child talking about how the priest gave them something, and that's when he sees a hooded figure holding an inverted cross in front of the children. The mysterious person gives the cross to the little kids and walks away, so Vlad keeps tabs on him, feeling that he might be able to gather some evidence if he's lucky. Hearing this, the voice warns him to be careful because the hooded man doesn't look like an ordinary person. In response, he assures the voice that he'll be fine, because even before he became a knight, he was a skilled pickpocket for the longest time. Sure, our boy is bragging about being a master thief, but the voice reminds him that it's not exactly something to be proud of. After stalking the hooded man for a while, he starts to feel like they're being lured to the outskirts of the village. At this point, the voice doesn't miss the opportunity to tease Mr. Former Pickpocket because it's pretty obvious that the stranger knew he was being followed. Now that his cover has been blown, he decides that he can't follow the man anymore. Instead, he feels that it's time to retreat and report to Sir Gregory. Unfortunately, the voice doesn't think that the man is going to let Vlad off the hook so easily. Sure enough, he senses the hooded man pulling out his sword, and that's when it becomes obvious that he's coming. Before the young squire can even process this, the man attacks him with the sword. Thankfully, our boy is a skilled warrior, so he's quick enough to take out his sword hoping to block the strike, but he's bamboozled when he's thrown into the air by the force of his opponent. The young knight is taken aback by this, but there's no time to dwell on the shock, so he gets on his feet and runs for his life. While he's running, the voice urges him to keep moving and gives him directions so that he can dodge the assailants' attacks without even seeing them coming. After several attempts to escape, Vlad realizes that he can't outrun the guy, so he's forced to turn around and face him. Just from crossing swords with the hooded man, our boy is convinced that his opponent is also a knight, but he's not some amateur by any means. The knight takes one look at Vlad's sword and notices it glowing. At the same time, the young warrior gets back on his feet to resume the fight, even though he hasn't been able to figure out if his opponent is a former knight or an active one. Since that's the case, he decides to use a rare technique to figure it out. He points his sword at the guy and closes one eye to get a very accurate view. While he's taking this posture, the enemy charges at him once again, but he maintains his stance, knowing that the key to a deadly hit lies in surprise. As such, he stands still and waits for the knight to make the first move so that he can get the perfect chance to land his lethal blow. As he waits, he thinks about how he has only one shot at this. There's only one moment for him to make the right decision, so he locks in completely, with complete focus. His sword begins to glow and he manages to hit the enemy's sword away. Unfortunately, the knight also has some tricks up his sleeve, so he holds onto the sword and activates his secret weapon. The hooded knight's eyes and sword begin to glow with a powerful gold color, so Vlad realizes that he is using aura. He's shocked to see this, but he's already in the middle of an intense sword fight, so it's too late for him to stop even though the voice feels that he should retreat. Having no other choice, our boy clashes swords with the enemy, and just like that, they're both drawn into a battle to see whose aura is superior. The impact from their clash sends shockwaves throughout the forest so powerful that they blast him back. Thankfully, he isn't hurt, but it's pretty obvious that he's not stronger when he opens his eyes and sees the knight marching toward him with so much energy. Vlad struggles to get on his feet and the voice admits that this is a really strange situation for them to meet, because this person is actually the Holy Knight. Even more surprisingly, it's not a man under the hood. Realizing who he's been facing all this while, our boy concludes that he needs to clear up the misunderstanding, but the voice isn't sure it will work because dialogue doesn't look like an option anymore. After all, a sword is fast and talking takes time, so he's convinced that the Holy Knight must have made her mind up already, which means that she intends to take him down before talking. Right now, it's obvious that our boy has no choice but to take on this mysterious warrior head-on. It's way too late to back away from the fight now, and talking things out is also no longer an option since the golden-haired swordmaster wants to bring him down. Having no other choice, Vlad grabs his blade and goes in for another round of intense sword clashing. As he charges at the opponent, the voice in his head predicts the incoming attack and quickly tells him to counter the strike before he gets hit. Fortunately, he's able to deflect the hit with his own sword, which is also surging with aura right about now. As much as he blocked the strike, he couldn't help but notice how heavy the woman's attack was. It really packed a punch, and Vlad admits that it's even very different from Sir Pablo's attacks. And honestly, that's saying something. Clearly, this warrior is pretty much his strongest opponent yet, but he has no choice but to keep fighting. It baffles him how she's using so much aura without any sign, and while he's still trying to wrap his head around this, the voice in his head informs him that what she's using is actually a blessing. In that moment, we get to see the glowing gold cross seal above her, right before she leaps into the air to land another mighty swing at the young swordsman. As she goes in for the killing blow, the voice reveals that she doesn't even need to create her own world thanks to the blessing because the word of God is already upon it. Just as he explains this, the white-haired warrior lands the devastating strike on the young knight, but even though it looks like she might have gotten the win, our boy manages to stay in the fight. He uses all the strength he can muster to block her sword strike, so she keeps pushing down hard to overpower him. Despite this, Vlad keeps holding her back, and as he struggles to stay alive, he admits that he can't even believe she got so much power just by accepting the will of God. For most people, this would be the point where they give up the fight. But Vlad of Sora isn't like most people, so he gathers enough strength and determination to push the warrior back and free himself. He creates enough space between them by shoving her away and pumps himself once again. Despite the fact that she's already incredibly powerful thanks to the blessing she acquired, he refuses to be intimidated by her. Sure, the blessing is already pretty overwhelming, but he's very certain that this overpowered knight has a lot of openings he can use to his advantage. In that split moment, he starts to spot several weak points in the warrior's armor. All of these spots are places where he can deal some real damage if he is fast enough, so with this in mind, he braces himself for another clash of swords. He lures her into his trap and sure enough, she charges at him with her sword, thinking that this is where she'll finally take him out. The white-haired knight raises her sword, attempting to bury the blade into her opponent, but she has no idea that this is all part of Vlad's plan to trick her. Just when she's about to deliver the strike, her weak points are exposed and our boy picks the perfect moment to take advantage. The skilled young knight pretends like he was going to block her sword, but then swiftly switches his tactics and points his sword straight for the openings in her armor. The older knight is shocked when she realizes that she has been tricked, but by this time it's already way too late to counter the attack. Her eyes widen in shock, but really there's nothing she can do to avoid it. Or so we think. Vlad's plan works, and he manages to get his opponent into a very vulnerable situation. Bro literally has the sharp tip of his sword pointed at her exposed neck. It's centimeters away from ending her life. At this point, one would think that it's game over for the white-haired knight, but the woman just gives him a cold stare, suggesting that she's not even slightly afraid of him. Apparently, this glare manages to distract the young swordsman because all of a sudden, fear creeps up on him, and this allows the more advanced knight to deviate the path of his sword from her face. Vlad can't believe his eyes when she does this, and while he's still in a daze, she initiates a counterattack to finish him off. Our boy is still in shock that he doesn't even realize when she starts tackling him to the ground. Of course, the voice in his head sees all of this coming, so it warns the blondie to stay focused and regain his balance. But it's really too late for any of that because the big sword lady grabs him and slams him to the ground before he can even process what's going on. The powerful mountain of a woman uses insane speed and force to slam our boy into the hard rocky ground. With such force, some people would be paralyzed while most would just be dead, and you can see just how much pain the kid is in. His eyes widen in shock as his life flashes before him, but thankfully he isn't paralyzed. Determined to come out of this alive, he quickly pulls himself up and starts crawling away. But of course, the big knight isn't going to let him get away that easily. She immediately stops him in his tracks by taking the tip of her sword to the side of his face. Vlad is still in shock because he still hasn't processed what the hell just happened. He doesn't understand how she managed to counter him so effortlessly, so the voice informs him that she did so using armor magic. This is a technique that is unique to holy knights, and it allows them to use plate armor to twist the trajectory of the opponent's sword. This explains how she was able to change the direction of his sword, taking it away from her neck to her armor-plated shoulder. Hearing this, it all starts to make sense to the young knight, and as he sees the scratch on her shoulder plate, he begins to panic. Not only does she have a blessing, but she also has magic armor, so he concludes that this is absolutely cheating. As far as he's concerned, she's a walking cheat code, and you can't blame him for thinking this way because they've been going back and forth in the intense sword fight, and yet she didn't even break a sweat. There's not even a single drop on her stone-cold face, which just goes to show that she's been toying with him. After everything he just found out, he figures that she probably even showed him those openings on purpose. He thought that he was tricking her, but he didn't even know that she'd been playing him from the start. She wanted him to attack, just so she could show him who's boss, and know that he realizes she totally played with him. He just smiles. Our boy can't even be mad about it because of how impressive it is. While he's taking it all in, the white-haired warrior starts to grow impatient, so she finally asks him who he is. The moment he hears her voice, he quickly raises both hands in surrender, knowing that she can easily end his life now that Hesse in a vulnerable state. Without skipping a beat, he informs her that he is from Sora, and then reveals that he came into the village for an investigation. The knight seems surprised to hear that he's from the city of Sora, so she asks to be sure that she heard him right, and of course, Vlad confirms it. Apparently, she's really familiar with the place, and just like that, the young swordsman is spared. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is that they're both back at the inn. There, the Holy Knight finally introduces herself to him, revealing that her name is Jestja, from the Northern Archdiocese of San Racino. As far as she's concerned, it must be the will of the heavens that she got to meet the Knight of Sora in the village. It's an honor to her, and so is it to the rest of the knights who came for the investigation. Sir Gregory is around as well, and he feels the same way as Miss Jestja. Now that everyone is on good terms, the bearded knight suggests that they all sit down and chat, to which the white-haired warrior agrees. It turns out that Lady Jestja was also playing detective in the village. She explains how she was investigating strange occurrences happening in the area, and admits that she initially thought it was some kind of plague in the village. It was only after further digging that she realized it was actually a curse. She reveals this to the visitors and claims that she also found traces of something very ancient during her investigation. As you can imagine, Sir Gregory is shocked to hear anything about a curse, probably because he wasn't at the church with Vlad earlier. He's surprised at this theory, because the last time he checked, there's a big church around and that should technically prevent any curses having effect in the village. He doesn't expect anything wicked to be rampant in the area since there's a church, but Jestja just responds to him by suggesting that the church itself is the source of the curse. She believes that the so-called holy building gave birth to the curse, and the moment she says this, the knights are left speechless. It's a really bold statement, of course, so they're not sure how to receive it. On the other hand, the voice in Vlad's head agrees with her 100%, and is also very impressed by how sharp she is to have figured it out already. Sir Gregory is horrified to hear this, and realizes that the situation is a lot more serious than he thought. He never expected that a holy knight following the will of God would ever point to the church as the source of an evil curse, so to heed it, he concludes that it calls for alarm. Even though he knows that something needs to be done very quickly, he also knows that this place is not under the jurisdiction of Bayezid. At this point, he's torn because he's not sure what to do since things are increasingly going beyond his authority and capability. The senior knight slams his fists on the table, feeling frustrated, while Lady Jestja just stares at him, not knowing what to say. She finally interrupts his little tantrum by telling him to convey her gratitude to the new mayor of Sora. Sir Gregory is taken aback when she says this, so she just goes on to tell him that the mayor's approach of using hidden information was really impressive. On top of that, the manner in which he addressed the situation is really commendable in her opinion. In other words, she's trying to tell the knights as politely as she can that they should back off and leave the rest of the investigation to her. After all, Gregory has already told her that the village is not under Bayezid's jurisdiction. The bearded knight processes her words and wonders if she's demanding them not to dig any further, but he's not sure, so he also feels that maybe she's just being considerate. With this in mind, he remembers that black magic-related matters are the church's domain, and as such, they have no grounds to proceed further. With the current state of things, the knights might not have any choice but to go back home, and Sir Gregory reluctantly accepts the fact. Vlad sees what's going on and just remains silent, because he can tell that a line has just been drawn in the face of the weight held by authority and responsibility. Later that night, Vlad sits by the window as a creepy fills the air and makes it almost impossible to see anything on the outside. He looks disappointed, feeling that it looks like they won't be able to save Anna. All of a sudden, his train of thought is interrupted by the little girl from earlier, asking him if he'd be leaving soon. Unfortunately for her, he feels that they'd be saying their goodbyes real soon, so the little girl starts to tear up when she hears him say this. She's clearly heartbroken, so she asks him why they're leaving already, and the young swordsman just informs her that they're done with their work. From the look on Vlad's face, he doesn't feel like talking. He would prefer to just sit there and brood for the rest of the night now that their investigation has been cut short. As much as he would rather sit there alone and feel sorry for himself, the little girl is determined to make sure that doesn't happen. In response to his earlier comment, she informs him that there's no such thing as being done with your work in this life. Hearing this, the grumpy young knight just scowls at her because he knows that she's absolutely right. He hates it because he would prefer to just stay out of trouble and do as his superior has decided. But now, this brat just hit the bullseye without any warning, and he is forced to see reason with her. Not knowing how else to get rid of the kid, he simply asks if she doesn't have any friends. He doesn't get why she has been at the inn all this time. In response, she simply tells him that her father told her not to go out. When she says this, it makes sense to the young knight since he's aware that the things happening around the village are not normal in the slightest. As such, he totally gets why Anna's father doesn't let her go outside. However, what he doesn't know is that the father is secretly watching him while he talks to the little girl. The poor kid must be really lonely, being forced to stay indoors all the time and having no other friends her age to hang out with, and so it's not really a surprise when she begs Vlad to stay a little longer. She tries to convince him to stay, telling him how the church would soon be sharing gifts. Of course, our boy had no idea about this, so he expressed his shock, wondering if he heard correctly. At this point, the innkeeper chimes in, explaining that the church is going to gather the kids soon and perform some sort of ritual blessing. Apparently, the man is also one of the people brainwashed by the church because he actually thinks that the ritual blessing is something to be thankful for because of the troubled times they've been facing lately. Hearing this, the young swordsman becomes interested all of a sudden, asking the father when they said the ritual would be. In response, the man admits that he heard it would be within 3 to 4 days, and reveals that the priest even plans to gather all the kids. After all of this has been said, the innocent girl begs Vlad to stay until that time. But our boy isn't sure what to do yet, so he just stays quiet and sips his drink. At this point, he begins to ponder on the situation, and remembers how Justia sent a carrier pigeon to request help. From his experience, he knows that it would take at least 4 days before the holy knights arrive at the village, and that's cutting it pretty close. After considering all of this, he starts to feel that there might actually be a shot of staying until then. With this in mind, he finally suggests that he could stay until the ritual blessing. Hearing this, she gets all excited and decides to give him something like a gift. She reaches into her pocket, so he curiously asks her what it is. Immediately, she reveals a flower ring and hands it to him. But he doesn't really get why she would call it a flower ring when there's no flower on it. He holds the ring made from twisted twigs, and he figures that she must have made it with the ivy growing on the inn's wall. It's actually a big deal when you think about it, since it's a village where not even a single flower is allowed. Just then, Marion's father calls on her, informing her that it's time for her to go to bed. The little girl tries to protest, but her old man doesn't want to hear any of it. He insists that she go up to her room, so she begrudgingly starts walking away. Before leaving, she stops to ask Vlad if he'll really still be around in the morning, and rather than giving her a definitive answer, he just gives her a mischievous smile and tells her probably. Seeing that there's even a chance he'll be around, she gets excited again and makes him promise her that he'll stay longer. The girl doesn't even wait for him to say anything before walking away, but then she suddenly stops in her tracks and it's like something possesses her. In the blink of an eye, she slumps and loses consciousness. Her father screams when he sees her falling, so he jumps to save her from hitting her head. But by the time he catches her, she already looks like she's having a seizure. At this point, our boy realizes that something very bad is about to happen, so he leaps into action, determined to save the little girl. The voice in his head is also eager to help out, so he offers to lend the swordsman his world. And even though it won't be enough to solve the problem, at least, Vlad will be able to see things clearly and get an idea of the situation. Because the truth is that the curse has been triggered. The father's screams alarm the other knights, so they all rush downstairs to check what's wrong, and that's when they see the man desperately trying to wake his daughter up. Sir Gregory is horrified when he gets to see the curse that Justia was talking about, and while he's busy stuttering, the voice informs our boy that the girl's breath is slipping away. The curse is draining her life force, but only Vlad can see the white smoke coming out of her mouth and flowing straight to the church. He doesn't know how he's supposed to explain this to the others, and while he's still trying to figure this out, Justia suggests that the enemies have sensed her presence. Apparently, the evil ones tracked her to the inn and now the poor girl is suffering for it, so Justia feels responsible and blames herself for being careless. She thought she hid her presence enough and never expected them to sense her level of divine power. All of a sudden, Justia starts walking out of the house and tells the others to explain the situation to the other holy knights if she doesn't return. Seeing everything go out of control, Sir Gregory just groans in frustration, but Vlad wonders why the senior knight isn't doing anything. The young swordsman gets mad when he sees Sir Gregory staying out of it just because of the bounds of authority. Just when they thought things couldn't get any worse, the curse gets triggered all over the village, and all the children become epileptic all of a sudden. The terrified parents scream in pain as they watch their children slip away right in front of them. The entire village erupts with unbelievable pain and our boy is finding it all unbearable. He wanted more than anything to escape from the back alleys, not just so that he could survive. Neither did he seek the sword just because he admired knights. He wanted to make a difference, and if he just sits back and watches horrors like this continue, then it's no better than being stuck in the filthy back alleys. The star swordsman resolves to keep moving forward, so he grabs his sword and attempts to go outside and hunt down the enemy, but before he can, Gregory stops him. The senior claims that he understands how Vlad feels, but he also reminds him that a knight's sword must be as heavy as it is sharp. The old man reminds him that their swords require justification and responsibility, but the pained young man snaps at him, wondering what the whole point of justification and responsibility is if they can't even protect what needs protection. Hearing this, Sir Gregory admits that the kid has hit the mark, and all of a sudden, he asks our boy to repeat after him. Vlad is baffled, but then the old man tells him that the Swordmaster's code is the only justification they can rely on right now. The scene shifts suddenly, and we catch up with Lady Justia, who's currently standing in the middle of a place that looks like the heart of the curse. No matter how shrouded the place is in dark energy, one thing she knows for sure is that it stands on the land created by God. As far as she's concerned, nothing can stand in the way of God's will, so she opens the door of the church, determined to face the enemy, but she's shocked when she sees the demonic symbol plastered on the altar. Seeing the sign, she accuses the false priest of blasphemy. The evil reverend smiles when he hears her voice, claiming that she came sooner than expected and wondering why she came alone. After all, only the two of them can offer sufficient prayers for the people in the church. Hearing this, Justia realizes that the church is full of alien energy. She can't see or sense any other living beings in there, and that's when the congregation of demons reveals itself to her. The evil forces awaken as the priest laughs manically, claiming that the service can now begin. The demons on the other side start running toward the church like zombies on speed, and as they reach the door, they start pulling it apart. The dead people desperately try to pull the door down, crying out for their lost children, and it becomes clear that these were once the parents of the children that were sacrificed. The Holy Knight is disgusted by the false priest when she realizes what he did, and she can't believe that he has no fear of God. In response, the false prophet tells her that God has very little to do with him, right before dropping his unholy Bible to the floor. The priest admits that God should be feared but claims that he no longer needs to return to the embrace of the Lord. He says this, and immediately reveals the dark powers he has acquired, the same powers that allowed him to birth the curse that ravages the village. Seeing this, Justia realizes that this opponent is a lot more powerful than she can handle on her own, so she goes on her knees and calls upon the glorious commander of the heavenly army to help her, Saint Racino, who stands beside God. In the face of oppression of evil and in exchange for the costly price, she calls on the saint to come save the wretched souls. Justia makes this holy request, claiming that she would be the one to pay that price, and as she does so, her eyes begin to glow as the golden wings of an angel shoot out of her back. The Holy Knight is once again blessed with unimaginable power from the heavens, and in that moment, a bright light appears in the sky and shoots right down on the church. Just when it looked like the place would be consumed by dark energy, the power of God shines down on the church, casting out all the evil forces there. The evil priest sees what's going on and is horrified because he realizes that this is the solemn exorcism. The light can be seen even without eyes and can be found even in utter darkness, but even though this should scare the false prophet, he considers it more like a challenge. The fact that she would call forth such a light without any preparatory ritual is quite impressive to him. However, he's not ready to give up on his evil church just yet, so he claims that every torch has limits when it stands alone no matter how bright it may be. With this being said, he begins to conjure another dark spell, feeling that Justia's spell is the type that comes with a backlash. He informs Justia that what she's using is a miracle that comes at the cost of one's own life, and expects her to be very aware of this. After all, he believes that at the end of that glorious light, only deeper darkness remains. The bright large beam of light shoots down upon the old church and blasts all the evil spirits roaring inside. In the blink of an eye, all the undead soldiers that were so close to attacking Lady Justia are struck down on the spot, and it begins to look like the Holy Knight has already prevailed. Unfortunately, that's not exactly the case because it seems as though the powerful holy beam might have done the job. We suddenly see that the true source of the dark energy is still very much active and determined to keep fighting. Lady Gesture remains on her knee with her mighty sword still dug into the earth because a part of her believes that the holy blast sent by the heavens has saved her from the monsters who were about to devour her. But then, she looks up and scans the church with her gold glowing eyes, only to realize that she's still got a lot of company. The possessed victims who were struck down earlier start to get back up all of a sudden, and so it becomes clear to the Holy Knight that she still has a lot of work on her hands before this battle is over. Some of the possessed zombies start to reveal themselves from other rooms in the church, while some of the ones that were lying on the floor get back up like nothing even happened to them. At this point, the white-haired knight begins to panic because she didn't expect that there would be this many victims in the church. She probably thought that the first wave was all of them, so to see even more undead warriors popping up out of nowhere makes her wonder just how many victims there are. Despite being exhausted, the Holy Knight refuses to run away from the enemies, but at the same time, she's still too tired to get back up and start swinging her sword on all the victims, so she just remains on one knee with her sword into the floor. While she's still in this position, the possessed false prophet decides that it's time to make some moves of his own. Right now, his army is still very strong despite Lady Justice's attempt to get the victims out of the picture. For this reason, the evil priest feels that he's got the upper hand at this point, so he walks up to the Holy Knight with his blade imbued with dark energy and coldly tells her that it's now time for darkness to fall. As far as this guy is concerned, it's his turn to land a hit since the white-haired swordswoman made her attempt by unleashing a holy blast on his evil Church of Darkness. She got her chance to take him down, but she didn't use it properly, so now he's ready to show her how he's going to finish her off. Lady Justice looks up at him from her kneeling position and realizes that it might be game over for her if she doesn't play her cards right. She still has no intention of surrendering despite being really tired right now. The knight is literally panting and gasping for air as she tries to catch her breath, but her gaze is fixed directly on him and the look in her eyes suggests that she's only thinking about one thing, and that's how to kill him. Anyway, the prophet starts walking toward her with so much confidence, feeling that he's got this all in the bag. But then, Lady Justice begins to call on the glorious commander of the heavenly army, Saint Racino, who stands beside God. She's still trying to summon the guy in the sky when the evil priest cuts her off, making it clear to her attempts are pointless. Despite his discouraging comments, Lady Justice completely ignores him and continues to summon the saint in the heavens. She's not even done with the incantation when her eyes begin to glow with the same fiery gold color as earlier, and once this happens, it becomes obvious that her attempts are not as pointless as the priest thought. The white-haired knight can feel the holy energy flowing through her body, so she can tell that the tables are about to turn. With this in mind, she continues to summon the saint, requesting that his church bring down all the enemies. Lady Justice makes this call, and then just like that, a mighty figure appears behind her, glowing with blinding light that forces the false prophet to take a few steps back. The villain is horrified by the power that Hest's beholding, and he almost can't believe his eyes because he probably never imagined that such holy power still existed in this world. The false prophet has been in control of the village for a while now, using his dark energy to torment the people, so to see such a pure and powerful force around makes him almost want to shit his pants. While the evil priest is still receiving the shock of his life, the holy knight who just received a lot more power vows to take him down, even if it means that it'll cost her life. As she makes this promise, a flaming cart makes its way into the church out of nowhere. It's coming from behind Lady Justice and she doesn't notice it until it's a few meters away from her. The knight senses the danger, so she turns around and sees it speeding toward her. That's also about the same time that she sees Vlad hanging onto the speeding carriage and telling her to get out of the way. Apparently, this stunt is what he intends to use to defeat the evil priest, and when Lady Justice figures that his flaming attempt is aimed at the prophet, she jumps out of the way immediately. Once she's out of the danger zone, Sir Gregory also reveals himself to be in the church before yelling out at the blonde swordsman to push the burning cart toward the prophet. Of course, Vlad does exactly that and the flaming carriage is hurled at the bad guy. You'd think that this attempt would do at least little damage, but that's not the case because when the priest sees the inferno rolling toward him, he just scoffs. He almost looks disappointed that they would think such a move would hurt him. As far as he's concerned, this attempt is pretty laughable, so he just casually blasts the burning cart into tiny pieces. The impact leads to a pretty big explosion inside the church, and to those on the outside, it looks like their surprise attack might have done the trick. Well, it didn't, and Vlad is the first one to notice this, so when he sees the false prophet emerge from the flames, he decides to go in with a follow-up attack. The young swordsman grabs his sword and leaps into the air, determined to strike down the false priest. Right now, there's no one who hates the priest more than our boy, so it's no surprise that he wants to finish the guy off now that he's got the chance. The young knight is extremely furious with the man and feels that he's crossed the line by messing with the kids of the village, so now he wants to end things for good. The two opposite forces clash swords and an intense battle ensues. The false priest does a good job holding his own against the aggressive young knight, blocking each of Vlad's attempts to strike him down. As the two fighters go at it, the rest of the church begins to burn all around them. Apparently, the flames from the burning cart which exploded have now spread across the entire building, and so it's only a matter of time before the whole church is burned to the ground. This is probably the best time for all of them to escape, but in the heat of battle, none of them even notices what's really going on around them. Vlad is way too focused on killing the priest to care about the flames around them, and the prophet is also too engrossed in the fight to think of running away. As the battle becomes more intense, their eyes begin to glow, and at this point, the priest begins to realize who he's really fighting. The prophet looks into our boy's blue eyes and sees the source of the power in there. The figure he sees looks really powerful with glowing bolt-like eyes and a terrifying aura, but this doesn't exactly scare the priest. Just looking at the shadowy figure, the prophet recognizes the man, and he's amazed by the fact that they actually get to meet again. It excites him because it appears that he has history with the man he saw in our boy's eyes. Vlad notices the priest getting all excited about something, so he just gets more upset because he's literally trying to kill the guy and he's just messing around. Enraged by this, the young knight intensifies his attacks and tells the priest to stop spewing nonsense. Right now, all he wants is for the guy to just be dead, so he takes action and proceeds to go in for the killing blow. Using his sword, he dives in attempting to deliver a fatal jab on the prophet's side, but it appears that the annoying priest sees it coming. While our boy is doing all he can to take down the evil force, the others go on to check on Lady Justja. The white-haired knight still looks pretty exhausted after her first clash with the prophet. Sir Gregory rushes to her, asking if she is alright. And in response, she just reminds him that he's already in a lot of danger just by being in the church. Hearing this, the bearded knight simply admits that they had no choice but to visit the church. The children in the village are dying, and they know that this place is the reason for it, so they couldn't just sit back and watch things keep getting worse. However, they never imagined that this is the kind of evil they would discover when they arrived. The place is littered with the walking dead, and Sir Gregory is so disturbed because he has no idea what exactly is even going on in the church yet. Seeing his concerns, Lady Justja reveals that they have to go to the bell tower, explaining that it's the source of the curse. Sir Gregory understands this, and is determined to help the Holy Knight, but he also knows that they don't have time to clear the way and proceed carefully. Because of this, he believes that they'll have to split the group to find a way to the tower, even though that will be very risky. The bearded knight looks around and starts to come up with a plan. Sir Cade can't use aura, so he feels that they'll have to get that archer out of the church first. Knowing that he needs to create an opening for Sir Cade, Gregory jumps in to join the fight. The big guy stomps his foot into the ground to announce his presence before charging at the evil priest with his aura activated. Sir Gregory leaps into action and tackles the prophet with insane speed and strength. Our boy is even shocked when he sees his opponent suddenly slammed into the earth. With all the energy surging through Gregory's body, he feels strong enough to hold down the enemy long enough to buy the others some time. He's already done a good job separating the priest from Vlad, so now all he has to do is keep the guy occupied long enough for our boy and the others to make it out to the bell tower. While pinning the prophet down, Sir Gregory calls out to Vlad, informing him of what Justja said about the bell tower. He admits that he doesn't know exactly what's going on at the tower, but all he knows is that he wants the young knight to go and destroy it. Vlad hears these words from his superior and realizes that he's been given a very important mission. Our boy can see that the bearded knight is literally sacrificing himself so that they can escape, and for this reason, he's determined not to fail. The young swordsman accepts the mission without hesitation and dashes out of the church with incredible speed. He's determined to make sure that Sir Gregory's sacrifice won't be in vain. Despite being pinned to the ground, the prophet refuses to let Vlad escape like that, so he summons his undead soldiers and orders them to go after the blonde swordsman. Just like that, the zombie-like victims reawaken and drop everything else to stop Vlad from making it out of the church. Our boy realizes that his task just got a lot more difficult, so he curses out, but this doesn't make him go any slower. The sea of dead people run toward him, so he just charges at them with even more speed, knowing that he doesn't really have an option. It's really the only way for him to make it out, so he forces his way through them, pushing and shoving to clear a path for himself, but he quickly realizes that there's just too many of them. Just when it looks like Hai's about to be overwhelmed by their numbers, a powerful beam of light blasts through the sea of zombies, creating a clear path for him. Our boy is shocked by this because he certainly wasn't the one who released the holy blast of energy. Perplexed by what just happened, he turns around, and that's when he sees Sir Cade working alongside Lady Justja. Apparently, she used her holy energy to make his arrowed strike even more powerful in order to blast the dead slaves out of the way in one shot. Sure, they did a good job clearing the path the first time, but the truth is that there's still a lot more victims in the church, which simply means that their work isn't done yet. As you'd expect, more and more of the undead warriors begin to pop out from every corner of the building, so it becomes pretty obvious that the archer isn't done yet. Seeing the sea of victims attempting to swallow his friend, the guy tells Vlad to keep running straight ahead and promises to cover him. Sir Cade continues to launch his golden arrows over and over, taking down one zombie with each shot. From the look of things, you can tell that this guy has a lot of experience with this because he doesn't miss any shots. Not even a single arrow goes to waste. Even with such a perfect kill rate, the enemy forces are just still too many for them to handle. Sir Cade won't be able to cover the young swordsman perfectly, and our boy knows this, so he concludes that he'll have to take matters into his own hands regardless. As such, he keeps charging at them, and as they keep popping up, the voice in his head reminds him that he has to hurry. At this point, he's forced to go full berserk on the victim, blasting his way through them like a steam train. He continues to slaughter the zombies endlessly, and he does this, a thought runs through his mind. All worlds in the universe are precious, but even so, not everyone can protect themselves. Yet, he and his fellow knights are people who have sworn to protect the helpless, so if they're ever in a place where they are needed, they have no choice but to act, especially if they're in the moment. As knights, they're not granted the luxury of hesitation in times of need, so our boy knows that he must burn himself to become the torch that lights up the darkness, and this is the second Swordmaster's code. With this line engraved in our boy's mind, he remains steadfast and continues to fight his way through the sea of enemy forces. At the same time, Sir Gregory is forced to protect himself from other attacks despite having to keep the priest at bay. While holding down the prophet, he suddenly gets attacked from behind by one of the possessed, and when he turns around to defend himself, another one sneaks up on him and strikes him on the back. At this point, he's forced to slam his mighty sword into the ground, hoping to destroy anything in sight. But this doesn't work, and he just gets attacked again. Thankfully, this time around, he is saved by Sir Cade, who sends an arrow into the victim's head. Sir Gregory looks over at his colleague with gratitude, and then Cade just gives him a nod. The archer pants in exhaustion with his fingers dripping blood. At this point, it seems as though they've actually cleared the area a bit, so Gregory decides to take a breather. Seeing how the zombies are all over him, the bearded knight jokes about wishing to be this popular in his normal life because he feels it would be nice. While he's still joking, one of the zombies crawls toward his feet, and he just looks down at the creature in disgust, feeling that he's already seen too much messed up shit for one day. A big component of the shit he's talking about is the prophet's face. The knight is enraged by the fact that the priest has been smiling like an idiot the whole time. Sure enough, we get to see the guy's face, and he's indeed wearing a sinister smile on his face. It's a really creepy look, and it's also quite annoying because it just makes you feel like the prophet has got some secret plan he's waiting to unveil. The priest sits on the floor, like someone's shoes given up on life, and tells Sir Gregory to do anything he wants to do to him. After all, the sick man feels that he's not someone who can be finished off by death so easily. The bearded knight grits his teeth in rage when he hears these words because he feels that the prophet is just trying to get him riled up. He's already mad at the guy, so to hear him talk so confidently, he decides that he'll teach the prophet a lesson. Sir Gregory lifts his sword and takes a big swing at the priest, eager to see if the guy can keep babbling after he chops his head off. In response, the prophet just laughs, which infuriates Sir Gregory even more, so he lands the killing strike, telling the priest to keep laughing till he dies. The bearded knight decapitates the priest in one slash, and as the head rolls down a few steps, something shocking happens. All of a sudden, the victims stop moving, and so Lady Gesture reveals that to destroy an army, the commander must be captured. With that being said, the Holy Knight confirms that Sir Gregory's strategy was a success. You'd expect that the big guy would feel glad that he took down the evil priest, but he just seems a bit pissed. He curses and huffs in annoyance as he thinks about how close the whole thing was. Regardless, he's actually relieved that it's over now, so he opens his flask to have a gulp of liquor, feeling that he'll need to drink a lot later that night. Just when it looks like their job is done, the priest's voice cuts through the air, telling Gregory that there was no wine at the mess. The big guy almost chokes on his drink when he hears this, and the other knights are just as shocked as he is. Their eyes almost pop out of their heads because they're horrified by the thought of a head talking after being cut off. The head continues to speak, and asks for a sip of the knight's liquor. Sir Gregory freezes in shock when he turns around to see the talking head, but it appears that things are about to get even worse. All of a sudden, Cade calls out for the bearded knight to look out, and that's when we see that the priest's body is standing right behind him. A strange blue flame shoots out from the neck in that moment, and then Lady Gesture realizes that this evil fellow is actually the headless knight known as Dullahan. While the rest of the group is dealing with the headless knight back in the church, our boy dashes up the stairs of the tower with so much determination in each stride. He finally gets to the bell at the top, and he can literally see the dark energy flowing all around it. Vlad immediately knows that this is the source of the curse, and the voice in his head confirms that it's the curse of a noble warlock. Now that this has been established, he tells the young knight to give it his all and break the spell at once. At this point, our boy begins to activate his skill, but he gets interrupted when the headless knight appears and tries to attack him. The voice in his head immediately tells him to watch out, but at this point, it's already pretty late because the tower suddenly starts to vibrate like it's about to collapse. Vlad grunts when he sees that everything is about to crumble to the ground, so he jumps off the tower to avoid getting squashed by the heavy stones. The entire thing explodes, all thanks to Dullahan, who wants to make sure that they don't destroy the source of his curse. Meanwhile, Vlad finally makes it to the floor safe and sound. He looks around all the rubble in confusion, wondering what the hell is going on, and that's when he sees that the church has been destroyed. Just then, the headless knight reappears with a glowing ball of energy in his hand. He can't help but admit that he's impressed by what he just saw. As far as he's concerned, Vlad just executed a really cool landing after jumping off the tower. However, our boy isn't exactly in the mood to receive compliments from the villain, so he charges at the guy with his sword, claiming that he always knew the priest wasn't human. At the moment, he hasn't seen any of his friends, so he asks Dullahan where they are because he's afraid they might have been hurt or even killed. In response, the Headless Knight simply states that their lives mean nothing to him, and truly, we get to see the motionless bodies of the other knights lying in the rubble. Dullahan claims that the only thing he cares about is already right in his hand, and it's at this point that we see the curse in his hand. Enraged, Vlad demands that the Headless Knight hand it over, but of course, the villain tells him to take it by himself. Our boy gets mad and charges at the Headless Knight, once again demanding for it, so Dullahan warns him not to push his luck, because he doesn't know when his courtesy towards his peers will disappear. Hearing this, the young knight is puzzled because he doesn't get how they're peers, so Dullahan explains that he's not talking about Vlad, which leaves the kid shocked. In that moment, the Headless Knight goes all out and unleashes a barrage of attacks on the young swordsman. He overwhelms Vlad, who realizes that his opponent is now way too fast for him. The voice in his head confirms that those aren't human moves, and while our boy is still trying to keep up, Dullahan keeps teasing him, calling him slow. Our boy finally has enough, so he unleashes a deadly technique called the armor technique, which catches the Headless Knight off guard. The villain is shocked to see this, and he is even more surprised by the fact that the kid has the spirit's protection. The story continues, as does the intense battle between the Headless Knight and our young hero. Right now, the duel has become so personal to the two knights that they're both determined to keep slugging it out until there's only one of them left. At the moment, Vlad is ready to do whatever it takes to defeat Dullahan, and with this determination to win, he charges at the flame-headed opponent using his aura-infused sword. You know our boy means business when he goes into a fight with one of his eyes glowing. The young knight advances toward the enemy with his sword burning with energy, and when he gets a good shot, he takes a massive swing at the Headless Knight, hoping to deliver some serious damage. Unfortunately, the evil prophet sees all of this coming, and he's no pushover either, so he's very much prepared to counter whatever strike the young swordsman is throwing at him. Dullahan can see the rage in Vlad's eyes, and he's completely aware that the kid will do anything to avenge his friends, but for some reason, this Headless Knight remains unfazed. He believes that he'll be able to deal with whatever gets thrown at him, so he just sits back and waits till it's the right time to land a counter-attack of his. Using his black sword filled with dark energy, he casually blocks Vlad's swift strike, and it's almost like he can see what the boy is going to do before he makes the attempt. At this point, it's already pretty clear that the Headless Knight is really up there when it comes to sword combat, because the blonde swordsman is doing everything he can to land a hit, and yet, he just keeps getting countered over and over. Dullahan is just way too fast for him, and as his strikes keep getting deflected time and time again, he begins to panic a little because he realizes that he can't actually win the battle if this keeps happening. Things aren't looking good for the young knight from Sora, and you can actually see the desperation in his eyes at this point. The gears in Vlad's head begin to turn as fast as possible as he ponders on a way out of the sticky situation, because that's really the only way for him to come out alive with the way things are going. The strain on his face suggests that he's in a lot of trouble, so he starts to wish that he could also deeply contemplate his world like Mr. Rudiger. As this thought crosses Vlad's mind, something sparks inside him all of a sudden, and his glowing eyes widen a lot more, as though he's just received some kind of spiritual enlightenment. At this point, the young boy's growing world needed something to fill it up, and the truth of the matter is that the only world that intertwined with Vlad's own right now is that of the voice in his head. Honestly, it makes a lot of sense that his world would be crossed with that of the voice, since they've literally been together for a very long time. Anyway, with this new revelation, it's safe to say that we've gotten to the point in the story where we get to see the horizon where the boy and the voice are overlapped. In other words, the voice is finally about to manifest and reveal himself, but this time around, he's not just going to take control of Vlad's body like some secret puppeteer. Right now, they've both reached some kind of agreement, which makes the voice conclude that he and the young swordsman are about to become one. From this moment, there won't just be one of them, as they would be the same being. The stakes are high right now because they've come across a powerful enemy that neither of them can defeat alone. They have to merge if they want to stand a chance against Dullahan, and so the voice permits this union, which simply means that he's going to lend the young swordsman his world. The Headless Knight watches the young knight carefully and suddenly starts to notice a few shocking changes which make him panic a bit. All of a sudden, the blue aura glow that was in Vlad's eye begins to disappear, and then it transforms into bolts of lightning. It's at this point that we also see that the voice has manifested his world in the form of lightning, allowing our boy to channel this new energy in his blade. He's been given permission to use this world, and he has every intention of using it to the best of his ability. With the new power he's been granted, Vlad takes his mighty sword filled with overwhelming energy and unleashes a supercharged attack on the Headless Knight. He takes the big swing at Dullahan, knowing that the effects of such a blast will be catastrophic, but before unleashing it, he asks the evil priest once again if he really thought that he'd just sit back and abandon the kids in the village. There's no way in hell that Vlad would leave this place without doing absolutely everything he can to save the innocent children. As a knight, he's sworn to protect those who can't help themselves, and right now, the people in this category are the poor children who have been afflicted by Dullahan's curse. The only way to save them is by getting rid of the headless knight, and that's exactly what our boy has sworn to do. Filled with rage and the desire to protect the innocent, our boy finally unleashes the devastating blast on the evil priest, and even though the guy tries to deflect the attack once again, this time, it's just way too much for him to handle. The huge blast spans for miles, and at the center of it all, we can see the headless knight standing there as the powerful skill keeps him at bay. After such an explosion, one would think that Dullahan would be dead or something. But in a shocking twist, the villain just reveals himself to still be in the fight once the dust starts to settle. As the dirt and smoke start to clear, we see the headless knight standing strong with his sword in hand. The guy is certainly ready for another round, so it makes you wonder what on earth someone has to do to defeat him. After revealing that he's still in the fight, he starts to activate a seemingly powerful attack, hoping to retaliate, and that's when Vlad starts panicking even more. The young knight curses out when he sees that his opponent is practically unscathed, because he can't even believe that after all he did, all he managed to do was leave a small scratch. Right now, it's really giving Iron Man and Thanos vibes, because you'd think that he'd have done a lot more damage after putting in so much effort into that last attack. Unfortunately, that's not the case, and now that he's running out of ideas, the young swordsman concludes that his world is too small for the voice's world to fit inside him. Sure, that was one hell of a combo back there, but judging by Vlad's conclusion, it actually means that what we just saw was just a tip of the iceberg. Apparently, the reason why his blast couldn't finish Dullahan off is that his world is not on par with the voice's. As such, the voice's world couldn't fit into his, and that's why he couldn't get the maximum effect from the combined attack. At the moment, Vlad is already pretty exhausted, and you can't blame him because he's been trying virtually everything, but they've all been futile. To make matters worse, he feels like he only has 2 or 3 tries left before he runs out of energy. It turns out that our boy actually inflicted a nasty cut on Dullahan's wrist with that first attack, but it also looks like that is about to backfire big time, because the blood seeping out of the guy's body suddenly starts turning into some kind of dark energy, which he's certainly going to use as a weapon. The headless knight laughs at this point, claiming that he went easy on Vlad the first time only because he thought that the kid shared the same style. However, now that he's realized that the boy might actually be a threat, he goes full beast mode. Out of the blue, this guy dons a seriously wicked armor, and from the inside, you can literally see the blue flames burning out. It's a really terrifying sight, and when the young swordsman beholds it, his eyes almost pop out of the sockets. Our boy is so stunned by the insane armor, and he can't even believe what he's looking at when he sees Dullahan standing in front of him, ready to go into another round of intense sword clashing. With every swing of the big guy's sword, you can see the dark, terrifying energy flowing out of it, and while our boy is still trying to process the whole thing, the headless knight launches his first attack. Our boy doesn't exactly see it coming, but thanks to the ever-vigilant voice in his head, he's immediately informed before the blast of energy can get to him. Right after that, Dullahan follows up with an insanely swift attack, and once again, the voice in his head tells him to dodge the hit. Vlad tries to move out of the way, but then he just ends up getting blasted with a huge surge from the headless knight. The blast is so massive that it sends our boy flying and raises a whole lot of dust. Dullahan stands still after landing this hit and watches as the dust fills the air. The headless knight observes patiently as the dust settles and wonders how the kid managed to squeeze out his aura to deflect the attack in that short moment. After witnessing such a thing, the headless knight admits that the kid has great potential. As our boy lies exhausted on the floor, Dullahan realizes that what he initially thought about the guy has been disproved by what he's now seen with his eyes. Because of this, the evil priest concludes that our boy has unpredictable potential, and for this reason, he also feels that this will be the best time to cut down the threat. Right now, the blonde swordsman is exhausted and vulnerable, so it's the perfect opportunity to end him, because Dullahan knows that he'll only end up being a thorn in his flesh if he doesn't deal with him now. With this in mind, he walks up to the exhausted boy and raises his sword as he prepares to drive his sword into Vlad's body. Our boy sees what's about to happen to him, but he's just way too tired to even do anything about it. All he can do is just lie there and watch with a look of horror plastered on his face. At this point, you'd think that this is the end for our young hero, and what makes it even more sad is the fact that he looks like he's already given up. The headless knight raises his sword as he plans to stab Vlad to death, and as he presses the blade down, he tells the boy that he should have just done it moderately. Dullahan goes in for the kill at that moment, and just when the blade is about to penetrate Vlad's armor, something shocking happens. All of a sudden, our boy grabs the tip of the blade with his hand and holds it back, stopping the sword from piercing his armor. While this is happening, the voice in Vlad's head finally speaks out, and for the first time, someone other than the young knight gets to hear it. The voice yells at Dullahan, asking the evil priest if he didn't hear what our boy said before, and after a brief pause, he goes on to remind the headless knight that our hero told him to leave the children of the village alone. With this statement, a huge surge of energy shoots out of Vlad's body, blasting the evil priest into oblivion. The huge surge blows the headless knight away, causing him to scream in pain, and this is about the same time that the young knight starts to get back on his feet. Vlad slowly stands up with a lot of energy flowing around him and then he starts to speak. From the look of things, the person talking is no longer just the boy from Sora. It's the consciousness of the voice in his head, and now the voice admits that he doesn't know who he is right now. All he knows is that he has something to do. The memories of his existence are long forgotten and the only duty he must follow is scratched deeply inside of his soul. In this moment, he realizes that the only reason for his existence was for that duty, and now he's more than ready to do whatever it takes to fulfill that obligation. With all of this being said, the voice finally takes over Vlad's body and decides that it's time for the adults in the mix to have a go at it. He's tired of the Headless Knight picking on young kids, so he would like the guy to try picking on someone his own size. Meanwhile, we see that Dullahan is still getting over the effects of the earlier blast. His entire body is covered in smoke, suggesting that he really took some damage with that hit. However, this doesn't make him any less eager to keep fighting. For now, he still believes that he's capable of defeating the young swordsman. Well, this villain might have to think again because while he is still trying to recover from the first blast, the young knight shoots up into the air to execute another deadly strike. Dullahan is shocked when he sees Vlad charging at him, and even though he tries to counter the attack, he just ends up getting pushed back. Despite being shot back a second time, he still doesn't give up. He tries to get back up so too again, but before he can, Vlad follows up with a supercharged chokehold which he uses to slam the Headless Knight into the ground. The voice feels insulted by the fact that the evil priest would even dare to make a mess with the pathetic skills he's been putting on display. To the young swordsman from Sora, Dullahan's skills might have been overwhelming, but the voice doesn't find them slightly impressive. At this point, the terrified priest realizes that he's outgunned, so he asks who the voice is. In response, he simply tells the Headless Knight that he has no words for trash who uses the blood of children to survive. As such, he concludes that Dullahan should die and begins to activate a killer skill to finish the job. Seeing this, the evil priest becomes even more terrified and has no idea why he's so scared. It doesn't make any sense to him, but he admits that the voice's existence is actually worth fearing. At this point, the Headless Knight senses a savage beast approaching bearing its fangs. He can see the beast taking shape from Vlad's aura, so has afraid that it's coming to devour him. Just when Dullahan feels that it's all over for him, the beast disappears and the guy starts to wonder where the creature went. The evil priest turns around in search of the devourer, and that's when our boy pops up behind him. The voice then teases the villain, asking if he talks so much because of how slow he is. Feeling insulted by this, the Headless Knight tries to punish his opponent by unleashing a deadly wave, but it really does nothing to affect our boy. After seeing Dullahan's attempt, the voice decides to really show the Headless Knight what he's capable of. Enraged, he unleashes a barrage of attacks and then expresses how disgusted he is at the fact that someone like him would dare to mock the potential he holds so preciously. Right now, the Headless Knight is having a hard time comprehending what is going on. He already knows that his body is one that's free from death. Besides that, his body should also reject pain, but now that he's receiving the barrage of attacks the voice has to throw at him, Dullahan is starting to wonder what the hell is going on with him. The evil priest can't understand the kind of vivid pain that seems to be hacking away at his soul. The villain keeps taking all the hits, and from the look of things, Vlad isn't done with him yet. The blonde swordsman is very determined to finish the Headless Knight once and for all. The intense battle continues and Vlad eventually lands a serious blow on the opponent, sending the guy crashing into the ground. Dullahan groans in pain as he struggles to pick himself up from underneath the rubble, and as he just lies there, he can't help but wonder how someone like Vlad even exists in this world. He probably used to think that he was in a league above all others, but after coming face to face with the young swordsman from Sora, he realizes that he's no match for our hero. The Headless Knight ponders on this, and while he's still lying there, Vlad follows up with a brutal stab to the chest. Our boy impales him on the spot, and then the voice sternly asks the villain to hand over something. At first, the Headless Knight doesn't seem to know what he's talking about, so he just stays quiet, but then the voice demands it the second time, and this time, he's a lot more aggressive about it. Vlad raises his fist and prepares to land a supercharged punch on the villain's chest. He lands the blow and it literally sends shockwaves throughout the place. At this point, one would think that the young swordsman would give the guy a breather, but he doesn't stop there. All of a sudden, he goes in for the kill in that instant and digs his fingers into the guy's chest, before slowly ripping it apart. Using this gruesome technique, our boy opens up Dullahan's chest and unveils the same object that he's been asking for. He sees the powerful glowing ball of energy floating within the guy's chest and expresses his satisfaction. The voice is relieved to see the ball, and without wasting another moment, Vlad reaches in and pulls out the curse. As he does this, the voice commands the curse to go back to wherever it's coming from, and this just makes the evil priest yell out in frustration. Dullahan is pretty much helpless while all of this is happening, so all he can do is scream in agony as he watches his precious curse get exorcised. The villain cries out relentlessly, but our boy just ignores it and continues to get rid of the evil curse for good. It's certainly not an easy task, and this is confirmed when we start to see the results of Vlad's actions. As he gets rid of the curse, the energy from the purple glowing balls spreads out across the entire village to all the children who had been afflicted before. The life force that was stolen from the innocent kids is finally returned to them, leaving all the parents very confused and shocked. As the energy gets sucked out of the evil priest, all he can do is sigh in exhaustion, confirming that he's given up already. After this, the voice suddenly admits that there's something he knows for sure, but the problem is that he can't remember what it is exactly. It turns out that he's referring to the method used to kill bastards like Dullahan. In response, the evil priest claims that he wasn't on the same side as the curse, stating that he thought they were both beings that escaped from death. Hearing this, the voice casually responds, stating that there are also other methods to use even though he's forgotten the main one. With that being said, our boy gets back on his feet and stands over the half-dead villain. This is about the point when the voice decides that he'll just rip out all of Dullahan's limbs. The reason he settles on this technique is because he feels that severing all of the guy's limbs is literally the same as killing him. Obviously, the Headless Knight knows just how terrible such a thing would be for him, so he's not ready to suffer such fate. Not knowing what else to do, he starts crawling, attempting to run away, but it's clearly futile and he just ends up being dismembered by the young knight. By the time there's only one limb left, Vlad prepares to finish the villain off finally, but just when he's about to slice it off like the others, the Headless Knight raises his remaining arm as if he's about to surrender. The guy screams a strange word Lamishtu, which leaves the young swordsman really baffled. Vlad is still trying to understand what he's seeing when all of a sudden, a barrier of dark energy surrounds the villain. The wave of energy encircles the Headless Knight, who just keeps crawling like a man on a mission. The barrier prevents our boy from getting any closer to Dullahan, so all he can do is watch in confusion as the villain crawls away. Just then, the Headless Knight starts calling out to the strange presence called Lamishtu once again, and then many huge hands stretch themselves out as they try to catch Dullahan. Vlad just watches curiously, wondering what Dullahan is doing. Apparently, the Headless Knight felt that the Supreme Presence would save him, but he quickly learns that he was wrong because when he gets close enough, Lamishtu begins to devour him. The Dark Master devours the evil priest, and in a matter of seconds, all that's left of Dullahan is nothing but dust. Once that happens, Lamishtu finally reveals herself to our boy, and upon seeing this being, the voice admits that he doesn't have any memories of that name. However, he has a faint feeling about it, so it makes him wonder what kind of existence it is. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he realizes that he's still the one controlling Vlad's body, and he's surprised that he actually managed to go overboard with the whole possession thing. Even though he might have taken advantage of the kid a bit, he also admits that our boy's growth is really brilliant. The voice is proud that Vlad's body managed to last this long and concludes that he'll apologize to the kid when he wakes up. Right after that, he gives back control, and just like that, the unconscious body collapses to the ground. Vlad's body just lies there throughout the night until the sun starts to rise, and that's when we see the ruins that remain of the church. Elsewhere, in Mashium, at the barony of Uthman, we see a dark figure sitting on a chair. It turns out that while our boy's soul was shining, the traces left behind were merciless. The ominous lady can sense that he's using a kind of magic that has been around for a long time, and it really intrigues her. Other than that, it's also pretty clear to her that the things of the past are moving. She can feel that this is the time to make a move. It's a time where cracks of opportunity have appeared, so she concludes that the chaotic age she's been waiting for is finally here. With this in mind, she orders her knights to take whatever they want from the corpses of Baron Uthman's knights. After all, the Baron has already paid the price for his son, who will now be brought back to life. The witch has met her end of the bargain, so now it's time to reap the reward of her services. Now that she's brought the Baron's son back to life, she believes that Mashium should be the new harbor of darkness, which basically means that she and her dark knights will be staying in the land for the time being. The story continues days later, and we're brought back to the small village. Here, we see our boy for the first time after a while, and he's looking rather unkempt and frustrated for some reason. Apparently, the young swordsman is just waking up after sleeping for 3 whole days somehow. This isn't the first time it is happening since he arrived at the village, so it kind of bothers him since he's supposed to be an active knight protecting people and all. Even though it's not exactly the best look for him, you can't really blame the kid since he just survived a deadly battle against a really powerful enemy. Thankfully, he came out victorious after his fight with Dullahan, so he deserves some rest at least. While Vlad is still trying to understand how he managed to sleep for 3 days straight, his buddy Goth enters the room, telling him not to feel too bad about it. He tells the young knight to be glad that the grueling fight is finally over, especially since he almost didn't make it out alive. Goth claims that Vlad was looking like a piece of ragcloth when he first found him after his battle against the Headless Knight. With that being said, he goes on to reveal that he went through a lot just to get our boy back to the inn. Goth literally had to drag the unconscious knight along the ground the whole way back. Hearing this, Vlad isn't even sure what to say, so he just runs the back of his head, probably checking for bruises or something. Just then, he remembers that there were other knights with him during the fight, and since he has no idea where they are now, he quickly asks his buddy if they're okay. Goth's facial expression changes immediately, and you can already tell that he's got some bad news. The guy reluctantly admits that things aren't good, and confirms that the captain is in the worst condition among all of them. It's unsettling news indeed, but Goth wants Vlad to get enough rest, so he tells the young knight not to worry about the others. With that being said, he walks to the door on his way to inform the others that Vlad is finally awake. Before leaving the room, he asks the blonde swordsman to call on him if he needs anything, and of course, Vlad acknowledges this, thanking him for his help. Goth exits the room after this, leaving the young swordsman alone with his thoughts. Vlad just sits on the bed in silence as he processes everything that he just heard. Things aren't perfect, but our boy is relieved that everyone is alive at least. He's glad about this, and so is the voice in his head, who admits that it's the most important thing. Now that he's sure none of his friends was killed in the battle, he starts to recall the events of the fight. The voice suggests that the barrier which was deployed by Justia was tough enough to last till the end. This explains why the knights were able to survive even after the whole church was destroyed in the explosion. The fact that her protective shield held out for so long makes the voice conclude that Lady Justia is incredibly powerful. Of course, our boy agrees, and he also suddenly realizes that the current conversation seems quite familiar to him. He seems surprised by it and admits that it's pretty strange for him to be able to talk to the voice without having the sword with him. Before, they could only ever communicate when he had a blade in hand, but that's no longer the case, and the voice explains that this is because the horizons of their words are now connected. Even though it was only for a moment, the truth remains that their worlds were shared at one point during the battle. As a result, Vlad is now able to talk to the voice in his mind whenever he wants, even without a sword. The voice confirms this, leaving the kid taken aback, so he tries it out and realizes that he can now communicate without words and just his thoughts. It's amazing that he no longer needs to whisper around while looking to see if someone is watching him, and he feels really glad that he doesn't have to pretend like he's praying whenever he wants to talk to the voice. Now that he's acquired this cool new skill, he ponders on the whole thing and recalls something that he's never told the voice. Their relationship is a secret that only they know, and this means that nobody else will know that the voice is actually the reason why everyone is safe now. If he hadn't used the voice's world, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Dullahan, and certainly wouldn't have been able to save the other knights or even the children of the village. With this in mind, our boy sincerely thanks the voice for saving all of them, because he's just as much the hero as the young swordsman. After Vlad expresses his gratitude, the voice is left speechless. He's deeply touched, but he doesn't know how to react to this, so he just stays quiet, creating an awkward silence in the room. Before things can get even more awkward, the voice quickly breaks the silence by admitting that Vlad worked really hard as well. Hearing the compliment, a warm smile creeps up on the kid's face and a sense of pride washes over him in that moment. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is that our boy is already out of bed and off on his next adventure. Right now, he's being halted by a huge knight standing in his way. The big guy tells him not to come any closer, so the young knight introduces himself, explaining that he's actually from Sora. He assures the guard that Miss Justia will know who he is and that she'd want to see him, but the big guy is reluctant to believe him. He clearly doesn't trust Vlad completely, so he stares the kid down, trying to intimidate him, but our boy hits back with a cold stare. At this point, the guard decides to go inform Miss Justia and tells Vlad to wait there. Once the big guy is gone, the young swordsman looks around and admits how glad he is to see that the villagers can finally rest easy. Sure, the holy knights arrived quite late, but he's still happy for their presence nonetheless. His thoughts are interrupted when the big knight returns, telling him that he can now enter the place. Vlad thanks the man and makes his way into the building, but he only takes a few steps inside before he's greeted with a big shock. The moment he looks into the dark hall, he's horrified by the numerous corpses covered on the floor. He didn't realize that there were so many victims earlier because of how chaotic things were, and now that he can see how bad things are, he's almost pushed to tears. His sad moment is interrupted when Miss Justia comes out suddenly, asking what he's doing there. Seeing the white-haired knight, he quickly gets up and asks for permission to search the area for more victims. In response, the holy knight just tells him that Sir Gregory has already confirmed all the missing women. Even though this should be enough for our boy to leave, he insists that he has someone in particular he's searching for, and Miss Justia finds this a little surprising. She doesn't know what to tell him at first, but then admits that there might still be remnants of the curse around. As such, she concludes that it wouldn't hurt to let him check one last time. With this in mind, she gives him permission and tells him to come get her blessing when he's done searching. The young knight thanks her and gets to work immediately. He lifts the tarps one by one to check, and it doesn't take him long to find the lady he was looking for. He's horrified when he sees her face and immediately feels bad because a part of him actually hoped that he wouldn't find her lying there with the other deceased. The young knight breaks down on the spot as he just keeps staring at the woman's face. Just then, we're shown a flashback of Vlad's childhood. In this scene, little Vlad notices that the lady has a bruised eye and suggests that she get some rest over the next couple days, but she insists that the throbbing bruise on her eye is nothing. She fakes a smile to make the boy feel better, claiming that it's not that bad since she doesn't have a broken bone or something. She thanks him for his concern and gives him an egg for some reason, but he refuses to take it and tells her to rub it on her bruised eye. Hearing this, she finally reveals that that egg is supposed to be a bribe. Back in the present, Vlad just keeps staring at her face now that she's dead, feeling that he'll be counting on her next time too. The heartbroken knight thinks about how life is such a sickening thing, and as he wipes her face, he quietly tells her not to do dangerous things in her next life. Next time, he hopes that she'd be born into a good family and grow up being loved. He caresses her face as he says his last goodbye to her, and before leaving, he tells her how sorry he is that he wasn't there for her. A while later, he goes to see Miss Justia in her tent. I mean, she did tell him to come for her blessings when he's done searching for his missing lady. Inside the tent, the white-haired knight makes some tea so she can listen to what Vlad has to say properly. She wasn't exactly conscious when Vlad's battle against Dullahan finally came to an end, so now he's telling her how it all went down. So far, the young knight has told her how the villain got sucked into a black hole that suddenly appeared, and of course, she wants more details. The holy knight gives him the hot cup of tea, asking him to spill all the beans, but our boy explains that he's already told her all that he knows. He claims that he was too busy with the fight to notice anything else, and that he was trying so hard to deal with the villain's barrage of attacks. Hearing this, Lady Justia starts to get a bit suspicious, so she just stares at him with a questioning look on her face, waiting to see if she can force anything else out of him. While she's staring at him, he casually sips the tea, using it as an excuse to stay quiet. At this point, the voice commends him for making the story up. It sounds really believable because there's a good mix of lies and truth in it. Our boy proudly accepts the praise, feeling that it's no big deal since he literally worked with prostitutes and used his words to earn a living while growing up in the back alleys. All of that just goes to confirm that he can be pretty convincing. The traces left behind after the battle were a total disaster. This is because they showed just how powerless their resistance was in front of a much more powerful force. This thought runs through Miss Justia's mind at the moment, because she's starting to feel that Vlad isn't telling her everything. She's trying to put the pieces together, but she just can't find out what truly mattered at the end. The young swordsman probably sees that she's onto him, so he decides to give her something to think about. He suddenly tells her how the villain called out a name at the end, and of course, this piqued her curiosity. She asks him what the name was, but he claims that he can't remember it because he was in and out of his consciousness at the time. Determined to get the information out of him, she grabs an apple and asks him if he would remember some of the details after having something to eat. At this point, Vlad finally reveals that the name sounded something like llama, and Lady Justia immediately realizes that he's talking about Lamishtu. The white-haired lady freezes the moment he confirms this and suddenly starts shaking with the apple in her hand. She's literally trembling, but somehow manages to keep her cool as she thanks him for his cooperation. Even though she tries to hide her reaction, the knight is sharing enough to notice her shaky hands, and this leaves him puzzled. While he's still trying to understand what's going on, the white-haired knight suddenly stands up, assuring him that San Racino will not forget how hard he fought on that day. Now, Miss Justia has gotten the kind of information she's been looking for, but it's a little overwhelming, so she quickly excuses herself before the young knight can notice anything else. She walks out of the tent without another word, while Vlad just watches her in confusion. Once she's gone, the voice admits that it's a relief that she doesn't suspect him. Yeah, that's a good thing, but Vlad is currently more concerned about the strange expression she put on display after hearing about Lamishtu. As far as our boy is concerned, it was like she became a completely different person all of a sudden, and he finds this really disturbing. The scene shifts once again, and this time, we're taken to the mayor's residence. In there, Joseph Bayezid, who is also the new mayor of Sora, hosts an unexpected guest. He pours some tea for the visitor, wondering when he arrived in the city. The guest turns out to be an old man named Lamond, who claims that he's actually been around for a while. Hearing this, the young master states that he would have come out to receive Lamond if he'd informed him of the visit beforehand. Lamond responds by calling himself the lowest ranked person at the moment, suggesting that he wouldn't even let the young master go through such a hassle just for his sake. Besides that, he's come to talk about more important matters, so he quickly changes the topic and cuts to the chase by immediately asking Joseph where the young boy is. The new mayor informs Lamond that the young knight is currently out on a mission. He reveals that Vlad traveled to the Uthman barony and suggests that they should receive some news from the kid very soon. Hearing this, the old man is surprised to hear that the young swordsman is already going on missions despite only being a servant. He then reveals that he met the patriarch before coming to see Joseph Bayezid. He also states that he has only one ducat left, and for this reason, he wants to wrap things up quickly. It appears that this thing called a ducat is of great value because the young master is shocked to hear that Lamond has one. At this point, it becomes very clear that the old man isn't just here to see Vlad. Just then, Lamond finally starts to state his true intentions and reveals the reason he came around. He claims that all the servants in Sturma are too dull, which is a shame since they're the ones who are supposed to take over the Bayezid name. With this in mind, the old man casually wonders if the servants Joseph groomed are any better than those back in Sturma. At this point, Sir Jaeger finally chimes in, confirming that the young swordsman is definitely better than that lot. The advanced knight makes this statement, but he also admits that the kid likes to do whatever he wants. Hearing this, Lamond is intrigued. To hear the grumpy knight speak so highly of the boy, he can tell that the kid must be pretty useful because everyone knows just how difficult it is to impress the green-eyed advanced knight. Sir Jaeger is shocked to hear that the old man can read him like a book. He doesn't say a word, but Lamond already knows what he's thinking, so the elder tells him that there's no need to be surprised. After all, Jaeger already showed him all of his disgraceful sides when he was younger, while being grumpy the whole time. Joseph just smiles cheekily when he hears, while the one-eyed knight gets flustered by the old man's words. Anyway, Lamond goes on to say that he hopes he'll take a liking to Vlad when he finally meets him. There's a certain knight in training named Savanin who bullies other trainees because he has his parents to back him up, and the old man promises to beat Vlad seriously if he turns out to be like that guy. At this point, Joseph informs his guest that Vlad does have parents, which comes as a shock to Lamond. This is good for Joseph because now that he knows the old man's true intentions, he's determined to pique his interest as much as he can. With this in mind, he goes on to tell the old man how Vlad grew up in the back alleys without any parents. He reveals this and states that our boy climbed this far with his own strength. The young master says he all of this with an intention, and it's pretty clear that there's a reason he brought up the poor environment Vlad grew up in. He knows that Lamond would relate to this since the old man also had difficult times in the past and succeeded on his own as well. Now that the young master has brought all of this up, the old man starts to get more and more interested in the blonde swordsman. At this point, Joseph claims that Lamond doesn't have to give the boy his last ducat, insinuating that he'd be satisfied if only the elder can teach Vlad a thing or two. Obviously, this is just the young mayor trying to play mind games, and Lamond responds to this by admitting that he hasn't taken any liking to any of the young men he's seen recently. However, that is about to change, and since Joseph made the request, the old man promises to take a good look at the blonde swordsman in question. Back in the village, the Holy Knights appear to be saying goodbye to Vlad's party. They're all outside, and Justja, the spokesperson, tells the other knights that the San Racino will not forget their bravery. In response, Sir Gregory just hopes that she puts in a good word for them since their mayor isn't exactly the meticulous kind. The Holy Knight bluntly informs him that she can't lie in reports, but promises to consider his position when talking about this. Of course, Sir Gregory doesn't trust her enough, so he just prefers that she doesn't say anything at all. Just when the Bayezid Knights are about to set off, Justja notices that Vlad has a flag, which takes her by surprise. Sir Gregory is the one that responds to her, revealing that the Bayezid family has finally found someone to keep an eye on, and admits that they're treating the kid well too. While he's saying this, the Holy Knight processes everything about Vlad, from the traces of a fierce battle and his ability to fight Dullahan. All of this just goes to show her that the boy has the potential to be extraordinary after all. At this point, Sir Gregory bids her goodbye and decides to leave, so she prays for the blessing of Saint San Racino to be on all of them. On the way out of the village, Vlad looks back at the people to wave goodbye, and he can't help but notice how much better everything looks now that the ominous fog is gone. At this point, Sir Gregory chimes in, telling the kid how the village was once a peaceful place full of sunlight. All the bad things that happened were because of Dullahan, so now that the villain is gone, our boy is relieved because he knows that Anna would prefer to be buried in this bright, happy village. As he leaves the place, Vlad hopes that she finds warmth in this place of her final rest. Later that night, the travelers set up camp to rest for a while. The others quickly fall asleep under their blankets while our boy stays up with his thoughts. The fire burns brightly while he just sits there and ponders on the events that went down in the village. As far as the swordsman is concerned, the entire mission was a complete defeat because he knows that he would have died if he didn't have the voice on his side. Vlad feels that he's not strong enough yet because he was so close to being killed just like Jorge and Anna. Our boy is so ashamed because he feels that he would have been suppressed so easily by a large world that he couldn't go up against. As he wallows deeper into the realm of self-pity, Gregory pulls him out of his thoughts just in time, asking him what he is thinking about so intently. Of course, Vlad isn't too comfortable talking about it, so he claims that he was pondering on various things. Gregory can tell that he's lying, so an awkward silence follows. Vlad suddenly suggests that there are too many incredible people in the world, and admits that he doesn't think he can last while living among all those people. Hearing this, Sir Gregory assures him that everyone has such thoughts at least once in their lives. There are no defined answers to these thoughts, but the bearded knight reveals that he's already made his own conclusions to them. Vlad asks what it is, and the man simply tells him that he needs to keep burning. There's no method to keep a fire from wavering when the wind blows, but as long as there are flames, then it can always burn again. With that being said, he encourages the kid to hang in there, over and over again, so he can burn endlessly. This makes a lot of sense to our boy, and it reminds him that there's no shortcut to becoming as strong as all those ahead of him. He knows that he needs to keep burning and just focus on the present, because if he's going to face the enormous world approaching him, then he'll also need to have an enormous flame. Sir Gregory and his crew finally return, and young Master Joseph commends them on a job well done. He compliments them for their diligence in carrying out the mission, but he also admits that he can't overlook the fact that swords of the Bayezid family were unsheathed in the land of another local lord. Sir Gregory quickly apologizes and takes full responsibility for everything, ready to accept whatever punishment the mayor has prepared for him. Just then, Lamond chimes in and proceeds to berate the bearded knight for what happened. He scolds Sir Gregory, claiming that the worst part about everything is the fact that he knew the consequences and still went ahead to interfere with issues beyond their jurisdiction. Hearing the old man's voice, Vlad wonders who the man is because the air around him is oddly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Master Joseph agrees with Lamond, stating that Gregory struck a nerve on a sensitive problem in a chaotic time. The empire is starting to fall apart since the imperial family has lost control. Things are getting out of control, so the young master is afraid that it's only a matter of time before such things happen in the north. Sir Gregory continues to apologize, but Joseph just feels that the Iron Duke is paying attention to what happened in the village because it involved curses. Joseph admits that the knights had good intentions, but he feels that the fire Gregory caused is too big and claims that they should have left the village earlier. This statement upsets our boy because they're practically saying that they should have left the cursed children to keep suffering in the village. Lamond chimes in at this point, revealing that he heard the Sanracino were in the village as well. As such, he expected that the issue be handed over to the Holy Knights, and this is where Vlad finally snaps. He gets pissed that they're all scolding Sir Gregory when they weren't even there to see what was going on in the village. At this point, it's starting to look like they're all acting this way to get a reaction from our boy, and from the look of things, it's worked. All of a sudden, the blonde swordsman finally loses his cool. He yells out, informing them that the children would have died if they hadn't gotten involved. This outburst takes everyone else by surprise, and Vlad just turns around to glare at the nosy old man. Lamond is excited to see Vlad's fearless reaction, and it makes him wonder where Joseph found someone like him. Apparently, this old man thought that our boy was some snot-nosed brat, but he was wrong because he can clearly see that this kid is actually a beast. The angry young man continues to defend Sir Gregory, bluntly telling Lamond that the bearded knight did his best for the children, and from the cold glare in his eyes, you can tell that Vlad is not afraid of anything the old man could do to him. Right now, the brave young knight doesn't care if Lamond feels insulted, and all he wants is that they stop scolding Sir Gregory for what happened in the village. Our boy goes on to tell everyone how the Sanracino saw what they did back in the village, and reveals that the Holy Knights praised their actions rather than rebuked them. Vlad is extremely pissed at this point, and he doesn't look like he's going to hold anything back. From the look of things, it's only a matter of time before he says something that would actually upset the nosy old man, so before the situation can get to that point, young Master Joseph quickly cuts him off. The mayor looks pissed as he slams his palm on the table and yells at our boy to stop talking. He furiously warns Vlad not to test his patience any more than this, and as his loud voice echoes through the hall, the blonde kid realizes how mad the boss is. His gaze shifts to look at the mayor, and he's a little shaken by the rage in Joseph's eyes. Sir Jaeger and the other knights are also a little intimidated by the young master's current mood, because they rarely get to see him look so upset. Because of this, the entire room goes dead silent in an instant as everyone patiently waits to see what the young master does next. They all turn around to look at Joseph, and after the awkward silence, our boy finally lowers his head and apologizes for his actions. The young master doesn't say anything in response. Instead, he just looks at the boy before shifting his gaze to the old man standing on the other side of the room. Lamond doesn't say a word, so Joseph figures that it's time for him to continue speaking. He ponders on the situation before opening his mouth to say anything. Joseph starts by talking to Sir Gregory, claiming that he expects the bearded knight to understand that the second rule of a swordmaster is an especially sensitive one. In response, Sir Gregory bows his head and reveals that he completely understands that. He then goes on to take the blame, admitting that the stuff that happened was due to an oversight on his end. Hearing this, Joseph informs everyone in the room that sensitive matters have overlapped with each other, and for this reason, he suggests that they as the people of Bayezid must first act and show sincerity before Baron Uthman officially sends his complaints to them. And for them to show that they do not support what happened in the village, the young master believes that a punishment is due. With this in mind, he decides that Sir Gregory must be suspended indefinitely, and of course, this catches most of the knights present off guard, especially our boy Vlad. The blonde swordsman is absolutely gobsmacked when he hears Joseph's verdict, and he's so stunned that he freezes in shock for a moment. The young master goes on to explain the consequences of this suspension, claiming that Sir Gregory would not receive any salary during this time, and that he will also not be able to enjoy any of the rights granted to him by the Bayezid household. Just when you think things can't get any worse than this, the mayor suddenly reveals that Knight Cade will receive the same punishment. The two knights are certainly heartbroken when they hear the final verdict, but they're knights at the end of the day, so they accept the punishment like true men, and neither of them utters a single word to complain. While the older swordsmen are taking their punishments, Vlad just watches from the side, knowing that he's probably next in line to be sanctioned. Sure enough, young Master Joseph falls on him right after he's done with Gregory and Cade. The mayor calls on the servant, and Vlad just stares at him in silence with his wild blue eyes. Right now, the young master is actually reluctant to reveal what punishment the kid would be receiving. Before saying anything, Joseph thinks about how he's treated Vlad well. He's fed and clothed the young boy from Sora, and they've become really close, but after everything that he'd done, he now realizes that he has failed to tame the boy. With his back turned to the blonde swordsman, Joseph admits that he's deeply regretful of the way Vlad spoke without permission and upset him in the process. But still, the young master doesn't think that he feels angry at the boy because he's ashamed. As the thought crosses his mind, he realizes that he's actually not angry, and that he's simply just disappointed. Once he's come to this conclusion, he finally turns around to face his young mentee, before informing him that he's also going to be suspended indefinitely. The mayor makes this statement, but then feels that it's such a waste, feeling that he should have been stricter with our boy. He feels that Vlad has become so stubborn because of how casual he's been with him, so now he wants to show the kid that he's actually the boss. With this in mind, he adds to the punishment, telling Vlad that he must not be seen anywhere around him unless he's summoned. By making such a statement, he's cutting off all access Vlad might have to him afterward, and as you can imagine, the kid is shocked to the core when he hears this. After the verdict is passed, the exiled young servant walks down the halls to get as far from the mayor as he can. As he leaves the place, he has mixed feelings about what just happened, but the fact that he'd have to see the looks of disappointment on Sir Jaeger's face makes his heart sink on the spot. Our boy suddenly gets interrupted by someone standing in the hallway as well. The person expresses his surprise to see that a mere servant managed to upset Master Joseph so much. This mysterious figure hiding in the dark turns out to be none other than Lamond, who is probably the last person our boy wants to see right now. For some reason, the old man thinks that the kid would be interested in talking to him. He asks to confirm if he's speaking with the one they call Vlad, and our boy is just taken aback by the man's audacity. He doesn't say a word, and just stares at the old man, wondering why he would even approach him after what happened in Joseph's office. Seeing that the boy isn't responding to him, Lamond decides to get under his skin a little more by suggesting that he doesn't answer when a grown-up talks to him because he was never taught etiquette. Sure enough, this works well enough to upset the young swordsman. Vlad clenches his fist when he hears these words fly out of the old man's mouth, and even though he wants to beat the shit out of this nosy troublemaker right now, he does everything he can to hold himself from snapping. The reason Vlad feels so pissed at this point is that he feels he's already been taught enough of etiquette from the madam who looked at him with the eyes of a mother, and when he remembers her loving warm smile, the anger inside him is suddenly calmed. Our boy refuses to prove Lamond right by lashing out at him a second time, so he maintains his composure and calms down. He opens up his fist and places a hand in front of his chest as he lets the anger wash away from him. Once he's calm, he looks up and introduces himself as Vlad in a polite manner before asking Lamond who he is. The kid's tone is extremely calm and respectful, but the look in his cold blue eyes makes the old man a little wary. The gaze is so cold and it almost looks like the eyes of someone asking for an opponent's name before starting a duel. To make things look even worse, Vlad appears to have his hand reaching for his sword, so the old man concludes that the boy is challenging him to a fight. With this thought in mind, a sinister smile cracks wide open on his face as his old blood starts to boil again. Apparently, this is what he's been looking forward to because it's been so long since someone managed to make him feel such energy. Now that our boy has finally started talking to him, Lamond feels that he at least owes the boy a response. Seeing that the kid wants to know his name, he responds to him, but he doesn't give a name. Instead, the old man claims that he doesn't have any name that he can go by right away, and as you can imagine, our boy doesn't even know what to say to that. He's probably already bored of the annoying conversation, so he just keeps a blank expression on his face as he stares at Lamond in silence. The silence is suddenly broken when Lamond slams a pole on the ground, revealing the banner in his hand. At this point, our boy gets to see all the emblems on his flag, and he's shocked to see how many are on there. Vlad would never have imagined that this feeble-looking old man would have such a high rank. At the same time, Lamond casually introduces himself as someone who walks the lowest path. He then reveals that he hasn't completed his duty yet. There are knights who would grow old without dying since they couldn't retire honorably on the battlefield. As such, they're forced to walk among the lowest places in order to find back the honor that's been lost along the way. This is just like what the founding king, who was also a swordmaster, did in his last moments. The scene shifts all of a sudden. We're taken back to Dermer. Here, the princess and her advisor seem to be in the middle of some sort of strategy formation. The old man concludes that Count Gaidar prepared a bridgehead that leads to the north. More accurately, the Count has taken the region where the bridgehead can be developed. Hearing this, the princess figures that Gaidar has to get past them if he wants to get to the north after all. As such, he wonders if he would come to them, feeling a little worried by what would happen if he visits their force. The old advisor doesn't have an answer either, but all he knows is that they have to be prepared for anything. This makes the princess really worried because she knows that the center is blocked and it would only be a matter of time before they see that the west has closed in already. With this in mind, she concludes that she must write a letter to Count Bayezid before it's too late. After all, she's sure that he will help them now that they need it most, since he has a reason and a duty to do so. In response, her advisor tells her that she's right and points back to the map on the table, revealing that the next point of attack would be Bayezid County, once the enemy forces manage to get past Dermer. The princess is really afraid at this point, but she's also glad that she gave Vlad her handkerchief. The advisor chimes in at this point, admitting that he keeps hearing rumors of the blonde swordsman recently. He feels that the boy is growing up to be a fine man since that's the case, and the princess agrees, suggesting that he might have also made acquaintances with the San Racino as well. This news relieves her a bit because she knows that nothing bad can ever come out of being closer to the church. Hearing this, the old man teases her a little, suggesting that she looks really proud of him. The young lady blushes in response, knowing that it's true, because she invested in him after all. The man agrees with her, claiming that she did really well too because thanks to her continued attention to his movements, their spy network has also grown much stronger. It's grown so much that at this rate, people might start to say that Dermer's famous products are actually spies and not the lemons they've claimed. The man teases the princess with this statement, which earns him a glare from her. Anyway, she doesn't take it too seriously, and since it's clear that their spy network is actually really strong now, she suggests that they expand their surveillance radius. If they can detect any suspicious movements early enough, that will buy them enough time since they have insufficient troops at their disposal. The worried princess looks out the window to the rest of her city, hoping that the enemies just go past Dermer without doing anything. Hearing this, the old man agrees with her. He's just as worried as she is, because he can clearly see that the world is changing rapidly. It's so fast that even he can't guess what's coming next. However, he also feels that the change isn't all bad. Just like how those flowers started to bloom after Vlad left their city, this old man has a feeling that their current situation might just end up bringing them some hope and comfort. Back in Sora, it's already getting late and Vlad is currently ranting in a smithy. He's so pissed by the conversation he had with the old Foji and claims that he wanted to hit Lamond in the head at that moment. He's currently in the smithy of that old man from the start of the story. The bearded man is working on Vlad's sword as he listens to the young boy's rants. At some point, he's forced to ask the blondie what on earth he used the sword to do, because it hasn't even been that long since he repaired it the last time and now it's already damaged again. In response, our boy blankly states that he used the sword on a headless man. He admits that Dullahan was a really tough opponent, but the blacksmith doesn't understand what he even means by a headless man. Seeing how confused the old man is, Vlad tries to make things clear, but he doesn't know how to explain. At this point, the kid feels like the more he sees in the world, the more he fights with beings that he's never seen or heard of before. Because of this, he's starting to feel like that's just his fate. While he's still feeling bad for himself, the old blacksmith suddenly interrupts him and suggests that it's time he changed the sword already. Vlad is surprised to hear this suggestion because that's the last thing he was thinking of doing. The blacksmith feels that the sword isn't as good as it used to be anymore and even claims that it's only a little better than the half-assed swords used by mercenaries. With that being said, the old man goes on to say that our boy would even be lucky to use the worn-out sword to cut through monsters he comes across in the future. It's only made of normal iron and judging by what he can see, the person who made it the first time is just an average blacksmith. The blonde boy is surprised to hear this, so he asks the man what he's even talking about. At this point, the old man decides to spell it out for him, stating that if he uses something that's beneath him, that thing will eventually break. The blacksmith holds the old worn-out sword in front of the boy so he can see what he's talking about, and it's like our boy finally starts to get it. The little lecture is interrupted by a flashback. In this scene, a tough-looking man with a scar on his face suddenly walks into the smithy asking for a sword that can cut through ghosts. Of course, something like that shouldn't even exist, and the look on the old man's face suggests that he doesn't have a blade like that. He just stares at the scar-faced man with a blank expression on his face. The man looks dumbfounded, so he decides to ask once again what the guy wants, and he confirms that it's a blade that cuts through ghosts. The flashback comes to an end, and then the old man tells Vlad the story of how the guy randomly walked into his shop last winter looking for a sword that cuts ghosts. The old man admits that he thought the mercenary was saying nonsense, but then he mentioned Vlad's name. Apparently, that scar-faced mercenary said something about Vlad of Sora cutting a ghost, and of course, this rings a bell in our boy's mind. He can remember the incident clearly, so he knows exactly who the blacksmith is talking about. Vlad remembers the guy as one of the mercenaries he met during the goblin subjugation. And back then, the guy was insistent on finding out where the young knight's sword was from. Hearing this, the blacksmith begins to understand the situation a little more. However, he feels that there's no way Vlad would have been able to use his aura to do it since he was still really young back then. This explains why the mercenary came to ask if there was anything special about the sword. The old man admits that he felt really relieved after the stranger walked into the store talking about Vlad because this was the only way he could confirm that the blonde kid was still alive. However, he also admits that it's truly amazing that the boy managed to accomplish all those great feats with the sword. Once again, our boy doesn't really understand what he means by this. In response, the man simply hands him the sword, but he doesn't say anything. He feels that the boy will keep growing as he overcomes the numerous trials ahead of him. But even after all of this, the sword would remain the same forever. Nevertheless, if it breaks, then that won't be the only thing that breaks. The old man had hoped that his sword wouldn't weigh the young kid down, and he knows that the blade wouldn't want that either. The white-haired man explains that he's not asking him to change the sword right now, but all he wants is for Vlad to at least think about it. With that being said, our boy asks the man if he takes custom orders, but in a shocking twist, the old man reveals that this sword is his last work. As far as he's concerned, the boy should go find another blacksmith. Even though Vlad thinks that he's all grown up now, in times like this, the blacksmith feels that the young man definitely still behaves like a kid. To dread departure is a privilege that young people have, but it's become a normal thing for an old man like him. The blacksmith suddenly asks Vlad if he'll bring the sword back to him soon, and the kid responds, stating that he doesn't have any urgent need for it. But just then, he remembers that he might have to use it soon. Hearing this, the blacksmith decides that he'll sharpen the blade soon. With that being said, he gets right to work and Vlad just watches him quietly. A while later, Vlad is given back the sword and he can literally see his reflection on the blade. He's really impressed because it looks brand new and the blade even looks sharper than it was before. The happy boy thanks the old man in excitement and tells him that he'll be counting on him too. The blacksmith isn't too happy to hear this, so he quickly warns Vlad not to come too often because he actually needs to catch a break. Of course, our boy wouldn't want to be abandoned like that, so he promises to bring some good quality meat for the old man next time. But the blacksmith isn't satisfied with that arrangement since he knows that the meat won't be tasty if that's the only thing he brings. With that being said, our boy quickly promises to bring some good liquor as well the next time he stops by the shop. At this point, the old man bids Vlad goodbye, claiming that he's looking forward to it. As our boy walks away into the dark alley, the man starts coughing violently, suggesting that he's no longer as strong as he used to. He realizes that he needs to rest for the day and that he really gave his all back then. Before going back, he looks over at the boy again and realizes how the way he walks carries certainty and confidence. The geezer is happy to see this anyway, because now the boy is able to easily walk out of this mire called the back alleys. With this in mind, he goes inside his house and goes to bed. Meanwhile, Vlad keeps walking through the dark alleys and that's when we see that someone is secretly following him while hiding in the shadows. It turns out to be Lamond, but just when the man thinks that he's outsmarted the young swordsman, our boy quickly senses that someone is on his tail. In a split second, our boy turns around to confront the mysterious figure following him and Lamond realizes just how good Vlad's instincts are. He now understands why this kid was given the armor of the Bayezid family and he's really impressed. Our hero asks Lamond why he's been following him, but the old man denies it, claiming that they just happened to be walking in the same direction. At this point, the kid starts to get pissed because he knows that Lamond has been following him since he left the city. He's annoyed right now because it's like the geezer has been trying to mess with him since they first met. Lamond relishes this sharp energy and he's also impressed by the fact that Vlad has control over his anger. With this in mind, he's confident that the boy will be capable of even greater things than he thought. It's clear that Vlad doesn't let anger get the best of him, so Lamond figures that the boy must have rebelled on purpose the first time they met. Back then, he didn't even say anything too annoying, so Vlad could have easily kept quiet, but he didn't. Seeing the old man getting worked up thinking about all of this, Vlad casually tells the geezer to say whatever is making him unhappy rather than beating around the bush. Seeing how fearless the kid is, Lamond is delighted because it's been a while since he encountered anyone with such raw words. Intoxicated by the challenge, the old man reaches for his sword, claiming that blades are better than words, and when Vlad sees this, he decides that he'll have to stand up to him. He doesn't know who he is or why he's doing any of this, but he knows that Joseph vouched for him as a former knight of the Bayezid family. With all of this in mind, our boy takes the first swing, which Lamond blocks with ease. As the two clash swords, the old man admits that Vlad has got some good skills, but our boy just stays quiet and continues to throw everything he's got. The old man deflects everything over and over again, so Vlad realizes that he's using the tip of his blade to cut off all the attacks. It's not a coincidence, and our boy can tell that the veteran has seen through his movements already. After only a few exchanges, the young swordsman can tell that Lamond has clashed with countless swords. Seeing that he's been read like a book, Vlad ceases the attack for a moment and the old man teases him, asking if he's tired already. But of course, our boy is not done just yet. In fact, he's just getting started. Vlad grips his sword and charges forward as he activates his aura, and Lamond is taken aback by this because even back in the days of turbulent times, there were only a handful of people who could use aura this vivid at this age. But now, this young boy from Sora is using aura so casually, and the veteran can't help but admit that this is insane. An intense sword fight ensues and Lamond honestly looks like he's enjoying the whole thing. Vlad goes in for the kill with a sweeping move. He takes a big swing with the aura-infused sword, but the old man casually blocks all of his attacks over and over again. Lamond keeps blocking our boy's slashes time and time again, so Vlad decides to go in for a killing blow, but unfortunately, he's not fast enough because the old-timer effortlessly dodges the strike. The heavy aura-infused sword slams into the ground with so much force and the old geezer laughs in excitement. He relishes the challenge because it's probably been a while since he had such a good fight. The man ponders how he likes Vlad's spirit, but right after that, our boy manages to land a hit that sends the man flying a few meters back. The impact pushes Lamond a few steps away and the blonde swordsman wastes no time in capitalizing on the opportunity. Seeing that his opponent has been somewhat destabilized, Vlad attempts to go in for the kill once again. He lunges at the old man with nothing but the intention to finish him off, and in his mind, he decides that he can't afford to let Lamond get away. Sure, his techniques and experience might not be on the same level with that of the veteran, but that doesn't make him any less determined to defeat the old man. In fact, he's confident that he should be able to overwhelm the geezer with his strength since he's a lot younger and technically a lot more vibrant. At least, that's what he thinks. With this in mind, Vlad charges at the sneaky old man and they clash swords once again. The two get locked in this position and a battle of strengths ensues. They stare each other down with their swords clashed together, and at this point, it becomes a test to see which of these two swordsmen is superior when it comes to pure physical strength. Sure enough, our boy appears to have the upper hand since he's younger and probably a bit stronger than Lamon. As they push against one another, Vlad appears to be making some progress by forcing the old man back. He appears to be overwhelming the geezer because Lamon's feet start sliding backwards, suggesting that he's the weaker party in this department. The old man can see this, so he laughs over it, talking about how time is such a cruel thing. On the other hand, our blonde hero can also sense that he's winning this little battle of strength, so he taunts his opponent, claiming that he'd like to see how long the old man can keep that smile on his face. Hearing this, the old man admits that Vlad's strategy was good, but the look on his face suggests that he's more than ready to keep fighting all night. The intense clash of swords continues for a long while, and it becomes really clear that these two opponents are currently at stalemate. Nobody is backing down at the moment, and both swordsmen remain in that same position, neither showing any signs of getting tired. At this point, Lamon teases our boy, suggesting that he's not bad for an old man, and then informs Vlad that this little dance is physical strengthening for him. Unfortunately, the young swordsman appears to be having a tougher time than the old geezer. Judging by the groans on his face, it doesn't look like he's got the kind of stamina that Lamon is armed with. To make matters worse, it seems as though the old man is even getting stronger by the second. He senses the aura coming from Lamon's sword and notices that the strength is unlike what he had a few seconds ago. Seeing the look of shock on our boy's face, the old man taunts Vlad some more, telling him that it's still far too early for him to be surprised. As far as he's concerned, the young swordsman can use the same kind of power if he manages to adapt it quickly enough. Just then, Lamon proves that he really is in a league of his own by using his bare hand to grab Vlad's sword. He holds the blade imbued with aura using nothing but his bare hands, and this should be totally impossible, so the blonde hero is shocked to the core. While he's still taking in the shocking scene in front of him, Lamon uses one hand to push his sword down, and just like that, he's on his way to disarming the young knight. Just when it looks like the fight is about to be over for the blonde warrior, he makes a bold and risky move which turns the tables and leaves the old timer in shock. Sure, Lamon just managed to tie his sword down with one hand, but before he's completely disarmed, he swiftly grabs a small knife from his back and lands a deadly slash on the old man. The geezer is absolutely stunned when he sees what just happened, and he can't help but admit what a smart brat our boy is. He scoffs at the situation, and even though he's pissed, he's also really impressed by what he just witnessed. As far as he's concerned, it was a really smart decision for Vlad to have abandoned his sword, especially since that's not an idea that a knight would be able to come up with after going through proper training. In other words, our boy was extremely bold to have made such a decision, so this veteran is blown away by the balls on this kid. Right now, Lamond is convinced that Vlad must possess the heart of a beast, and this just makes him that more eager to keep fighting. This old man loves a challenge, and right now, our boy is a really worthy opponent. With the excitement filling his mind, he balls his fists and decides to go in with a swift punch now that their sword fight has been put on hold. With the rage inside of him, he generates enough speed and power to land the deadly blow which sends Vlad several meters away. The impact from the punch sent our boy flying like a piece of paper until he crashed into the ground several times. Only a few people would be able to survive such a hit, and by the time Lamond realizes how much force he used, it's already too late. The old-timer becomes worried when he sees how much damage he's done because it's clear that he got serious without realizing it. Scared that he might have killed the young blondie, Lamond rushes to the crash site to check up on our boy, asking him if he's alright. When he gets there, he sees Vlad lying face down in the rubble without moving or responding. At this point, he starts to think that the kid might have fainted, which is pretty disappointing to him because he now feels that Vlad is weak on his defense. While looking at the motionless boy lying in the dirt, the old man recalls what Master Joseph told him about Vlad. Apparently, the young master told Lamond not to hurt our boy too much because the kid is a possibility that he cherishes a lot. Clearly, this old geezer forgot about that conversation when he was landing that life-threatening punch on the young knight. Realizing that he messed up big time, he starts to regret his decisions because the boy in question is still pretty unconscious. It looks like Lamond just knocked our boy out cold, and now he's wondering what he would tell the young master when he's asked what happened. While the old man is busy thinking of a cover story, Vlad opens his eyes, confirming that he's still very conscious. His glowing blue eyes are laced with rage, showing that he's still able to fight. As he lies on the floor, he thinks about what Sir Gregory told him concerning the flames. He remembers that there's always still a chance in any situation as long as the flames don't go out completely. Right now, his flames are still burning, and that means that he's still got a shot at winning this duel. With this in mind, he leaps from the ground with the speed of light and charges at the old knight that just made an attempt on his life. Vlad bolts toward Lamond and grabs his robe before he can realize what's going on. The old geezer is stunned to see that this boy still hasn't given up, but before he can do anything about it, Vlad lands a devastating headbutt on him. Both their heads clash with so much force that little shockwaves appear. It's crazy how neither of them have their skull cracked open, but it seems that our boy took a bit of damage from it. When the dust settles, Vlad is seen on the floor looking extremely dizzy. It's a miracle that he doesn't have a concussion right now, but that doesn't concern him because he feels that he should have won that head jamming contest. Apparently, Lamon cheated just now. The old man sighs in relief, and as he touches his forehead, it's clear that he used some kind of magic to protect himself from getting knocked out at the last second. Turns out that Vlad's attempt would have been very bad for him if he didn't activate the protective shield. Either way, he admits that the kid is very talented, and for this reason, he decides that Vlad just passed his test. Unfortunately, our boy is legitimately unconscious this time around, so he's not awake to hear the verdict. The scene shifts and we're taken back to Sturma, where the head of the Bayezid family is informed of all the recent happenings. His advisor tells him that Lamond is in Sora and reveals that the old geezer seems to be interested in Vlad. Hearing this, the nobleman is intrigued, but he doesn't seem too surprised either. The advisor suddenly states that the news is a relief, and Bayezid agrees with him on that. He goes on to explain that Lamond was a knight of the previous patriarch, and admits that the geezer is difficult to deal with even for him. The nobleman recalls how Lamond sighed and left in disappointment after seeing the quality of servants he had in Sturma, and admits that he didn't really feel good about that experience. So now that the veteran has seen some potential in the blonde swordsman, Bayezid is relieved because he feels that they have recovered some pride on that front. At the same time, he's not sure if he should sigh in disappointment, since the only thing they had to interest Lamond was Vlad's talents. Hearing these concerns, the white-haired advisor simply reminds the patriarch that the times have changed. In his opinion, Lamond is the living evidence of a turbulent time. The old man rose to become a knight while starting as a servant in his time, and for this reason, he won't be interested in the servants of this era who grew up sheltered. In response, Bayezid insists that no matter how much times have changed, there are still things that don't change. Bayezid feels that it wasn't just a simple grumble or complaint when Lamond sighed at the servants in Sturma, but as much as he has a lot to say about that, he decides to reserve his comments in the meantime. Besides all of that, he can't help but feel that a deep impression was left by our young hero, because it just so happens that the San Racino sent Vlad an armor. Bayezid smiles with pride as he stares at the shiny armor, and the advisor admits that the acknowledgement of the San Racino makes Vlad appear even more special than he already is in the eyes of the people. The patriarch agrees once again and feels that he should send the armor to Sora right away for Vlad to receive it. With this thought in mind, he smiles in relief, knowing that the old traditions haven't been cut off yet and that they're still carrying on. The proud patriarch expresses how glad he is, and it's all thanks to a single servant. Anyway, that servant in question is currently waking up elsewhere with a serious headache after suffering a concussion the previous night. From the bruises on our boy's face, you can tell that he got really roughed to by that old man. His head still hurts badly, and all he can think about is how insane that fight was the night before. Vlad begins to recall everything and immediately admits that he's never seen anything like what Lamond did last night. He can't believe that the old geezer was able to use the aura on his body and not on his sword. As these thoughts run through Vlad's mind, the voice in his head chimes in, suggesting that Lamond is someone he can really learn a lot from. After all, talents reveal themselves in various forms, and this veteran has proven to be very talented. In response, our boy seems to agree, suggesting that the reason people respect Lamond so much is because of his strength and competence. It's all starting to make more sense to Vlad now, because the first time he saw the old man, he probably assumed that the guy was a feeble old-timer with no talents. However, he can now see that that's very far from the truth, and he now understands why people like Joseph respect him so much. While he's still thinking about this, Jemima kicks the door open and barges in with a pile of clothes in her hands. She's surprised to see that he's awake, because she just assumed that he was talking in his sleep or something. As you can imagine, our boy doesn't appreciate her barging into his room like that, so he corrects her, reminding her to always knock on the door before entering. Of course, the talkative redhead is quick to defend herself by pointing out how she doesn't have any spare hands to knock since her hands are full with his heavy clothes. At this point, Vlad curiously asks why she's even doing his laundry in the first place, claiming that he would have done it himself. In response, she teases him by calling him sir and then informs him that laundry is all part of the services that her tavern provides. As far as she's concerned, they're expected to do this much and even more since he's a guest living on their most expensive floor after all. The swordsman is puzzled when he hears this and isn't sure what to believe because of how serious she sounds. Just in case she means what she just said, our boy quickly informs her that he doesn't have that much money to pay for their unnecessary services. Before he can finish, she cuts him off, telling him that it's all free because him staying at the tavern is already helping them a lot. Jemima folds his clothes on the table and informs him that Rose's Smiles is now a tavern, stating that a lot of assholes still come around unaware of this change. Hearing this, our boy wonders if his presence alone would be enough to pay for his time at the place, and Jemima claims that Marcella said his name would be valuable enough. After all, he has the mayor of Sora and the second son of the Bayezid family backing him after all. On top of that, they're all convinced that he's a full-fledged knight already, but he quickly corrects her, stating that he's not, and then warns her not to go around saying that. Jemima is surprised to hear this, and while holding Lady Alicia's handkerchief, she points out why she thought he was already a knight. At this point, Vlad starts stuttering and sweating nervously because he's afraid that something might have happened to the princess. Out of the blue, Jemima suddenly tells him that she feels a sense of satisfaction from cutting her hair and helping him wield a sword. In her opinion, he's made it really big in life. Not knowing how to respond to this, Vlad just tells her that he's thankful for that. But then Jemima bolts out of the room, leaving him with that thought and feeling of gratitude. Valuable individuals shine regardless of where they are, and people will always want these brilliant individuals. Speaking of brilliant individuals, remember that Black Stallion Vlad teamed up with to defeat the Death Worm? Well, we're about to find out what the horse has been up to. Apparently, after he passed down his role as the leader of his groups, he went his way to look for the boy as he remembered what happened that day. Unfortunately, he was stopped by those who wanted brilliant individuals. On his search for Vlad, the Black Stallion was ambushed by a group of hunters, and despite his best efforts to escape, the men were determined to capture him. They chased the stallion on their own horses until they caught up to him, and unfortunately, the brilliant boy that rode him wasn't around on this day. This tragic experience is something that the horse must go through on his own, and it's a lot harder because the hunters are determined to capture him. Elsewhere, we catch you with our boy who's currently having dinner. Lamond is still trying to appease him for almost killing him in an alley, but Vlad isn't having any of it. The old man claims that he's already apologized before, but seeing that the boy is still not satisfied, he promises to give him something good so he won't be angry anymore. Unfortunately, this doesn't convince the blondie, especially since he knows that there are many things that money can't buy. The gloomy kid eats his meal with a frown on his face as he admits how much he liked his old armor. In response, Lamond claims that he understands because he knows that it's an armor that is only given to servants who show promise. He even claims that he hugged his own armor tightly when he first received it. This just pisses Vlad off because the geezer ruined his armor knowing how special it was to him. At this point, Lamond just feels really guilty, so he asks our boy to go somewhere with him. Of course, Vlad asks where they're going, and the old man claims that they need to show Joseph how useful he is. He tells the kid that he'll be seen as nothing more than a troublemaker if he just fools around during his suspension. The veteran is really good with words, so this statement is enough to convince the blonde boy. Even the voice agrees, knowing that Joseph holds Lamond in high regard. Now that they're on the same page, Vlad asks how he is supposed to show his usefulness, so Lamond tells him that they should do something together, claiming that they'll report on it later. Extremely curious, he asks Lamond what they'll be doing together, and the clever old man just responds with a mischievous grin on his face, asking him if he likes horses. The scene shifts once again, and the next thing we see is that the two are on a trip through the wilderness. In the wagon, Lamond talks about the rumor of a black horse that was seen wandering in Sora until it disappeared one day like it was possessed by a ghost. Just then, Goth chimes in, claiming that he heard the rumors, and then reveals that people call it the spirit horse. This is the first time Vlad is hearing of such, so he is really surprised, and Goth admits that he has a bad feeling about their trip. At this point, Vlad becomes worried because he's afraid that the spirit horse has something to do with the headless knight, since Dullahan was able to possess the women in the village. With these concerns arising, the voice in Vlad's head concludes that Dullahan and the rumors might be related if truly it's a spirit horse. Feeling that their journey might be a lot more dangerous than they initially thought, our boy asks Lamond if it's okay to be lying around so casually. However, the nonchalant old man insists that there's nothing else for them to do while following the merchants. Vlad still feels that they should be vigilant at least, but the geezer simply tells him to rest up, certain that the horse would come looking for them. This makes Vlad curious and even more restless, so Lamond informs him that this so-called spirit horse isn't just fast but also has some strange behaviors. Of course, Vlad asks what they are, so the man tells him how the horse watches from afar when people on horse carriages pass by. This puzzles our boy, so Lamond just assures him that the spirit horse is no ordinary horse since it knows what it's doing. All of this just makes our boy uneasy, and he starts to think that the investigation squad would have come to Sora to check for suspicious trails if it's really a horse controlled by evil people. Knowing how Vlad is, Lamond can literally hear the boy thinking intently, so he reminds him that there's nothing he can do even if he thinks so hard. As far as he's concerned, they'll all know the truth when the time is right. Lamond then shuts his eyes again like he's about to doze off, and then reveals to us that he only brought up the rumor of the horse so that he can observe Vlad up close over the next few days. This is a little test for our boy, and if Lamond likes what he sees, then he'll teach the kid something. All of a sudden, he asks Vald how long it's been since he started using aura, and the swordsman claims it's been about 3 or 4 months. Hearing this, the geezer casually admits that our boy's progress is really fast, even though he finds it interesting that Vlad still hasn't found his own color despite all that. The blonde kid is taken aback by this statement because he's never heard anything about his aura having a specific color. At this point, Lamond reveals that aura is a manifestation of one's heart and explains that he hasn't found his color because his world hasn't been decided yet. With this enlightenment, the eager boy curiously asks what he has to do to find his own color. He almost startles the old man with his anxiety, and Lamond is surprised that he wasn't taught anything about aura. Vlad claims that he was taught only the basics, so Lamond concludes that Sir Jaeger probably has a reason for not telling the kid anything yet. So, he decides not to teach Vlad too much yet. With this in mind, he tells the boy to show more of himself to the world and not to hide it too much, which just confuses Vlad even more. The veteran feels that he should create something to bring out his inner world, claiming that this is what knights call the key. Lamond reminds Vlad that the knights who use aura weren't using it alone. He wants our boy to think carefully and recall if they did a specific action. But he can't really remember anything right now since all of his encounters with such knights were in some urgent situation. He thinks a bit harder and realizes that all the knights made a certain movement while using aura. Sir Pablo put his sword in front of his shield. Sir Gregory would move his sword along with his feet. Rudiger would flick his sword with his finger. Seeing that the kid has remembered something, Lamond explains that it is the key, a tool in the ritual to open his heart's world big and wide. Our boy claims that he uses only aura, so the geezer, confirming why Lamond said he hasn't found his color. The veteran claims that Jaeger will tell our boy when the time is right, even though it doesn't hurt to think about it in advance. Just then, the old man senses something strange, so he quickly tells Vlad to get down right before the voice yells the same thing. An arrow flies past them in that same moment, and Lamond realizes that their journey will not be as smooth as he thought. He quickly informs the rest of the traveling party that they're being ambushed and tells them to be on guard. Before they can understand what's going on, one of them gets shot in the head and commotion ensues as the horses get startled. They don't know where the arrows are coming from, but then one of the knights locates the huge group of bandits on the horizon. Seeing this, Lamond tells Goth to get the horse running quickly and to hold on tightly so it doesn't escape. Vlad is shocked to see bandits in a place like this, so Lamond explains that they're no ordinary group of bandits. In fact, they're way more troublesome than your regular bandits because it just so happens that they're barbarians. That word is quite a throwback for this channel, because we all know and love barbarians thanks to our boy Bjorn. The story resumes on the plains that are about to be turned into a battlefield. All of a sudden, a barrage of arrows is unleashed by the army of barbarians, and as you can imagine, that marks the beginning of an intense bloodbath on the plains. The mercenaries and all the other people traveling are caught off guard by this sudden attack. Heck, they didn't even expect to come across the deadly heathen army along the way, so they're not exactly prepared enough for such an encounter. However, they do the best they can to defend themselves, using their shields to block the arrows being shot at them. They've already braced themselves and organized themselves to be able to hold back the attacks, but it only takes a few seconds for them to realize that they've been overwhelmed. Nevertheless, they urge each other to hang in there and hold the formation long enough for the enemy forces to tire out at least. Unfortunately, the barbarians don't look like they'll get tired anytime soon. The archers among them draw their arrows a second time as they prepare to launch another deadly wave. The barbarians shoot a second sea of arrows at the travelers and immediately start to advance. From the look of things, these dangerous warriors have been looking for an opportunity to deal with some people, and these mercenaries were just unlucky enough to be the scapegoats at this time. The heathens have gravity on their side at the moment, and they're bent on using it because all of a sudden, they start charging at the stunned mercenaries with blistering speed. Our boy and his little group watch the whole thing unfold from afar. They're at the back of the pack, so they're able to quickly get themselves hidden and safe from the wrath of the barbarians. Lamond seems to have known something would happen because when the heathens start their onslaught, he's not surprised at all. He already knows that they would be the ones to start attacking the mercenaries first. This explains why he decided to travel with the merchants who were at the rear of the traveling convoy. As such, they've bought themselves some time, and so they'll be able to come up with a plan before they're surrounded. Seeing all of this, our hero is pretty confused. He has no idea what the barbarians are doing in this part of the country when everyone knows that they live beyond the northern borders. He can't wrap his head around the whole thing, and the old knight agrees with him, admitting that it's weird indeed. Lamond claims that he's never seen anything like this before, since they barbarians have never been known to cross this far out in the past. This sudden turn of events makes the old knight pretty upset because he was thinking that they'd finally get the chance to enjoy an easy trip. Unfortunately, they've been faced with the opposite, and now they have no choice but to draw their swords and clash blades with ruthless heathen warriors. With this in mind, Lamond takes out his sword as he prepares to go teach some barbarians a lesson. While doing this, he tells the coachman Goth to put a saddle on the horse, confirming that he's riding into the eye of the storm to take care of the situation. We've never actually seen this old geezer in action. Apart from the time he had an intense duel with our boy, we've not seen him in battle, especially against numerous enemies, so it would be really cool to see what the veteran swordsman is capable of on the battlefield. When he tells Goth to saddle the horse, the young man is reluctant to do so because he knows that the horse is meant for carrying luggage and not built for battle. He's afraid that the horse won't be good enough, but Lamond reminds him that it's better than having to run across the battlefield, flooded with enemies on horseback. Without a doubt, they can all see that they won't stand a chance against the barbarians if they don't have a horse of their own, and Lamond makes this crystal clear. It's no news that the ruthless heathens are some of the best horse riders in their world. Barbarians are said to be born on top of a horse, and that's saying something. Everyone knows that they're exceptional riders regardless of their gender or even their age. However, there are a few warriors who are regarded as the exceptions, and for this reason, Lamond believes that they shouldn't be able to handle a knight one-on-one. The old geezer makes this bold statement and urges our boy to burn his next words into his mind. Once he's sure that Vlad is paying complete attention to him, he tells the boy that he needs to destroy barbarians' mobility when dealing with them because that is pretty much their greatest strength and also their biggest weakness. While Lamond is still trying to give our boy a pep talk, Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by a loud, intimidating voice which gets their attention immediately. They all listen up just like all the overpowered mercenaries lying injured on the battlefield. The man appears to be the leader of the barbarians, and he starts his little speech by telling all the mercenaries and merchants that he and his men don't intend to kill any of them. That being said, he promises to let them go if they pay the toll fees being demanded of them. Hearing this, the mercenaries are shocked. They're quite relieved that the onslaught has been halted, but they can't wrap their heads around the fact that the barbarians will really let them go if they just pay the toll fees. While most of them are still trying to understand what's going on, one of the desperate and terrified merchants at the back raises his hand to indicate his compliance. He speaks on behalf of the merchants, claiming that they all agree to pay the toll fees. Right now, he's ready to do whatever it takes to leave this place with his life, so he asks the barbarian leader how much the fee is. In response, the ruthless boss informs them that the toll fees to pass this point is everything they have except their lives. He makes it clear to them that the only way they can satisfy the bandit army is by giving up everything they own, and that means that they're to leave this place with just their bodies and nothing else. These words hit the man like a lightning bolt because he probably thought that the fee would be something he can easily do. He had no idea that he would have to lose everything he owns, and so the look of horror on his face is evident. The leader of the barbarians continues speaking while the stunned man stares in horror. He tells the merchants and mercenaries that they would be paying their toll fees to the afterlife if they dare to hold on to anything, and judging by the look on this man's face, you can tell that he won't be showing anybody mercy. The travelers continue to hide behind their shields, which have already been damaged by the arrows, and when the spokesman from earlier takes a closer look at the scenes in front of him, he realizes that there's really no hope of winning with just the mercenaries on their side. They've already paid such a high price to be escorted by the mercs, but right now, it all seems to have been in vain. The man admits that he didn't think they would run into mounted bandits in the Bayezid territory of all places. As if that isn't bad enough, they ended up coming across barbarians, the worst people anyone can ever encounter on a journey. Even though they've already paid a lot of money to guarantee their safety and protection, they have no choice but to comply with the barbarians' terms. At the moment, their top priority is to live their lives. But the spokesman of the merchants still wonders if they can really trust the words of the heathens. He doesn't say anything that suggests he won't obey the instructions, and just like that, the barbarian leader signals his men to take action. All of a sudden, one of the barbarians starts riding forward, and as he gets ahead of the others, he tells them to follow him, so they do. From afar, Vlad can see everything that's going on, so he realizes that the barbarians have started the move and suggests that they're trying to rob the merchants now. Because of this, he states that he doesn't like the heathens, while Lamond and Goth just react to this with the same look on their faces. It's like our boy is the only one who isn't familiar with the mounted bandits, so the whole thing is still so new to him. Anyway, Lamond responds to Vlad, claiming that he tried to like the barbarians for a while, but unfortunately, that didn't work for him. All of a sudden, they notice some of the barbarians coming toward them, and Lamond tells the boys to get ready. The old knight tells Vlad that he'll probably only have one chance against the barbarians because he doesn't know how to ride a horse. The young swordsman just sighs when he hears this because he knows that he's in for a tough fight. Nevertheless, he's confident that he'll come out victorious, so he takes out his sword and braces himself for the enemies approaching them. Just when the barbarians are a few meters away from them, Vlad does something really strange to the horses which causes them to stop in their tracks. For some reason, the horses are absolutely terrified and refuse to go any further when they see the kid's murderous glare. The barbarians don't seem to understand what's going on, so they try to force their horses forward, but this doesn't work because all of a sudden, the animals start to freak out, so much so that they almost throw their riders off their backs. It's at this point that they realize just how scared the animals are. As such, they conclude that something strange is going on, so they decide to check it out. At the same time, we see that Vlad is struggling with his own powers. It's starting to look like he's not in control because he's really upset that his darn energy is getting in the way again. Seeing all of this, Lamond decides that it's the best time to strike the disoriented enemies. After all, their horses are now malfunctioning, which basically means that their mobility has been greatly affected. The old man charges forward on horseback, encouraging Vlad and Goth to follow him into battle. As you can imagine, Vlad doesn't hesitate to join the veteran even though he's on foot. It's not the best condition for an attack, but the experienced knight is willing to take the chances. The distance between them and the enemies is not ideal, and it's evident that those barbarians aren't getting off their horses, but Lamond feels that this is their only chance to deal some significant damage. It's supposed to be a surprise attack that the enemies won't expect, but because of the huge distance between them, the barbarians are able to spot Vlad and the old knight coming toward them. The guy seems extremely confident and is absolutely unfazed by the identity of the people coming at him. In his mind, he can take them on because to him, it's just an old man and a brat. Convinced that the duo will be a piece of cake for them, the barbarians charge forward on their horses, hoping to intimidate Lamond and our boy with their force and speed. The barbarian tells his partners to cut the strangers down, so they all launch their curved blades at Vlad like a boomerang, which means that it would probably come back to them after doing the job. The old knight sees the arrogant enemies charging at him, which pisses him off a lot. He's annoyed that these shitheads would even dare to force him into a fight, so he decides that he'll teach them a lesson. That being said, the veteran knight blasts himself at the barbarians and shoots them off their horses before they can even see him. Lamon moves faster than they can even comprehend, and before they know it, he's already in front of them. Using incredible power, he takes out the first two bandits with deadly slashes of his sword. The others are stunned when they see this because they immediately identify this power as aura. As such, they figure out that the old man is a knight, and so they start to wonder what on earth a knight is doing in a place like this. Judging by the looks on their faces, they're all afraid, and this is confirmed when they start turning their horses around all of a sudden. These barbarians begin to retreat as fast as they can, determined to put some distance between the knights and them. They're not ready to take any chances because they already know just how dangerous knights are when it comes to a clash of swords. Even though these guys are quick to turn around, their plan to escape is instantly foiled when Vlad ambushes them. Our blonde hero sneaks up on them from above like a ninja, and when they see him right on top of their heads, they realize that they're done for. The first barbarian to see Vlad on the attack is so terrified that he freezes in fear, and the young knight just makes things worse for them by telling the scumbags that they're not going anywhere. Hearing this, the enemy's eyes pop out in fear, and before he can even process what he just heard, our boy ruthlessly decapitates him and knocks him off the horse. Vlad kills the first man in the blink of an eye, and when the last colleague spots his buddy's head lying in the sand, his fear level shoots up immediately. He's so stunned that he just remains frozen in shock. He doesn't know whether to try escaping or trying fighting back, so he just stays on the same spot as his horse, which is also pretty terrified of the young hero already. Just then, Vlad turns around and glares at the barbarian, sending chills down his spine. The guy becomes extremely afraid when he sees the look on our boy's face, and in that moment, all uncertainty in his mind vanishes because he immediately decides that the only fight option would be to run for his life. That being said, the heathen in the group rides his horse away from the scene as fast as he can, and he's lucky that our boy doesn't have a horse because there's no way he would have left that place alive if things were different. Vlad just stares at the guy riding away, and that's when Lamon calls out to him, informing him that this was a failed ambush by the barbarians. As such, he wants the boy to follow him into battle immediately because they need to kill as many enemies as possible before they go and get reinforcements. It appears that the knights might be too late already because while the veteran is still saying this, one of the barbarians appears right above him for yet another ambush. Our blonde hero is the one who sees this first, so he quickly warns the old man. By the time Lamon realizes that he's under attack, the enemy is already really close to him. The barbarian on the move stretches out his curved sword in an attempt to take the old knight's head off in one swing, and as he tries to do this, Lamon turns around swiftly. The powerful knight quickly blocks the attack using his own sword, and the clash is so intense that both blades start to spark from the impact. The old man smiles while they hold each other off, revealing that this little exchange is nothing for him. On the other hand, the barbarian can feel just how powerful the white-haired fellow is and wonders where someone so strong even came from. While he's still thinking about this, he takes a closer look and realizes that the old man clashing swords with him is a knight. Even at that, this high-ranking barbarian doesn't seem too bothered, which is really bold of him. Lamond is intrigued when he notices that the guy's unfazed even after seeing his aura, and this makes him conclude that he's not facing an opponent he'll be able to cut down easily with one strike. As a result, he engages the barbarian completely and faces the guy with everything he's got while shouting for Vlad to run away as fast as he can. As you can imagine, the boy is taken aback since he understands that Lamond is saying this because he is having a hard time. The young swordsman just stands there, reluctant to leave his new friend behind, but the old man yells at him to go away, reminding him that the mercenaries would run away any chance they get. In other words, the merchants would be exposed and completely unprotected, so he wants our boy to return to the scene and do what he can to help the people. Even at this point, Vlad is still reluctant to leave Lamond there, so he tries to argue, but the old man cuts him off, making it absolutely clear to him that he's of no use here since he doesn't have a horse. That being said, he orders our boy to make his way to the people immediately, and at this point, our boy finally decides to leave. Vlad grabs his swords as he obeys the orders and starts running to the other side. Unfortunately, before he can even start moving, another high-ranking barbarian starts riding toward him with murderous intent. The big guy blazes toward our boy with insane speed, and the blonde swordsman is caught off guard for the first time in this battle. Thankfully, his instincts kick in at the very last second and he's able to deflect the sword slash with his own blade. The impact pushes him back a lot as the horse jets past him. He almost falls to the ground but manages to scrape along the sand long enough to regain his balance. As you can imagine, this attack sends dust flying all over the place, making things a lot harder for our boy, who is unfortunately on foot. He groans and admits that the attack was pretty heavy. The impact is even greater because the speed of the horse was added to the attack, and after thinking about this, he realizes that he's in for a really tough duel. Vlad sees the barbarian turning around to come at him for round 2, and the voice finally comes to help him out since he can sense the boy's tension. The voice tells Vlad to calm down and advises the young swordsman to stand his ground against the enemy. But these words of encouragement don't seem to be doing a lot since our boy is already panicking because he doesn't have a horse. He wishes he could ride one because he's at a serious disadvantage right now, and while he's still thinking about this, something strange happens all of a sudden. Vlad's eyes begin to glow as if he just sensed something, and even the barbarians suddenly see dust clouds forming in the distance. They're confused because they have no idea who it could be, and they wonder if the warriors from another group came back. That guess doesn't sound correct to them because from what they can see, it doesn't look like the dust clouds are being formed by more than one person. After pondering for a while, they start to see things more clearly, and that's when they realize that there's only one black horse and it doesn't even have a rider. Our boy hears the sound and a smile creeps up on his face because he already recognizes the black horse running toward the battlefield. The barbarians are also familiar with the horse, but it doesn't look like they have any good memories together. They alarm each other when they see the horse, claiming that it got away from them the last time they tried to capture it. Now, the horse is coming to them by itself and they're determined to catch it this time around. It turns out that this majestic horse is really famous around here and they call it the Son of the Grasslands. All of a sudden, the barbarians change their objective because they're no longer so concerned about robbing the traveling merchants. At the moment, they've seen a much bigger prize, so they organize themselves and prepare to chase the horse with their numbers. They gather themselves, determined to capture the Son of the Grasslands, and as they start going toward the horse, we realize that the powerful creature isn't backing down either. You'd expect the horse to start running the opposite direction when it sees them attacking with their swords and ropes. However, that's not the case because this horse is actually charging fearlessly at the barbarians right now. They attempt to capture it with their ropes, but they all miss for some reason and are unable to make an accurate hit on the target. The Son of the Grasslands runs past this first wave of heathens without stress, and the men are pretty disappointed in themselves when they see how effortlessly the creature got away from them. The horse blazes past and continues to run away from them, but they're determined to win this prize, so they urge each other to go after the horse still rather than just standing around there. Clearly, the Son of the Grasslands is the fastest horse around, so they're unable to close the gap during the chase, and while they're still at it, our boy climbs a platform so that the horse can see him because he knows that his old friend is coming to help him out. Our boy calls out to the horse, giving it his location, and judging by the way his eye is glowing right now, you can see that he is somehow connected to the creature since its eyes are glowing as well. The horse stops in its tracks all of a sudden when it sees the aura radiating from the young swordsman's body high on a cliff, and that's enough for the Son of the Grasslands to start speeding toward our boy. Now, it's evident to everyone that the boy and the horse are teaming up, so when the barbarian sees Vlad running toward the black horse, he gives chase, attempting to foil this little reunion. Our boy runs as fast as he can, but the horse behind him catches up easily, and just when the heathen is about to slash him with his curved sword, the boy jumps off the cliff hoping to escape. The blonde swordsman took a big leap of faith with that one, and once he's in the air, he realizes how dangerous the situation is. At this point, he's probably afraid that he might get hurt, but then all of a sudden, we see that the Son of the Grasslands also took a big leap, and as if on cue, the horse gets in the perfect position for Vlad to land right on top of its back. It's a wild horse, so there's no saddle, and Vlad is forced to stay put by holding onto its mane. The barbarians are stunned when they see what just happened. It's practically impossible for them because they never imagined that the Son of the Grasslands, a horse that possessed divine blood, would actually ever allow someone who's not from the Grasslands to ride it. It all looks so unbelievable to everyone else, and while the barbarians are trying to wrap their heads around it, our boy rides with confidence into the battlefield. He has a horse now, so he's no longer at a disadvantage, which means that he can easily go help the merchants who are currently being stripped of everything they own. As he rides along the plains, Vlad starts laughing excitedly all of a sudden because he hasn't felt the thrill of riding a horse in a long time. This is it. This is the feeling from back then when he fought the death worm. It's the feeling telling him that he doesn't have to hold himself back anymore, and you can already guess that it's the same feeling that the horse is experiencing right now. The feeling of freedom engulfs our boy so much that he lets go of the horse's mane, knowing that he won't fall off. He knows that he can now run to his heart's content, and that's exactly what he is going to do. While our boy is still enjoying his first taste of absolute freedom in a long time, the barbarians are still plotting to capture the Son of the Grasslands. As a result, they all go after the horse, ready to do whatever it takes to get the creature for themselves. The bandits refuse to lose this time around, and they are not willing to hand over the Son of the Grasslands to a mere brat from the Empire. Or at least that's all they think our boy Vlad is right now. While some are chasing the young swordsman, we see that our boy is actually riding toward the rest of the barbarian army, feeling pretty good that he'll defeat them. They're also confident that they would win this intense battle that's about to unfold, so they charge at the lone warrior, determined to show him just how powerful they are together. At this point, Vlad decides that it's time for him to activate his aura, and the moment he does this, the Son of the Grasslands does the same. At the moment, both man and horse are practically in sync, and they're an extremely formidable force as well. The power from the both of them shines through the plains, leaving most of the barbarians astounded. It's practically a blinding light that fills the battlefield, and as they charge toward the target, the beam hits all of them like a thunderbolt. They're all left speechless when they see this, and it's pretty obvious that they've never come across such power like that before. It turns out that this aura-powered beam of light that shone through the place was actually what one would call a killer ray. With each beam that hits any of the barbarians, the power of our boy's combined aura kills them on the spot. And just like that, Vlad manages to wipe out an entire wave of heathen warriors without even having to do much. All he does is make one insane slash of his sword, which immediately multiplies in the blink of an eye to kill numerous barbarian enemies. After wiping out the first wave of the heathen army, the remaining barbarians are horrified because they suddenly realize that the kid is a knight too. They thought that he was just some brat from the Empire who wants to steal their prize from them, but now that they know he's a knight, their fear levels increase drastically. The men look back in horror, wondering just how many of their men Vlad killed in the blink of an eye. Seeing just how dangerous the young swordsman is, the barbarians realize that they'll just end up dead if they keep fighting him like that. As such, they advise themselves not to fight the boy head on. Right now, the wisest thing to do would be to get away from him and attack from afar. Before they can even come up with another plan to use against him, Vlad turns around with his horse and turns the tables on them. Their plan was to just run far enough to unleash ranged attacks on him and the son of the grasslands. Unfortunately, our boy is not going to give them that opportunity, so he swiftly turns around and gets to their backs, making them the runners while he's the pursuer. Now, they're forced to keep riding away, hoping they can outrun the son of the grasslands, but they already probably know better than that since the black horse is undoubtedly the fastest creature around. Anyway, Vlad is right on their tails, and as he gets even closer, he lifts his aura-infused sword and prepares the strike. Even though their situation is starting to look really bleak, they refuse to give up, so they decide to split up into two sides. This way, they feel that they'll probably be able to circle around Vlad and surround him from good. It appears that the son of the grasslands knows exactly what they're trying to do, because the moment they come up with this idea, the black horse with its white magical horse makes a strange sound, calling out to all the other horses. They seem to be affected by this call because they refuse to obey their riders. The barbarians try to make their horses change direction, but the animals refuse, which is very unlike them. They begin to wonder what's going on when their animals start to act weird, and most of them just confirm that their horses are scared. At this point, the leader of this wave gets really pissed because he doesn't understand what on earth would be making the horses so scared at this crucial time. He asks the question with so much disgust and irritation laced in his voice, and while he's still complaining about the horses, he takes a look back and sees just how menacing the young warrior is on the back of his horse. Vlad's expression is laced with an ominous demeanor, and the horse looks even more deadly with its pointy unicorn horn and its scary glowing eyes. Due to the insane levels of power emanating from the both of them, aura fills the sky, and they've pretty much changed the weather as well. It's like there's a storm coming, and as our boy emerges from the terrifying clouds of energy behind him, the barbarians run for their lives, knowing that they won't stand a chance against someone as scary as the young swordsman. The heathens are so scared at this point because in only a matter of seconds, Vlad somehow managed to turn the tides of this whole situation, and he has also somehow transformed the battlefield into a really scary nightmare for the barbarians. With the way things are going, it's only a matter of time before he wipes them all out, so he addresses them, informing them that they will be the ones getting hunted from this point on. Right now, Vlad is getting extremely confident, and you can't blame him for feeling this way when he's got the ruthless barbarians running for their lives like scared animals. Unfortunately, his little high is about to be interrupted because all of a sudden, the high-ranking member of the barbarian army from earlier reappears, and this time around, he looks even more powerful than before. He's been giving Lamond a real hard time for a while now, and it appears that he might actually be overpowering the veteran knight. He lands a powerful strike which the old geezer blocks, even though it's not exactly easy. Just as he noticed earlier, the guy is really strong and Lamond is struggling to keep taking the hits. The force from all the attacks seems to be taking a toll on the old man's horse. The creature starts foaming at the mouth, suggesting tiredness, and at this point, it's once again very clear that this horse wasn't built for battle. Lamond can see that his horse won't be able to take any more damage and admits that he was too hard on Packhorse. Now that his horse has pretty much given up, the old knight figures that it's all over for him. With this in mind, Lamond and his horse are forced to suffer one last finishing strike which forces him to steer wide even though he managed to block the sword strike. Unfortunately, neither him or the horse is able to maintain balance, and it only takes a couple seconds for them to trip and tumble in the sand. This sends dust shooting up and filling the air. By the time the dust settles, all that's left is the half-dead horse lying on the ground. Its eyes are white, and it's only a matter of time before it gives up the ghost. The old man is disappointed by what happened, but it doesn't mean that he's any less prepared to show this barbarian scum what he's capable of. The guy does seem to be moved by the fact that he's a knight, so he would like to put that fear of swordsman back in his heart. Lamond smiles at the situation, feeling stirred up by the challenge before him because it's been a while since he felt this way, and he didn't expect that there would even be another person that would be able to get his blood boiling again. Anyway, enough of the chit-chat. The old knight takes out his sword, prepared for a duel, and when the barbarian turns around to see that the geezer is back on his feet, he just gets pissed at how persistent Lamond is. Even though the old knight has proven himself to be a tough nut to crack, this pony-tailed barbarian feels that it is over for him now. Just when their duel is about to resume, they both hear a strange noise which gets their attention, and Lamond instantly recognizes it as the sound of the barbarian's horn. He's absolutely spot on with this guess because when he turns around, He sees that the young swordsman is the one pursuing the barbarian army. What's even more shocking is the fact that he's riding a horse too. Our boy rides majestically, forcing the heathens to retreat, and when the leader of the army sees this, he's absolutely furious. To think that a young boy from the empire would send his best warriors taking to their heels like chickens makes him sick to his stomach, so he rides toward them with rage in his eyes, determined to punish our boy for making a fool out of his army. Just like that, Lamond is no longer forced to pull out the tricks up his sleeves because his opponent now has bigger fish to fry. The leader of the heathen army rides off to challenge Vlad, feeling insulted, and even though the old man calls out for the bastard to stop, the barbarian leader just ignores him. Apparently, the reason why the guy is so mad is the fact that Vlad is riding that particular black horse. The son of the grasslands rejected even the leader of the barbarian army, and that's saying something since these guys are literally born to be with horses. Before Vlad, the guy was seemingly the only person who should even be worthy to ride such a stallion, but even he got rejected. So, it really baffles him to see the blonde boy from the empire riding the beast, and as such, he calls out to Vlad, commanding him to get off the horse immediately. When Vlad sees the barbarian leader charging at him, he's surprised because the guy is supposed to be fighting Lamond right now. Seeing him alone makes our boy wonder if the old man got killed or something. But then he takes a closer look and spots the old geezer at the back. Our boy heaves a sigh of relief at this point, because he was afraid that Lamond might be dead. While he's still mentally celebrating, the barbarian leader yells at him again, ordering him once again to get off the horse, because he believes that the son of the grasslands is not a horse that someone like Vlad can ride. Hearing these words, our boy is really pissed, so he hits back at the guy, warning him not to fuck around with the wrong dude. I mean, who the hell is he to tell our hero what to do? Enraged by Vlad's bold response, the barbarian leader yells furiously for the boy to shut up. He's beyond angry right now, and Vlad can tell because he suddenly sees a huge wave of red magic radiating from the guy's body. It's at this point that the voice in his head reveals that some of the barbarians can use magic to engrave their own world. Hearing this, the young swordsman suggests that this heathen army leader is at least on the level of a knight who can control aura, and that means he's certainly no pushover. While our boy is still busy assessing his opponent, the angry barbarian vows to take his life as the price for sullying a divine horse, and as you can imagine, Vlad accepts the challenge, stating that he'd like to see him try. At this point, both men are boiling with rage and fuming with aura, so the next thing coming is an intense battle which they don't fail to provide because right after all the yelling, they charge at each other like two deadly jousters ready to risk it all. The two warriors continue to go at each other after the first clash. They ride side by side and continue to clash blades in the process. The barbarian leader uses his curved blade to land hit after hit, while our boy uses his aura-infused sword to counter each strike over and over again. It gets to a point where they seem to be at a stalemate because they're almost evenly matched right now. As they hold their swords against each other, the barbarian glares at our boy with his glowing eyes, probably thinking he can intimidate the young knight with this method. But after a while, it's clear to him that Vlad is not even slightly afraid of him. With this in mind, he decides to end the staring contest and suddenly stops his horse. Our boy doesn't predict this move in time, so by the time he realizes that the other guy has stopped, he's already ahead. The voice then points out what the barbarian is trying to do, stating that he has now caught them up from behind so that he can sneak up on them. Vlad realizes that this is exactly what's going to happen, but by the time he stops his horse to turn around and face the opponent, it's already too late. Our boy is unable to turn around quickly enough, and the barbarian swiftly charges at him to land a devastating strike on him. Thankfully, the son of the grasslands knows the exact move that the barbarian leader is about to pull, so the horse ducks just in time, which brings Vlad's head lower, allowing him to evade the sword slash by the skin of his teeth. The horse manages to save our boy's life with that risky move, and even though it was really dangerous, Vlad is glad to still be alive, so he thanks the horse for saving him. Meanwhile, the heathen leader is even more pissed now that he missed his opportunity to end Vlad's life. He's also more jealous as well because he can now see so many other impressive traits that the son of the grasslands possesses. It's a horse that was born with divine blood, so he's not too surprised by what just happened since he already knew that it was an extraordinary creature. However, he never imagined that it would be to this extent. At the moment, our young hero feels that he and the horse have already become one in movement. He's faced tons of people who are unbelievably strong so far, and that barbarian is certainly one of them. He knows that he can still deal with any sword attacks the guy throws at him, but he feels that there would still be a problem for him. And just when he's about to think of it, the voice in his head chimes in, telling him that the horse riding technique. The voice points out how our boy doesn't even have a saddle or bridle to ride with. He's basically a newbie to this, and if it wasn't for the special connection he has with the son of the grasslands, he'd probably have fallen off the horse by now. The young knight agrees, claiming that his thighs are even trembling because of how scared he is to keep riding. He's shaking so much that he can't use his legs properly anymore, and the voice informs him that he'll become more disadvantaged the more this drags out. It's clear that Vlad needs a way to flip the situation around. Otherwise he might end up dead. At this point, he suddenly remembers what Lamond told him to engrave into his mind about making sure to kill a barbarian's mobility during a battle. Turns out he actually let that advice stick, and now that he's recalled it, He realizes that this is exactly what he needs to do to flip the situation around. With this in mind, he decides that it's time for him and his heathen opponent to get dirty on the ground. Vlad charges at the barbarian leader, thinking of a way to immobilize the guy, and when the warrior sees them coming at him, he decides that the fight has to end right here and right now since he can't let it carry on. He challenges our boy to bring it on and the charges at Vlad. The blonde knight sees the guy coming at him with insane speed, so he decides that it's time to take some action. With this in mind, he swiftly turns his horse around, so the son of the grasslands swerves so fast that he throws some dirt in the barbarian's face. This gives Vlad enough time to start running away, and when the other heathens see this, they start to jeer. The leader of the army is surprised to see this and even more upset because now he feels that our boy is nothing more than a dishonorable bastard. This is the impression he has of our boy now, and the thought of someone without honor riding the divine horse makes his blood boil. We thought this guy was angry before, but we're now about to witness what pure and diluted rage looks like. The barbarian warlord gets his horse moving as he chases after the young knight, and for some reason, he catches up rather quickly. So, it's almost like our boy is waiting for him to get closer. He obviously has a plan that we don't know yet, and judging by the cheeky smile that creeps up his face, you can tell that it's going to be a really brilliant trick he's got up his sleeves. Once the heathen leader gets close enough, the blonde swordsman engages him in conversation. He reveals that he heard the barbarians are born on top of horses, and then claims that he's always been living in the mud that's beneath the horses. As you'd expect, the furious warrior doesn't give a shit what Vlad is talking about, so he asks the boy what nonsense he's spouting, or at least that's what he thinks the knight is doing. Anyway, our boy turns to look at the angry guy and suggests that he's actually done a lot for him by agreeing to fight on horseback the whole time. And for this reason, he feels that it's about time the barbarian leader did something for him as well. With that being said, he waits patiently for the guy to be right behind him, and when the time is right, he takes off his cloak, allowing it to fly right into his face. This plan should have worked, but the heathen leader's senses are just too sharp. So, the guy is able to see the cloak coming toward him and is able to push it out of the way with one hand. After dodging this bullet, he yells angrily, telling Vlad that his petty tricks won't work anymore. However, before he can finish saying this, he raises his head and is shocked to see the blonde swordsman coming at him from above. Vlad bravely leaps off his horse and attempts to tackle the barbarian off his horse so that they can take their fight to the floor. Sure, the guy has sharp senses, but this time, even though he sees our boy flying toward him, there's nothing he can do to stop it. It all happens so quickly, and before he can even figure out a countermove, the boy grabs him by the neck and tells him that it's time for them to fight in the mud. The barbarian is horrified when he hears these words because our boy sounds pretty crazy right now. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a choice right now since Vlad tackles him to the ground while holding him in a headlock. And just like that, the barbarian loses his mobility. To make matters worse, their fall isn't just a simple one since our boy makes sure to drag the opponent along the slopey hills. Both men roll around in the dirt as they struggle continuously, and the next thing we see is that they're falling off a cliff. Vlad and the barbarian leader see themselves plummeting down the cliff, and the rest of the bandits are horrified to see their boss suffer such a fate. Even Lamon becomes very worried about the young swordsman when he sees this because he knows that falling from such a height would be fatal no matter how strong a knight is. The old man stands at the edge of the cliff, feeling really sorry for Vlad, but then all of a sudden, he takes a closer look down and sees something that makes him laugh. The bottom is glowing brightly, so Lamond already knows the skill that the kid used. At this point, he can't help but feel that our boy is a nasty brat because he literally learned this skill before Lamond decided to teach it to him. Anyway, this technique is an aura-focused skill which allowed Vlad to stay alive after falling from such a height. Besides that, we now see that the young swordsman successfully subdued the barbarian leader. Vlad holds the guy's neck and places his sword inches away from it, so the barbarian leader is forced to introduce himself for the first time. He claims that he is AJ of the Budot tribe, probably thinking that it would make our boy let him go. Unfortunately, our boy doesn't give a shit. The scene shifts back to Soara, where a sister from the convent visits Joseph, telling him to be careful even though he wants to groom his servant. He doesn't seem to understand what she's talking about, so the angry lady just scowls at him. In a flashback scene, we see exactly why she's upset. Apparently, our boy took Jemima away from the convent without going through any procedures when the girl was basically a nun. In this scene, the sister tells Vlad that he has no right to do that even though he's from the Bayezid household. In response to this, he snaps at her, telling her that it's thanks to the Bayezid name that they still have a tomorrow. Vlad's glowing eyes glare at them as his words send chills down their spines. In the present, the sister is certain that Vlad will cause trouble for them in the near future because she feels that he's blasphemous and that he is extremely vicious and impatient. The mayor just stays silent after she's done talking, and then she suggests that Vlad will sully his honor. However, Joseph doesn't agree. He already knew that Vlad disrespected the convent and there was enough time for her to come report him all this while, so he doesn't get why she's only doing that now and warning him about the kid. Now that San Racino has given the boy who was born in the back alleys recognition, the same boy has even been endorsed by the respected priest Andrea. Joseph feels that all of this is intentional since there's only one person who can move the convent head, and that person is Bishop Pierre. Soara is controlled by two people, Mayor Joseph of the Bayezid bloodline, and the bishop who follows the word of God and looks after the people. However, the delicate balance is being swayed. The achievements of Joseph's vassal will definitely give him more influence, so he can now see the opposition's intentions more clearly, because he now realizes that he was their target right from the start. The story continues with Master Joseph having a chat with a visitor in his office. Basically, they're judging the actions of his vassal, Vlad of Soara. While it's true that Vlad gave the opposition a reason to do this, the mayor also believes that certain boundaries ought to be kept. Young Master Joseph feels that they must all know that he's not obliged to do anything just because of his servant's misbehavior. With this in mind, he wonders if there is some kind of other hidden intention behind all of this. While the mayor is thinking about this, he's suddenly drawn out of his thoughts when someone knocks on the door. The person apologizes for disrupting the meeting, and that's when he finally lifts his head to see who's there. It turns out to be none other than Sir Jaeger, who reveals that the stabler that went with Sir Lamond has returned. The usher goes into the room, and the young master just remains speechless for a while as he curiously waits to hear what the stabler has got to say. Seeing the look on Goth's face, Master Joseph immediately figures that the report must not be a good one. Sure enough, the stabler finally opens his mouth to speak, revealing that the barbarians have appeared. The sister from the convent is absolutely horrified, but the mayor just looks pretty unfazed since he was already expecting bad news. He calmly turns to the messenger and asks the guy where the barbarians are right now. In response, Goth reveals that they're on the roads connecting Soara and Varna, claiming that they're already attacking the people there. At this point, the mayor asks the stabler another important question, which is if he ran away to come back all by himself. Hearing this, Goth gets nervous and quickly clarifies that he didn't abandon his companions. He explains that Sir Lamond was the one who gave him the order to go get help. He goes on to state that Vlad has already taken the barbarian captain hostage and that he's holding his ground back there. The mayor is a little relieved to hear this, but he's also pretty curious about what happened to the mercenaries who were supposed to be protecting the merchants. In response, Goth reveals that the mercs retreated the moment they found an opening to do so, stating that they would all be dead if it weren't for Sir Lamond and Vlad. At this point, Master Joseph takes in all the information and figures that only Vlad and the old knight are protecting those who were ambushed. The stabler confirms this, and the sister from the convent just looks pissed that the young swordsman doesn't have the kind of bad reputation she was hoping for. The mayor sees the frustration on her face and it makes him crack a small smile. Anyway, now that his boy has successfully made the nosy lady look a bit stupid, he figures that it's time for him to help the blondie in question. So, he asks Sir Jaeger to personally lead the mounted troops on a rescue mission to go help out Vlad and the others. He tells Goth to guide them as they embark on the mission and also urges them to move swiftly. Both men understand the assignment, so acknowledge the order and get right to business. Once they're gone, the mayor resumes his little chat with the sister, suggesting that his vassal is pretty great. Of course, this is just to piss her off even more, and it works. She doesn't seem to get what he means by this, so he elaborates some more. As far as the mayor is concerned, Vlad is still following God's will and protecting the young lambs despite being of lowly birth and having an impatient personality. At this point, the sister realizes that she can't really disagree with him on that. She begrudgingly admits that he's right, and Master Joseph decides to capitalize on that. He feels that he'll still have to meet Bishop Pierre eventually, but if they're going to, then he wants his sister to pass a message to the man of God first. The lady listens anxiously to hear what he has to say, and he claims that he's truly grateful for the bishop's concern over him. And to conclude his message, he states that he'll visit the man of God soon. A wave of horror washes over the sister when she hears him say this, because she's afraid of what might happen if the two men meet. She has every reason to be worried too, since he intends to face the bishop head-on when they finally meet, and as you can imagine, that's going to be one hell of an encounter. The scene changes at this point and we catch up with our boy who's back in the wilderness. He's still on a journey with Sir Lamond and the merchants, and it's safe to say that he looks really exhausted. While riding on his horse, he takes a look to the side and notices another small army of horsemen riding together. From what he can see, he's convinced that more of the barbarians are gathering there, and the old man confirms this. He claims that quite a lot of them are heading south, but this is quite unusual to him because if they were normal mounted bandits, then they would have run away the moment their chief got caught. As a result, Sir Lamond concludes that their hostage must be a really highly ranked warrior. The guy's currently tied up in the wagon, looking quite unfazed by anything that's going on. He probably feels that his warriors will soon come to rescue him, and this is a possibility that the old man fears too, since the barbarians are still hanging around. Sir Lamond feels that this is getting bad, and he's afraid that they'll be in big trouble before they even reach Soara if things continue at this rate. They're still trying to hold their ground and make it home safely while the barbarians are waiting for an opportunity to strike. The old man is really worried at the moment, and he's starting to wonder what is taking the stabler so long to return with reinforcements. The barbarians suddenly start dispersing, and he's afraid that they've changed their strategy, which makes him wonder if something happened. Vlad and his horse take a look at the side all of a sudden when they notice something quite shocking. That's when they realize that Goth has finally arrived with backup. Sir Lamond looks over and sees the dust clouds all over the place, so he agrees with the young swordsman. The Bayezid army advances toward them with Sir Jaeger and Goth leading the way. When the old man sees this, he realizes that he was just getting worked up over nothing. The merchants are so relieved when they see the army coming. They recognize them as the mounted troops of Sowara, so they immediately conclude that they're saved. While everyone else is jubilating about their arrival, the leader of the barbarians is quite pissed because he didn't expect that the reinforcements would get here that quickly. This explains why the barbarians dispersed earlier. They probably saw the mounted troops of Sowara arrive and made a break for it. Anyway, the leader of the barbarian realizes that the jig is up right now, so he commends the old man for sending Goth to get back up, admitting that it was an impressive judgment. If they had tried to stay back there without abandoning the goods, then the situation would have been very different. In response, Sir Lamon smugly informs him that it's the advantage of being old. He cuts the pleasantries short and gets right to business afterward. Now that the reinforcements are here, the old man believes that it's time for him to ask the hostage his own questions. First one on the list is why on earth the barbarians have come to this place. The old knight demands to know why they have come so far into their territory, and at this point, the hostage is ready to answer. In response, he tells Sir Lamon that they came this far out all because they needed the son of the grasslands. Hearing this, the old man informs the hostage that he and his men could have just gone after the horse without robbing the merchants. He asks the chief of the barbarians why they plundered others, and the bound man explains that they did it because they also needed to earn some allowance to survive. As far as he is concerned, that's pretty practical, but now that he's been captured and the horse has literally chosen someone else, he feels that there's no longer any reason for them to head to the south. The hostage admits that he wasn't expecting the son of the grasslands to choose a boy from the empire over a wild and reputable master like him. Nevertheless, he's accepted defeat finally, and the whole thing just makes him realize what a cruel master time really is. Hearing this, Sir Lamon just ponders on the whole discussion quietly. Just then, Sir Jaeger arrives, and the first thing he does is tease the old man a little. He claims that he thought that they would have a hard time with some barbarians. Apparently, he expected the white-haired man to deal with the mounted bandits since he's a veteran. As you can imagine, Sir Lamon takes offense when he hears this, so he snaps at the one-eyed knight, stating that the bastards would have run off to Varna by now if he had a military horse to ride on. At this point, Sir Jaeger can see his point, so he changes the topic and admits that he's just glad they're all safe, whatever the case may be. Now, his job is to take them back to Sowara. Just then, they look to the side once again and notice the barbarians still hanging around. Sir Lamond asks Jaeger what he will do with the mounted bandits now, because it seems that they have their own situations right now. In response, the green-eyed knight reminds the veteran that they're already in chaotic times. That being said, he believes that they need to avoid the anxious barbarians. However, first, he intends to have a chat with them. He suddenly starts riding in another direction, claiming that he'll persuade them to leave the Bayezid territory. Sir Jaeger's eye starts glowing all of a sudden, and you can literally see the aura coming out from under his eye patch. The hostage looks pretty scared when he sees this, and Jaeger just approaches him, claiming that just wants to talk the way any civilized man would. His sword equally starts brimming with energy, which just makes him look even more terrifying. As you can imagine, the other barbarians are just as terrified as their captured leader when they witness the power of this green-eyed knight. The leader is overwhelmed by the aura and admits that the world they're beholding has a completely different depth from anything they've ever seen. As such, the barbarian leader fears that the one-eyed knight could slaughter all of them if he wanted to. The leader watches the glowing knight ride slowly toward his men, and with fear in his heart, he immediately yells out for all of them to retreat. The hostage starts shouting all of a sudden, telling his barbarian army to go back before Sir Jaeger gets to them. The mounted bandits hear their leader screaming at the top of his lungs, and when they realize that he wants them to retreat, they're a little confused. They're reluctant to leave him and wonder why he'd give up so easily. Sure, they're afraid of Jaeger, but they still believe they could beat him. Well, their chief definitely doesn't think so, and that's why he's screaming at them to get the yell out of there. He's so pissed that they're still talking and can't believe that they can't tell the situation even at this point. Despite his best attempts to get them out of there immediately, they're still reluctant to leave. They're torn and unsure of what to do, because if they retreat now, then their chieftain would probably end up dead. Even though they want to save him, they also know that they're currently in the front yard of Sowara, which just puts them in a very vulnerable position since they don't even know when more reinforcements will arrive. Besides that, they already know that there's one more knight to face, the one-eyed swordsman with a really terrifying aura that's currently closing on them. They already had their hands full before when it was just Vlad and the old man. But now, they're faced with a knight that seems to be even more dangerous, so it's pretty evident how bad their odds are. With everything looking pretty bad for them, one of them decides to retreat and come back another time. The guy doesn't feel that the people of Sowara will harm their leader, because he believes that they wouldn't want to start a war with the barbarians. That being said, the other mounted bandits begin to see reason in his point, and more of them decide that it's best to just do what their chief told them to. As such, they all mount their horses and retreat before Sir Jaeger can get to them. As they flee the scene, they yell at their leader, pleading with him to survive, vowing that they'll meet him again one day. Once the barbarians are out of the picture, Sir Lamon just teases Jaeger for calling himself a civilized man when he was clearly about to choose violence with the rest of the barbarian army. In response, the green-eyed knight just hits back at the old geezer, pointing out how the end result is a clean one regardless. While the others are bickering, we see that our boy is being showered with praise from the merchants who are grateful for his help. Then thank Vlad for protecting them and saving them from the mounted bandits. The black horse doesn't look like it's really a fan of all the noise judging by the look on its face, and then all of a sudden, it gets up on its hind legs with Vlad caught off guard. Our boy is shocked by this and tries to regain control. While he's busy with that, the merchants start talking about how dangerous and fierce the black horse is. Some suggest that this is probably because it's a wild horse, and so they decide that it's best to keep their distance from the creature. Vlad keeps trying to call the son of the grasslands down, wondering what the hell triggered the horse all of a sudden. While he's still trying to figure out what made the horse act this way all of a sudden, Sir Jaeger approaches him. The advanced knight asks the kid whose horse he's riding, and Vlad is a little taken aback because he's not exactly sure how to answer that. Either way, he reveals that this is the horse he met while he was fighting the deathworm before. He reveals that the black stallion somehow found its way to him again, and as soon as he says this, Jaeger realizes what he's talking about. The one-eyed knight recalls Vlad saying something about a wild horse he came across on his last adventure, so now that he's gotten a chance to see the creature, and pretty amazed. He observes that the horse is bigger than most and admits that it also seems to be extraordinary even at first glance. Our boy agrees with all of this of course and suggests that he'll have to make a saddle for the son of the grasslands once he gets back to Soara. In response, Jaeger just tells the young swordsman that it looks as though he'll finally earn his keep now. Later that night, they finally get back home, but once they reach the entrance, Sir Jaeger suddenly notices that Vlad isn't following him inside. He turns around and asks the kid what he's doing, wondering if he's not going in too. At this point, we see that our young hero is struggling a bit because he's no longer in control. He reveals that the horse suddenly stopped moving and refused to go any further. Right now, Vlad is really confused because he doesn't get why the son of the grasslands is acting this way again. The advanced knight just watches the boy struggle continuously with the horse and he just remains speechless. After a while, he finally comes up with a theory for what's going on. Sir Jaeger recalls how the horse seemed pretty unhappy when the merchants came closer and then points out how the one riding him is hated by other horses. As you can imagine, this is just Jaeger's way of pissing our boy off, and it works. But then again, the advanced knight has a point. Jaeger goes on to state that the horse hates other humans as well, and this just makes the whole situation a lot more complicated. The knight has certainly never experienced anything like this before, so he's pretty frustrated, and it just makes him feel that he'll never know how to deal with Vlad. On the bright side, he feels that the stressful vassal finally met his own kind, and that's some sort of consolation at least. Since the son of the grasslands refuses to enter the city, our boy figures that they'll just camp out for the night, at least until he can figure out a way to get his new horse over its phobia for humans. The next morning, we catch up with the grumpy old knight who's having his first drink of the day. He's currently watching Vlad nag and lamenting about the wild black horse. Our boy claims that the horse is so stubborn as he walks around with a bouquet of flowers. Sir Lamond asks him if the plan was effective, and Vlad claims that it was a bit. As such, he figures that the barbarian didn't tell them complete nonsense. Apparently, they consulted the hostage for some advice concerning the son of the grasslands, and the guy told him that the horse likes the color red. He claimed that wild horses move while following where the rose vines are because in the frozen grasslands, nothing would give them anything. The rose vines opening up in reaction to hot energy is a signal that is linked to survival according to the barbarian. Vlad took the advice and tried it out, but it turns out that the rose vines he got might not be enough to do the trick. Hearing all of this, Sir Lamond feels that Vlad should be able to find a solution pretty easily since he knows what the horse likes now. Hearing this, the kid ponders on the whole thing for a moment and then realizes that his plan might work better if he's able to get more red colors. The old man supports this theory, and our boy suggests that he can also make things better by making it bigger too. To this, Sir Lamond admits that these are usually better when they're big, so he also supports this. At this point, Vlad goes on to say that it would be perfect if his little temptation is also moving. Hearing this, the old man doesn't seem to get what he's talking about anymore. The geezer looks pretty lost after Vlad says this, but before he can get some clarification, they're both distracted by the familiar redhead walking by. It's Jemima, of course, who seems to be doing laundry at the moment. The reason they both can't get their eyes off her is because her shiny red hair is like the perfect thing for the plan. Sir Lamond feels that she is definitely worthy of being called a rose, and since they're both thinking the same thing right now, he fears that the kid might not be able to pull it off. He asks Vlad if he'll be fine, since he knows that he and the girl in question don't seem to have a very good relationship anymore. In response, the blondie just assures the old man that Jemima has always been grumbling ever since they were young. As such, he concludes by saying that their relationship goes beyond what they like or dislike, and he says this with a cheeky smile like he's so sure she'll help him out. Well, we're about to find out how that goes. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is the redhead bluntly telling Vlad to get lost. The funny part about this is that he hasn't even said anything yet. She didn't even give him a chance to make his request, and while he's still trying to get her attention, she sternly tells him not to get in her way, reminding him that she's working right now. After saying this, she gets back to work, laying the sheets on the bed, but the persistent swordsman keeps trying to make her hear him out. He claims that he only needs a moment of her time, but she just snaps at him, stating that he should go tell them to Lady Alicia. As soon as she says this, you can already see where her rage is coming from. Even though she clearly doesn't feel like talking to Vlad right now, he simply refuses to give up. He tells her that he needs her help, and this just makes her lose it finally. She angrily yells at him, stating that she's busy, and then turns to him like she's about to tear him to pieces. Just when it looks like she's about to rip him apart, she stops in her tracks because she's taken aback by the huge bouquet of roses he presents to her. Jemima calms down in the blink of an eye, and with a really confused look on her face, she asks him what is going on. At this point, he calmly informs her that he wants her to hold the flowers and help him with something. As soon as she realizes that this is just him asking for help again, she bluntly reminds him that she told him to take all his requests for help to Lady Alicia instead of her. She says this a second time, and our boy bluntly tells her no. After making it clear that he's not going to meet Lady Alicia for anything, he informs the redhead that this is a task only she can do. Our boy says this while handing her the bouquet a second time, hoping that she collects it from him. Vlad gives a really warm smile, and the tone of his voice is definitely soothing because the young lady starts blushing after hearing him say this. Her face is practically burning up already, but she keeps playing hard to get. Even though she's clearly melted for him already, she refuses to take the flowers from him because she wants to know what he wants from her first. At this point, our boy notices that she's feeling hot, and since he's still the clueless young man he's always been, he has no idea that he's the reason her face is getting flushed. He asks to find out if she's okay, looking truly concerned, but the shy girl doesn't want to get any more flustered, so she just tells him to shut the hell up. While that's going on, the scene changes and we catch up with young Master Joseph and his right-hand man Sir Jaeger. They're currently on a little excursion to the underground prison in Soara, and after a long walk down the hallway, they finally reach the end where their target is. Upon reaching there, the young master introduces himself as mayor to the big guy sitting in the cell. Not surprisingly, it's the barbarian leader they captured not too long, and since Joseph is yet to meet the guy, he figures that this visit is necessary. In response, the prisoner introduces himself as AJ of the Budot tribe. The barbarian is bound with some really big chains, and judging by the defeated look on his face, it doesn't seem likely that he'll try to escape. However, this expression quickly turns into a smug look. The guy smiles, claiming that it's an honor to be visited by the mayor of Soara, and then he reveals that he has a few things he would like to ask. In response, the young master sincerely hopes that his trip down here doesn't turn out to be a wasted one. While saying this, Joseph takes a hard look at the prisoner and is moved by what he sees. The young master has seen numerous people trying to act cold-hearted or dignified at a time like things, but he's only seen a rare few who are true like this barbarian leader. Judging by what he just witnessed, he concludes that this man is the real thing, so he's eager to have a chat with him. Master Joseph admits that he initially thought this was something like a traditional ritual of the Budot tribe, but he later realized that it's actually forbidden for him to capture a wild horse. Now that he's realized this, he admits that he finds it really interesting because he believes that all worlds ought to be left alone so that they can shine in their own way. Therefore, what he's trying to say is that wild horses that shine only when they run should stay in the green grasslands and be left alone. He quotes all of this to the barbarian leader, stating that the people of the Budot tribe were apparently the kind who valued such principles, at least before this whole mess started. AJ remains speechless inside his cell with no idea how to defend himself because he's pretty guilty of going against their tradition with all that's been said. Since he has nothing to say, Joseph just continues to berate him, telling him that he broke the law, risked his life to cross the Iron Duke's territory just so he could come to this place. Apparently, the young master doesn't believe that the barbarian clan leader would go to such great lengths to break the law of his people when he's meant to uphold it. As such, he's convinced that the barbarians had another reason for trespassing, so he demands to know what it was. At this point, AJ slowly gets up to look the young master dead in the eye. With his hands chained to the wall, he walks up to the bars and admits that he thought about all this while he was locked here. The barbarian army leader claims that this could be better for him, stating that he's someone who will take charge of the future of the Budot tribe. As such, he goes on to reveal that there's only one reason why he would break the taboo of their tribe and try to capture the son of the grasslands. That being said, he finally drops that bombshell, stating that he did all that because they needed the fastest being they knew. As soon as he says this, he roars at the mayor and attempts to reach him with as much force as he can, but the chains hold him back. He blames the people of Soara for ruining his plan, and that's when he looks up to see the tip of his sword inches away from his forehead. Jaeger stretches the sword into the cell, ready to end the prisoner if he tries anything funny. Meanwhile, Master Joseph is pretty curious about what the barbarian just said, so he asks him what he's talking about. In response, AJ just keeps burning up in rage, and once again, he asks the mayor what the hell the people of Soara have done to cause the dragon to go on a crazed frenzy. Hearing this, Joseph gets a little nervous because he seems to know exactly what the guy is talking about now. Apparently, there's a dragon that has been quiet all this time and now it's going on a rampage. The barbarian keeps losing his shit, angrily asking Jose what he did to the dragon's fragments. The mayor also appears to know what he's talking about. He knows about the dragon's fragments. As far as he knows, the West's evidence of path has been safely transferred over to the Iron Duke. Even though everything should be good on that front, he can't help but wonder if it's related to the rampage of the dragon somehow. While he's still thinking about this, his thoughts get interrupted all of a sudden because AJ sternly demands that the blonde boy who defeated him be brought to him. As you can imagine, the mayor isn't exactly a fan of that arrangement, so he asks the guy why he wants to see Vlad. In response, the barbarian explains that the only being that can catch up to the fastest dragon is the son of the grasslands, which happens to be in our boy's possession right now. AJ is convinced that the Black Horse must have chosen the young swordsman over him for a very good reason, which means that Vlad has something special in him. Hearing this, Master Joseph begins to understand what the barbarian is trying to say, so he claims that he'll think over the request. Of course, AJ knows how urgent the situation is, so he tells the mayor that he needs to hurry, feeling that he should probably know that as well. The remnants of the fallen dragon have inherited the blood of the most perfect dragon. The barbarian reveals that so far they've lived without realizing that they're dragons, but also states that something has definitely changed which puts everyone at risk. AJ fears that whatever happens will certainly go beyond their territory once the threats realize that they're dragons. After making this clear, the barbarian prisoner asks the young master once again what his people did with the dragon's fragments. He says this with a really desperate look, and it becomes quite clear that this problem is a lot more serious than the mayor could have imagined. The scene shifts to Vastopol, the main city, specifically the Baronoff dukedom. A blue flag is seen high up there, with the symbol of a fist on it which is surrounded by some kind of flames. A white-bearded man stands at the top of one of the towers in the castle and looks out to the snowy mountains. He notices that the fallen dragon is crying and he looks pretty concerned about it. This white-haired old man happens to be the Iron Duke, Timur Baronoff. While he's looking out to the windows, his thoughts are suddenly interrupted when one of his subordinates barges into the room, claiming that something is happening to the dragon's fragments. The old guy says this with a lot of urgency in his voice, and when the Duke hears this, he becomes really worried as well. The old man informs his soldiers that their familiar issue has started again, and in order to deal with it, he needs the mages first. Duke Baronoff asks what the mages are doing, and one of his men informs him that it's not looking great this time around. It appears that they're unable to calm the dragon down with just magic. As such, the Duke tells them to call the priests who can engrave prayers. They all get to work, and while they're at it, the Duke asks if the Holy Knights have arrived. In response, one of his men informs him that Knight Captain Gunther is on his way. Hearing this, the Duke asks that the knight be brought to him as soon as he arrives. While everyone else is doing as they're asked, Duke Baronoff rushes to the source of the concern. He gets to the door and he can hear the loud noise coming from the other side. The Duke is alarmed by it because he can tell that the energy is definitely unlike anything before. Either way, there's really nothing else he can do besides going in to sort it out. He opens the door and makes his way inside. That's when sees the two chests vibrating and giving off insane surges of energy. They contain the dragon's fragments and are currently resonating with each other, while the people of the Baronoff dukedom are trying to deal with that problem. The scene changes and takes us back to Soara, where the people are still going crazy about the young swordsman. A sea of people makes its way to Vlad's residence with all kinds of gifts for him. However, when they arrive, a young lady informs them that he isn't around because he went out on a mission. As you can imagine, the visitors are disappointed to hear that their favorite blondie isn't around. They feel that they're too late and start lamenting about it. One of them talks about how he had to prepare a gift for Vlad because he wasn't able to greet him at the convent. While they're all moaning about this, the lady just thinks that maybe she shouldn't have added Sir to Vlad's name earlier. She feels that she might have gotten caught up in the atmosphere. But then again, she realizes that this might be a chance for her. The rumors that Vlad has saved the merchants from the barbarians are spreading quickly, and so she figures that she might spread his name even more with this opportunity. With this in mind, she addresses the crowd once again, telling them that Vlad has been pretty busy of late. She tells them that he's quite a promising talent within the Bayezid household after all, and of course, the visitors agree with her. They feel that this should be the case and propose that the boy is destined to do great things. Anyway, since they don't know when the young knight will be back, she asks them if they'd like to leave their names. As you can imagine, they're all good with this arrangement, so they tell the young lady that it's a great idea. While all of that is happening, Gemma casually strolls by with some more clothes in her hand. She doesn't look too pleased about the crowd and starts to feel bad because she knows that this is something she should actually be happy about. Unfortunately, that's not the case, because instead, it's starting to feel like Vlad is just drifting even farther away from her. Gemina is clearly sad about this, and as the tears gather in her eyes, the dark-haired girl from earlier calls out to her. She quickly answers the call, and the friendly lady invites her into the kitchen when she informs her that she wants her to take care of the visitors who have come to see Vlad. The red-haired girl is pretty taken aback by this assignment, and she's also reluctant to take it up. Gemina expresses her confusion, so the lady tells her that the guests will only be able to interact with Vlad through her from now on. Of course, it's a pretty overwhelming task for the redhead because she feels that the guests are all very important people she shouldn't even be qualified to talk to. That being said, she politely declines the job, telling the young lady that she should be the one to do that. Gemina is afraid to handle this job because she's afraid that she'll put Vlad in a pinch if she makes a mistake in the process. Hearing this, the dark-haired girl is at a loss for words. She truly wants Gemina to do it, and even though the redhead is being reluctant right now, she refuses to give up on her. Since Gemina is now talking about being qualified to receive Vlad's visitors, she makes it clear to her that there's nobody else in Rose's smile that is more qualified than she is. The lady informs Gemina that the Vlad of today might not even be existing if it wasn't for her, and this leaves the redhead speechless. She's shocked to the core when she realizes that she probably played a really pivotal role in the famous young knight's life. Seeing the look of shock on Gemina's face, the lady goes on to tell her that she needs to be confident. She's still pretty shaken up by the fact that the current Vlad wouldn't exist without her, and while she's still taking it in, the dark-haired lady assures her that all she needs to do is be confident. Seeing how much faith the lady has in her, Gemina admits that she's bound to make mistakes. Besides that, she is not even sure how to do it either. Hearing this, the lady just smiles at her, telling her that it shouldn't be such a big deal if she makes a few mistakes. As far as she's concerned, Vlad should take on that much risk for her since she's attending to his guests. The lady suddenly reveals that she heard Vlad asking Gemina to help draw the attention of a horse. She points out how he even still needs her if he's going to ask her to help him with such a thing. After making this clear to her, she invites Gemina to her room, and of course, the redhead is taken aback by this. She's reluctant to follow at first, but the lady simply informs her that men aren't the only ones who go to battlefields, telling her that even women have their own battlefields too. At this point, she tells Gemina that she's going to help her wield her own weapon the same way that Jorge gave Vlad the dagger back then. The scene changes at this point, and the next thing we see is that the young Master Joseph is having a chat with Sir Lamond. Both men discuss over tea while Sir Jaeger stands nearby. The old man claims that stability is always required when trying to expand, and on this note, he suggests that Count Gadar won't be able to come to the north right now. In response, Joseph states that the remnants of Ravnoma, the former alliance leader, still exist in various places within the west even though Count Gadar has fierce forces. On top of that, the dwarf movement Battlefront is supporting them, so with all the factors in play, the Count will have to first resolve the root of concern behind it before choosing to leave for the north. Hearing this, the young master agrees with him, but then, the old man admits that he's still worried. This makes Joseph curious, so he asks Sir Lamond what's bothering him. In response, the old knight reveals that he's worried about the Jukat that he has. He feels that there's a reason he thinks his last mission should be used on a servant of the Bayezid house. He knows that Joseph might be offended if he thinks that it's a cold-hearted judgment, but he gives his sincere advice regardless, telling the third son of the Bayezid house that the Knights of the West have already surpassed the Knights of the North. It's difficult to hear, but it's the truth, and this old man wants the young master to be aware of it. Hearing this, the mayor of Soara doesn't even know what to say, and the old man goes to blame himself for it. He feels that he's been too complacent because while walking the lowest path and looking at the Knights of the West, all he can think is that he hasn't done what he's supposed to do. Back then, the North was stronger and more honorable than any other region. It was the monster that drove away barbarians without rest. Back then, the only thing colder than the coldness of the northern wind was the discrimination shown by the cold-hearted central region. Lamond claims that the Knights of the North are people who have struggled and fought against everything. But now, that's no longer the case. The strength of the North, which used to be rough, is disappearing as Master Joseph gains stability. On the other hand, the advancement of the West is slowly getting stronger. With all of this being said, the old man tells Joseph that he must not think lightly of Baron Heinel's request. He tells the young master that he needs to prepare before it's too late. After hearing all of this, Joseph agrees with the man completely, even the part where he said that the current North is different from the old North. Even so, he still believes that the North has kept producing strong fruits in recent years. While Sir Lamond is very worried about everything that's been going on, the mayor seems to be very hopeful. This hope seems to be contagious because after a couple of seconds, the look of fear starts to slowly get replaced with a calmer expression. The old knight believes that a new generation will always rise up to take over the old generation's place after all, and while saying this, the one person he thinks about is the young blonde knight. Speaking of the blondie, we finally get to see what our boy has been up to. He's still struggling to get the horse into the city, but when he returns to the entrance, he's taken aback by how many people are out there. He wonders why there are so many of them, and the voice suggests that they all came around because there's something interesting here now. Vlad isn't sure what the voice is referring to by this special something, so the voice tells him to think about everything he's done so far. The voice reminds him how they tried covering the horse's eyes to bring him into the city. They tried dragging it with brute force, right before attempting to lure it with food, which also didn't work. Our boy even had to lower his head and beg the horse, which he doesn't deny. The voice talks more about this young boy whose name is increasing in value greatly, stating how the same boy who has been made helpless by a horse, and concludes by saying that it is definitely interesting enough to have all these people gather here. However, our boy doesn't think that it's interesting enough to create such a crowd in the city. Just then, Gemina calls out to him, wearing a red dress like a bride. Clearly, this wasn't part of the plan, so he asks her why she's wearing that. The voice suddenly informs him that she's wearing the combat uniform of a woman and claims that he's very impressed by how thorough her preparation is. Hearing this, Vlad figures they can go ahead with the operation, so he tells Gemina that it's time. She's clearly been waiting for his signal, so she finally takes off the veil to reveal her beautiful red hair, which leaves all the men around mesmerized. They're all amazed by how beautiful she is and admit that she really hid herself well. Even the horse starts reacting the moment Gemina reveals her face, and while the son of the grasslands is attracted to her, she's not exactly a fan of the situation. Gemina feels that the horse is even scarier in person and admits that it's so pressuring you have so many eyes on her. But then again, she knows that she has to see it through till the end, because if she hesitates because of such an insignificant fear, then it would mean that she doesn't deserve to stand by Vlad's side. She takes out the bouquet of roses vines and lures the horse over. Just as they imagine, the plan works and the horse finally starts walking into the city. The people who gathered there are amazed when they see that the son of the grasslands is finally moving. Our boy is so excited about this, but he keeps his composure and commends Gemina on a job well done, encouraging her to keep reeling the horse in. Seeing how difficult it was to get the horse inside the city, Vlad realizes that the creature is really certain about its preferences. The horse finally reaches Gemina, so she offers the flowers to the wild stallion and stands nervously as it stares into her eyes. After a really intense staring session, she finally gathers enough courage to try and touch the horse, so she lifts her hand and reaches for it. Thankfully, the son of the grasslands is already comfortable with her and lets her touch it. The people around witness this spectacle, so they begin to cheer Gemina on, calling her the Crimson Lady. Someone calls her the Rose of Soara, and when Vlad checks to see who it was, he realizes that it is his friend Harbin. Some other friends are there as well, and they all just cheer Gemina on, calling her the Crimson Lady over and over again, while others just hail her as the Rose of Soara. While they're showering Gemina with praise, the Lady of the Roses just smiles at the thought of the children being with the precious rose. Some others ask the madam when she managed to prepare that attire for Gemina. In response, she just tells all of them to take a good look at the beautiful red-haired lady and asks them if they've ever seen someone from the back alleys garner so much attention. As far as she's concerned, nobody from the back alleys has ever received such applause and cheers outside of the back alleys. With this in mind, the lady is glad to see that it is happening for once. For the first time, Soara is paying attention to two children from the back alleys. The story continues somewhere high up in the snowy mountains, where we see two people on some kind of investigation. They stumble upon some bloody orc corpses all of a sudden, and the beast girl in the duo immediately concludes that this was a complete wipeout. As far as she's concerned, all the victims were killed in an instant, and from her observation, she can tell that there were over 50 grey orcs who were murdered. Hearing this, the guy with her agrees, feeling that the massacre happened so quickly that the victims probably didn't even realize that they had died. At this point, he concludes that Joseph's report was correct, and the beast girl believes so too. Apparently, everyone now realizes that the most perfect existence was ripped to shreds by a swordmaster, and as this creature fell to the ground, it just happened to spread its blood all over the world. That was how the remnants of the fallen dragon appeared. Some dragons lost their wings, some lost their scales, while some lost their eyes, and they were split up while having forgotten about their origin. However, the beast girl states that one of the creatures somehow realized that it's actually a dragon unlike the others, to which her partner agrees, claiming that it's the dragons that possesses the most perfect leg. The moment he says this, we get to see the massive footprint in the snow, featuring a complete set of toes, which suggests that this was left behind by the dragon they're talking about. The scene changes at this point and we're taken to a beach. Here, we're reminded that life is an endless cycle of choices. The thing is, no one can make decisions on your behalf, and as such, the instant of that decision is when they truly realize the kind of being they are. In this scene, a stout-looking red-haired man named Sigmund appears and confronts another, asking if he really intends to ignore his orders. The man being questioned turns out to be Jorge, who bluntly hits back, reminding him that he's not Lord. In response, the man insists that he execute all remnants of the dwarf movement battlefront, stating that this order has the stamp of his uncle, Count Gadar. At this point, Jorge tells Sigmund to take a second look at the people around, stating that they're just refugees. Unfortunately, Sigmund isn't even slightly moved. As far as he is concerned, Count Gadar probably decided that these people are not different from the dragons, but Jorge refuses to believe that the Count would make such a decision. Hearing this, Sigmund is pissed and accuses Jorge of being disloyal, so he asks the knight if he has abandoned the oath of loyalty he swore under the flag Gadar. In response, Jorge bluntly states that he is human and cannot follow such a ridiculous order. At this point, it becomes clear that they can't be on the same page, so Sigmund asks Jorge's men if they also intend to disobey the Count. All of a sudden, the men start walking away from Jorge, telling him that they must never defy the orders of their lord no matter how wrong it is. Just like that, Jorge finds himself alone in this one, with only one man left on his side. This last knight is none other than Godin, who also seems to be having second thoughts, so Jorge tells him that he can go on with the others, to a world where he can shine even more. The scene changes after this point, and the next thing we see is Godin seated as the new leader. In a meeting, they talk about how they need to pay attention to the Knights of the Iron Duke and Bayezid since they have information that Baron Uthman has been making suspicious movements. He is given the list of knights with the Iron Duke and the Bayezid and realizes that it's the same from the report years ago. From what they can see, it appears the two houses failed to raise a new generation, excluding the eldest son Rutger, who is the only new knight worth mentioning. That's how it looks for sure, but Godin feels that they shouldn't jump to conclusions because he believes that the true weight of the Bayezid name cannot be estimated by just a simple report. After all, he's convinced that Bayezid must have a hidden sword since he was once Gadar's hidden sword. His subordinates apologize for their hasty conclusion, and then one of them suddenly reveals that he heard someone from his hometown is in the Bayezid household. He claims that the person is unique, and this piques Godin's interest, so he asks the guy to tell him about this person. The guy reveals that a boy servant of the Bayezid household is showing promise, and as soon as he reveals that it's Vlad of Soara, chills run down Godin's spine. The guy goes on and on about how our boy first appeared in the honor fight in Dermer and how he used aura there. At this point, his colleagues are equally shocked because it should be impossible for a servant to be able to use aura. Some of them start laughing because it sounds ridiculous, feeling that the Bayezid house is just making up stories after failing to raise a new generation. While they feel that it's all a lie, Godin quietly ponders on the name he just heard because it's strangely familiar. It doesn't take him too long to put the pieces together and realize that Vlad was the gutsy kid that fought him when he killed Jorge. Godin is pretty amused by this because he remembers how much he wanted to bring Vlad with him after their encounter since the boy shined with potential that day. He's not completely certain that Vlad is the kid making waves in the Bayezid house because he can't say for sure that the kid is still alive. In that moment, the scene shifts and we catch up with the dramatic young knight in question. At the moment, he looks like he's on the verge of death because he's absolutely exhausted. The voice in his head just scolds him, telling him to eat his food and stop whining. Apparently, he feels so tired right now because he had combat guidance with Sir Jaeger in the morning before his aura and body strengthening technique training with Sir Lamond in the afternoon. As if his day isn't already tedious enough, he also has a training progress discussion at night, so judging by his packed schedule, he's afraid that he might end up dead if things continue at this rate. After he's done complaining, the voice simply tells him that he's very lucky and states that he should be thankful that they're even teaching him. In response, he tiredly admits that he knows and explains that it's the whole reason why he's still forcing himself to do everything he's asked. Just then, Goth enters the room with a big bag on his back, asking Vlad if he's been doing okay. Our boy is confused because he doesn't get why Goth is carrying luggage. It turns out that Joseph asked him to stay there henceforth, which Vlad still doesn't understand. Vlad recently got a house for his new horse, and since Goth is the stabler, he's required to be wherever the horse is. Our boy is not so sure about this arrangement because he doesn't know if Goth will be able to handle his horse. In response, the guy just reminds our boy that he's the stabler of the Bayezid house, so Vlad wishes him luck, which gets him a little worried. He asks why he would need luck to take care of the new horse, but the blondie doesn't have energy to even talk. Just then, Goth tells him that Sir Joseph has asked him to come back, which leaves our boy in shock. He wonders why, so his pal figures that the young master wasn't to lift the punishment. A while later, Vlad arrives at Joseph's place and immediately regrets believing what Goth told him because judging by everything in front of him, he can already tell that this isn't an atmosphere where the young master would lift his punishment. If anything, he might even be in more trouble than before because he's been summoned before everyone like as if he's on trial. The young master reminds our boy how he defied orders and saved the children back in one of Baron Uthman's villages. Our boy admits this despite the young master's stern appearance. Joseph suddenly asks the boy if he would still defy his orders if the same thing were to happen again. This question catches Vlad off guard and Joseph just keeps staring at him. Our boy remembers that he swore to be truthful to the young master and not his loyalty, and for this reason, he can't lie about his answer. As such, he reveals that he would defy his orders a second time if he was in the same position. This response could very easily end up being the reason he gets thrown out of the Bayezid house, but for some reason, it's exactly what Joseph wanted to hear. The young master reveals that this is the reason he chose Vlad, claiming that while honor is the light that helps others shine, conscience is the light that helps the young boy shine. Joseph believes that conscience is the compass that helps one back to the correct path after losing their way, and right now, he's convinced that Vlad has found his own path. For this reason, he unveils a new armor for our boy, hoping that it helps to protect his conscience. Seeing the shiny breastplate, Vlad is stunned because he recognizes it as the armor sent by San Racino. As an organization that has crafted the most iron armors, he can tell that this one must have been made with various techniques. Our boy is a little sentimental about his current armor, and the young master completely understands because he knows that every scar on it is proof of the path he's taken up until now. Nevertheless, Joseph assures him that the new armor is proof of the path he's found now. Vlad doesn't really understand this, so the young master asks him to come take a closer look. He does, and that's when he sees the title engraved on the armor, naming him the Defender of Children. All the other knights smile with pride as Joseph honors Vlad with the armor, and the young master third auntie tells the kid that this is the path he'll walk on from now on. The scene changes and we're taken back to the snowy mountains where we see Volkov Baronov, the Iron Duke's successor, leading his men through the snow to find the dragon. Judging by the flames he sees in the distance, he's certain that they're at the right place. He's not the only one who's come after the dragon anyway, because there's also several horsemen riding after the white-scaled beast. They're determined to catch it, but the dragon is also extremely fast, so they decide that they stand a better chance by spreading out. While they're struggling to corner the beast, Volkov Baronov suddenly joins the chase and attempts to end the commotion with a single attack. The guy conjures a massive spear and aims it at the dragon running toward him. When he's finally close enough, he launches the giant arrow, hoping to finish the white dragon, but the beast effortlessly evades the shot, which leaves him stunned. He knew that the dragon was fast, but he definitely wasn't expecting it to be this agile. That was truly a failing on his part, since this creature is Lindblom, the fastest dragon ever. Volkov's solo strike didn't get the beast, but it definitely distracted it long enough for the horsemen to surround it and cut off its escape route. At this point, the dragon realizes that it's been cornered, so it figures that the only way to escape now is by engaging the hunters. With this in mind, the beast prepares to unleash a breath of fire on all of them, and when they see this coming, they spread out, hoping to evade the blast. Volkov, on the other hand, refuses to let the dragon shoot fire at them and instantly launches another massive magical arrow at the beast. This foils the dragon's attack as it's forced to retreat in an attempt to evade the furious man's attack. The dragon starts running away and the pursuers go after it, but it's just too fast for them to catch it. Volkov watches the beast get away from him and his men, and all he can do is curse in frustration as his target escapes again. While all of that is happening, we catch up with young Master Joseph and his older brother, who just paid him a visit. The guy enjoys some tea and talks about how no other place has tea this good. Joseph knows that this guy hasn't come to chat over tea, so he bluntly asks his big brother what he has come for. In response, Rutger tries to pretend like he didn't come with an agenda, but Joseph can see right through him, so he admits that he didn't just stop to say hi. That being said, he reveals that it seems that what the barbarian said was correct. Hearing this, Joseph immediately realizes that this means a dragon is indeed coming. Joseph's big brother goes on to explain that if the West has the Deathworm, then the North has the Lindworm. He claims that the coldest and quickest dragon in existence dwells in the coldest place amid the ice-cold northern wind. The mayor is taken aback by this because he feels that it is not the season for the dragon to start migrating, especially since it doesn't always migrate just because of winter. Unfortunately, Rutger explains that there seems to be some kind of change in the pattern, since the Deathworm last time was also different from any other time. On top of that, the Lindworm has already tasted the blood of the Grey Orcs, which means that they have to take the dragon out before it rampages even further. With this in mind, he quickly asks his big brother which way the dragon is descending from, but Rutger admits that they can't figure it out because it's way too fast and it's not easy to find its traces. Hearing this, Joseph concludes that they should get right into action. His big brother agrees with him and reveals that it's the reason why he was tasked with the Lindworm conquest. As such, Joseph asks what he can help with, claiming that Soara will provide as much support as possible. At this point, Rutger demands an appointment of knights along with a thorough reconnaissance. Hearing this, the young master figures that it's a logical demand, so he asks his brother how many knights he would need for this mission. Surprisingly, Rutger claims that he needs only one knight, which Joseph finds very suspicious. As far as the young master knows, he should need multiple tenacious swords to be able to face a dragon. But as weird as this request sounds, he also knows that he can't deny it because the situation requires his full support. Joseph asks if one knight will really be enough for his operation, and Rutger simply explains that a skilled sword works well enough since Lindworm is very different from the Deathworms. Hearing this, the mayor asks which knight he would like to assign, and just when Rutger is about to reveal this, our boy enters the room, claiming that Sir Joseph summoned him. The mayor doesn't seem to remember calling on Vlad, but Rutger looks really excited to see the blonde swordsman again. It's been a while, and he's glad to see the greatest dragon herder of the North again. Later that night, Vlad has a chat with Jemima about the new task he's been assigned with, and reveals that it will take more than a month. In response, she simply states that it's a good thing he's busy and admits that he's been doing well lately. Just then, a gentle smile creeps up on her face and she tells him that their missus would have liked to see him like this. Vlad doesn't seem too happy to hear this, so he turns to her and asks her why she would suddenly talk about that, to which Jemima claims that it just came to her mind out of the blue. Either way, Vlad doesn't seem pleased at all. It's been way over 10 years since the woman passed away, and even though Jemima doesn't remember her mother, she remembers Vlad's. She remembers how Vlad's mother didn't abandon her child in such a despairing situation, unlike her own mother who left her. Hearing this, Vlad claims that he can't even remember his own mom either. Just then, Jemima pulls the last thread on the crest she's been making. She reveals that she's done with the third crest, called San Legino. She shows it to him, feeling really proud of herself, and admits that the Countess's skills were too good, but unlike her, he feels that the crest stands out a bit. Moving on from that, Jemima asks him if the dragons are really dangerous, and he confirms this, stating that the creatures are pretty much living disasters. Since it's going to take at least a month, she figures that he's going to return during winter, which he agrees with. Hearing this, she reluctantly gives him a handkerchief, which catches him off guard. He asks her what it's for and immediately realizes why she just gave it to him. He figures that it has something to do with him taking the princess's handkerchief a while back, and so he teases her for keeping it in mind all this time. As you can imagine, the redhead is pretty embarrassed and refuses to admit it, so she slaps him in the face and insists that she gave him her handkerchief because it's made of pure cotton, unlike the former silk one which he doesn't know how to use. With her cheeks burning red, she tells him to have a safe trip and then storms out of the room before he can say anything to her. Once she's gone, he nurses the bruise on his face with the new handkerchief, and all he can think about is how mannish Jemima is. While wiping his face, he catches a glimpse of something on the handkerchief that makes him smile. It turns out that she actually engraved her name on the piece of cloth, and Vlad is truly touched by the gesture. The story continues as our young hero finally sets off on his latest adventure. Vlad, Rutger, and the rest of the party make their way through the snowy forest in search of the lindworm. Along the way, Rutger reveals that he doesn't get why Joseph assigned 3 knights to him for the mission when he specifically asked for 1. He wonders why the young master would do that and asks Vlad if he has any idea, to which the blondie simply suggests that it must have been out of consideration for his big brother. However, Rutger immediately dismisses the idea, claiming that he knows his younger brother far too well to believe that. In fact, he's convinced that Joseph isn't happy with him because that's the only logical reason why he would send 2 other knights who clearly hate each other and expect them to be useful. It turns out that the other 2 men that were sent on the mission are Sir Lamond and the barbarian leader, who look like they're going to kill each other anytime soon. Rutger knows that the 2 guys at the back can certainly be a great help if managed properly, but as it stands now, it doesn't look like they'll ever get along with each other. Since he clearly doesn't know what to do with them, he assigns Vlad to manage the both of them in the meantime, and this leaves the kid stunned because he doesn't think he's in a position to do that. In response, Rutger points out how he won't be able to order the knight of the previous patriarch, and that's even if they're able to ignore the barbarian without any problems. Rutger has noticed that the old man has a soft spot for Vlad, so he feels that the kid is the only one who can actually talk to him. After pointing this out, he simply tells Vlad to just do his best since he's already having a migraine just thinking about the 2 at the back. Our boy isn't sure what exactly he's supposed to do now, and while he's still pondering on the next step, things start to get heated between the 2 at the back. They're already exchanging some harsh words, and it's only a matter of time before they start to cause problems. While they're still trash talking, Vlad just gets a little frustrated because all he wants to do right now is just go home. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he perceives the strong smell of blood coming from not too far away. Rutger notices this, and just like that, the journey takes a halt. The beast girl and the crew seems pissed that they had to stop, so she takes out her anger on Vlad, asking him if he's a wolf or something because she doesn't get how he can smell blood in a snowfield like this. Rutger tells him to go ahead and take the lead, so our boy does just that, and the others on the team follow him immediately. After following the stench of blood for only a few seconds, they stumble upon a huge outfit filled with bloody corpses, and when Rutger sees this, he immediately realizes that the place was indeed rampaged quite boisterously. Seeing that these victims are barbarians, Rutger asks the one on his team if they were from his tribe, and he admits that the deceased were members of a neighboring tribe he knew. Even though it's supposed to be a relief, the guy reveals that his tribe isn't far away too, since this neighboring tribe came all the way to the north. At this point, Lamond admits that it's all strange to him because the massacre looks like it was done with a sword, but then again, he's convinced that it wasn't done by a northerner. Rutger agrees with him on this, feeling that there's no need to commit such an extreme massacre since it's been a long time since they stopped the struggle of washing blood off with more blood. With all of this in mind, he concludes that this strange occurrence can only mean that an uninvited guest has arrived here. As the journey continues, they finally get to their destination, and Rutger is relieved that they were lucky enough to get there before it turned into a snowstorm. He informs Vlad that this place is the northern core of the Bayezid County, which is called the Barenheim Fortress. As they ride over to the fortress, our boy notices something strange, which is the fact that the place has 2 flags. Apparently, Rutger wasn't aware of this new development because he's shocked when the young swordsman points it out. After taking a closer look, he's horrified to see a familiar red flag, and judging by the look on his face, they have some unwanted company waiting for them in the fortress. While Rutger is busy grinding his teeth, Vlad is just pretty confused. He's not sure what's going on, so he asks the old man what the flag is. That's when Sir Lamond reveals that it belongs to her central. This is very surprising for the young knight, and what's even more shocking is the fact that it's from the central and not the center that everyone is more familiar with. Sir Lamond confirms this, stating that the direct knights of the Dragon Blood Duke are the ones with this title. On the red flag, the crest of the Dragon Killer Knights can be seen boldly, and as the old man points this out, it becomes clear that they're not going in to meet any ordinary swordsmen. Nevertheless, this doesn't deter Rutger in the slightest. He still wants to get into the fortress, but first, he has a little chat with his men. One of his knights confirms that the Dragon Killer Knights that were sent from the Central actually arrived 2 days earlier. Hearing this, Rudiger asks the man what the Dragon Killer Knights are doing here. It turns out that they came to the fortress to subdue the Lind Bloom, and this annoys Rudiger a bit because he didn't really expect them to find out about the dragon so quickly. At this point, he calls out to his deputy all of a sudden, and he doesn't even need to say a word before the guy understands what he's being told to do. As such, he gets right to the assignment, leaving our boy Vlad and some of the others a little confused. The blondie still doesn't really get what's going on, so he asks once again who exactly these dragon killer knights are. In response, Sir Lamon simply states that they're knights whose purpose is to kill dragons. He reveals that they're also acknowledged by the Emperor, and this organization happens to be run by one of the central nobles, the Dragon Blood Duke. In other words, these knights will definitely be involved in any matters relating to dragons by the law of the Empire. Hearing all of this, our boy is pretty amazed because it's suddenly clear that some really powerful knights have come to the fortress. Just then, he senses something strange at the top of the fortress, and after taking a closer look, he presumes that there was a big fire here not too long ago. In response, the old man reveals that the Barenheim fortress itself is a beacon mound of Bayezid. As you can imagine, our boy doesn't know what this means either, so he asks the old knight what he means by that. Sir Lamon simply answers him, saying that the fortress stands to steal and be stolen. It is also a place that needs to be rebuilt after being burnt black. The old man claims that this place is a humongous wall to the barbarians and monsters, but a fortress of indomitable will to Bayezid County. After hearing how passionate the veteran knight is about this place, Vlad is no longer surprised by how angry Rudiger is that the Dragon Killer Knights would just raise their flag without permission on the pride of Bayezid. While Vlad is thinking about this, Rudiger walks up to the main door of the fortress and pushes it open, prepared to face any forces on the other side. As soon as he opens the door, he's greeted by the Dragon Killer Knights who have already made themselves comfortable in the fortress. A loud voice calls out to him, claiming that he's been waiting for Rudiger and his forces. He then introduces himself as Mercia, the captain of the Dragon Killer Knights. This arrogant Chad in a cape is actually the Dragon Blood Duke's eldest son of the primary wife, and he goes by the name Mercia Dragulia. In response to the bold introduction, Rudiger angrily states that someone important came to his tower without him knowing anything. And on that note, he introduces himself to the Mercia, revealing that he's the interim captain of the Barenheim fortress. Hearing this, the blue-eyed troublemaker just smirks, and this just annoys the Bayezid son even more. Both men glare at each other for a few seconds, but then the staring contest is quickly cut short when Mercia notices Vlad standing somewhere at the back. The captain of the Dragon Killer Knights immediately takes an interest in the young blondie and decides to mess around with him a little. Our boy is immediately overwhelmed by Mercia's presence, and he quickly recognizes it as the same sensation he got when he saw the deathworm. Our boy has no idea why he's getting the same ominous vibe from the Duke's son, and while he's still trying to process the whole thing, Mercia locks eyes with him. Apparently, the arrogant intruder can sense the intimidation that Vlad is feeling, and this makes him smirk again. He's interrupted when Rudiger suddenly asks him if the Dragon Killer Knights are behind the attack on the barbarians. Surprisingly, Mercia doesn't even deny it. In fact, he casually admits it, claiming that it was something that needed to be done. He goes on to talk about how the Dragon Killer Knights were formed with the permission of the founding king and how they have accumulated centuries of knowledge and experience. As everyone knows, Lindblum is the fastest among the fallen dragon's remnants, and it's a creature they're desperately after, so since they can't catch up to it, he figured that they'd rather try to lure it with the barbarian corpses as bait. Hearing such disgusting words spew out of Mercia's mouth, Rudiger is absolutely furious, but he's definitely not as upset as the barbarian and their crew, who looks like he's about to lose his shit completely. AJ curses at the arrogant prick and charges at him with murderous intent, but before he can do anything that puts all of them in trouble, Sir Lamon quickly tackles him to the ground and stops him. Despite being pinned to the floor, the barbarian refuses to give up. He yells at the old man to get away from him, but the veteran simply threatens to break his neck if he utters another word. Surprisingly, AJ calms down a little after this, and then Lamon leans over to pacify him even more. The old knight admits that he understands AJ's rage, but also reminds him that it will only be reasonable when he's strong enough to take on the Dragon Killer Knights. That being said, he tells the barbarian to remain calm since he'll just die a meaningless death with nothing but bravado. While all of this is happening, Mercia just finds the whole thing amusing. He concludes that the son of Bayezid raised a mannerless subordinate, and then throws a jab at the beast girl on the team, calling her a cat. The guy insults them even further, wondering if Rudiger has tamed them by now, since those of lowly status tend to forget their place. Hearing this, Rudiger just hits back at the arrogant intruder, stating that his followers are standing exactly where they're supposed to be regardless. That being said, he decides that it's time for Mercia to stand where he is supposed to. At this point, it's pretty clear that things are starting to get heated, and the Dragon Killer Knights equally look like they're ready to start clashing blades. They reach for their blades, but this doesn't faze Rudiger in the slightest. He fearlessly activates his terrifying flame aura and starts walking toward the intruder. The Dragon Killer Knights are immediately overwhelmed by his power, so all they can do is tremble in fear and watch as he marches toward their captain. They let Rudiger pass without any resistance, and then the Bayezid son climbs up to stage face to face with Mercia, who is still smiling for some reason. He looks the intruder dead in the eye and bluntly asks him who the hell gave him permission to raise his flag on the Barenheim fortress. In response, the unbothered brat casually reveals that he made a request, but since nobody moved, he got his subordinates to raise it. Mercia's audacity just pisses Rudiger off even more, so he leans in closer and furiously demands to know if he even got anyone's permission before standing here. Despite the menacing look on Rudiger's face, the brat is still pretty unfazed and even starts to joke about the situation, claiming that it's not reasonable that he'd need permission to stand in the Barenheim fortress. After all, based on the Empire's law, the Dragon Killer Knights possess the right to use any manpower or facilities within the Empire. Hearing this, Rudiger takes a step forward which forces Mercia back down a step. With a commanding tone, the fortress master admits that they do have those rights. But then again, that's only the case if they ask the master of said facilities for permission. Even though the Bayezid's son looks like he's about to lose his cool, the annoying intruder keeps trying to get on his nerves. With an annoying smirk on his face, he nonchalantly asks Rudiger if he's trying to say that he won't cooperate. He's clearly trying to get an implicating response or reaction from Rudiger, but the guy is smarter than that, so he makes it clear that he actually intends to cooperate. However, he makes it clear that this can only happen if Mercia will go through the necessary procedures. He says this pointing at the flags at the top of the fortress, and at first, Mercia doesn't understand what he's trying to say. But then, the brat takes another look outside and sees his house's red flag waving all over the place. At this point, he realizes what Rudiger is telling him, and the fortress master decides to spell it out still by politely telling him to make a request for them to raise his flag. He says this with a really cold glare in his red eyes, and you can tell that he's ready for anything that follows. He maintains his gaze and reminds the intruder that he's in the land of Bayezid and advises him to ask the owners of the land to help them kill the dragon. Rudiger makes this bold statement, claiming that the only way for them to move forward from here is by Mercia starting with a polite request. The Dragon Killer Knights are already afraid of the Bayezid son, but Lamon steps forward as well to make them even more scared. Seeing that he and his men no longer have the upper hand in the situation, Mercia begrudgingly gives in. He goes quiet for a second and then tells Rudiger that he'll regret his actions. As you can imagine, the Bayezid son doesn't really give a shit. In response, he claims that he doesn't think the central nobles even know of regret, and Mercia just states that life is all about regrets regardless of the decisions they make. The brat thinks about the situation, and even though both of them are competent, he feels that there's only one place they can climb to. With this in mind, he takes up a glass of red wine and decides that this situation is something he could try shaking, so he decides to work with Rudiger and his men. The scene changes, and a while later, we see Sir Lamond addressing the rest of the crew. He reveals that there were no secret plans back in his day, and that while it was not what he intended, they eventually found out who attacked the village. That being said, he feels that if they ignore the method used, then this is no different from the Dragon Killer Knights who used barbarians as bait for the Lindworm. Hearing this, Rudiger agrees with the old man, claiming that they have no choice but to use traps since they can't catch up to the dragon. The Beast Girl chimes in at this point, stating that the Dragon Killer Knights might use it as an excuse to remain in the Barenheim fortress for longer if they're not able to kill the dragon. The Bayezid son knows that the girl is absolutely right about this. He knows that the Dragon Killer Knights will take advantage and try to align the intentions of the Central into the North if they're allowed to take away their opportunity to kill the Lindbloom. With this increased sense of urgency, Rudiger turns to one of the main strategists on the team and asks the guy how long it would take to make the trap that will lure the dragon. In response, the guy points out how there aren't any places that raise livestock in the vicinity, and then suggests that one of their best options would be to get the Portly household to work with them. All things being considered, the guy concludes that they'll need at least half a month to get everything in place for the trap to be completed. Just then, one of the knights in the group suggests that they try capturing some barbarians instead, while the one next to him figures that they could also steal the barbarian hostages that the Dragon Killer Knights captured earlier. As you can imagine, these are both pretty inhumane ideas, so Sir Lamond is quick to dismiss them, sternly warning the two young men not to be crazy. Their little meeting is suddenly interrupted when a group of knights barge into the room, demanding to know why they would dare touch the flag of the Central. It turns out that Mercia wasn't exactly cool with the arrangement earlier, and so now, things are about to get out of hand. Seeing the hostile knights from the Central, Sir Lamond grits his teeth in anger. He's really pissed, so he expresses it, stating that this is why nobody ever wants to associate themselves with the Central. The old man is annoyed for sure, but he remains completely calm, as well as the knights under his command. He knows how quickly things can go south, so he tells his men not to make a move yet because the master of this place hasn't given them permission to draw their swords. After addressing his knights, he turns his focus to Captain Mercia, and Rudiger chimes in as well, suggesting that they should at least do what needs to be done first if they must have a scuffle. The scene shifts after this, and the next thing we see is a crystal ball on a pillow with some kind of seer telling Mercia all about our boy. The hooded figure reveals that Vlad is 17 years old and talks about how he was born in the slums of Soara within the Bayezid County. As soon as Mercia realizes that the blondie was born in Soara, his interest is piqued all of a sudden. He starts pondering on the slums of Soara and connects it to the boy's golden hair and blue eyes. And that's not forgetting the kid's thumping heart, which he could feel in an instant. Just thinking about this makes him confident that he's correct about Vlad. Mercia feels that all the events that revolved around the kid would always go differently than expected. As such, he figures that the young hero is just none too far away, and the seer agrees with him on this one. At this point, the brat is certain that he can predict everything about our boy, so he goes on to guess that the boy was born too lowly. This is his first guess, but then again, he's not so sure about it. They say that a promising seed will bloom anywhere, but now he's starting to think that it could also be that some noble seeds have been sown even in lowly places like the slums of Soara. It's something that leaves him wondering, and he knows that he can't be too sure about what he's just been told by the seer. Mercia is convinced that there's more to the young knight, so he tells the crystal ball reader to go find out more about our boy. Unfortunately, the seer reveals that they couldn't find out what he did within Soara, even though they were able to learn about his life after leaving the city of Soara. Hearing this, the captain of the Dragon Killer Knights is pretty pissed off, so he demands to know why he'd received such a disappointing report. As far as he knows, his family planted the most amount of spies in the north, so he expects to know everything that happens there. It's at this point that the spy talking to him through the crystal ball reveals that all of their eyes within Soara have been shut down. It turns out that Joseph Bayezid is the reason for this setback, because immediately after he became mayor of Soara, he practically acquired total control over the city. This is why all of their spy operations have been shut down and why they have no idea what Vlad is like when he's in the city. Mercia isn't happy you hear this at all, but he manages to keep his cool and calms himself down with a sip of wine. From what he knows, Joseph hasn't been mayor of Soara for too long, so he didn't expect the Bayezid son to have absolute control over the city so soon. The spy on the other side of the crystal ball confirms that Joseph hasn't been in power for long, but also makes it clear that the young master somehow managed to establish his influence very quickly by using the recent missing people cases as justification. Hearing this, all that Mercia can think about is how similar swords are to authority. He feels this way because he knows that swords and authority both have to be strong and sharp, yet flexible at the same time. This makes him think about the mayor in question. Apparently, this blonde-haired brat has heard a bit about Joseph Bayezid, so he knows that the guy is someone that allegedly can't lift a sword. Which is ironic because the guy just happens to be able to understand the qualities of the sword better than anyone else. It's a really great quality, and this makes Mercia admit that the Bayezid family has got some really competent sons. While the arrogant captain of the Dragon Killer Knights is busy plotting and scheming, the scene shifts and we catch up with the old knight who's in the middle of scolding his subordinates who suggested using the barbarians as bait. He reminds them that the barbarians who were captured by Central are from Age's tribe, so he wants them to think twice about provoking the clan leader who just barely got his anger back under control. Sir Lyman makes it clear to them that the Northerners and barbarians have lived together in the north for a long time, and so using them as bait would seriously affect the peace that has been maintained between them for many years. By making such a senseless decision, they could do something that leads to the whole north being engulfed in the flames of war, and it would all be because they were trying to kill a dragon. At this point, the two knights realize how dumb their ideas were, so they immediately apologize to the old man, admitting that they were far too short-sighted to have said such things. In response, Laman just sighs in disappointment, suggesting that the future looks so bleak if they truly reason this poorly at a time like this. While Laman is chewing on the two, Rudiger thinks about how the old man is absolutely right. As far as he's concerned, the aftermath of the decision will be grave regardless of what they choose to do right now. But then again, he starts to think that maybe this situation is exactly what the Central wanted all along. Rudiger feels that this whole saga might have been orchestrated from the start. After all, the people from Central are the same ones who would love to see the North destroying itself. With this in mind, Rudiger starts to think deeply, and it does take too long before he comes up with an idea. For some reason, his plan involves Vlad's horse. He heard that the son of the grasslands is extremely fast, and as soon as he says this, Laman quickly tells him not to even think about riding that creature because literally everyone in Soara knows that the horse doesn't listen to anybody. Rudiger is pretty surprised to hear that the horse is actually that stubborn, and the old man assures him that the creature is even way worse than anything he's imagining. This is pretty frustrating for the Bayezid son because he quickly discovered that this plan too is already a no-go. He was thinking of borrowing the horse to try and cut down Lindblum by himself, but now that he clearly won't have the means for that, he's starting to see what those intruders deserve to be called dragon killers. As much as it annoys him, he can't help but admit that their way of hunting the dragon was so clear and precise. From the look of things, they're the only ones capable of bringing down a creature like the Lindblum because of how insanely fast it is. Just thinking about this makes Rudiger even more annoyed. He curses out in frustration and wonders if they really have no choice but to play into the hands of Central like that. Right now, he desperately needs a way for them to deal with the dragon without Mercia, and his men getting involved or even getting in the way. If only they could at least know the location of Lindblum, a big part of the problem would be sorted out. The fortress master's thoughts are interrupted all of a sudden when one of his guards runs into the place calling out to him. He quickly answers the messenger, asking him what the matter is, and that's when the guard reveals that there are people outside the fortress requesting for the gates to be opened. The news of these unexpected visitors just leaves Rudiger even more frustrated because he has no idea who the hell could be out there this time around. He asks who it is and is absolutely shocked when the guard informs him that the unexpected group of visitors is a gauntlet of iron. Their blue flag with an iron gauntlet on it is being waved outside the fortress, and we learn that these guys are the Knights of the Iron Duke, the Baronoff household. While Rudiger and his team are being forced to deal with the uninvited guests left by Volkov Baronoff waiting outside, the scene changes and we're taken back out to the snowy mountains. Here, we see that the Dragon Killer Knight's plan worked because it turns out that the numerous barbarian corpses that they left scattered all over in the snow attracted the bloodthirsty dragon already. The story continues back in Soara where the new mayor, Joseph Bayezid, receives an unexpected letter from Dermer. He takes the sealed envelope from his green-eyed knight, feeling a little confused, so Sir Jaeger informs him that Baron Heinel was the one who sent it personally. The young master opens up the letter and as he reads through, he asks Sir Jaeger if he noticed any movements in the west on his way here. In response, the knight reveals that Count Gadar's army still hasn't moved yet, which leaves Master Joseph pondering a bit. He finds the news interesting and after thinking about what it means for a few seconds, he asks Sir Jaeger when Vlad will return from the dragon hunting mission, and the knight claims that the last thing they heard about the blonde swordsman was his exceptional contribution in the subjugation of the Lindworm. Other than that, he admits that they don't have any other information about Vlad's whereabouts or when he will return. Hearing this, the mayor ponders deeply because he already knows that it would take at least 1 month for his favorite young servant to return. Sir Jaeger notices how worried his master is, so he asks the mayor if he needs Vlad for anything. The young master admits that he indeed needs the young boy from Soara, but since he isn't available right now, he figures that they'll have to be short on time. Joseph believes that the subjugation squad probably returned to Sturma after they finished their mission, and Sir Jaeger agrees with him that it's probably the case. Seeing that they're on the same page, the young master reveals that he'll be going to Sturma to meet up with the subjugation and his big brother. And of course, Jaeger already understands what this means, so he claims that he'll go prepare for the journey immediately. The one-eyed knight states this and then takes his leave to go make arrangements for the trip. As he makes his way out of the room, Joseph Bayezid gets lost in thought once again, recalling what he read in the letter and bracing himself for what is to come now that he knows how Count Gadar wants to play this game. Even though the man didn't do anything visibly threatening, Joseph is convinced that the letter was definitely a move with specific intentions in mind. A part of him feels that this whole thing might really be a coincidence because he never thought that hopeful moment would become the silver lining to overcoming this problem. As it turns out, everything going on right now seems to be connected to Vlad's encounter with the Princess of Dermer, because it seems that the mistake that our boy made on that day was the best move that could have been made. The scene changes and we're taken back to the snowy hills of the Blood Duke's domain. There, Volkov returns to his father with news of their victory in the battle against Lindblum. The Blood Duke commends his son for doing a great job, so Volkov informs him that the Bayezid family helped them tremendously to achieve this. He claims that they were lucky enough to have the dragon killed by one of the Northerners, and as a result, the Dragon Killer Knights weren't able to come up with any excuse to interfere. Hearing all of this, the spiky-haired Duke simply asks where their biggest threat is at the moment. In response, Volkov informs his father that Mercia, that blonde fucker from before, has left with the Dragon Killer Knights. He assures his old man that the Knights of Bayezid will monitor those traitors closely until the very last moment. Upon hearing this, the red-eyed Blood Duke begins to piece things together. Since the White Dragon is dead and the Dragon Killer Squad has left, he believes that there are no reasons for them to rampage their lands anymore, which is a very good thing. As much as this is amazing news for them, the old man knows that this is temporary. After all, it will only be a matter of time before another dragon realizes their potential and decides to wreak havoc on the lands. He feels that these kinds of problems only keep coming up because they're safekeeping 2 fragments at the same time. For this reason, the Blood Duke decides that they have to split the dragon fragments up. Unfortunately, he's not sure who he can trust with such an important task. He stands before the 2 chain chests remaining while his son and one of his advisors stand next to him. Duke Baronoff is the guardian of the oath, so it's supposed to be his job, but now that he needs to split the fragments of the dragon up, he can only wonder who he can entrust one of them to. While the Blood Duke is busy being torn with that decision, the scene changes once again and we catch up with Sir Rudiger's party. Sir Lamon finally wakes up from his comatose state and the first person he sees is Vlad. Apparently, Vlad was the one moving him in a wagon, wrapped up in many thick clothes while he was unconscious, so when he opens his eyes and sees the blondie, he asks the kid if he thinks he's moving a corpse or something. In response, our boy explains that the wind is cold and claims that the veteran is being transported like that because they're still very far away from Sturma. Hearing this, the old geezer just scoffs at Vlad's excuse, informing him that a man is not scared of the cold. This old knight says this with so much confidence even though there are literally still pieces of ice all over his face. Seeing that Lamond wants to act all tough, he reminds the veteran how he literally said that his bones were aching earlier when he was blasted with the Lindblum's breath attack. As you can imagine, this is like a checkmate for Lamond because he can't even deny it. He's just pissed that the kid was able to remember that. Sure, he can boast about not being affected by the cold anymore, but he still doesn't want Vlad to tie him up any further because it's only a matter of time before his blood flow gets cut off. While those two are busy bickering, we see Rudiger and the blondie having a chat. The Bayezid's son points out how preparations will soon be over and then asks the guy if he isn't going to Sturma with them. After all, Lord Mercia and his Dragon Killer Knights are important guests who came from far away, so he suggests that his father, Lord Bayezid, will be happy to see them. The blue-eyed schemer already knows that Rudiger doesn't like him, so of course, he politely declines the offer. He claims that it's a rare opportunity to go to Sturma but admits that he doesn't think he'll be able to have a peaceful life over there. As you can imagine, Rudiger doesn't actually want a blonde fucker around, so after his first refusal, he casually decides not to ask any further. Right now, he's only talking with Mercia just because it's his duty, not because he's enjoying it. He claims that it's embarrassing for him to let a faraway guest leave empty-handed. But since Volkov took the spear that was struck into the Lindblom's leg, he figures that Mercia should take something too. As such, he asks the man if he wants to at least take the tail back with him. Of course, Mercia's pride would never let him accept such a small part of the dragon when his original intention was to slay the creature itself. With this in mind, he politely declines Rudiger's offer once again, claiming that he'll just accept his well wishes instead. The Bayezid's son is clearly enjoying this conversation right now because he's got the upper hand. Both men are practically playing mind games with each other at the moment, and Rudiger is winning. He teases Mercia one more time, suggesting that it's better not to take anything since it would just be unnecessary luggage for their long journey back home. After making this statement, he goes on to inform the blonde man that Bayezid will deal with the barbarians that were caught as prisoners of war. That being said, he concludes by telling Mercia to henceforth leave the matters of the North to people of the North, and that he should enjoy his journey back. Mercia knows that he's lost this game already, so he doesn't even protest at all. He simply acknowledges Rudiger's wishes, and then before heading out, he requests to say his farewells to the new Dragon Slayer. This request catches Rudiger off guard, and he's uncertain for a second but ultimately decides to allow it, but only if the interaction will be for a moment. Hearing this, Mercia quickly starts walking toward Vlad, but along the way, Rudiger sternly warns him, claiming that he won't let him off the hook a second time if he dares pull any tricks again. In response, the arrogant blondie just pretends like he doesn't know what Rudiger is talking about. He asks the Bayezid's son what he means by that, and the latter just feels insulted that Mercia would think that he wouldn't learn of what he did to Vlad on the battlefield. In that moment, we get to see the flashback of our boy struggling after being struck with the binding spell. In that moment, when our boy was suddenly incapacitated in the middle of an intense fight with the dragon, Mercia was the one responsible, and Rudiger somehow managed to find out. Because of this, he now has more than one reason to despise the blonde fucker, so he makes it crystal clear to him that there will not be a second warning. Of course, Mercia gets the message instantly, so he assures Rudiger that he will need that warning. Right after that, he makes his way over to Vlad while thinking about what just happened. He feels that he acted too rashly, unlike his usual self, and he kind of regrets it because he realizes now that the encounter was an opportunity for him to see the world of Rudiger Bayezid. Unfortunately, he wasn't composed enough for that, and now he might never get another chance. Either way, he feels that there's no need to be disappointed since he already got to see the most important thing, which just happens to be our boy. While Vlad is busy trying to confirm that all their luggage has been packed properly, he's suddenly interrupted by Mercia, who approaches him. The sneaky bastard commends him for his impressive display on the battlefield. Of course, Vlad is pissed to even hear his voice, and the fact that he even has the balls to come over to talk to him makes it even more annoying. In response, our boy simply tells Mercia that he would have done even better if it wasn't for a certain someone. The arrogant man just keeps trying to piss him off at this point, claiming that he's glad to finally meet the one and only Vlad of Soara. Our boy doesn't even say anything to him this time, and the guy is smart enough to know that the feeling is definitely not mutual. The young swordsman is so irritated by his presence but manages to keep his cool. He tells Mercia that there's no reason for him to be glad to meet him. If anything, he has tons of reasons to never want to meet the blonde bastard that almost killed him. Hearing this, the annoying man just teases him, claiming that their situation is quite sad. He also suggests that his intentions of not wanting to go to a dangerous place weren't conveyed properly. The fact that he's trying to blame Rudiger's team for the risk they faced by going after the dragon almost makes Vlad lose his shit, so he tells Mercia to stop with the bullshit and get lost if he's done talking. This glimpse of rage intrigues Mercia. He is really impressed by Vlad's sharp but calm aura and wonders how the kid managed to mature so much in such a short time. He doesn't know the answer, but he feels that it's how it should be anyway. After all, one must know to hold their head up high wherever they are at, and it's clear that that's the kind of person Vlad was born to be. Seeing that the kid is this close to snapping at him for real, he decides to cut to the chase. Mercia claims that he'll ask a few questions and then disappear from this place, and before Vlad can even give him a go-ahead or not, he suddenly asks our boy if his heart runs wild every time he sees a dragon. This question catches our boy off guard, and it becomes clear that Mercia might know a lot more than he's been letting on. Vlad thinks deeply about this and recalls his battles against the remnants of the dragons. While he's still thinking, Mercia suddenly insinuates that our boy felt thirsty after seeing the blue blood of the Lindblom. Vlad becomes really nervous at this point because he truly felt something weird after seeing the blood. He begins to panic, and that's when Mercia blatantly asks him if he wanted to drink the dragon's blood. While our boy is stuck in the hot seat, the scene changes and the story continues in Sturma, the Bayezid County main city. There, we see that Vlad and the others have finally arrived, and while everyone else is probably having a good night's rest, our boy can't get any sleep. He's up all night, with so many thoughts running through his mind. He can get Mercia's last question out of his head and all he's been thinking about. After being asked if he wanted to drink the dragon's blood, Vlad was pretty offended, so he wanted to snap at the bastard, but then again, the guy had a point. The young swordsman already knew that his heart would race any time he saw a dragon, but there was even some sort of resonance to his heart when he faced the Lind Bloom. He can't understand how Mercia got to know about that, so he can't help but wonder who on earth Mercia actually is. He doesn't get how the guy knows things about him that he doesn't even know about himself yet, and while he's still trying to make sense of everything, he gets drawn out of his thoughts all of a sudden by the knock on his door. As you can imagine, he's not in the mood to talk to anyone, so he angrily tells whoever it is to get lost, stating that he doesn't want to be disturbed. Just then, Rudiger opens the door a bit, feeling unwelcome by Vlad's tone. He knows that the boy must be stressed out but still feels that he shouldn't be that harsh. After all, he's not the only one who's fought dragons in the Bayezid house. Rudiger has also been on the battlefield fighting against a dragon, 2 times for that matter, so he still expects that he will be respected accordingly. Of course, Vlad had no idea that the person at his door was his master's older brother, so he shoots up from his bed and immediately apologizes. He explains that people kept coming to ask him about the subjugation this time around, so he just assumed that he was one of the curious fans. Hearing this, Rudiger is pretty relieved, and jokingly claims that he was afraid Vlad had an unknown grudge towards him or something. He asks if he can come in, and of course, our boy welcomes him right in. Rudiger takes a look around the room and takes it all in because he's never really been in a servant's room before, so he doesn't exactly know what they look like. Our boy already knows that Sir Rudiger didn't leave the comfort of his chambers to come get a tour of the servants' room, so he nervously asks the man what brings him here. In response, Rudiger just reveals the huge case he brought with him, claiming that it contains the sword he promised our boy earlier. He claims that it was personally forged by the top blacksmith in Bayezid, and then opens the huge scabbard to unveil the magnificent sword. Not only is it strong and sharp, but it's also very light and well balanced according to the master. He claims that the sword was forged by a blacksmith who's not only reputable in the north, but throughout the empire. As such, he's confident that the blade will definitely be something that is good enough for our boy to use. Seeing the stunning sword, Vlad is pretty overwhelmed by the whole thing. He can't believe the lengths that Sir Rudiger went to get the sword and claims that the sword is too much for him. However, the master doesn't agree with him, because he doesn't think the sword is too much for the dragon slayer. As far as he's concerned, this is the reward that Vlad deserves. He claims that he would have loved to give him the best artisan sword he could obtain, but he figured that it could have caused a lot of misunderstandings. That being said, he tells Vlad that there's no need to be concerned since he's not doing this with ulterior motives. After all, he knows how much his brother, Joseph, values the young swordsman. At this point, Vlad figures that there's no point fighting it anymore, so he gratefully accepts the sword. Rudiger then asks Vlad if he's seen Joseph, and our boy reveals that he did, but just for a short moment since the guy seemed really busy. Hearing this, Rudiger just finds it amusing because he feels like there are times when Joseph seems like the servant instead of Vlad. Apparently, all the scandals that our boy gets himself always need to be sorted out by Joseph. Our boy is surprised when he hears this because he has no idea what he did to make his master so busy. At this point, Rudiger realizes that the kid hasn't heard anything yet, and when Vlad asks him what he's talking about, he informs him that the Bayezid household has issued a summon to all knights. The scene changes after now, and outside, we catch up with Sir Lamond, who is currently with the head of the Bayezid family. The old knight reveals that he's thinking of ending his pilgrimage, so the lord asks him if he's come to a decision yet. In response, Sir Lamond reveals that it has truly been a tough time for him to even come to the conclusion. Lord Bayezid completely understands and suggests that Sir Lamond is ready to hand over this last ducat. The old geezer just nods in response, and the lord figures that it would weigh heavily on Vlad's shoulders since he's taking over such a great honor, and Lamond claims that this is exactly why he's giving it to the young swordsman. He's giving it to our boy as a knight and as a vassal of the Bayezid household. The old knight claims that he feels so relieved because it's like he's completed all of his duties finally. And when the lord hears this, he just thanks the veteran for devoting himself to the Bayezid household for such a long time. In response, Sir Lamond simply apologizes for causing any trouble this whole time. After this exchange, Lord Bayezid asks the old knight if he'll be returning to his hometown now, which he confirms. He admits that it's been a long time since he saw his own manor, and as such, he'd like to go home. Lord Bayezid is pretty sad to let such a loyal knight go, so he asks Sir Lamond to stay a few more days before leaving so that they can have a proper send-forth for him. The old geezer is taken aback when he hears this. It's quite strange to him because he knows that Lord Bayezid isn't someone who has problems with bidding farewell. He's quite confused, so he asks the lord what the matter is. In response, the head of the Bayezid family reminds him that when someone new is about to appear, whenever someone else is about to retire, Hearing this, Sir Lamond immediately pieces everything together and realizes that this is the reason the man summoned all the knights. He asks the Lord if he has also recognized the new one to take his place, and the Bayezid head just claims that those who are qualified deserve to enjoy the authority. This old lord is convinced that our boy will break the records by becoming both the youngest and also the one who becomes a true knight in the shortest amount of time. Hearing this, Sir Lamond just bursts into laughter, stating that such a record and tradition should be broken all the time. Lord Bayezid knows that the old knight is always big on tradition, so the fact that he just said something like that makes him even more certain about his decision. At this point, Sir Lamond feels like he's already gotten his retirement gift, so he's really looking forward to that day when all the knights will be gathered, because that's the moment a new honor will be born. 3 days later, we see Sir Jaeger walking down the long hallway of the mansion, and then all of a sudden, he stops in his tracks when he senses Vlad's presence. He turns around to look at his vassal properly and is absolutely blown away by what he sees. He begins to wonder if Lady Oksana even used magic on Vlad for his preparation, because the transformation is drastic. The green-eyed knight feels like she turned Vlad into a completely different person, and truly, our boy looks absolutely majestic. Unfortunately, he doesn't exactly seem excited about his new look. In fact, he even feels out of place for some reason, and so Jaeger figures that he must be really nervous. He asks the boy if he's got any nerves, and Vlad claims that he only feels flustered. His cheeks are bright red at this point, and he admits that this whole thing feels quite sudden to him. Hearing this, Sir Jaeger calmly assures him that he won't scold him for shaking like a leaf. He tells the boy that he'll let him off even if he trembles, and then reminds him that he's the reason why the door of knights will be opened today. That being said, Sir Jaeger steps up to the door and asks that Vlad be allowed to enter, because he's now standing there on the orders of the Count. At that moment, the huge doors are opened, and our boy is absolutely blown away by the majesty before his eyes, because he has just been allowed into the Hall of Knights. Just as he's about to walk in, he looks back and sees young Master Joseph watching him proudly. Joseph remembers how he could never stand in front of that door because he can't wield a sword. He always thought that it would be a line he'd never cross in his life, but today, it looks like Vlad has become the sword that finally came to him. With tremendous pride in his heart, he encourages Vlad to go on and enter into the Hall of Knights, congratulating him on his fear and calling him his sword. The red path is one path of honor, and the boy had walked that path without even realizing it. Step by step, this was the oath that he had dreamt of beyond the mires of the back alley. He was finally on the path toward the shining star, and now he's arrived at the star. Our boy walks down the red carpet with all the other knights standing on either side. At the end of the carpet, he kneels before Lord Bayezid, who's waiting there with his sword to officially make our young swordsman a knight. The Lord addresses our boy Vlad, servant of the Bayezid household, and commends him for reaching this place. He tells him that he did a great job and then hands him a scroll, which happens to be the ever-unchanging commandments of a swordmaster. Lord Bayezid tells Vlad to hold it in his left hand and urges him to engrave the following into his heart. The old man reminds him that a knight must always be able to see the world of possibilities, and reveals that it is the first commandment of the swordmasters. In that moment, we get to understand exactly what this commandment means. Even though our boy had met the older knights as enemies before, they had all protected the possibilities that he held, because that's the duty a knight should perform. Lord Bayezid goes on to tell Vlad that a knight must always listen to his conscience, which is the second commandment of the swordmasters. Our boy is equally able to relate this commandment to some of the knights he was lucky enough to meet. He remembers the mission with Sir Gregory in that village haunted by the evil priest. Even in that town that was filled with fog, the knights there gave everything they had, as they had risked everything, including their lives. If you stand in the place you ought to be in, then you must not hesitate when the time to act and do the right thing comes. And only one's conscience can determine what that is. Lord Bayezid places the blade of his sword on Vlad's shoulder once again and quotes the third and final commandment of the swordmasters, telling him that a knight must always pursue the path of honor. A knight must always keep their eyes able so that they can become honorable. They must strive to become honorable so that they can be without a shred of embarrassment. Vlad understands these 3 commandments, and he's already been living a life in line with them, so it's not a problem when Lord Bayezid asks him to swear before his sword and before the commandments of the knights. Our boy, Vlad of Soara, had always looked at the possibility of being the sword that has no frills, and the red-haired girl who stands by his side can testify to that. Even though he lives in the mires of the back alley, he had always kept to what was right. Besides Jemima, Jorge, the knight who had protected Rose's smile, will also testify for our boy's conscience, and because the young boy looked up to the stars, he was able to move forward with hopes of holding them. While it was something he has kept to without realizing it, he was someone who did all he could to keep to it. The sword with no frills who had struggled with him will also testify to that. With all this evidence to show that our boy is deserving of this knighthood, he swears before Lord Bayezid, the sword and the commandments, that he will give all he has to observe the commandments of the swordmasters. In response, the Lord Peter Bayezid, master of the Bayezid household, commands Vlad, who was a lowly servant when he knelt before him, to arise as a knight. Hearing this, our boy gets back on his feet, and from that moment, he becomes known as the Knight of Lady Alicia, the one who protected the lives of the children who were blessed by San Racino. the dragon slayer who spilled the blood of the Lin Bloom, and a knight recognized by the Bayezid household, the one and only Vlad of Soara. This young man was once the boy who came from nothing, and now he had made something out of himself by his own will. All the other knights in the room smile with pride, including Sir Rudiger and Sir Jaeger, who are especially delighted on this day. But the truth is, none of them is as proud as the man who took him into his home, young Master Joseph, who's currently watching everything just outside the Hall of Knights. Our boy's rise from the bottom is something that all the stars gathered in this place will testify to. It's a great moment in the history of the Bayezid household, and as they all honor the newest addition to the Knights, the voice in our boy's head tells him that he's done great before addressing him as Sir Vlad, for the first time ever. The scene changes and we're suddenly taken to Trinova, the current Gaidar County. The notorious Count Gaidar sits on his throne while one of his advisors suggests that this is a time to advance forward without hesitation. However, the dwarves behind them are making the situation unpleasant. For this reason, the Count has decided to slowly make his moves like the other nobles did. He points out how the only Heinel member left, Alicia, remains unmarried. The ruler of the West, Sigmund Gaidar, makes this point with a sinister look on his face, and when his subject confirms that the lady still isn't married, he explains that this must not be the case. After all, he doesn't think that there's any way a frail woman like her can survive in such a dangerous world all by herself. It's at this moment that we see that he's talking to Godin, because he suddenly tells the rogue knight that he needs him to get involved this time around. Hearing this, Godin simply asks Count Gaidar to tell him what he has to do, so the massive villainous ruler of the West tells him to go to Damer with his son. He wants Godin to get a good justification in that place, which leaves the rogue knight taken aback. He's surprised that Count Gaidar wants justification instead of violence and war, but while he's still pondering on this, the ruler of the West simply praises him, knowing that he won't disappoint. In response, the white-haired mercenary vows to do his very best on this assignment. After this interaction, the story takes us back to Sturma, where we catch up with Peter Bayezid and his household. During the little meeting, he points out how he has put the young boy Vlad in the position that his son Joseph wished for. In response, the young master just thanks his father, and the Lord goes on to reveal that the Lord of the North will host a meeting where everyone will gather very soon. This news catches Joseph off guard because he didn't expect that the great assembly would take place. His father confirms this, and the young master is left stunned for a few seconds. The great assembly that hasn't been held in over 10 years is suddenly taking place, so he's really shocked. There was no sign of that happening at all, so he wonders if this is just how secretive the preparation was. But then again, he feels that maybe it was rushed so that no one would be able to see it coming. Joseph is really bothered about the meeting, and while he's busy panicking, his father reveals that he wants to sit next to Alicia Heinel, the Lord of Damer, during the Great Assembly. This shocks Joseph even more, but before he can process it properly or even try to protest, Peter Bayezid starts talking about how the Heinel household has benefited from the North and Central keeping each other in check for a long time. He opens a bottle of wine as he says this, and then concludes by suggesting that it's time for Heinel to make a decision. The man wants Damer to decide if they will become a Great of the North or an abandoned land of the Central. The wise lord wants to apply pressure now because he knows that the Heinel household will become food for the Eagle of the West if they don't make a choice quickly. Peter Bayezid reveals that the era of peace is over and claims that now is the time for the people to come together and fight for survival. Damer has maintained neutrality for long enough, and Lord Bayezid believes that they have no choice but to make a very tough decision soon. Joseph is really worried about Lady Alicia and wonders if she'll choose the North, but his father just smiles mischievously upon hearing this. He already knows that Joseph has gone to great lengths to ensure that she makes that decision, and even though the son is surprised, his old man promises to support him fully, because in matters concerning Damer, Joseph represents the entire Bayezid household. Hearing this, Joseph is just overwhelmed, but he eventually pulls himself together and makes his way out. As he walks away, his father watches him and thinks about how the young master has had to struggle all his life because he was born without sharp fangs. However, he's ready to support him this time because he's really stuck on this issue. After all, the Heinel household isn't the only thing that will affect them. Peter Bayezid knows that the longer he takes to make his decision, the higher the probability that his household's blood will be spilled. For this reason, he decides that he must put an end to this in his generation. The cycle of this endless fight is like a curse that has taken a toll on him, so he's determined to break it once and for all. Later that evening, as the sun sets, Sir Lamon takes Vlad up to the top of the manor to show him something. There, our boy is blown away by the view, claiming that he never knew this was how the scenery up here was. In response, the old knight reveals that he wanted to show him this place at least once. He points out how the castle walls look redder now than any other time of the day, claiming that the walls of Sturma have endured time by feeding off of the blood of their enemies. But sadly, he also mentions how they've been fed by the blood of the Bayezid household. Vlad can tell from the tone of his voice that he's heartbroken about this. The old man admits that blood is necessary in order to protect something and then explains that knights are the people who have sworn to offer up their blood gladly when the time that blood is needed comes. The tone gets really serious all of a sudden as the old knight informs our boy that he will have to offer up his blood once that day comes. In response, Vlad just gives him a warm smile and assures him that he already knows this. Hearing this, the old geezer finally decides that it's time to tell Vlad his name, so he reveals that it's Lamond. Our boy is taken aback because that confession came out of nowhere. He expresses his confusion, so the old knight tells him to call him Sir Lamond henceforth. While Vlad is still trying to understand what's going on, the old man hands him his last ducat, telling him to take it. Our boy is reluctant because he doesn't know what it is, so Sir Lamond tells him that it's payment for breaking his armor. Vlad takes it from him but scrutinizes it, because he doesn't get how the old geezer intends to pay for his armor with the rusty old copper coin. While the kid is busy examining the coin with disappointment in his eyes, Sir Lamond informs him that the coin is worth a lot more than the Grey Orc's leather armor he had. He knows that Vlad probably won't get it now, so he simply assured him that he'll realize the value of the coin when the time is right. Sir Lamond figures that Vlad must have received his mission when he was knighted, and our boy confirms this, revealing that he's departing in the morning. Hearing this, the old knight realizes that this is the last time they'll see each other in a while. With this in mind, he tells Vlad to come visit his manor if the chaotic situation somehow settles sometime in the near future. In response, the young knight assures his favorite old man that he'll do just that. He even jokes about how he'll collect the rest of his insufficient payment when he visits. It's a sad moment for sure to see them having to go their separate ways, but they manage to make it funny since they're both comedians when they want to be. The two share a wholesome moment, and Lamond tells Vlad that he can visit anytime he wants. He stretches out his hand for a farewell handshake, and instead of calling out boy a brat like he usually does, he finally addresses him as Sir Vlad. Our boy is taken aback by this, but the retired knight simply gives him a warm smile, stating that their time together has been fun. It's time to say goodbye, and even though our boy is sad to let this old man go, a smile creeps up on his face too as he shakes the man's hand. He thanks the old knight for everything he's taught him, and that's where they finally part ways. The story continues in Dermer, where a familiar blue-haired princess is currently frustrated that no one has come to see her even though it's been a month since she sent that letter. Her advisor calms her down, urging her to be more patient and reminding her that they always have to be prepared for the worst situation, because only then will they be prepared for whatever they must do. The clock is ticking for the Heinel household, and Alicia is starting to fear that the worst situation is already upon her. She contemplates following what Count Gaydar said in his letter and marrying his eldest son, but she doesn't even know what to think anymore. She asks her advisor if she should just marry into the Gaydar household, and the old man is absolutely shocked. That's definitely not what he was trying to suggest, so he feels that he may have chosen his words wrongly the first time. Despite his attempts to calm the lady down, she's still shaking in anger from receiving the wedding invitation, which was more like a one-sided notice. Count Gaydar probably didn't give her much of a choice with that offer, and she knows that the West completely disrespected her. Even though they sugarcoated their intentions, she knows that it can't be good for her because there was no promise to what the future of Heinel would be like. All she saw was their own greed. At the moment, Lady Alicia is even more confused because she doesn't trust anyone around her. From the north, to central, to even Count Gaydar, she feels that they're all desperate for her land. As far as she's concerned, everyone around her is a thief, so she's extremely careful about her decision. Seeing how frustrated she is, her advisor tells her not to worry too much, assuring her that their opportunity to rise again will come again with time. Hearing this, she agrees with him and decides that they'll just keep trying until then. Even though she's claimed not to trust those around her, she can't help but wonder why she hasn't heard back from Bayezid. It's like she's anticipating their pitch because she doesn't get why it's so difficult for them to send a servant. At this point, her advisor suggests that they must have calculated it all, stating that they must know the terrain advantage that Dermer has. However, there is only one thing this old man is concerned about. Before he can reveal it, a servant barges into the room to inform the Baron that Count Gaydar's people have just arrived. The guy looks terrified, probably because he knows that the ruler of the West brings nothing good. As for Alicia, she just looks exhausted because she didn't expect that they'd come so suddenly. Knowing the state of the princess, the advisor offers to reschedule her meeting with Gaydar's people to the next day, promising to buy her as much time as possible. The blue-haired lady already knows that this visit is not a good one, and she is really bothered. Her advisor knows this as well, so he just urges her to brace herself for what's coming. After all, a starved eagle shows no mercy. Just outside the Heinel barony, we are introduced to Count Gaydar's arrogant successor, Istvan. The young man hasn't even entered the place, and he's already commenting on how backward the place is. As soon as he says this, Godden informs him that Dermer has always been like this, stating that they prefer diplomacy to war. They'd rather resort to family than commerce, so upon hearing this, Istvan concludes that they're boring in other words. This lazy brat suddenly asks to confirm that he doesn't have to do anything on this visit, so Godden informs him that he'll at least have to introduce himself to the Lady Alicia, since he's the one they're trying to marry her to. Hearing this, Istvan asks what else he needs to do, so Godin tells him that he must also pretend to be interested in the lady. At this point, the lazy douchebag claims that he doesn't like the arrangement since he doesn't like doing any form of work. Seeing that the eldest son might be a problem, Godin decides to set things straight before they meet Alicia. He informs Istvan that he needs to fulfill the duties that come with his bloodline. Hearing this, he finally asks why his father is complicating things this time around. Count Gaydar has always been a man of violence and taking whatever he wanted. That was the simple logic he lived by, so Istvan is really thrown off by all this diplomacy and peace talks. At this point, he starts to think that they might not actually have the power to take Dermer from the Heinel household, so Godin explains that the North has never failed to protect what they have to protect. He explains that the West made it this far by taking what they want, while the North got to this point by protecting what they have. Count Gaydar is now the ruler and alliance leader of the West, so it's only natural for him to be more cautious when considering the first step outside their territory. That being said, the Rogue Knight is able to make Istvan understand why they're taking this approach. Besides, the eldest son can tell that his father is very serious about this assignment for the fact that Godin tagged along. Istvan still doesn't seem so interested in any of this, so the clever knight informs him that the lady in question is actually very beautiful. He claims that she is said to be peerless, even when taking the women of nobility in this region into account. Upon hearing this, Istvan finally looks interested for the first time since the journey started and admits that he's now motivated to behave. Meanwhile, at Brigantes, the Empire capital, something seems to be brewing in the Dragon Blood Dukedom. There, Mercia returns to his old father, Sarnis Dragulia, the Dragon Blood Duke. The old man asks for a report, so the blondie informs him that the White Dragon was slain by the Knights of the North. Duke Sarnis is furious when he hears this, feeling that the barbaric North still don't know their place. Before the old man can rant his way into a heart attack, his son reveals that his trip wasn't for nothing, claiming that he discovered a young boy in the north. Apparently, Mercia is convinced that Vlad is a young dragon who has yet to open his eyes, which leaves his father in shock. However, he stands on this conviction, asking the old man if he's ever been to the north before. In response, Sarnis Dragulia confirms that he's been everywhere, claiming that he spent his whole life spreading seeds all over the continent. A seed is a being of possibility, and no one knows what it could become, so to hear that there's a human who might be a dragon, the Duke feels that it was worth dedicating his life spreading those seeds. He asks Mercia if his heart resonated after seeing the child in question, and the blondie confirms this. The old man then asks what Vlad looked like, so Mercia reveals that the child has gold hair and blue eyes, just like them. Those colors aren't a coincidence. They're the colors that have been passed down through the blood of the Dragulia household. Hearing this, the old blood Duke becomes even more intrigued. Seeing that the boy hasn't called forth the dragon's fragments, Duke Sarnis Dragulia figures that Vlad still has not opened his eyes, just like Mercia suggested. Now that this insane discovery has been made, Sarnis once again admits that the work of waiting for seeds to grow is always tough, just like spreading them. However, he's been in this world long enough to know that humans do the same thing over and over again. That's how he lived as well after all, so he reveals that he deeply wishes to meet this special child that his son discovered. The story continues with Istvan looking absolutely gobsmacked when he finally sets his eyes on the princess. All of a sudden, it's starting to look like the rumors he heard about Dermer being trash were all just rumors after all. Apparently, his mind has changed because he sees an indescribable feature before him all of a sudden. With this feeling, he finally greets Alicia, claiming that it's a pleasure to meet her. For the first time in the story, he looks like a decent young man, and with this demeanor, he introduces himself to her, revealing that he's from the Gaydar household. As much as she probably hates him, she politely welcomes him into Dermer with a very stern look on her face. Not surprisingly, Alicia isn't the only one with a mean look on her face, because even her advisor is absolutely furious. After hearing Istvan introduce himself, he realizes that it's just as he thought and concludes that the ruler of the West has impure intentions, because that's the only reason why his successor would dare address Alicia as lady, even though she holds the title of Baroness in Dermer. It doesn't take long for Istvan to notice the old man shooting death glares at him, and so he's quite confused because he probably doesn't know what he's done to offend the man. Either way, he doesn't really give a shit, since his main concern now is the beautiful blue-haired lady that he plans to make his wife. At this point, Alicia finally responds to the uninvited guest. She thanks him for coming such a long way and then informs him that it would have been better if he had told them of his visit earlier. Hearing this, Istvan tries to cut in and say something, but before he can even get a word in, the Baroness cuts him off again. She goes on to point out how necessary it would have been to coordinate the details of his proposal in advance instead of just shoving it in her face. At this point, it's almost like she's scolding the young man and the knight who escorted him. Alicia admits how disappointed she is with the attitude that House Gaydar has shown toward her. At first, Istvan is taken aback by her strong outlook, but then, a smile creeps up on his face because he's actually impressed. Before meeting her, he had assumed that she was just a harmless young lady, but after this little exchange, he can tell that her words are as cold as ice. It's just the kind of atmosphere he likes, so he's looking forward to his time in Dermer already. Before Istvan can respond with some rude comment, Sir Godin quickly chimes in to speak on his behalf. The white-haired knight quotes what Count Gaydar told him, claiming that fateful relationships born from a meeting are always precious. Unfortunately, Alicia doesn't really agree with him in this situation because she can't think of any noble family that would rush through meetings between households the way they've done. At this point, Godin realizes that the Baroness would be a tough nut to crack, so he simply tells her that their count values her greatly, so much so that he has sent his own son all the way to Damer to come see her. The old advisor listens to the exchange and literally starts boiling in anger. He's absolutely disgusted by the Westerners, but he also knows that he has to keep his emotions in check. As far as he's concerned, Count Gaydar's house must have a reason for acting so rudely right now. The old man believes that they might just be looking for a reaction and some kind of reason to finally take over Damer with force. While he's thinking about this, the bratty successor chimes in once again. Surprisingly, Ishtvan starts by apologizing to Lady Alicia for not observing certain manners and etiquette. Surely, he's not really sorry, but at least, he's played his part in portraying good behavior, and this allows Godin to introduce him as the heir of the Gaydar household. For some reason, the knight suggests that the successor's presence alone can replace all unnecessary procedures, and of course, Alicia isn't pleased to hear such a thing. She doesn't say anything in response and instead just glares at the both of them for a few seconds. Ishtvan can immediately tell that she's offended, so he lets out a small laugh and asks her not to get angry, claiming that they came all this way to see her after hearing good news. In response, the Baroness decides that they'll talk about the details along the way, but before then, she urges them to have some rest in the accommodations she has prepared for them. However, Ishtvan refuses to postpone their discussion for some reason. He claims that he would like to spend some more time talking to her alone instead of resting, and this statement strikes a nerve in Alicia. She is still dazed by his audacity when he claims that the current situation is quite urgent, even though he knows that it would be proper etiquette to greet her parents first. Of course, patience is a valuable virtue for everyone, but even that has its limits. If one remains patient despite the other party crossing boundaries, then it's no longer patience but simply an act of lowering oneself. The Baroness is enraged by Ishtvan's boldness and furiously asks him why he would dare suggest such a thing. Seeing the look on her face, the arrogant heir is delighted because his little scheme to get her man worked perfectly. This is the reaction he's been looking for, and he can't believe it was that easy to get it out of her. And as such, his personal aim for coming here has been achieved because they've obtained their justification. Just before the Westerners can show their true colors, something unexpected happens. All of a sudden, someone announces that the Knights of Bayezid have arrived, and this leaves everyone in the room absolutely shocked. Without any hesitation, Alicia's advisor tells for the knights to be led inside. Sure enough, the massive doors are opened immediately for the powerful Knights of Bayezid to enter. Of course, Sir Jaeger leads the way, while our boy and the other skilled swordsmen advance to greet the blue-haired lady. Jaeger is the first to greet the Baroness, admitting that it's been a while since they saw each other. With so much humility, they all greet the Master of Damer, revealing that they've come to pay their respects. For the first time since the Westerners arrived, Alicia has a smile on her face. She welcomes the knights gladly, and that's when our boy chimes in to apologize for being late. Ishtvan is immediately irritated by Vlad's presence and wastes no time in shooting death glares at him. The youngest knight steps forward to address Lady Alicia, revealing that he has come to answer her call. At this point, the smile on her face widens even more because she's so happy to see him. After all, Vlad is the only one who has the right to address her as lady, since he's the only one she permitted to do so the moment she gave him her handkerchief. Our blue-eyed hero reveals that he has come to Damer to pay the price in return for receiving her handkerchief. When the arrogant heir to the west hears this, he's pretty confused because he has no idea what handkerchief they're talking about. At this point, Vlad finally turns his gaze to Ishtvan, who he'll have to deal with very soon. He claims that this price he's come to pay will be his name, which is guaranteed by the Bayezid household in the honor of a knight. Our boy thinks about how he's climbed and struggled through the mires to get here. He's come a long way from the slums of Soara, and now that he's come face to face with the rogue knight Godin once again, he's glad to know that his shadow is now finally touching the traitor. Godin is shocked when he realizes that the young knight standing before him now is the same boy he fucked over a long time ago. He's quite bothered, but our boy wants the traitor to look him in the eye. Godin always seemed so elusive to Vlad, but now, he's delighted that he's finally obtained the right to stand before the Knights of the Blue Moonlight. Later that day, we see the men from the west having a chat. Ishtvan looks really upset because he really thought things would go smoothly, but that wasn't the case since the Bayezid Knights came out of nowhere to ruin everything for him. He never expected the Bayezid household to pull such a move. He's particularly pissed about the blonde swordsman that overshadowed him in front of the Baroness. Before now, Ishtvan had never heard about Vlad of Soara, and even though he'd thought he met our boy's gaze, he didn't. This is because the young blondie wasn't actually looking at him but actually had his eyes on Godin, who was standing behind him at the time. He chuckles as the incident plays back in his mind, and he finds it quite intriguing because he has never been humiliated like that before. The fact that Vlad didn't even bother to look at him for more than a second makes him really mad, but it also makes him quite curious. So, he asks Godin if he knows the young knight, claiming that Vlad seemed pretty arrogant. In response, the white-haired knight simply admits that he and Vlad had a short encounter once. The rogue knight is still surprised by what the kid has become because he never imagined that he'd meet him in a place like this. The scar-faced trader thinks of the last time he saw Vlad, recalling that day, and realizes that he probably didn't spare the boy's life out of mere pity alone. Godin realizes that he probably let Vlad live because the shining possibilities that he carried within him had attracted him to want to support the boy. Even though it's clear now that Vlad might turn out to be a thorn in his flesh, Godin still amdots that the young knight is truly admirable. This rogue knight can't believe he's the person that he received a report about a while back. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when the bratty son he's babysitting asks him what they're going to do now. Istvan reminds him that his father asks them to create a reason to take over Dermer, and that's no longer looking likely since the Bayezid household has gotten involved. With this in mind, Godin ponders for a few seconds until he eventually comes up with an idea. After a brief moment of silence, he suddenly assures Istvan that there is still a way to finish their assignment, claiming that it would have to be a case of winner takes all. The knight is certain that this is a law that works everywhere, and since the Bayezid knights are in the picture, he's convinced that this is the only way to go about things. The scene shifts at this point and we catch up with the Baroness, who is currently in a small meeting with Sir Jaeger and Vlad. They can't over some tea and Lady Alicia tells them how Joseph promised to prove to her that the alliance between their households is a strong one. So, now that Sir Jaeger and the Knights of Bayezid are here, she concludes that there's no longer any need to prove it. Now that they're on the same page, Jaeger places the letter from his master Joseph on the table and she quickly picks it up to start reading. Even though Vlad has her handkerchief, Sir Joseph still thinks that it would be difficult for her to reject the marriage proposal of the Gaidar household with just that reason. As such, he's offered her a plan B in the letter she just opened, so by the time she's done reading, she's shocked to learn that there is another method to escape the clutches of the West. Once she's done reading, Sir Jaeger assures her that Joseph is doing his best for Dermer at the moment and she agrees with him, admitting that the idea in the letter is definitely a possible solution to her dilemma. Alicia reveals that her grandmother was also a part of the Oscar household, just like Madame Oksana was, which means that the same blood flows through her. Apparently, her old advisor didn't know about this, so when she reveals this, he's left speechless. The old man had no idea, so while he's expressing his shock, Sir Jaeger confirms this discovery. He goes on to reveal that the reason the Bayezid household had lent her their swords is also because she's inherited that bloodline. Hearing this, Alicia begins to process the possibilities of what she just learned. She realizes that if the Countess of Bayezid becomes her godmother, then it would mean that she can easily reject the marriage proposal from the Gaidar household. Because if the eldest son of the Gaidar household wants to marry her, then he'll have to get permission from the Countess first. Of course, there's no way that Lady Oksana would let Alicia get married into the family of a tyrant. But the blue-haired lady is still worried that she's inconveniencing the Countess unnecessarily. Seeing her concerns, Sir Jaeger quickly informs her that Madame Oksana has already promised to always welcome her. This gives the Baroness a sense of relief, but her advisor still isn't convinced that this is the best plan. As much as the knights have revealed their good intentions, he also knows that this proposition would mean that the Bayezid household will have a justified reason to interfere in the matters of Heinel. And the fact that this would be the outcome makes the old man conclude that even Bayezid doesn't have completely pure intentions. It bothers him a whole lot, but at the same time, he knows that there's literally no other solution right now. It makes him wonder if the Bayezid household foresaw all of this and decided to delay so they could arrive later than the Westerners. If that's the case, then he concludes that Joseph Bayezid must be a truly fearsome man to have masterminded this whole operation. The old man feels that this must be a game of chess to Joseph and realizes that Dermer is already on top of the chessboard he set up by himself. Due to all the forces at play and the complexities involved in any choice she makes, Alicia is immediately under a lot of pressure. She's not sure what to do and wonders if she really has to decide right now. Of course, Sir Jaeger understands that she's currently on the hot seat, so he assures her that she doesn't have to make any choice right away. He claims that they understand she might be stressed out from having to decide and lets her know that she can take her time. Hearing this, the Baroness is pleased and thanks them for their consideration. Her advisor equally knows that it's a tough decision for her because between the Gaidar household, who approached with the excuse of a marriage proposal, and the Bayezid household that's using protection as bait, it's starting to look like there's really no one that Alicia can trust completely. The young lady zones out for a second until she matches Vlad's gaze. She calls him sir, knowing that he's now a full-fledged knight, and then asks him how he's feeling. She asks him if the work he's been entrusted with is alright for him. In response, he simply assures her that he'll do his best for her. After all, those are his orders and he even wants to follow them too. As soon as he says this, the lady is pretty taken aback and a wave of realization hits her advisor as well. The man concludes that there's actually one person that the Baroness can actually trust completely, and that's Vlad, because the young knight is willing to do what Lady Alicia needs without any conditions or schemes. Once our boy makes it clear that he's ready to fight for her no matter what, she thanks him sincerely and then asks him to show her the handkerchief she gave him before. She believes that it will need some mending since he's been carrying it around this whole time, so Vlad quickly reaches into his breastplate to search for it. Seeing this, Alicia figures that he always keeps the cloth deep within his armor, so it feels good to know that he treasures it. After a few seconds, our boy reveals that purple handkerchief and hands it over to her, but this is where Vlad messes up for the first time. Apparently, he forgot that Jemima also gave him a white handkerchief, so he doesn't remember to hide that one and takes it out with the purple one. Lady Alicia is bewildered when she sees Jemima's own above hers, and before Vlad can even realize what's going on, she snatches the white one from him in a flash. At this point, Vlad is dazed and so is the voice in his head. The voice claims that he didn't even see Alicia's hand coming because of how fast she was, and our boy admits the same. Once she has the white one, she takes a closer look and confirms that it's definitely not the one she gave to him, so she expresses her displeasure. Knowing that she is probably unhappy about this, Vlad tries to lighten the mood by laughing about it and explaining that it's nothing much since a friend gave it to him. He admits that he's been using both handkerchiefs, and Alicia concludes that this friend must be a girl too. Vlad doesn't even bother lying about this. He innocently confirms that Gemina is a young lady that he grew up with. All of a sudden, the Baroness starts to look like she's no longer mad, but the clueless boy who still knows nothing about women starts laughing too, feeling that Alicia is all good now. He even starts complimenting Gemina's handkerchief, talking about how it's pure cotton and really nice to use. Of course, the older men in the room are already feeling sorry for Vlad because they know he's just making the Baroness even more upset. Her advisor gets so nervous on his behalf, wishing that he wouldn't say any more dumb shit, while Jaeger just prays to God that Vlad would shut the hell up already. He finally opens his eyes to read the room, and that's when he sees how worried the other men are for him. He can also sense that Alicia is struggling not to hit him in the head, so he realizes that he must have caused trouble again. The voice in his head instantly agrees with him, assuring him that it's pretty serious too. Eventually, Sir Jaeger can no longer hide his annoyance, so he scolds Vlad severely. The advanced knight talks about how much he hates fools and how Vlad has managed to become the most foolish person he's ever met. Sir Joseph prepared everything for the young knight, so Jaeger can't understand how he managed to ruin everything all over a handkerchief. The one-eyed knight is so incredibly disappointed that he concludes that Vlad must have a talent for being foolish. Our boy is equally very ashamed of himself, so all he can do is accept the scolding and apologize for his carelessness. He admits that he wasn't expecting things to turn out the way they did, but just hearing him speak only makes Jaeger want to punch his face in. However, this advanced knight knows better than to beat the shit out of his vassal, so he holds his rage in. After all, Vlad will turn 18 after this winter, so he ought to start treating him as an adult from now. Besides, he's now also a knight, so he can no longer deal with him the way he would when he was still a young swordsman in training. With all of this in mind, Jaeger finally calms down and tells Vlad to leave the room. Our boy is shocked to hear this, so the green-eyed knight repeats himself only once and tells him to get the hell out already. Jaeger is extremely pissed right now, so he doesn't even want to see Vlad for the meantime. He threatens to beat him up like he used to, and our boy surprisingly claims that he'd like to see Jaeger try. He challenges the advanced knight to beat him, feeling confident that he can't lay a hand on him. Of course, this just upsets Jaeger even more, so he warns Vlad to get out of his sight for the last time. The advanced knight starts cracking his knuckles, claiming that he might not be able to hold himself back anymore, and just when it looks like the big guy is about to reach his limit, our boy runs off like a coward. It's quite funny the way he flees after talking big, and Jaeger just begins to wonder what he's going to do with that kid. Vlad escapes and finds himself in another room where the other Bayezid knights are having some wine. As soon as he enters, they all start staring at him, so he asks them what's up, and they immediately start mocking him for his little handkerchief incident. As far as they're concerned, the young swordsman is a flirt who is juggling the hearts of two ladies. They tease him for making such a terrible mistake before the Baroness, and once they're all laughing at him, it starts to get to him. It's no longer funny, so Vlad claims that he'll like to be alone, which just makes them mock him anymore, for even thinking that they'll leave the room for him. Once it's clear that they won't stop teasing him, he walks out the door to go elsewhere, and they mock him even more, suggesting that they warn the maids of Heinel now that a stallion is roaming the mansion. That little accident really blew up into a really big problem for Vlad, and now he's wondering how things turned out like this. All he had to do was take out Alicia's handkerchief, but he somehow managed to screw up big time back there, and he doesn't even know how it happened. Our boy walks along the hallway all alone while thinking deeply about everything that's going on. He really wants to do well for his first mission as a knight, so it's sad that he already fucked up so badly. But what's even more baffling is how the other knights simply mocked him instead of comforting him. At this point, the voice in his head chimes in, claiming that it was nice to see them tease him like that. Apparently, the voice believes that they weren't even mocking him for real because that's their own way of showing affection. Those guys are hard men who were trained by Rudiger, so seeing them laugh and joke about Vlad like that makes the voice feel that they must have acknowledged our boy as one of theirs. In response, Vlad claims that he can believe it because something like this has happened in the past too. Regardless of whether they're back alley thugs or knights of high standing, our boy realizes that people are just similar everywhere. He had the same experience back in Soara while working under Jorge and his men. Once that thought is out of the way, he thinks back to the main issue at hand. Now that he's messed up, he doesn't think his situation can be helped, and he really doesn't have anywhere to go right now because the other knights will chew him up while Jaeger will probably murder him if he catches him. With this in mind, he looks out the window and spots a lonely tree sitting in the middle of the field all alone just like him. He suddenly realizes that it's been a while since he prayed, so he figures that it wouldn't be a bad idea to go out and do that right now. Meanwhile, Lady Alicia is still pretty upset. She sits at her table trying to make sense of what Vlad did, but the more she thinks about it, the more absurd it is to her. She begins to feel that maybe the young knight really is that senseless, but still she doesn't get how he managed to keep her handkerchief together with another woman's. While she is no longer a fan of our boy, her advisor keeps trying to help Vlad. He points out how clean he kept the handkerchief and she tries to downplay it, but the old man assures her that it's very unlike a young man of his age to be that careful with something that's small. At this point, Alicia is a little bit interested even though she's still mad at Vlad, so she asks the old man what he's trying to say. In response, her advisor reminds her that Vlad has been taken on a lot of difficult missions since she gave him her handkerchief. He's fought all sorts of dangerous enemies but still managed to keep it clean, so this means that he took extra care of the handkerchief to keep it that way. The old man admits that Vlad committed a huge mistake due to his ignorance, but he explains that this could also mean that his thoughts and intentions were completely innocent as well. As far as this man is concerned, Vlad won't be like the others who will lift their swords for her with a scheme in mind. After talking a lot of sense back into Alicia's head, she starts to see his point. She's still reluctant to get back on Team Vlad, but then that's when the wise old man tells her to look out the window. They both look out to see Vlad praying at the tree, and her advisor reveals that all of the boy's actions show that there's a reason why the Bayezid household holds him in high regard. All of a sudden, Alicia's face brightens up because she's glad to see that Vlad still hasn't changed since the first time they met. The smile quickly gets wiped off her face when she sees someone marching over to go meet Vlad. This figure turns out to be none other than Istvan, who is currently closing the gap between him and the unsuspecting knight. They're too far away so they can't help him, so the old man begins to panic and asks if there's anyone outside that can warn Vlad, because as far as he's concerned, it's an emergency. While all that's going on, our boy is deep in his mind space where he's trying to trigger all the memories he has of this lonely tree. He asks the voice to search for them, but there's not much luck with it. Vlad remembers that he got some memories back after seeing Noir, and the voice suggests that there's some relationship between him and this serpent spirit. Their little meditation is interrupted when the voice suddenly senses someone approaching. Hearing this, Aur immediately regains his alertness and quietly listens to hear who it is. Once Istvan gets close enough, he expresses how surprised he is when he learns that there's a grave in a place like this. As such, he concludes that someone dear to Vlad must be buried here to make him come this far out to pray. At this point, our boy gets back on his feet, and before even turning around, he informs the arrogant Westerner that this is a place one can only enter if they've been permitted by its master. He's furious that Istvan would desecrate the place with his vile presence, so he turns around and reaches for his sword. Seeing this, the brat feels challenged, so he wonders why Vlad can come here and he can't. In response, our boy reveals that he has received permission to be there, but Istvan doesn't really care about that because he's just glad that the young knight is finally looking at him now. Istvan is excited to finally be seen by the young knight that came to ruin his assignment in Dermer. He admits that he started to feel like he was transparent back when the Bayezid knights first came because Vlad was only staring at God. As you can imagine, this doesn't really concern our boy, who is currently pissed by the brat's audacity. He quietly waits for the guy to finish saying whatever he has to say just so that he can send him away. Istvan keeps spewing garbage and then suddenly reveals something that the rogue knight told him to disclose to Vlad. Apparently, if Vlad gives up on Baron Heinel's handkerchief, then Godin will consider that as the price for the second jerky. Clearly, that's all gibberish to literally anyone else, but our boy has had an encounter with Godin before, so he knows exactly what it means, and judging by the look on his face, it's a really disturbing statement. Of course, Istvan has no idea what it means. He's just passing the message, so he asks Vlad to tell him what the knight is supposed to mean by it. After a while, our boy is still pretty dazed and shaken by the message, and Istvan can see this. He wants Vlad to tell him what this cryptic message means and admits that he's not that curious about the relationship that they had in the past. Right now, his only priority is the handkerchief, so he boldly tells Vlad to hand it over. As you would expect, there's no way in hell that this young knight is letting it go, so he challenges Istvan to come and take it if he has the balls. The arrogant successor of the West is shocked that a kid from Soara would even dare talk to him like that. He can't believe that Vlad would doubt that he's capable of overpowering him, so this makes him even more desperate to get the handkerchief. It's no news that the West does not hide what they want, since it is a world where only the greedy can survive, but at the same time, the North does not ever fall back, since it is a world that you can only survive by not letting things get taken away from you. Seeing that the blonde knight has no intentions of giving up the handkerchief, Istvan isn't too surprised, because Godin did tell him that Vlad wouldn't listen, and since that's the case now, he figures that he doesn't have any other choice left. Both men already know what's coming next, and they're both ready for it. As you would expect, Istvan is the challenger, so he is the first to draw his sword, and boy is it massive. It shouldn't even be physically possible to hold such a gigantic sword with one hand, but the successor of the West is one crazy brute. He points his blade at Vlad's face, with the extremely sharp tip of the sword mere inches away from our boy's face. With his eyes glowing red with desperation, he calls Vlad the rookie from the north, and in that moment, He challenges him to a duel for Alicia's handkerchief. Our boy is absolutely unfazed despite having a huge sword shoved in his face. After a brief moment of silence, he tells Ishtvan to do it again, and this leaves the brute a little confused because he doesn't get what the kid is talking about. Seeing the look of confusion on his face, our boy decides to break things down for him. He reminds Ishtvan that he's Bayezid's knight and also Lady Alicia's knight, so he informs the challenger that he would have to say his name properly if he truly wants to challenge him to a duel. After making his point, he concludes by calling Ishtvan a hooligan of the West. Later that night, Godin is busy with some paperwork which mostly involves reading all of Vlad's recent accomplishments. He learns that the kid annihilated an organization of a city and pushed out the enforcer of a dark mage. He also finds out that Vlad lured the Deathworm and took down the Lindworm by himself. At this point, Godin begins to feel that Bayezid was too urgent in Vlad's case. Standards and common sense exist, but he feels that they fluffed this too much. As far as the Rogue Knight is concerned, the boy would have developed well on his own even without all of these missions he was sent on, but now he feels that this is all a manufactured possibility. He thinks back to his clash with the kid and recalls that it was just a single sword path. To him, it was just a display of a possibility in the end, and he believes that it is absolutely not at the level of being able to reach the position of a Dragon Slayer in 1 year. Even though he feels that Bayezid rushed things with Vlad, he admits that it's amazing that they awakened his aura. After all, that's not something one can acquire through being taught. Now that he's learned all of this, Godin regrets not bringing Vlad with him using whatever means. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when Ishtvan returns, so he turns to ask the successor about the handkerchief. Of course, the brute wasn't able to get it and confirms that Vlad is truly someone who doesn't listen. Godin is surprised that the big guy came back empty-handed because he thought Ishtvan would just take it from Vlad by force. Hearing this, the heir to the West admits that he was about to do that but couldn't because the mood was spoiled. It turns out that the Bayezid Knights and some of the Heidel guards rushed to the scene just before he could engage the young knight. Ishtvan has no idea how they knew what was up though, but at least, he managed to request a duel before they interfered. Hearing this, Godin asks when it is and Ishtvan reveals that it's in 2 days. He also reveals that they have to bring a priest to supervise the duel. In response, Godin claims that it's good to have a priest there as a witness because they won't be able to protest after. With the way things are going, the Rogue Knight is confident that they'll be able to have justification and profit very soon. That's all great for the West, but Ishtvan has a personal issue with Vlad now, so his own reward would be the young knight's face contorting in fear. The scene shifts, and that's where we see Sir Jaeger having a private discussion with the old advisor. The man asks the knight if there's any chance of victory in the duel, and Jaeger admits that it won't be easy. Ishtvan is the oldest son of the conqueror of the West, the Gaidar family, so they all know that he's the real deal, a ferocious warrior who honed his skills while receiving the best education from his childhood. Even Sir Lamond has attested to the skill of the Western knights, so he knows that it won't be an easy duel. In fact, Sir Jaeger is afraid that Vlad's chances of winning are very low at the moment. Hearing this, the old advisor is just grateful for Jaeger's honesty, but at the same time, he's worried about what would happen if Lady Alicia's handkerchief falls into the Ishtvan's hands. However, Sir Jaeger tells him not to worry too much, reminding him that Vlad fought a knight while being a squire. Besides, he assures him that Master Joseph didn't send them to Daremer without plans. Hearing this, the old man curiously asks if they have a good plan, so Jaeger quietly informs him that this duel is just a process. Seeing the confidence in the knight's eyes, the old counselor is relieved because he had no idea that Bayezid had made many preparations, so he offers to support them with anything they need now that he knows they came with backup. Hearing this, Jaeger doesn't hesitate to make his first request, and once he's asked what it is, he reveals that they would like to suggest a location for the duel to Lady Alicia. Fast forward to the day of the duel, and Ishtvan is really baffled by the location chosen for the duel. They're in an open field, so he's really confused because he knows that duels usually happen in a lobby or a hall. At this point, Godin informs him that there was a special request from the Baroness. As it relates to a proposal, she requested that her dead parents buried in the ground be there to watch over the duel as well. Hence, that's why they're currently in the open field outside the mansion waiting for the fight to start. Hearing this, Ishtvan admits that it's a reasonable excuse, but that doesn't change the fact that he finds it to be an eerie plain. It's cleaned up to the point that he can't even see a small pebble, so he wonders if it rained in the morning, but Godin informs him that it didn't. It's strange since the grass is wet when it didn't rain earlier, but Godin urges him to ensure it even though the duel is happening in the unfamiliar environment of the north. The Rogue Knight looks over at the camp of the Bayezid Knights and thinks about how constructing a battlefield ahead of battle to have the upper hand is one of the basic actions of a commander. It's just the kind of thing he expects from Sir Jaeger. Speaking of Jaeger, the green-eyed knight notices the northern knight staring at him with knowing looks, so he reminds Vlad that Gaidar's vigor is sharp and encourages the kid to get his breathing in check. Our boy is starting to feel the pressure at this point because he is probably aware of how powerful his opponent is by now. Jaeger is equally nervous, but he believes that the boy can win. After all, he has endured well in front of his archenemy all this time, and at the edge of that patience, only Vlad's creed to protect his promise to Lord Joseph must lie. It's almost as if our boy can hear Jaeger's thoughts, and after a few moments of getting his breathing under control, Vac finally opens his eyes, revealing that he's ready. The advanced knight is truly proud of him at this moment, and as our boy gets on his feet to prepare for battle, Jaeger urges him to go teach the usurpers what a just sword represents. It's almost time for the young warriors to clash swords, and with Alicia seated to watch the duel for her honor, the priest begins to announce the rules. Or it can be used for this fight, but since it's not a duel to decide life and death, the match will be interrupted if the duelists are in danger at any point. After stating the conditions for the duel, the priest asks both warriors if they agree with the rules, and of course, they have no objections. Once everyone is on the same page, the priest officially begins the duel, and Istvan looks even more terrifying all of a sudden. He tries to taunt our boy, asking him if he's still taking care of the handkerchief, but Vlad simply asks him what he'll give if he loses the fight. At first, he doesn't understand the question, but Vlad elaborates and asks if he can at least take his huge sword if he wins. Hearing this, Istvan becomes nervous because he realizes that he could also lose if he's not careful. Turns out he's not the only one who can play mind games. Anyway, Vlad goes on to mess with him even more. He reveals that he heard how it's the nature of the Westerners to rob people and asks Istvan if it's something he takes pride in. Before he can even process this, our boy informs him that there is a place where robbing is part of life, but there, getting things stolen would result in death. He makes this point, referring to the back alleys of Soara where he grew up, and concludes his little chat wondering who is greedier between the both of them, since one of them robs out of desire, and the other had to rob for survival. At this point, our boy finally draws his sword and takes his battle stance, which Istvan finds weird. Just then, the Bayezid Knights reveal their great swords, and when Godin sees this, he realizes that the Northerners expected a duel from the very beginning. With the support and morale boost from his fellow knights, our boy is ready for battle, so he lifts his sword, eager to find out just how amazing Gadar's successor really is. Istvan gets tired of Vlad trying to throw him off his game, so he charges at the blonde with a mighty swing. Of course, our boy casually jumps out of the way to avoid getting hit, but in that split second, the brute follows up with another insane strike of his sword. Vlad manages to block it, but he might have underestimated the power behind the blow, so he almost gets split in two. However, he manages to block it until he gets the chance to slip under. He tries to land a counterattack, but Istvan doesn't give him any breathing space. The big guy attempts another mean backhand swing, but Vlad sees it just in time to dodge it and regain his balance. All of the Bayezid Knights watching are really impressed with the boy's performance, and Godin is equally surprised. He can see that Vlad is dodging attacks that use weight and deflecting the thrusts that use length. As such, he concludes that the young blondie is thoroughly prepared for the duel. Moreover, the slippery grass makes it comfortable for quick movement, but it's not good for swordsmanship that requires strong supporting steps. Godin knows that all of this can't be a coincidence, so he wonders who designed a field this elaborate. Young Master Joseph might have never been able to wield a sword, but he's one hell of a mastermind. Back in the duel, Istvan keeps trying to land a bit on our boy, using all the aggression and power he can muster, but Vlad remains just one step ahead of him. He starts to get really pissed that he can't get a single blow, and so he uses even more power and attempts a deadly downward drive of his sword, hoping to bury the young knight right there, but once again the slippery swordsman manages to block the strike. The force from the attack almost pushes him down, but he manages to stand his ground and stay on his feet. He blocks it just long enough for him to slip away once again, and at this point, it becomes really baffling for Istvan. The big brute can't understand how Vlad keeps getting away each time, especially since he was told that the boy is just a rookie who has only held a sword for a year. As far as he's concerned, that's not enough time to be this good in a duel, so he is absolutely taken aback by the fact that Vlad is able to take his sword. While he's still trying to wrap his head around it, the slippery knight in question charges at him with blistering speed. Our boy has been playing defense since the battle started, so now he wants to see what Istvan is really capable of. The brute sees him coming at him and quickly takes another big swing. Thankfully, our hero sees it coming, so he stops in his tracks and quickly dodges the strike. The Westerner goes all out at this point, desperate to land even one hit at least, so he tries another downward drive, but our boy just jumps out of the way like it's a sparring session. Vlad's technique begins to irritate Istvan, so he angrily tells him to fight properly, wondering how long he's just going to keep running away. In response, our boy just taunts him even more, suggesting that he's not done running. As if that's not frustrating enough, the wet ground makes Istvan feel like he's fighting on a mud field. He's afraid that he'll end up giving Vlad an opening to defeat him if he drags this on for long. Just thinking about it makes him furious because it would be an utter humiliation, losing to an unnamed knight. With this in mind, he figures that he'll need to trigger Vlad to attack, and what better way to do that than with some severe trash talking. Istvan accuses Vlad of crawling from a lowly place and having a disgusting fighting style, and since that's just weak sauce, he goes on to talk smack about Vlad's mother, claiming that the woman who birthed him would turn her eyes away from him if she saw how disgusting he was. For a split second, it looks like those words actually got to Vlad, but the look of rage is instantly replaced by a mischievous smile because there's no way he's letting Istvan get to him like that. Between the two of them, the brute is more likely to act out of rage in response to some trash talk, so Vlad decides to give the guy a taste of his own medicine. He starts by admitting how disappointed he is, because he thought that nobles make classier taunts than the thugs in the slums. Istvan is taken aback by this, and while he's trying to figure out what Vlad is up to, the slippery knight charges at him, revealing that the thing he just said about his mother is basically a greeting in the back alley. Vlad gets the tip of his sword up to Istvan's face before the brat is able to block it with his huge blade. Our boy then goes on to talk shit about Count Gadar, claiming that the man would jump in happiness if he saw his son right now because he just showed his noble blood to a back alley orphan who just became a knight. It's at this point that we see the slash Vlad made on Istvan's face, with the noble blood dripping down his face. Enraged by this, Istvan uses his aura to blast Vlad away, calling him a piece of shit. Our boy gets back on his feet just as the brute approaches him again. Istvan is absolutely livid, but Vlad is unfazed even though the big guy tells him to throw away any thoughts of having a peaceful death. Even Godin is confident that this is where his ward wins the duel, and Jaeger admits that the depth of Istvan's world is on a whole nother level. It's just the kind of thing he expects from Count Gadar's successor, but he still believes that Vlad will be able to hold out even now. As for our boy, well, he knows that a drawn-out fight using greatswords eats oneself away, and the stamina would bottom out if he uses aura on top of it. So, he figures that he can at least end the duel in a draw if he keeps avoiding all of Istvan's attacks. Lord Joseph already told him that it's fine if he loses the duel. The Bayezid Knights have been nervous from the start. Sir Jaeger, his teacher, and even Lady Alicia, who left her honor with him, all view his chances of victory to be very low, probably because they don't expect that someone from the back alleys will be able to win against the son of a count family who grew up receiving the best education. Even if he loses this duel, he knows that there would be the kinds of gains he can obtain. But instead, he wants to escape now. Our boy doesn't want to lose. He wants to escape from running, from avoiding, and from promising for the next time. At the very least, he wants to be able to win in front of the knight who destroyed his nest. With this in mind, he activates his aura and summons his world, telling Godin to take a good look at it, and see that he now has the proud qualification, the very thing he needed to be able to approach the Knight of the Blue Moon. These are the fruits of his struggles. Istvan activates his aura and imbues the powerful energy into his blade as he takes yet another mighty swing, hoping to end the duel once and for all. As Istvan swings his massive sword to decapitate him, he swiftly leans back with blistering speed, allowing him to dodge it. But of course, he knows that this isn't the only attack coming his way, since several follow-up blows are instantly unleashed by the ruthless warrior from the west. Istvan throws blow after blow, viciously trying to land a hit, but our boy continues to block each attempt just in the nick of time. Of course, the redhead is the one throwing all the blows now, so Vlad is forced back over and over again, with no hope of even trying to attack. Our boy is stuck playing defense at the moment since the big guy isn't holding back anymore. Not even a little bit. He's throwing everything he's got, proving just why he's such a formidable warrior. Clearly, he has the upper hand in the duel now, and it's almost starting to look like the blondie doesn't stand a chance since all he can do is block insanely powerful strikes or risk getting smashed into the ground. Istvan doesn't even make things easier since he keeps up his aggressive streak and then finally lands his mightiest blow yet, which almost sends Vlad sinking into the muddy ground. Despite blocking the strike, the force behind it is just so powerful that he starts slipping on the ground. Istvan notices that Vlad is losing his balance, so he proceeds to capitalize on this with another deadly strike. He tells our boy that it's time for him to die and calls him a lowly bastard before unleashing another aura-infused strike. This time around, the young knight is not strong enough to hold it back, so he is sent flying due to the power from the attack. You can tell from the look on Vlad's face that it's a really powerful hit, but just when he's about to crash into the muddy ground, he regains his balance and manages to land on his feet, using his sword as an anchor. Sure, he just managed to survive that blow, but Istvan doesn't look like he's backing down anytime soon. The hot-headed warrior keeps marching over to our boy with his huge blade brimming with a terrifying glow. At this point, Vlad realizes that he can no longer mess around in this duel because he might actually get seriously hurt. It's clear that Istvan is strong, and our boy admits that he's never faced such rough and heavy swordsmanship before, so he has to be really careful. In the great sword's range, Vlad is at an absolute disadvantage, and he knows this too. As the dust clears, he can see Istvan coming toward him with a murderous glint in his eyes, and even though he knows that the odds are not in his favor, he still refuses to back down. Our boy prepares to charge as well, feeling that there's only one way out of this situation. He activates his aura and blasts himself toward his opponent, determined not to lose. Both warriors go in once again to resume the slugfest, and Vlad swiftly dodges Istvan's first strike. He slips under to create an opening, but the brute follows up with another powerful strike. Despite being severely outgunned, our boy remains focused on going forward beyond the boundary of death. Vlad is prepared to keep slugging it out even though he might get hurt, because his goal right now is to get into his enemy's space, and it doesn't take too long for him to do this. The young swordsman dodges all of Istvan's strikes and then creates enough space for himself to unleash a devastating counter-attacking blow. This allows him to change the dynamics of the fight in the blink of an eye, and the big brute who had the upper hand for so long suddenly finds himself pushed back several feet by our boy. Ishtvan blocks Vlad's attack and manages to stay on his feet despite being pushed back, but before he can even think of his next move, the young knight charges at him once again with a follow-up attack. Vlad blasts himself toward the Westerner, determined to not let him escape, and when Gaidar's successor sees this coming, he gets pissed that an opponent this unknown would give him such a tough time. The big guy braces himself for the clash, calling Vlad arrogant for thinking that he can win, and while he's busy talking, the blondie engages him once again. Just like the first time, Ishtvan is strong enough to block the strike and hold his own. He even manages to overpower our boy using his massive sword in his world. Vlad struggles to keep his opponent at bay the whole time, but Gaidar's first son is just too strong to be held down that long, so it doesn't take long for him to throw a devastating blast of his own at the young knight. Before Vlad can realize what's going on, he sees the giant flaming sword flying toward him like a heat-seeking missile. The first instinct is shock and a bit of fear when he sees it, and Ishtvan becomes confident that he's the victor at this point. But our boy quickly pulls himself together and manages to slip out of the way just in the nick of time to avoid being split in two by the terrifying sword. He escapes by the skin of his teeth, using his armor to deflect the sword. And the Westerner is dumbfounded when he sees this. Ishtvan can't believe his eyes because he thought he had it in the bag just 1 second ago. The big brute is dumbfounded, but he's not the only one left speechless because even Godin can't believe what he just witnessed. It turns out that our boy just used something called armor art. This happens to be the Holy Knight's exclusive technique, which is not something that rookies should be able to use, so he didn't know Vlad is so familiar with the skill. While the rogue knight is trying to wrap his head around what Vlad just did, we catch up with the young blondie in question who is still feeling the effects of the skill he just used. As you can imagine, such a tough move took a toll on him since he's still not experienced enough. On top of that, the sword attack that Ishtvan sent his way was just way too heavy, to the point that he couldn't even deflect it fully. He's overwhelmed by the brute's power, and while he's still trying to recover from the last one, Ishtvan appears right in front of him with his fists clenched. The big guy is about to unload a devastating punch, but Vlad sees it coming early enough, so he grabs his sword and charges forward as well, ready for another round. As far as our boy is concerned, there's no way Ishtvan's punch would be enough to do any damage to him, and this is confirmed when the big guy actually makes contact with his face. Ishtvan punches Vlad right in the face, and the force is so much that a small explosion follows. However, the outcome is not what you'd expect because all of a sudden, we see that the big guy's fingers are all dislocated. Apparently, our boy's face was way too strong for the redhead to damage. In fact, he's the one now screaming in agony with his hand completely messed up. He yells in pain, and Vlad uses this opportunity to capitalize and finish him off. The voice signals that this is his best shot to take down the Heir of the West, so Vlad takes a big swing of his sword, hoping to end the duel for good at this point. Surprisingly, Ishtvan manages to recover quickly enough to pick up his sword and try to counter the strike. Well, the Western brute is able to do this, and as both warriors clash swords one more time, a huge blast follows, due to the incredible amount of energy and aura concentrated in their respective attacks. Lady Alicia sees the large-scale explosion and immediately begins to panic because she's afraid that Vlad might not survive it. Even her advisor is deeply worried, so they all wait anxiously for the smoke and dust to clear so that they can see who came out on top. As the smoke starts to clear up, they're shocked to see that both fighters are still on their feet. In fact, they're still clashing swords and desperately trying to cancel each other out. Vlad holds Ishtvan back, knowing that the Westerner didn't expect such a difficult fight. The smoke finally clears up completely, and that's when we see that Godin is the one who stepped in to save Ishtvan. It turns out that the redhead is already down, and the rogue knight interfered to protect him before Vlad could finish him. The blondie teases the scar-faced knight, asking him if he really thinks he's righteous for intervening. In response, Godin simply admits that he does think he is. Hearing this, our boy simply asks if it means that he can claim his rightful reward since he's clearly won the duel. Godin is reluctant to say anything because he knows how humiliating it would be to concede to such a young knight. Unfortunately for him, Vlad doesn't have that much patience anymore, so the young swordsman yells at him to answer immediately. At this point, Godin realizes that he doesn't have a choice but to accept defeat and allow Vlad claim his reward. He does this, and our boy is finally relieved, because his sword has finally reached the elusive and treacherous Knight of the Blue Moonlight. Our boy recalls the last time he saw Godin and asks the rogue knight if he remembers what he told him that day. He reminds Godin that he told him that a knight only takes what is rightfully his. The white-haired knight engine to recall the memories from that time. His name was never Stanga, and he was never 42 years old. Our boy reveals that he received the wrong prize from Godin back then and that he's ready to return it now. However, he's also ready to claim his new rightful prize and the victor's due. With that being said, Vlad boldly confronts Godin of Gaidar and demands Ishtvan's sword as the price for this duel. Hearing this, the rogue knight in question is shocked, just like everyone else there who just heard what our boy just said. They're all taken aback by his audacity, but he just insists that it's his rightful reward as the victor's privilege. The scene changes after this, and then we're taken back to Sturma, where it just so happens to be snowing. Here, Lord Joseph receives an urgent report from Damer, so he wasted no time in opening the letter up to read it. While he's at it, he thinks about how he did his best to prepare Vlad in his own way, but now he fears that the assignment was a task too much for him. The young master looks shocked all of a sudden, remembering how he hoped that the boy would be able to avoid the worst outcome. But now, after reading this letter, he's really taken aback by the content because he didn't see it coming. Sir Vorden was the one who brought the letter to him, so he immediately asks the knight if Istvan Gaidar is an easy opponent. The chubby man is a bit surprised to be asked such a question because everyone already knows that the heir of the West is a formidable warrior. The guy is only in his mid-20s, but even at that, none of the new knights in the West stand out as much as he does. He's already so good that some even expect him to become the best knight in the West. After confirming from Sir Vorden that Istvan is definitely not an easy opponent, he goes on to reveal that he made his plans based on that assumption. The guy is the eldest son of Count Gaidar, the current ruler of the West, so Joseph felt that there was no better choice for Vlad's debut opponent besides him. After all, if it was a well-known strong opponent, then no one would blame Vlad if he ended up losing the duel. And then again, if Blondie managed to push Istvan back even once during their clash, then his reputation would rise significantly even if he didn't end up winning. On top of that, Joseph also knew that Alicia would have no choice but to side with the Bayazids if Vlad lost the handkerchief to Istvan during the duel. It turns out that this dark-haired mastermind from Sturma had already foreseen most of the outcomes of their envoy to Dermer. Now that he's received news from Dermer, Joseph is so delighted that a mischievous grin appears on his face. He's pretty proud of himself for being so consistent with his excellent strategies, so he figures that it's time for the next phase of his master plan. He suddenly calls out to Sir Vorden about the task he ordered earlier and assures the fat man that he's prepared it without a single gap. It's literally the definition of a foolproof plan because he can't lose. The knight is amazed when he hears this and also pretty impressed by his master. While he's still in a daze, Joseph suddenly instructs him to scrap everything that was prepared earlier. And at first, he doesn't really process it before answering, but then after a few seconds, the wave of realization hits him because he can already tell that there's going to be a lot of work required. He expresses his confusion, so the young master informs him that they'll need to start the plan over from scratch. Sir Vorden is really reluctant to do that because it wasn't even easy to prepare the first one. He doesn't want to believe that they're about to scrap everything that they worked for over the last 10 days without any sleep. Unfortunately, Joseph's mind is made, so he simply informs the knight that the situation has changed and so that, apparently, the clever mayor prepared more for the worst and not for the best. He had put a lot of countermeasures in place in case Vlad lost to Istvan, but now that he knows that his youngest knight made him proud by defeating the Westerner, he's got mixed feelings. He doesn't even know whether to laugh or cry, but Vorden seems to have chosen already because he's already in tears just from thinking about the work he's got ahead of him. Back in Dermer, the story continues after Vlad defeats his opponent to win the duel. At the moment, the knights of the two houses from the north and west are having a little meeting in a hall. Count Gaidar's knights look absolutely furious while the Bayezid knights can't still wipe the smiles off their faces, knowing that they won. At the same time, Godin and Jaeger are seated at the table having a very serious discussion. The white-haired knight claims that he'd like to get Istvan's sword back even though Vlad won it as his prize after the duel. Hearing this, Jaeger simply informs his counterpart that his request seems to have a procedural issue. Of course, Godin knows this, but he's just desperate to get it back because he knows how humiliating it is for Istvan to lose his sword. He suggests that Vlad is asking for too much, so at this point, Sir Jaeger informs the Westerners that the Bayezid knights will be the ones to decide if that's the case or not. As you can already tell, the Northern Knights are not likely to give the sword up, so Godin becomes really desperate and a lot less patient. He insists that they're going too far for demanding an opponent's sword after a mere duel. Hearing this, Jaeger quickly corrects the rogue knight, reminding him that what happened out there in the field wasn't a mere duel by any means. After all, Istvan was the one who challenged Vlad, and the West were the ones who crossed the line without thinking ahead by supporting him. At this point, the Blue Moonlight Knight can no longer argue because he knows that Jaeger is absolutely right, so he just sighs as he accepts defeat and then asks the one-eyed man to state what he wants in exchange for the sword. In response, the Advanced Knight tells Godin that he's not the one that should answer that question. He expects that the scar-faced man knows exactly who that question should be directed to. Yep, Vlad was the one who won the duel, so he's the one that will decide what he wants in order to let it go. It's also pretty obvious that the boy has his reasons for taking the sword, and Godin is well aware of this as well. After hearing Jaeger's response, the white-haired knight realizes that the negotiation has failed, and the green-eyed swordsman advises him and his men to leave if they understand what that means. As much as Godin would love to take it all with force, he is also aware of how powerful and protective the Northerners are. He also knows what a formidable knight Sir Jaeger is, so he shoots up from the table in a huff to take his leave. Before walking out, he suggests that they'll see each other again one day in the end, so Jaeger boldly tells him to pick a date for that, offering to come greet the Blue Moonlight Knight personally. After this little exchange, Godin gets ready to exit the room, but before he leaves, he tells Jaeger to say goodbye to Vlad for him, and of course, the green-eyed man is more than happy to. As the Westerners finally leave, Jaeger can only feel sorry for Vlad. He is really surprised that the young boy from Soara somehow managed to get tangled up with a dangerous man like Godin. The scene shifts once again and we catch up with the Baroness and her old advisor. Now that Count Gadar's plans have failed and the Westerners are on their way back home, she feels that there shouldn't be any need to accept Lord Joseph's offer anymore. The old knight tells her that she's right, claiming that she has already rejected Gadar's proposal with her own knight. Hearing this, Lady Alicia is quite relieved because no matter how warm Bayezid's embrace might have been, she was still uneasy about giving them any leverage over her and her land. Now that she's somewhat free to an extent and no longer under so much pressure anymore, she thinks about the reason for this in the first place. Lady Alicia admits that a knight like Vlad isn't easy to find and her advisor assures her that such people are very rare. All of a sudden, she's pretty curious about the young blonde man that saved her from a sticky situation. She wonders how far our boy will grow and so her advisor suggests that Vlad will be the one to represent the North in the next generation if he keeps growing like this. Hearing this, the lady is quite blown away because even though she knew that Vlad was special, she probably never imagined that he had that much potential. She gets a little excited so the old man informs her that it's even a pretty cautious prediction based on the boy's talent. He tells her that Vlad's potential is far from ordinary and this gets her even more intrigued. Alicia suddenly starts talking about how difficult it is to be the head of a noble house alone. She points out how they don't even have any guarantee that they're safe from events like that of the Westerners. That being said, she reveals that she'd prefer to have a knight without background by her side, rather than be tossed around by nobles as succession. She says this with a love-struck look in her eyes, and the old man can already see where this is going. Clearly, Alicia has a big crush on our boy and as much as her advisor tries to discourage her, she suggests that having Vlad be with her would be a decent proposal to house Bayezid. She feels that it would be like a blood alliance in a way, but the old man suggests that it's a bit too early for her to be having these ideas even if Vlad is a knight with granted noble status. In response, she simply reminds him when he said that Vlad will represent the North one day and suggests that they should claim him before other houses if that is the case. As far as she's concerned, it's way better to be with him than be married off to some strange man. Hearing this, the old man nervously admits that she's right and tries to protest, but he can't even get a word in. Alicia looks out the window and is hooked on Vlad when she sees that he's at the tree again. She comments on how admirable his actions at the tree are, and that's when we see him pouring some whiskey for the spirit in the tree. The spirit is so excited about this and our boy admits that it must be really good stuff, to which the voice agrees, claiming that he chose it because it's made from barley and felt it would go well with the earth spirit. Sure enough, it is absolutely wonderful for the spirit and it's so grateful that it circles around Vlad to bless him. Seeing this, the voice concludes that the pricey drink more than proved its worth because the white serpent's blessing is like having an extra life. With this in mind, our boy thanks the spirit and the entity just shows even more gratitude. The next day, Lady invites Vlad and Jaeger to her chambers to have a chat with them. She asks Vlad if he's feeling any discomfort or has any injuries from the duel, but he assures her that he's fine. She then reveals that she saw him pouring liquor on the hill at the tree and he confirms this, claiming that he was offering his own kind of greeting. He admits that he always leaves Damer with a shining victory, so he suggests that the spirits here favor him. The Baroness just smiles in response before revealing that she felt warmth tied to blood for the first time in a long while. With this in mind, she gives Jaeger a letter for Lord Joseph, stating Damer has come to see which side it should stand with. This is great news for Bayezid, so the advanced knight promises to deliver it without fail to the young master. As for the knight who defended her honor, Alicia agrees that the former heads of the house would also like him, and knowing that his parents would have fallen in love with the honorable young man, she is certain that they would permit her to give him their heirloom. The Baroness makes this statement as she opens a chest on the table to reveal the jewel sitting in there. Our boy is taken aback by this and the voice reveals that he's seen this jewel before, stating that it's the elf's amber. The story continues with a little backstory about the elves. In this world, the elves are the other species that live in the Empire's outskirts in the east. Because the god they believe in is different, the exchange they have with the Empire is only partial. But then again, Alicia reveals that it's said that their first patriarch was acquainted with the elves. That being said, she presents the gold-colored gem to Vlad, revealing that the precious stone was earned through that connection between their patriarch and the elves. Apparently, it's an amber atone made with the resin of a very precious tree. Lady Alicia tells our boy how her father even adorned the pommel of his sword with this very amber stone. However, since she has no reason to carry a sword around, she figured that it would be best to pass it down to her personal knight who just happens to be Vlad. Even though she's not a swordsman, she still isn't going to let the amber stone rot away like this. That being said, she suggests that it would fit perfectly on Vlad's sword and then finally stretches her hands out to him with the gem in it. Our boy is taken aback when she does this and for a second, he can't believe his eyes. When it finally becomes clear that she's very serious about giving him the amber stone, he begins to think about what it means. He feels that he has to pay an expensive price for an expensive item like this and the thought just makes him more reluctant. He's a little confused as to why she'd give him the amber stone because she literally just told him that it's a family treasure that was supposedly passed down from their first patriarch. Since that's the case, he admits that he probably can't accept the gift. He keeps trying to make her keep the Amber Stone, but Lady Alicia simply informs him that he's even more qualified to receive it than anyone else. Since he doesn't seem to understand, she proceeds to remind him that he's protected the Heidel clan 2 times already. The Baroness keeps insisting and shoving the gem in his face, which makes it a bit overwhelming. Vlad is so confused, and even though she has given him a reason why she thinks he deserves the Amber Stone, he can't help but feel that it's too much. He's not the only one taken aback by it, because even Sir Jaeger looks pretty dumbfounded. The big guy even looks quite nervous, which is very strange for the green-eyed knight. Our boy notices this and becomes even more nervous as well. At this point, the voice in his head speaks to him to give him some guidance. Seeing how reluctant Vlad is being, the voice encourages him to accept the Amber Stone and bring it over if he can. As soon as Vlad hears the voice, a wave of realization suddenly washes over him because he begins to see why he should actually take the gem. It makes perfect sense to accept the Amber Stone now that he has a new sword, so he promises to help the voice. Vlad decides to help the voice with his memories while the latter helps him with the sword he just acquired. Our boy came all the way here with that promise as the stepping stone for the entire journey to Daremer. With this in mind, he concludes that he needs to help the voice find his memories, and the first step to doing that is to accept the Amber Stone. Vlad finally takes the gem, understanding that a knight must only take a just reward. He thanks the Lady Alicia sincerely, and she just responds with a genuine smile. While this is going on, Sir Jaeger still looks pretty overwhelmed by the whole exchange. He still hasn't been able to wrap his head around everything going on because he's still not even sure if Vlad should be able to receive such a gift. On the other hand, our boy begins to feel a lot less nervous. Now that he has a purpose for the gem, he's confident that everything is going to work out. The voice thanks him, knowing that it must have been overbearing to just receive it because of the expectations and responsibilities attached to accepting such gifts. Hearing this, Vlad just feels hopeful rather than overwhelmed because he believes that this may just end up being a clue to the voice's memories. The guy in his mind agrees and then suddenly asks Vlad to look at the Amber Stone through his world. Our boy makes an attempt to see the stone through the voice's world, and he's blown away by what follows. The gem suddenly expands massively, as if to suck our boy into it, and as his gaze zooms deeper into the stone, he suddenly unlocks one of the memories. In this scene, there's a lonely tree sitting on a hall in the middle of the field, and for some reason it looks exactly like the one just outside the Heinel Manor. The scene shifts from here and we catch up with some of the other knights that came from Sturma. They can't help but notice all the things Vlad has been doing recently. The boy has been making waves despite only becoming a knight not long ago. They all agree that he has the kind of ambition you can't find just anywhere. As far as they're concerned, it's pretty amazing that he's already aiming for a noble title not long after becoming a knight. They all talk about him and how he has been showing promise since the first mission, even though their conversation makes him feel a little awkward. Unfortunately, these knights don't seem to care what he thinks right about now. At this point, Vlad is starting to regret letting any of them find out that Alicia gave him the Amber Stone. He should have known they'd make a very big deal out of it, and now he has to endure them talking about it throughout their journey back home. At the moment, our boy is at the back while they're talking about him like he's not there. He eventually gets fed up, so he chimes in to explain that it's nothing like what they think. Of course, they refuse to believe him, but at the same time, it's not like they have a problem with it. They actually feel that it wasn't a bad choice accepting it, but then again, they feel that it's like the Heinel household is only lending the stone to him because it's literally a family treasure. The older knights keep teasing him about it, especially since he's the same knight that Lady Alicia gave her handkerchief. At this point, Vlad gets frustrated because they have no intention of hearing him out, so he calls out to Sir Jaeger to say something. After all, the advanced knight was there right beside him and witnessed the whole exchange. Unfortunately, the green-eyed knight prefers not to get involved in the chit-chat. He takes a brief pause and then finally responds, stating that he'll just write a report to Lord Joseph separately for now. It turns out that the reason why Jaeger is acting this way is because he hasn't even been able to decide on this one either. He's not sure what the Amber Stone's purpose is yet, so he prefers not to talk about it. Meanwhile, Vlad is forced to keep enduring the teases from the older knights who have no intention of giving him a break. Shortly after, they arrive at their destination, and Vlad is probably very grateful that they can finally get off his case. They've been messing with their youngest for so long, but now that they're just outside Sora, it's time to let him off the hook. Most of them feel this way, but one of them, named Noir, seems to enjoy teasing Vlad so much that he jokingly suggests camping outside the city for the night, and then head inside by dawn. Of course, that's not going to happen, so the leader of the group orders all of them inside, and just like that, they stop messing with our boy. Upon reaching the gate, Sir Jaeger turns to Vlad and tells him to try opening the gates with the phrase. Apparently, the knights are able to open the gates with words, and our boy is surprised to learn this. He had no idea that he can do that now that he's a knight, which makes his current status even more surreal to him. It feels like it was only yesterday when he was secretly going in and out of the small tunnels to sneak in and out of the city. And now, he's been given the authority to open the city gates with only his words. He's really stunned by the whole thing, and while he's still trying to wrap his head around the whole thing, the knights at the back tease him again, suggesting that he just camp outside if he can't open it. However, our boy is determined to do this no matter what, so he lifts his sword to announce his presence. One of the guards sees him at this point and he proceeds to introduce himself as a knight of Bayezid. He announces his return from completing his mission, and the moment he says his name, the guards hurry to open the gate for him because they realize that he's the one who cut down the lindworm. They scurry to open the castle gates for our boy, who just looks up in shock because he is stunned by how easy it was. He's surprised that it actually worked, and Jaeger just reminds him who he is now in case he has forgotten. The green-eyed man reminds him that knighthood is a qualification honor, and a title is possessed by only those who have proved their existence. That being said, he informs Vlad that he now possesses the qualification to open every castle gate of Bayezid's land. As you can imagine, this is mind-blowing information for our boy. It's an insane upgrade from sneaking through the tunnels and having to enter the towns by hiding in wagons of dirt. The gates open up instantly and our boy is ushered in by the guards, who apologize for even wasting his time. Seeing this, Jaeger encourages Vlad to raise his hand and go forth confidently, because even though this is the door he once walked through as Vlad the Squire, he's now taking his first step to enter it as Vlad the Knight. Our boy rides into the city on his powerful black horse, feeling a sense of pride that he hasn't really experienced before. The scene changes and we're suddenly taken to the infamous city of Trinova, which is the current Gaidar County. By this time, Sir Godin and Istvan have returned home with bad news for the conqueror of the West. As you can imagine, the man is furious when he learns that they were unable to acquire the city of Dermer for him and begins to scold the both of them. He is especially pissed at the rogue knight because he trusted him to get the job done with ease. Count Gaidar is so disappointed in both of them and he doesn't even hide his annoyance. As far as he's concerned, Godin and Istvan should have given their heads in Dermer rather than coming back to give him this terrible report. As for his son, he's ashamed of himself for losing to a young boy who was just knighted. He trained Istvan to be one of the most formidable warriors in the continent, so to hear that he lost is absolutely infuriating. Istvan is equally ashamed of himself, knowing that he's disappointed his father severely. He apologizes, but of course, that won't fix the damage that he's caused. His father scowls at him in disgust, and this just causes him to tremble in fear as he nurses his broken arm. The guy can't help but look so small right now, and you can't really blame him because Count Gaidar is one terrifying man. Unfortunately, his fearful outlook just pisses his old man even more. The red-eyed man is livid, seeing his own son looking so pathetic. He finally thought that Istvan was settling in for once, so he can't believe that he'd ruin everything like this. He literally wanted to give the boy a wife and a land to conquer. As far as he's concerned, he gave Dermer to the boy on a platter, but he threw it all away by losing a duel. Even worse, it wasn't even that he lost to Rutger or something, but actually to a freshly green rookie who just received his knight title. Count Gaidar chews his son up for the humiliation, informing him that he's not only lost a sword, but also handed over all the influence of Dermer to Bayezid. At this point, the conqueror of the West is too irritated by his son to keep talking to him, so he turns to Godin and asks the knight where the hell he was when Istvan was making a fool of himself. He would like to know where the rogue knight was when his son was shamed like a dog on foreign soil. In response, Sir Godin admits that he's deeply ashamed of the outcome of their journey, but of course, the Count isn't really asking for apologies right now. He's asking for explanations because he doesn't get how they managed to throw everything away in a flash. He's especially baffled because Godin said that he knew Vlad's strength. Count Gaidar keeps scolding Godin, and it doesn't take long for the Knight of the Blue Moon to change the topic. So, he hits back at the Count, reminding him that Vlad should be someone connected to him as well. As soon as Gaidar hears this, he immediately realizes that Vlad is one of the young men that the Knight Jorge was raising after deserting them. Even in death, Jorge still makes Gaidar's blood boil, and the Conqueror is absolutely furious that a dead man has managed to be a thorn in his flesh for this long. His latest discovery makes him realize that Jorge still fucks him over until the very end. Now that he knows where Vlad is from, he's even more curious about what the Blonde Knight is all about and what happened in Dermer. So, Godin provides a summary of what he knows. The Rogue Knight admits that Vlad's talents were excellent from what he witnessed. Besides that, the levels of the knights surrounding him were exceptional. He also explains that Vlad made great use of the advantages of his home ground. But that's not even the worst part, because Godin also saw Jaeger for the first time. The green-eyed knight was definitely an unexpected individual. It was a real shock because Godin could tell that this strange knight had the capacity to face his vigor straight on. The Blue Moon Knight suggests that Jaeger must be one of the swords that Bayezid has kept hidden, seeing that he's not well known. Hearing this, Count Gaidar just sighs and curses the shrewd northerners. The Conqueror of the West is clearly disturbed by his findings, but he's not too bothered. He suddenly reminds Godin of the teachings of the ancestors who pioneered the West. The Rogue Knight recalls the teachings immediately that urge the students to do whatever they can to put what they have in their hands into their belly before using the remaining two hands to take away the possessions of others, because only then can one survive the roughness of the West. Count Gaidar reveals that he followed the teachings of their ancestors, and under this flag, he has destroyed, demolished, and plundered his entire life. The red-eyed man reminds all his subjects before him that Gaidars are pioneers and so they must never let what is theirs be taken away even though they take what belongs to others. With that being said, the conqueror of the West declares that from this moment, all eyes shall point to the north to retrieve my son's sword by any means necessary. Back in the snowy city of Sora, we catch up with our boy and get to see him receive his first pay as a knight. Sir Vorden is the one in charge of giving Vlad his wage, and the chubby knight is more than happy to congratulate our boy on receiving his first salary. The man takes out 4 gold coins, and as soon as our boy sees them, his eyes widen in shock. He seems shocked at the amount, and the man is also taken aback by his reaction. Sir Vorden immediately figures that Vlad might be disappointed that the pay is too little, and our boy admits that he actually anticipated something more. He's a bit disappointed because he thought that knights get more than just 4 gold as pay, but then Sir Vorden simply reminds him that he's still a rookie. He scoffs, claiming that he even knows about how Sir Jaeger still carried Vlad at his side like a vassal. Either way, the fat knight suddenly tells Vlad that knights don't collect money through salaries, and as you can imagine, this gets our boy pretty curious. He is anxious to hear the rest, and that's when Sir Vorden informs him that knights must follow duty, owe duties, and take responsibility for befitting them. Vlad listens as the older knight says all of this, but he's still pretty confused because he doesn't still get what that has to do with money. Before he can even finish asking this, Sir Vorden cuts him off, explaining that all that duty and responsibility he's talking about is actually the money of knights. He tells Vlad that a full cat doesn't hunt mice, and then concludes by telling him that he must achieve as many accomplishments as possible if he wants to obtain money and honor. Vorden claims that the price for honor will be provided at the end of the year under the so-called name of special pay for knights. He tells Leo to expect a bit more than 4 gold coins by that time because he's made quite a lot of accomplishments in this 1 year already. Hearing this, our boy gets interested, so he curiously asks what the price for duty and responsibility will be for him. In response, Sir Vorden casually suggests that it's not something Vlad should ask since he's literally the one who brought over the treasure of the Hynel clan. At this point, the senior knight reveals that he heard about Leo's new epithet following the Dragon Slayer title. At this point, it's clear that Sir Vorden also sees the whole thing as a big deal just like the other knights. He starts talking about how Vlad is the man who put 2 handkerchiefs in his bosom and finally calls him the debauchee of the north, Vlad of Sora. As you can imagine, this new title catches our boy off guard because he never imagined that this conversation would take such a turn so quickly. Vlad starts feeling pretty awkward now because Sir Vorden is suddenly acting like a fan. The senior knight leans over to him and tells him not to forget him in the future when he finally becomes a noble. Later that morning, he joins his master Joseph for some tea. The young mayor of Sora tells him that he must take upon himself the responsibilities and duties befitting his class now that he's become a knight as well. That being said, Joseph reveals that he'll be assigning Vlad to a patrol area. Of course, this is a pretty big deal to our boy who has very little experience with such things. He is surprised by the news but also pretty concerned that he'll be doing it by himself. Thankfully, Joseph will be giving him guards too, but Vlad will be in charge of everything. Hearing this, the young knight is relieved, so he acknowledges his new assignment, and that's when Joseph decides to reveal the second part of this new duty. The young master suggests that the back alleys will be the best area to post Vlad to, and our boy agrees with him. He's excited about it because that's literally his hometown. Unfortunately, he will be lacking some men for his patrol area because Sir Gregory, Maxim, and Kate are all using personnel. Either way, Joseph is ready to offer salary for up to 4 people, so he encourages Vlad to hire the people who will be under him. This part of the assignment comes as a shock to our boy, so he expresses his confusion, and that's when Joseph reminds him that this is a completely different position compared to when he was a mercenary captain in the past. Joseph explains that a knight is one who leads, and someone who can become a representative anywhere, and even though our boy knows this already, he still has one big problem with the whole arrangement. He doesn't really see the likelihood of finding suitable members for his team because the only useful people he knows in the back alleys are the gang members. He feels that recruiting such people would be a problem for Lord Joseph, but the young master assures him that he has nothing to worry about and admits that Vlad is so honorable for thinking in that line. The reason why it won't even be a problem for him is because he's not giving Vlad the position through the Bayezid name. Joseph even claims that he would have brought Vlad out of Rose's smile from the get-go if he cared about his reputation in that regard. Nevertheless, the young lord knows that using people for good is actually much more difficult than cutting them down, and for this reason, he understands Vlad's concerns. So, he offers to personally recommend and send him an employee since it's Vlad's first time being assigned to a patrol area. Hearing this, our boy expresses his gratitude and Joseph tells him to be on his way. Our boy takes his leave, and while he's still walking out of the room, Sir Jaeger quietly asks the young master what he's really trying to do. It turns out that there's a group of people that Joseph wants Vlad to work with, and this whole meeting was just a scheme to do it without letting the boy have any idea. Sir Jaeger seems a little concerned about the plan, but the Bayezid's son is confident that it's a possible attempt because it's Vlad. But he also knows that he'll have to take a chance on the young knight's unpredictability this time as well. The scene shifts and we catch up with our boy who is already recruiting the first member of his team. Goth is the lucky guy who makes the cut first, and he literally sheds tears of joy when Vlad tells him that they're being assigned to the back alleys. As you can imagine, our boy isn't a fan of the crying, so he tells Goth to stop being dramatic about it. Right now, he just needs his buddy to get back into the mode he was during the mercenary assignment. Hearing this, the guy concludes that he made the right choice by not running away during his mercenary era, even though he was scared that he would die. As such, he's convinced that he is being rewarded for his bravery in such a wonderful way. All this time, he's been cleaning up horseshit while getting bullied by the horses, but now, the torture and humiliation is finally over, so he can't help but shed a few tears. He even encountered all kind of weird things while following his captain Vlad, so now that he's being called up like this, he is so glad that all that wasn't for nothing. As far as he's concerned, all those trials led up to this moment now because he believes that he's finally become a squire. Despite Vlad's warning, the guy is still unable to get a grip of himself. He keeps sobbing and talking about what a great idea it was to stick right next to Vlad all this time. Unfortunately, his joy is about to be cut short because as soon as he calls himself a squire, our boy doesn't hesitate to correct him. Vlad turns to him and asks him what the hell he's even talking about. Our boy doesn't remember telling him he was a squire, so when Goth starts getting too excited, he draws the guy to reality and informs him that he's just an employee. Just like that, all the tears stop flowing as the wave of realization hits him. For a few seconds, he's speechless, but he quickly gives himself hope again. As far as he's concerned, anything is possible because Vlad starts out as a mercenary too before becoming a squire. Even though Goth hasn't shown any promise of actually becoming a swordsman one day, Vlad figures that it's best not to stomp on his dreams, so he advises him to work hard and keep trying his best. This short exchange just now reminds our boy why he has to keep Goth next to him at all times. The guy talks too much and gets scared way too often, but the one thing Vlad knows for sure is that the guy does his work properly. While he's still thinking about this, his thoughts are suddenly interrupted by the lady at the bar who tells him to take someone with him as well. Vlad is shocked and confused because he doesn't even know who she's talking about. That's when she points to the tall jack dude standing guard at the door. Surprisingly, our boy already knows the guy. Remember Otter? Well, it turns out that guy has gotten even more ripped. The lady claims that it's a waste for someone his size to be staying in the shop that doesn't even have any fights. She reveals that he got so jacked shortly after she started feeding him well, and now he's been helping with security at the shop. Hearing what she has to say, our boy admits that he can actually trust Otter. The guy looks quite effective and focused. On top of that, he knows the back alley's circumstances and he's loyal too. As much as it would be fine if he took Otter along with him, our boy knows better than to take away her only security. As far as he knows, there always seems to be quarrels where there's alcohol, but she just laughs when he says this. She claims that no one even dares to quarrel these days, especially since he arrived. She's surprised that Vlad still isn't aware of his own position around here. Our boy is confused when she says this, so she proceeds to explain that Rose's has now become the safest place in the back alleys because of him. She reveals that every customer comes here to drink and rest peacefully, and business is booming thanks to that. And of course, the reason for this is the fact that this is the place where Sir Vlad stays. Our boy literally brought Rose's smiles back to life after wiping out one armor jack's forces and taking power back from them. Ever since he took down those guys, the bar has been like a safe haven, and the lady assures him that he can even bring anyone he's working with over as much as he wants. After all, they receive protection because of him, so it's only fair that he obtains a base in the back alleys. Hearing this, our blue-eyed hero admits that it's nice, and the lady agrees with him, stating that they have to be clear about what they give and take. However, that's not even what our boy is talking about right now. He explains that what's really nice is the fact that he can bow protect someone without even having to lift his sword. Our boy says this and then stares at his reflection in his drink for a second before admitting that it's the thing he likes most after becoming a knight. Hearing him say this puts a smile on the lady's face because she's glad to see that he's finally become slightly aware of the position he holds in the back alleys. Back to the issue of recruitment, our boy now has two members other than himself. He's chosen Goth and Otter to work with him, so there's one last spot available, and he seems to already have someone in mind. In fact, Vlad feels that this person just has to be on his team. The scene shifts to the harbor where our boy gets reunited with his old friend Harvin. At the moment, the guy is pretty intoxicated with some so-called premium alcohol. He claims that it's like night and day with the Captain Q drink that the boss made. Vlad is surprised that Harvin still makes that poison like alcohol, and the tipsy fella just claims that it's the boss's only pleasure, even though the hangovers could probably kill them. In any case, Harvin admits that it's quite refreshing to drink. Seeing how grown Vlad has become is almost unbelievable to Harvin, because it feels like just yesterday when he fed and gave him and Gemina a place to sleep. He jokes about how it's always better to take in blonde animals, and the fact that he would even say such a thing confirms that he's actually drunk. Our boy can tell that the guy isn't really in his right mind, so he just ignores the comment. After messing with Vlad for a while, Harvin finally asks him what he came all this way for, hoping that it wasn't a waste of time. Our boy remembers that Harbin was once looking into navigation techniques and constellations, so he wonders if that's still the case. In response, the guy reveals that he actually quit that venture ages ago. He didn't think anyone would ever hire a lame as their navigator, so he didn't see the point of learning further and gave up on the dream. Hearing this, our boy recalls that he once said he wanted to sail, that he wanted to escape this place and go somewhere far away one day. In response, Harbin reminds Vlad that not everyone can attain just because they dream and that not everything can be obtained just by hard work. There's a saying that people should know their place, and for the fact that a back alley urchin like him ended up like this, he feels that it's a good enough ending for him. At this point, Vlad starts to get a little upset with him for belittling himself this way. He looks Harbin dead in the eye and asks him if he really believes what he just said, and the brown-eyed man just lowers his head in shame. Seeing this, our boy tells Harbin how a bird forgets that it can fly after being locked in a cage for a long time. The brown-eyed man is taken aback by this statement, but our boy already knows exactly what must be done. Vlad shoots up from his chair and takes out his sword. It's clear that this damned place has been eating away at his friend's dreams for so long, and now he's going to do something about it. Vlad looks pretty upset too and concludes that it's the fault of these bastards at the harbor. Our boy looks like he's about to go on a rampage, and Harbin tries to stop him when he realizes what's about to happen. Meanwhile, outside, we see some of the workers going about their day, carrying several bags all around the port, but their activities are suddenly interrupted by a loud explosion. They scamper around, and as the dust settles, they're able to see that the explosion came from Captain Hoover's hideout. Just then, one of the guys in charge comes out to see what's going on. He forces his way through, telling the men gathered around to stop bumbling around and make way for him. He eventually gets to the source of the commotion, and upon seeing the damage, he orders them to inform the boss right away and call the rest of the gang too. They get right to it while the guy stays back to examine the attack. He thought that his gang was finally getting some breathing room after the money grubber died, so he has no idea who these attackers could be. Back inside Harbin's office, we see all the damage that our boy did. He practically split the building in two with one slash of his sword, and Harbin is horrified by the whole thing. He yells at Vlad, wondering what the hell he thinks he's doing, and in response, our boy just curses the damn dogs that have been eating away at his friend's dream. Vlad feels that these ridiculous walls have been cutting Harbin and the river off, the thing that has had him locked up for a long time. The main thing that made him forget the possibility is right in front of him. And so our boy decides to help his friend take out all these obstacles holding him back, since he can't do it for himself. At this point, the brown-eyed man is terrified because he doesn't know what exactly Vlad is going to do. He sits on the floor trying to get him to stop, but our boy has made his mind up. Harbin was the one who took him in and saved him so that he wouldn't get consumed by tech darkness of the back alleys. He saved him and Jemima back when they were kids. Harbin was the one who enlightened Vlad with the fact that he can still have goals, and for this reason, our boy is ready to do the same for his old friend. With this in mind, the young knight rips through the building with his sword, leaving all the men outside horrified as they watch him display incredible levels of power. After watching the place get torn up for a while, the men are finally able to see the blonde swordsman responsible for the damage. Our boy reveals himself to them in a really terrifying light. His eyes glow with ruthlessness laced all over his face for all to see. After tearing down the walls of the room, our boy looks out to the water and tells Harbin to come take a look as well. He makes it clear to Harbin that his dream still flows, and that's when the brown-eyed man takes a look for himself. The water sparkles like magic as the light from the sun bounces off it, and Harbin is mesmerized by the sight because it's like the water never looked this beautiful before. With the magical sight in front of him, Harbin admits that he can finally see now what he had been separated from for the longest time. It had been so long since he saw the water in this light, and now that the young knight has reminded him of what he's been missing, he's deeply grateful. Later that evening, our boy leaves with his three-legged friend who is still basking in the feeling of his newly rediscovered passion. As the two walk together, Harbin talks about how nice it must be to be a knight now because it's like he can get away with literally anything now. It turns out that Vlad already successfully recruited Harbin into his team. Our boy busted the shit out of the hideout and left with a gang member, but rather than hunting him down like usual, the gang gave him a parting gift instead. Harbin can only imagine how it must feel to have this level of authority and immunity to so many things, but Vlad is just taken aback by what he said because he doesn't know what gift his brown-eyed buddy is talking about. All he was given was the horrible Captain Q alcohol, and Vlad is pretty convinced that they only gave it to him so he would drink it and die. The comic relief is cut short when Harbin suddenly admits how strange it feels now that he's actually about to leave. Even if his boss's alcohol brewing skills are terrible, the man took Harbin in as well despite his disability. He kinda feels guilty about leaving like this after he was given a home here for so long. Hearing this, our boy tells him that he has nothing to worry about and even assures him that Lord Joseph won't touch his captain. Vlad explains that the young master is someone who precisely differentiates between beneficial and harmful pests. When Vlad makes this known, Harbin is quite relieved because he wouldn't like anything to happen to the captain, especially when 3/10 of the back alley's economy was literally created through the captain's smuggling. The fact that Lord Joseph has no intention of coming for the gang makes Harbin realize just how different the new mayor is. He's never met the young master, but he can already tell that he is meticulous and smart. That being said, he suggests that Vlad being put in charge of the back alleys is meant to be a test as well. Our boy is taken aback when he hears this because he hadn't thought of it this way before. Now that Harvin has pointed it out, Vlad realizes that he's probably right about this. It makes a lot of sense because Lord Joseph didn't give him a detailed order, and this leaves him stumped for now. He's not sure what he's supposed to do now because there wasn't any specific instruction. He asks Harvin what he should do now, and his old friend just finds it amusing that he's asking because he already knew the answer. Hearing this, Vlad is confused because he had no idea that he knew the answer already. Seeing the confusion, Harvin proceeds to remind him of what he did today. He reminds Vlad that he managed to make Captain Hoover surrender without having to cut down a single person. Our boy didn't even realize how effective he was, but Harvin did, and now the guy thinks that the next course of action should be to show the other bosses in the back alleys who's in charge now as well. Harvin suggests that it's time to show the other gangs the new order of the back alleys. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is Goth trembling like a leaf in the middle of a dark street in the back alleys. As you can imagine, the guy is absolutely terrified because he's heard all the stories about how rough the place is. Apparently, he was supposed to meet up with Vlad here, but it's been a while, and the young knight still hasn't shown up. His worries are cut short when our boy suddenly appears in an alley nearby. The moment he sees Vlad, he runs over to the captain and Harvin, asking him where he was for the whole day. He claims that he's been waiting for him to return for so long, but our boy can only wonder what all the fuss is about right now. At this point, Goth reveals that there's someone inside who came looking for the young knight. Hearing this, our boy doesn't seem too interested, so he tells Goth that the visitor should be sent to Gemina because she's the one handling his guests. Even though Vlad doesn't feel like seeing anyone right now, Goth nervously tells him that it would be better to see this guest personally instead. Elsewhere, we see Vlad's black horse looking murderous for some reason. Apparently, this visitor is in the horse's bad books, and it's no wonder why when we see AJ, the barbarian, standing in front of the stable. The guy stares at the horse, looking really impressed because he can tell that the horse is still as excellent as the first time he saw it. His moment with the horse is interrupted all of a sudden when Vlad and the others arrive at the stable. Before even getting there, our boy keeps asking Goth who this guest is and why he took him to the backyard. The stable should be off limits to guests because his horse Noir might bite someone. By the time our boy enters the yard, he's stunned for a second because he never imagined that the guest would be AJ. He asks the barbarian what he came here for, and the guy instantly responds, telling him that it was the mayor's recommendation. Remember when Lord Joseph said he was going to find someone for Vlad to work with? Well, if it turns out he was talking about barbarians. Speaking of the mayor, the scene shifts back to Sora, where we catch up with the scheming son of Bayezid. Currently, he's sitting in his room having a conversation with Sir Jaeger as he watches the wood burning in the fireplace. Sir Jaeger still has his concerns regarding the plan because he's not sure that AJ will properly bow down to Vlad. The guy was literally the leader of his clan before his encounter with the Bayezid, so he's not the type to bow to anyone or even take orders for that matter. Lord Joseph knows this already, and he also knows that the barbarian won't bow because they're making him. However, the mayor feels that AJ should know his circumstances at the very least. He also expects that the barbarian should know that his offer contains the highest sincerity possible as well. Hearing this, the green-eyed knight begins to understand where the master is coming from. So, he can already predict what the next move should be from here. Lord Joseph confirms his assumptions immediately, stating that they have to resolve the danger beyond the northern boundaries, now that they have gained a firm control over Damer through Vlad. The young master involved the barbarian because he heard that AJ's Badat tribe has quite the influence. As such, he's planning to use his former prisoner to control the barbarians for his cause. For a long time, many clans have challenged Bayezid's authority, but now that Lord Joseph is around, he feels that the time has come for them to answer the contenders with action as well. If the source of anxiety behind their backs disappears, he believes that Bayezid can fight against any challenge without faltering. As sweet as this plan sounds on paper, Sir Jaeger still feels pretty concerned about the arrangement because he's not sure that a freshly knighted guy can handle the pressure. Sure, Vlad was his vassal and he knows very well what a special talent the boy has been to the Bayezid household, but this advanced knight is not sure that the young blondie should be made to handle the heavy obligation of reclaiming the North's prestige. On the other hand, Lord Joseph is confident that the possibility of Vlad doing this for them is more than enough. He has so much faith in the young knight, and for good reason. This is the same young man who rode the horse that the barbarians deify and went on to save the barbarians by hunting down the dragon of the north. That being said, the Bayezid son claims without a doubt that only Vlad can sever this ever-long chain of hatred that exists among the different houses. As always, I know you guys have been waiting long, but I hope the wait was worth it for the incredible story that continues in this manhwa. I've recently received a strike on the channel which took down a bunch of my videos on a particular manhwa, so I decided to continue that series on my Patreon. All videos on my Patreon are always free for anyone to watch, so I'd greatly appreciate it if you guys would follow me there to stay updated on any news related to the channel. Of course, if you'd like to become a member, the cheapest membership option is only $1. These small numbers can add up quickly, and really help me continue my work even in the worst case scenarios. Thank you all for your incredible support as always, your kind comments on all my videos, and just being such an amazing community overall. Have an amazing day, and I'll see you guys in future uploads. Until next time.